Chapter 1. The Giant. Faster, faster, faster. Breathe. Sneed, sneed. Power. Charge, charge, charge. Bang. Drink up. Roar. In a parallel universe, in Charlotte, North Carolina, within the Burghead community, the echoes of fervent shouts and heavy breaths resonate within a dilapidated basketball training facility.D. Oh, not be mistaken, this is indeed a basketball training arena. Before us stands a towering figure, a giant exceeding 2.2 meters in height, training relentlessly with a series of sprints across the court. On the sidelines, a man clad in casual athletic wear, approximately 40 years of age, glances at the stopwatch in his hand, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. He is becoming faster. Stop. You may rest now. The middle-aged man calls out to the giant, while meticulously recording notes in a small notebook. This man is Oakley Charles Oakley. When compared to the youthful giant before him, Oakley himself is no less a giant, standing at 2.03 meters tall and weighing 102 kilograms, a renowned enforcer and bodyguard in the league. After serving as a water boy for the Houston Rockets for 7 games this season, he finds himself once again besieged by injuries. Thus, Oakley has resolutely decided to retire. It is the 2003-2004 season, and it has been 19 years since Oakley entered the league in the 1985-1986 season. It is indeed time for retirement.Ha. Ha, ha. The giant before him emits heavy gasps of breath, while Oakley's expression is a mixture of complexity and admiration. This giant has progressed at an astonishing pace. When Oakley commenced training the giant a month ago, he was merely a person endowed with height and bulk, yet lacking in strength, speed, and agility. However, after a month of rigorous training, this giant has undergone a rapid evolution in every aspect of his physique. Indeed, Oakley feels that the term evolution is remarkably fitting. This is the essence of physical talent. Oakley muses with a hint of reflection. What astonishes Oakley even more is that this giant is not African-American, nor Caucasian, but rather an individual of Asian descent. Specifically, he is of Chinese heritage. Once more, Oakley's gaze returns to his notebook, updating data with meticulous detail. This time, Oakley writes with greater care and precision. Name: Kerwan. Age: 20. Education: high school graduate, did not attend college. Height: 2.26 meters with shoes. Weight: 133 kilograms. Wingspan: 2.45 meters. Standing: reach: 3.11 meters. Vertical leap static: 0.9 meters. Vertical leap running: 1.15 meters. Time for shuttle run: 11.53 seconds. 3/4 court sprint: 3.25 seconds. Bench press test using 84 kilograms, testing repetitions 29 times. Exceptional talent: truly terrifying. After another thorough glance, Oakley remains in disbelief that if one were to encapsulate it in a single phrase, it would be that Wang Ke possesses the formidable strength and resilience of a towering presence within the paint, coupled with the agility and swiftness characteristic of perimeter players. Such physical prowess is something Oakley has only witnessed in the 4 great centers: David Robinson, Hakeem Olajuwon, Patrick Ewing, and Shaquille O'Neal, a veritable prodigy of talent, that a promising prospect. If left unchecked, it would be a genuine shame. Oakley gently shook his head, internally resolving his decision. His encounter with Wang Ke was entirely serendipitous. His adopted daughter, Wendy Oakley, had inadvertently found herself embroiled in a street altercation, suffering an undeserved misfortune, only to be rescued by Wang Ke. In gratitude for Wang Ke's life-saving intervention on behalf of his daughter, Oakley became Wang Ke's temporary coach. At this juncture, Oakley had already retired, affording him the time to dedicate to this endeavor. Originally, Oakley intended to offer Wang Ke monetary compensation. As the young man's financial circumstances were rather dire, to his surprise, Wang Ke's request was for Oakley to assume the role of his interim coach. "Charles, I wish to play basketball." At that moment, Oakley recalled Wang Ke's exceedingly serious demeanor. "Hey, Patrick, I need a favor from you." "All right, we'll discuss it when I return to Houston." "Hey, Michael, you're in Charlotte? That's splendid. Let's meet up sometime soon." Oakley made calls to Ewing and Jordan. Upon making this decision, Oakley felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had once again softened his resolve, reminiscent of the young man he had aided 7 or 8 years prior. That young man, with his distinctive afro, had since carved out a place for himself in the League Ben Wallace. With a nostalgic expression, Oakley turned his gaze back to Wang Ke. "Wang, let's conclude our session for today. I understand you will engage in extra practice, but do not overexert yourself. If your body isn't allowed to recover adequately, the risk of injury looms." Oakley patted Wang Ke on the shoulder, placing a stack of cash into his hands before turning to depart. He'll get this back to you later. You needn't mention it each time. You're expending a lot of energy. You must eat more. Without looking back, Oakley merely waved with a smile. Wang Ke nodded, escorting Oakley to the entrance of the gymnasium, watching as he entered a sleek black Mercedes G-Class. Oakley shared a close camaraderie with Jordan players who associated with him typically faced no financial troubles post-retirement. When signing shoe contracts, Jordan often advised them to opt for smaller sums, exchanging the difference for stock options. This strategy ensured that Oakley continued to receive substantial dividend from sneaker brands even after hanging up his jersey. As the car window rolled down, a young woman emerged, nodding toward Wang Ke. It was none other than Wendy Oakley, who appeared to have fully recovered from her previous trauma. Wang Ke reciprocated her nod. For both Wendy Oakley and Charles Oakley, this was indeed a debt of gratitude that could never be fully repaid. For Wang Ke, it was merely a matter of convenience. Yet, this serendipitous circumstance granted him the extraordinary opportunity to receive personal training from Oakley, which he regarded as an unexpected boon. As he observed the car driving away, he instinctively touched his right shoulder, where 2 bullet hole scars resided. It was these very scars that made Wang Ke acutely aware of the necessity to extricate himself from his current existence, otherwise he would inevitably meet his demise in this place. The memories of his past life had already begun to blur. In this lifetime, his parents had emigrated to the United States 2 decades prior. Wang Ke was born in America, a pure-blooded descendant of the Dragon Kingdom. Yet he also identified as a Chinese American, holding U.S. citizenship. 5 years ago, both of his parents succumbed to illness, leaving Wang Ke alone in the world. With the meager support of his neighbors, he barely managed to graduate from high school, but pursuing university education was no longer feasible. It was said that he had relatives in the Dragon Kingdom with whom he shared blood ties, though he was unfamiliar with them and had no means to return to the Dragon Kingdom in search of family. Wang Ke had often wondered why he was so tall, but upon seeing photographs of his father, who stood around 2 meters tall, it ceased to be a mystery. Wang Ke exhaled deeply and resumed the monotonous task of practicing his shooting. Under Oakley's guidance, his body seemed to have been utterly awakened to its potential. However, in terms of offense ball handling, passing, and shooting, Wang Ke found himself struggling to find his rhythm at that moment. He could only engage in repetitive dribbling and shooting drills in pursuit of improvement. Oakley's coaching was undeniably professional, yet leaned more towards physical confrontation and defensive strategies. Offensively, Oakley was not particularly adept, as every field has its specialists. Wang Ke had no choice but to employ the most rudimentary methods to enhance his skills. An ancient proverb from the Dragon Kingdom states, "Read a book 100 times, and its meaning will naturally reveal itself." Surely, basketball must follow a similar principle. Chapter 2. The Debt Collector. The basketball match. The night had deepened. Wang Ke tidied his belongings and prepared to leave. He furrowed his brow as a sharp pain radiated from the bullet hole scars on his right shoulder. In the next moment, his expression relaxed. The pain had become a familiar companion. He understood that this discomfort stemmed from his excessive shooting practice. Generally, after such intense training, appropriate relaxation and recovery through massage were required. However, it was evident that Wang Ke was currently lacking the means for such recuperation. Wandering the streets of the Bughead community at midnight was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Bughead was notorious for being one of Charlotte's impoverished neighborhoods, with an alarmingly high crime rate. Street brawls and gang confrontations were commonplace, and gunfire was far from unusual. Furthermore, law enforcement harbored deep-seated biases against the Black and Asian communities residing there. "Hey, Wang, where are you headed?" "Practicing ball. When can we grab a drink together?" "Next time, perhaps." Wang Ke casually greeted the vagrants loitering on the streets. While the area was indeed dangerous, it felt manageable for him. In this place, Wang Ke was a veritable giant in every conceivable aspect. Wang Ke did not affiliate with any gang. However, the people in this area had already been subdued by him. Alone and of Chinese descent, one must be ruthless to survive. As for gunfire, it would undoubtedly occur, yet it was not a matter of indiscriminate shooting. After all, this is America in the new century, not a post-apocalyptic survival scenario. The baseline of order remains intact, but of course, staying here indefinitely does not guarantee continued good fortune. The 2 bullet hole scars on Wang Ke's right shoulder serve as a stark reminder. After turning down another street, Wang Ke returned to his residence. It was an aging neighborhood, though not the most chaotic one, that ascending the narrow staircase. He noticed his neighbor, Senior Evan, waiting at the door. "Oh, my God, Wang, you're back. Could you please turn your phone on next time?" Senior Evan grumbled discontentedly at Wang Ke. "Burton came looking for you. He's quite dissatisfied with your work these past few days. If you ask me, it's time to give up on your basketball dreams and focus on working for Burton. He's a decent guy, after all." Better than me hauling frozen pork every day. Oh, SHT. I have to get up at 4 tomorrow. These are 2 assignments from Burton for you to handle tomorrow. By the way, take some time to chat with Claudia. Senior Evan attempted to pat Wang Ke on the shoulder, but found it just out of reach. Damn it. How did you grow so tall? Ridiculous. Muttering to himself, Senior Evan stepped inside and closed the door. A faint smile appeared on Wang Ke's lips as he shook his head. Senior Evan, 34 years old and Caucasian, was the benefactor who supported Wang Ke through high school. He had always sought to match his sister, Claudia Evan, with Wang Ke. 45, Cartagena Street, Ralph Mullen. 67, Flanders Street, Carlisle. Upon returning home, Wang Ke glanced at the 2 cards in his hand, which listed the people he needed to meet the next day. After graduating from high school, Wang Ke quickly found a rather undignified job due to his height and buildup became a debt collector for a loan shark, or to put it plainly, an enforcer. His towering presence naturally instilled a sense of intimidation. His direct supervisor was none other than Burton Locke. Early the next morning, Wang Ke began his busy day. After dealing with Ralph Mullen and Carlisle, he went to meet Burton Locke. Wang, I'm not saying this lightly. You've grown so big for nothing. I told you to break one of his arms. You're making me lose face here. Will anyone take me seriously after this? Burton Locke expressed his dissatisfaction while counting the money Wang Ke had returned. If I break an arm, he won't be able to repay the subsequent interest, Wang Ke replied. Unless absolutely necessary, Wang Ke did not wish to resort to extreme measures, particularly against those who owed him money. Many of these individuals were merely ordinary people who had strayed from the right path, ensnared by usurious loans. That is not a matter for you to consider. Let this be a lesson. After a bellow from Burton Locke, calmness returned. That I heard you have been practicing basketball lately? Burton Locke, having counted the bills in his hand, appeared quite satisfied. Wang Ke possessed an inherent aura of intimidation, giving him a distinct advantage in debt collection. This was also the reason Burton Locke tolerated some of Wang Ke's disobedient behavior. Perfect timing. The headquarters is organizing a basketball match, and I have enrolled you. Play well. This game is said to feature several players of some repute. Wang Ke was about to offer an explanation when he heard Burton Locke mention the basketball tournament, his words showing no intent to question Wang Ke's practice regimen. Day after tomorrow at 3 p.m., Charlotte Sports Hall. Don't miss the time. We small companies dabble in usury, hardly recognized, whereas large corporations like headquarters engage in finance. All grand and lofty. With a self-deprecating chuckle, Burton Locke withdrew $1,000 and pressed it into Wang Ke's hand. Take these couple of days to recuperate. Don't embarrass me the day after tomorrow. As the driver opened the car door, Burton Locke entered and waved goodbye to Wang Ke. Wang Ke glanced at the $1,000 in his hand and then at the departing vehicle. Burton Locke was indeed a decent person, yet he was a loan shark, and Wang Ke was merely an enforcer. Day after tomorrow. The basketball match. Many players of some renown. This might be my opportunity. Wang Ke clenched his fist. Hi, Claudia, could you step outside for a moment? This pet shop is rather small. I feel cramped the moment I step in. Wang Ke tapped on the glass door of a pet store. I am working. Claudia Evan brushed aside her bangs and pulled down the cap she wore, appearing quite timid. Once again, this situation unfolded. Wang Ke smiled helplessly. The 2 families had long been acquainted, yet every time Claudia saw him, she seemed to shy away. She suffered from social anxiety. Wang Ke, on the other hand, did not share this affliction, though he often appeared taciturn. After all, surviving alone in such an environment left him feeling profoundly insecure. Wang Ke suspected that Senior Evan had mismanaged the matchmaking. Hey, I'm going to play in a basketball match the day after tomorrow. I would like to invite you to watch. Is that all right? Chapter 3, Elementary School Curry. A one-sided game. Claudia Evan ultimately did not provide a response. Wang Ke set aside these thoughts for the moment and embarked on an even more rigorous training regimen in the coming days. Oakley does not provide training guidance to Wang Ke on a daily basis, as the schedule is quite constrained. Their sessions typically occur every 3 days. Oakley informs Wang Ke of the specific timing a day in advance, demonstrating his reliability and commitment to keeping promises. Wang Ke, too, requires time to assimilate the teachings. Over the past 10 days, having witnessed Wang Ke's physical prowess fully manifest, Oakley has begun to impart principles of confrontation and defense. The essence of confrontation lies not in physical strength, but in the mental fortitude. When one embraces and relishes the challenge of confrontation, their capacity to engage surpasses that of many others. Standing in the training facility, Wang Ke recalls the scenes of Oakley's instruction. Oakley, weighing only 102 kilograms, is significantly lighter than Wang Ke, who weighs 133 kilograms. Yet, when Oakley demonstrates confrontation, Wang Ke realizes that he cannot easily assert his advantage. Oakley's fierce confrontational stance and his subtle, pervasive maneuvers leave Wang Ke feeling quite challenged. In this moment, Wang Ke begins to grasp the psychological significance inherent in the essence of confrontation. In the league, there are indeed numerous players with obsessive cleanliness. They often present a tall and robust appearance. However, their actual performance in confrontation tends to be quite lackluster, frequently earning them the label of softies. In contrast, players like Oakley, Rodman, and Big Ben, despite not having towering statures, have emerged as the enforcers of the league. No one dares to overlook the stronghold they maintain in the paint. The essence of rebounding lies in positioning. Once you secure the perfect spot, many rebounds may be claimed by your teammates, yet your own rebounding statistics will undoubtedly shine. The key to rim protection is to refrain from jumping unnecessarily. With your height and wingspan reaching the pinnacle of the league, I suggest that you avoid jumping when possible during defense. By maintaining your defensive position, no one can easily score in front of you. The words and teachings of Oakley continually resonate in Wang Ke's mind. Wang Ke eagerly absorbed the wealth of basketball knowledge. Almost greedily, in the dilapidated gymnasium, he stood alone on the court, exuding a sense of solitude. Yet at that moment, he spread his arms wide, his feet moving swiftly as if engaged in an intense basketball match. Hi, Claudia. On the morning 2 days later, Wang Ke rose early, a mixture of nervousness and excitement coursing through him in anticipation of the afternoon's basketball game. As he stepped outside, he noticed Claudia even waiting at the door, seemingly for him. Today, Claudia appeared to have intentionally adorned herself, yet her gaze towards Wang Ke remained somewhat evasive, her demeanor suggesting a sense of uncertainty. Are you waiting for me? Wang Ke asked with a smile. I took a day off. Aren't you supposed to be competing? Shinier encouraged me to cheer for you. Claudia summoned her courage to glance into Wang Ke's eyes, only to lower her head once more, gazing at her own toes. Wang Ke scrutinized Claudia for a moment. Standing over 1.8 meters tall, she appeared somewhat slender. With her glasses and hat adorning her head, her hair elegantly pinned up obscured her face, rendering her true beauty elusive. Let us proceed. Wang Ke extended his right hand, but Claudia deftly evaded it. Wang Ke shrugged his shoulders, seemingly indifferent. However, after descending the staircase, he suddenly felt his right hand being grasped. Wang Ke chuckled. The city of Charlotte can truly be regarded as a forest city, with only the downtown area exuding a semblance of urbanity. In other regions, it appears scarcely different from the countryside. The most thriving sector in Charlotte is finance, as 2 of the 4 major banks in the United States are headquartered here. The basketball match in which Wang Ke is about to participate is organized by a subsidiary of Wachovia Bank, serving as a promotional event for their products. 2 years prior, the Hornets relocated from Charlotte to New Orleans, and the league officials assured the city of Charlotte the opportunity to establish a new team to compete in the 2004 to 2005 season. Robert Johnson, the founder of Black Entertainment Television, became the owner of the new team, making him the first African-American owner in the history of the league. This new team was named the Bobcats and will officially join the league next season, becoming the 30th team in the league. Consequently, the basketball atmosphere in Charlotte has begun to intensify, and this promotional event coinciding with the basketball match has garnered considerable attention. When Wang Ke and Claudia arrived at the Charlotte Sports Arena, it was still quite early. The venue was nearly set up, yet it was evident that the organizers of the event had not yet arrived. This was hardly a formal competition, and naturally, there were no pre-match training sessions to speak of. Essentially, the players would simply commence their match upon arrival, and that would be the end of it. Wang Ke and Claudia locked eyes, momentarily ensnared in an awkward predicament. Is this considered a date? Wang Ke scratched his head. How about you go ice skating? Wang Ke has made a proposal. By 1 p.m., the Charlotte Sports Arena was beginning to fill with spectators. The players participating in the match arrived in small groups. Oh my goodness! That towering figure across the court is extraordinarily tall. Could this match be this exhilarating? Exclaimed a naturally charming player. If it weren't for his height of over 1.8 meters, many might mistake him for an elementary school student. Stephen, are you afraid? He is projected to be a highly sought-after player in next season's league draft. He has firmly secured his place in the lottery pick zone. Someone remarked nearby. Afraid? Me? I will leave them utterly bewildered. As the leading scorer from Charlotte Christian High School in North Carolina, this young man named Stephen Curry exuded remarkable confidence. He had secretly come to participate in this match without his father's consent, eager to witness the adult game. High school competitions no longer held much allure for him. I heard there is also a tall player on our side. However, I have never heard his name before. Wang Ke? Where did he come from? Look, Here he comes. Oh my goodness. How is he so tall? As Wang Ke entered the arena, he instantly captivated the attention of the crowd. His height was truly remarkable. Opposite him, the towering Rafael Arui looked over in his direction, standing at an impressive 2.11 meters and weighing 127 kilograms. Rafael still appeared somewhat diminutive in comparison to Wang Ke. He was not American, but rather a Brazilian, currently participating in the NCAA in the United States, and had already declared for the upcoming draft. Upon noticing Wang Ke's East Asian features, Rafael shrugged and quickly diverted his gaze. An obscure Asian player was hardly worthy of his consideration, as he was a legitimate draft prospect, had it not been for the substantial financial incentives provided by the event organizers. Rafael would not have graced this court at this moment. Moreover, the Bobcats, being a new team joining the league next season, were sure to trade their top 3 draft picks in order to secure a foundational player. Rafael aimed to enhance his public appeal through this competition, thus increasing his chances of being selected by the Bobcats. For Rafael Arui, this was merely a one-sided match. Chapter 4. Overexertion. Is he here? Wang Ke? Haha. We also have a formidable center now. Just hold your ground against that giant over there. A staff member attempted to pat Wang Ke on the shoulder, only to find he could not reach. Wang Ke initially believed it necessary to verify his identity information, only to discover that it was entirely unnecessary. His towering stature rendered him unmistakable. No one could possibly impersonate him. After Wang Ke waved at Claudia, who was seated in the stands, he fell into silence. In such amateur competitions, there are naturally no roles akin to coaches. It is primarily the players who deliberate on their strategies. The organizers of this event were indeed quite generous, having not only invited the highly regarded draft prospect Rafael Araujo for the upcoming season, but also featuring players with varying degrees of NCAA experience. This can be considered a relatively high-level amateur competition. In contrast, Wang Ke could be classified as an overlooked player, had it not been for his remarkable height and robust physique. Even with the endorsement of Barton Locke, it would have been exceedingly difficult for him to find a place on the roster for this match. At this juncture, the league style of play still favored dominance in the paint, with outstanding centers remaining the preferred foundation for team building. Hey, big guy, make sure to secure the rebounds and protect the rim. Nick, look for the opportunity to cut inside. David, create some space, and I will pass to you. Leave the rest to me. I will unleash a barrage of three-pointers against them. At that moment, a somewhat familiar cherubic face appeared before Wang Ke. Curry? Clay? Could it really be possible to encounter him here? Memories from a past life, once vague, began to crystallize in clarity at this very instant. Wang Ke was somewhat taken aback. Curry was the youngest in the team, yet he effortlessly seized control, commencing with straightforward tactical arrangements and task allocations. This was a testament to Curry's renown. At this moment, he was already a household name throughout North Carolina. Not to mention, he had a star father, Del Curry. The other players on the team, even if they were reluctant to submit to Curry, would undoubtedly show respect for Del Curry. Seth, where is your brother? At that moment, Del Curry was at home, savoring his afternoon tea. Life after retirement had been quite leisurely. Del recalled that today was the weekend, and Stephen Curry should be at home. In recent days, Del had been preparing to have a serious conversation with Stephen about basketball. If Stephen was determined to pursue a career in basketball, Del would personally guide him. My brother went to participate in a commercial game at the Charlotte Arena. He said he wanted to experience what adult basketball is like. Seth Curry candidly revealed his brother's whereabouts. What nonsense. Del Curry frowned. Such amateur adult competitions were rife with unpredictable players, posing a significant danger for the underage Stephen Curry. The risk of injury was far too great. Realizing this, Del could no longer remain seated. He sprang up and rushed toward the door. Dad, wait for me, Seth Curry called out as he chased after him. At the Charlotte Arena, the match was about to commence. Wang Ke and Rafael Arui stood at the center circle, poised to jump for the ball. Wang Ke took a deep breath, feeling a subtle tremor in his hands and feet, a manifestation of his intense nervousness. He was about to face Curry. This match held a significance for Wang Ke that had transformed entirely. Just moments ago, he scanned the stands, seeking the presence of Del Curry. If his performance could leave a lasting impression on Del Curry, it might bolster Wang Ke's aspirations. Escaping his current life and stepping into the league to play basketball was his only option, whether through the draft or securing a 10-day contract via tryout. He was determined. If Wang Ke were to seek an opportunity from Oakley, he might just land a tryout. However, the more opportunities, the better. Lacking a college education and not having played in the NCAA made Wang Ke's path to the league exceedingly arduous. Wang Ke must endeavor to seize every opportunity that presents itself. I find myself questioning whether you have ever engaged in such a comprehensive match before. Standing opposite him, Rafael Arroyo can distinctly sense Wang Ke's anxiety, which renders the experience rather dull for him. The opponent is simply too feeble. Wang Ke remains silent. Are you ready, young lads? The makeshift amateur referee reminded the two players before tossing the ball high into the air. Just as the referee released the ball, Wang Ke propelled himself upwards with a powerful leap. Oh my God! The spectators in the stands instinctively gasped in astonishment. Wang Ke leapt to extraordinary heights. Coupled with his impressive stature, the visual impact was undeniably striking. Even Rafael Araujo was taken aback. In terms of both jump speed and height, Wang Ke appeared to have outclassed him entirely. However, in the next moment, Rafael Araujo burst into laughter. This was because Wang Ke, in his exuberant leap, had inadvertently used his arm rather than his hand to redirect the ball. The basketball was forcefully propelled by Wang Ke, soaring out of balance. Curry had already prepared himself to receive the pass, scratching his head in bewilderment. Could this giant truly play basketball? Upon landing, Wang Ke shook his head slightly, incredulous at his own blunder. Phew. Wang Ke took a deep breath once more, realizing that he must learn to relax. His nerves were undeniably taut. Barton, is this the towering figure you recommended? Surely you do not believe that height equates to basketball prowess. A voice that irked Barton Locke echoed through the air. Flynn Woodlow, a small-time loan shark from another district of Charlotte. He and Barton Locke were both affiliated with the American Wachovia Bank's lending subsidiary, which prided itself on its dual dealings. The game had only just begun. Barton's expression darkened. Damn it, Juan, do not bring me shame. Barton Locke cast a glance at Wang Ke on the court. Muttering under his breath, the B team executed a sideline throw-in, and Rafael Araujo swiftly descended into the paint, positioning himself against Wang Ke while reaching for the ball. As the most illustrious player in this commercial match, Rafael's demand for the ball was naturally met. Upon receiving the ball, he sensed Wang Ke's tension behind him and smiled faintly. Dominating the game was simply exhilarating. Wang Ke stood firm against Rafael Araujo, contemplating how Rafael might launch his attack when, unexpectedly, he witnessed Rafael executing a swift hook shot. The suddenness of Rafael's hook caught Wang Ke off guard, preventing him from making any effective defensive maneuver. Clang! Yet, it did not find its mark. Wang Ke swiftly pivoted and leaped into the air. Wow! The audience erupted in awe once more, for Wang Ke's jump brought him level with the rim. However, the rebound he sought eluded him, slipping from his grasp due to the force with which he clutched it, rolling out of bounds. Another misstep. Chapter 5. The momentum builds. Wang, it's all right. You jumped incredibly high. So cool. Curry rushed over, giving Wang Ke a pat on the back before they exchanged a fist bump. Wang Ke nodded towards Curry. The B team executed a baseline throw-in, and Rafael Araujo called for the ball. Upon receiving it, Rafael Araujo launched a mid-range jumper. At this moment, Wang Ke's heart had found tranquility. He refrained from leaping impulsively, instead opting to utilize his height and wingspan to create sufficient disruption. As Rafael Araujo prepared to jump, Wang Ke swiftly advanced a step, raising his arms high to provide ample interference. Oh! Rafael Araujo was taken aback as two long arms suddenly appeared before him, rendering the hoop nearly invisible. Clang! Rafael Araujo's shot ricocheted off the rim. With arms spread wide, he positioned himself for rebounding, keenly observing the positions of both teammates and opponents, waiting for the opportune moment to seize the board. Wang Ke swiftly turned, extending his arms to completely block Rafael Araujo, who was attempting to dash for the offensive rebound. His imposing physique allowed Wang Ke to dominate the space within the paint. Rafael Araujo realized he could scarcely approach the basket. The trajectory of the rebound was heading directly towards Wang Ke. Wang Ke barely jumped this time, firmly securing the basketball. Rebound 1. Wang Ke swiftly passed the ball to Curry and dashed towards the front court with fervor. Remarkably done. Curry sensed that Wang Ke had rapidly acclimated to the pace of the game. Having a towering center stationed in the paint indeed presented a significant advantage for us. Curry advanced past the half-court with remarkable speed. Observing that Team B's defense was completely out of position, he executed a sudden stop beyond the three-point line and launched a shot. Clang! It missed. The rebound. A player from Team B shouted towards the paint. Yet, a colossal figure leaped into action. With an outstretched arm, he deftly secured the basketball with ease. Wang Ke. Rafael Aru's defensive speed appears to be rather sluggish. Wang Ke has already leaped to seize the board, while Rafael Arujo has only just returned to the vicinity of the three-point line. After Wang Ke landed, Rafael Arujo finally managed to stagger back to the paint. Wang Ke had no intention of launching a personal offensive at this moment. His footwork and skills in the paint were utterly lacking. Here, after Curry's missed shot, he did not remain stagnant but swiftly darted to the corner three-point area. The B team's defense instinctively shifted towards the interior, leaving Curry entirely unguarded. Wang Ke hurled the ball forward. The catch, a leap, the release. Curry's movements flowed effortlessly like water. Swish. The crisp, melodious sound of the basketball swishing through the net resonated. The ball sailed through the hoop with grace. How splendid. Curry was elated. He commenced his head-bobbing performance. Is this all there is to a game for adults? Curry's celebratory gestures were somewhat ostentatious, which left the players of Team B feeling a tinge of discontent. As the match progressed, Curry found himself closely marked. At this moment, attempting another three-pointer became exceedingly arduous. His slender physique hindered his ability to withstand physicality and exert power, making it challenging to execute his technical maneuvers. Yet, Curry still relied on his waist to generate force for his shots, but with a release point too low, he found himself blocked 3 consecutive times. Team B seized the opportunity to catch up and surpass the score. Is this truly a game for adults? Now, it was Curry's turn to feel frustrated. In his eyes, the skills and awareness of these players were subpar, yet they brazenly relied on their physicality to dominate. During this period, Wang Ke merely followed the team, running back and forth. With Curry's shots being blocked, Wang Ke was unable to secure any rebounds. However, he did not leave empty-handed. He had begun to acclimate to the rhythm of the entire game. When Wang Ke adhered strictly to Oakley's instructions during the match, he discovered that everything became remarkably simple. At least on the defensive end, it was so. "Steven, I can set a screen for you," Wang Ke, upon observing the troubled expression etched on Curry's face, called out to him. In this match, Curry was the sole player from either side who harbored goodwill towards Wang Ke. Wang Ke will undoubtedly reciprocate kindness. Excellent. As Curry gazed upon Wang Ke's imposing physique, his eyes sparkled with excitement. During the high school league matches, Curry's team had undoubtedly devised numerous pick-and-roll strategies for him. However, high school students are still in a phase of development, and a physique like Wang Ke's is quite rare. Consequently, the quality of the picks would appear rather ordinary. Nevertheless, even so, Curry was still able to utilize the picks to successfully make a considerable number of three-point shots. Team A launched their offense as Curry dribbled the ball past half-court. Wang Ke emerged from the paint, approaching the three-point line. When executing the screen, maintain a firm stance. Your physique grants you a distinct advantage. Do not entertain the notion of moving your feet to increase the blocking area. Wang Ke cast a glance at Curry, positioning himself strategically before coming to a halt. Bang! The defender tasked with guarding Curry was caught off guard by Wang Ke's solid screen. This effective pick-and-roll left Curry entirely unmarked. Rafael Aru, however, did not swiftly switch his defensive assignment. Instead, he opted for a traditional approach, attempting to hinder Curry's drive near the free throw line. Yet, it was evident that Curry had no intention of driving. He simply gathered the ball and launched a three-pointer. Swish. Such an open opportunity was not one to be squandered by Curry. "Wang, your screen was magnificent," Curry exclaimed, flicking his 3 fingers in excitement, feeling insatiable, and transformed into a relentless shooter. Rafael Aru's expression darkened. His failure to promptly switch defenses made it seem as though he had lost his defensive assignment. As Team B initiated their offense, Rafael Aru once again sought the ball in the low post. Bang! Bang! The moment he received the ball, Rafael Aru collided forcefully with Wang Ke twice. However, Wang Ke's resistance was remarkably tenacious. When one is unafraid psychologically and even relishes the confrontation, no one can score easily in their presence. Wang Ke stood his ground firmly, unyielding in the face of Rafael Aru's aggressive charge. As Rafael was compelled to halt his advance, Wang stepped forward, raising his arms high, effectively pinning him down. Rafael found himself devoid of any shooting space. The other players on Team B clamored for the ball, yet Rafael had no intention of passing. As the most prominent player in this match, he had thus far performed dismally, with a mere 1 successful shot out of 5 attempts. Under Wang's formidable interference, Rafael's shooting percentage plummeted. This time, he opted for a challenging fadeaway jump shot, yet his movements appeared somewhat awkward, resulting in a poor outcome. Wang Ke did not exert pressure with his arms in an attempt to block the shot. Instead, he elevated his arms high and executed a vertical leap. The basketball could not surpass Wang Ke's lengthy reach. It appeared as though he had successfully performed a volleyball-style block. Clap. Wang Ke directly grasped the ball in his hand. A flawless interception. Chapter 6, Conflict. Oh my God. How magnificent. A gasp of astonishment resonated from the stands once more. The atmosphere at the venue surged with excitement. For the casual fans, it was all about reveling in the spectacle. Wang Ke's impressive block undeniably created an exquisite visual spectacle. Is the player who executed the block a prospective lottery pick for the upcoming season? No, it is indeed the one who was blocked. Really? Is the lottery prospect so lackluster? Next season is anticipated to be a weak draft year. I have heard that the Bobcats are expected to trade for a top 3 pick. They must avoid selecting this individual. Indeed, if he cannot even handle an amateur player, why would they choose him? Rafael Alujo, already with a rather dark expression, became increasingly incensed upon overhearing the discussions from the front row. He had intended to enhance his popularity through this match. What is happening now? Team A is on the offensive. Curry's ball handling appears remarkably deft. Wang Ke once again set a screen for Curry beyond the arc. This time, Rafael Alujo opted to switch defenses, charging forward with considerable intensity. Curry, however, remained resolute and took the shot. One cannot help but acknowledge that Curry's ability to shoot three-pointers with the ball in hand is a skill he has possessed since childhood. This is precisely the reason why he has transcended expectations in the league. Practicing only after entering the league would indeed be somewhat tardy. This stark contrast between Lillard and Curry illustrates the point effectively. Lillard clearly began his rigorous training in long-distance shooting only after joining the league, showing improvement each season until he ultimately became a formidable player. Yet, in terms of the prolific production of deep three-pointers, he still falls short of Curry. Nonetheless, Rafael Alujo's advance did pose a significant distraction for Curry. Bang! It didn't go in. A miss and a rebound. Wang Ke leapt into the air once more, securing the rebound with an effortless grace. At this moment, his posture exuded a sense of ease, indicative of his growing awareness of his own physical prowess. In other words, he stood out distinctly among his peers. Despite Rafael Alujo's desperate attempt to defend, the other players on Team B posed no threat to Lin Feng on the boards. How infuriating. A bunch of inept players. Rafael Alujo sprinted back from the three-point line to the paint, but it was too late to safeguard the defensive rebound. What an absurd situation. It was as if he believed himself to be exceptionally skilled. A player from Team B muttered under his breath. Wang Ke, after securing the rebound, still lacks his own offensive prowess. Oakley has not imparted any offensive techniques to Wang Ke either. Wang Ke sought an opportunity to pass the ball back to Curry. However, this time, the outside players of Team B were tightly guarding Curry. Their persistent physical pressure made it exceedingly difficult for Curry to maintain his balance, let alone find an open space to maneuver. Rafael Alujo had already positioned himself behind Wang Ke. Observing Wang Ke's intent to make a pass, Rafael Alujo felt a twinge of disdain. Suddenly, he lunged forward to intercept, nearly succeeding in stealing the ball. Wang Ke furrowed his brows, casting a sidelong glance at the basket behind him. It appeared that this position was not too distant from the hoop. Clearly, Rafael Alujo's thoughts were not focused on defending Wang Ke. He acted decisively. Wang Ke grasped the ball in his right hand, suddenly pivoting and forcefully slamming it towards the hoop. The resounding thud of the basketball swishing through the net left everyone momentarily stunned. For the auditory effect of the event, it was evident that speakers had been installed on the rim. Oh my God! After a brief 2-second silence, it dawned on everyone what had just transpired. The central screen above the arena was replaying the moment in slow motion, despite being merely an amateur commercial match. The American subsidiary of Wachovia Bank clearly possessed ample financial resources. The venue was equipped with all the necessary arrangements. In the slow-motion replay, Wang Ke, with one hand, executed a powerful dunk over Rafael Alujo, who, having been dunked on, was left utterly speechless. Wang Ke's height and wingspan are astonishingly lengthy. He doesn't even need to jump. The sheer frustration is palpable. At this moment, Rafael Alujo is not merely disheartened, but teetering on the brink of despair. In this instant, he wishes to attribute the recent scene to a lapse in his defensive efforts. However, the remnants of his rationale remind him that even had he been diligent in his defense, he would still have been overpowered by Wang Ke's dunk. For Wang Ke executed it with such ease. Previously, during rebounds and screens, Rafael could find excuses, but now, with Wang Ke's physical prowess on full display, It is nearly impossible for Raphael to deny the truth. This realization unsettles Raphael's mind profoundly. He had anticipated a one-sided affair, but unexpectedly, someone is playing the role of a cunning predator. With a furrowed brow, Raphael strides towards the front court, feeling trapped in a predicament. As the most prominent figure in this commercial match, Raphael has undeniably performed rather poorly thus far. "Give me that damn ball," Raphael bellows at his teammates. He is now solely focused on retaliating with a dunk of his own. Raphael's reception in the paint is remarkably smooth. Wang Ke exhibits an unwavering commitment to a conservative defensive strategy. Suddenly, Raphael Arroyo lets out a thunderous roar as he prepares for an emphatic dunk. Wang Ke's expression turns stern as he firmly secured his position, raising his arms high to steadfastly guard the defensive pillar. It must be said that in terms of subtle defensive maneuvers, Wang Ke remains rather naive. Oakley has advised him on this matter numerous times. Yet Wang Ke prefers to approach matters with honesty and directness. Wang Ke is certainly not a virtuous individual. If provoked on the court, he would resort to delivering a knockout punch to his adversary. Raphael Arroyo's momentum for a dunk appeared quite formidable. However, he soon encountered a critical flaw. His vertical leap seemed insufficient. Raphael Arroyo is not a high flyer, but rather leans towards a traditional post player. When facing opponents of standard height and wingspan, his jumping ability suffices. Yet, at this moment, he aimed to dunk over Wang Ke, which proved to be rather inadequate. Raphael Arroyo inadvertently delivered the basketball directly into Wang Ke's hands. Wang Ke cast a puzzled glance at Raphael Arroyo, effortlessly seizing the ball in his grasp. Another remarkable block. Was the opponent merely playing the role of a supporting character? A sudden thought flashed through Wang Ke's mind, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his lips. Upon landing, he swiftly passed the ball to Curry and dashed towards the front court. Damn it! At this moment, Raphael Arroyo found himself at a loss for words. Unable to utter a single curse, and could only exert himself to chase back, Curry steadied his grip and refrained from taking a contested three-pointer. Once both teams had positioned themselves, Curry signaled for Wang Ke to come forward for a screen. Wang Ke's pick-and-roll remains remarkably solid. His imposing physique bestows him with a natural advantage. Raphael Arroyo opted for a defensive switch, and in that instant, the expression on his face turned utterly serious. Curry initiated a small versus large confrontation. After executing a crossover, he surged towards the right side. Arroyo swiftly shifted laterally, attempting to obstruct Curry's path to the basket. Curry executed a half-turn, seemingly intent on altering his direction of attack. Do not even think about getting past. Arroyo hastily shifted once more, preparing to deliver a fierce physical challenge to Curry. At that precise moment, Curry unexpectedly performed a step back, retreating beyond the three-point arc. Arroyo's footwork became utterly perplexed, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Curry released his shot from beyond the three-point line. Wang Ke observed the basketball soaring through the air, tracing a perfect arc, and was convinced that it would surely make the basket. Swish. Impressive. Aha. No, no, no. Curry began to shake his head with exaggerated glee, his celebratory antics appearing particularly insufferable. Coupled with his childlike, cherubic face, Curry resembled an obnoxious little brat at that moment. FK. FK. And you? Raphael Arroyo was utterly incensed. Rising from the ground, Raphael charged straight at Curry. Curry felt a rush of wind approaching him, the shadow of a fist enlarging in his vision. In that instant, his mind went blank. Stop. Chapter 7. Father and Son. Stop. A furious shout echoed from the sidelines. Yet, the distant plea could not quench the immediate threat, as the fist was already swinging toward Curry's face. A middle-aged man surged onto the court in a fit of rage. Brother, be careful. Another youthful voice rang out. At this moment, Raphael Arroyo had completely lost his composure, swinging a punch aimed at Curry's face. I'm going to die. Curry shut his eyes, his mind consumed by that singular thought. However, the colossal fist did not connect with his head. Huh? That doesn't hurt? Curry cautiously opened his left eye, followed by his right. The fist was nearly touching his nose, having failed to advance any further. It was not that Raphael Arroyo had suddenly regained his composure. Rather, a large hand had firmly grasped his arm, preventing it from moving an inch further. Wang Ke's right hand was remarkably steady, so much so that Raphael Arroyo found himself utterly immobilized, unable to advance or retreat. The excruciating pain radiating from his arm jolted Raphael back to reality. At that moment, Del Curry surged in front of Raphael, seizing his jersey with a fierce grip. Despite the apparent difference in stature, Del Curry resembled an enraged lion, ready to pounce. Had it not been for Wang Ke, Curry would surely have suffered a concussion from that punch. He was merely 15 years old. Stay calm. Stay composed. The staff rushed over in haste. Oh my. It's Del. Del has arrived. As a former luminary of the Charlotte Hornets, Del Curry was a figure of immense renown in the city, and many spectators had recognized him by now. Apologize. Del Curry intoned coldly, fixing his gaze upon Raphael. The latter's face flushed crimson. The pain inflicted by Wang Ke still coursing through his arm, compounded by the pressure of Del Curry's imposing presence. Raphael felt an overwhelming sense of frustration welling up within him. I'm sorry. Sorry. Raphael managed to utter through gritted teeth. Humph. Del Curry shot Raphael a menacing glare before releasing his grip. As a public figure, Del Curry would never resort to actual violence in a public setting. Thank you. Turning his attention back to Wang Ke, Del Curry acknowledged him with a nod. Subsequently, he hoisted Curry to the sidelines as if he were a mere chick. What possessed you to participate in such a contest? A stern voice echoed from the sidelines. Wang Ke gazed at the scene unfolding at the sidelines, his eyes betraying a sense of envy. While it is undoubtedly true that Stephen Curry's remarkable success in the future can be attributed to his exceptional talent, one cannot overlook the invaluable guidance and support provided by Del Curry. Without such mentorship, it is likely that Curry, with his currently slender physique, would have faced the grim fate of going undrafted. Diligence is indeed crucial, yet one must also possess the key to enter the arena. Wang Ke cast another glance at Del Curry, contemplating whether there would be an opportunity for further conversation after the game. He yearned for that chance. The reprimands from the sidelines persisted, and the match continued unabated. However, Curry would not return to the court. Despite his absence, the A-team's strength suffered a significant blow. Conversely, B-team's cornerstone, Raphael Alui, had his mentality completely shattered. Though he remained on the court, his impact was negligible. In contrast, Wang Ke, buoyed by the certainty of Del Curry's presence, played with heightened focus and seriousness. This commercial match did not unfold in the typical 4 quarters, but rather in 2 halves of 20 minutes each, reminiscent of NCAA formats. Ultimately, the A-team triumphed with a resounding score of 71-55 against the B-team. Despite some interruptions, this commercial match concluded successfully. Victory was theirs. Wang Ke excitedly waved his arm. In this moment, Wang Ke truly felt exhilarated. This was his first time participating in a full match, and he emerged victorious. Wang, your physical prowess is simply extraordinary. It surpasses that so-called lottery pick on the opposing team. Wang, I believe you would undoubtedly be selected if you entered the draft. The players from Team A gathered around Wang Ke, their spirits lifted by the triumph. Most importantly, the victorious players of this match would receive an additional monetary reward. Isn't that delightful? Wang, thank you for standing up for this young man. Del Curry approached with the Curry brothers, expressing his gratitude to Wang Ke once more. The other players, aware that they had matters to discuss, tactfully stepped away. Indeed, Del Curry is a celebrity in Charlotte, though he has not yet reached the level of adoration reserved for stars. No worries. Wang Ke chuckled and said, I told you there's nothing to worry about. Father, you won't even let me continue the game. Stephen Curry murmured beside him. Partnering with Wang Ke in this match proved to be an exhilarating experience for Stephen Curry. What does a sharpshooter yearn for? A solid rebounding presence. Wang Ke's mastery over the boards in this game was nothing short of exemplary. While the statistics may not shine brightly, Wang Ke's unwavering focus on boxing out enabled his teammates to effortlessly secure rebounds. Even Stephen Curry himself managed to snag several boards while positioned behind Wang Ke. This left him feeling quite disgruntled about being unable to continue playing. This is absurd. Do you truly believe you're impressive now? Wow, a prolific scorer from North Carolina? The very mechanics of your shot and your height simply do not align with the adult game. And your frail physique. If you genuinely wish to pursue a career in basketball, I shall personally conduct intensive training with you in the forthcoming days. Otherwise, you may find that no collegiate team would be willing to recruit you. Humph. Del Curry's tone grew exceedingly serious as he gave his son a light tap on the head. These words were originally intended to be conveyed later, but Stephen Curry's insufferable demeanor compelled Del Curry to express them immediately. Intensive training? At this moment, Wang Ke felt a stir within his heart. He found himself utterly devoid of knowledge in the realm of offense. His shooting posture was far from standard. If only he could receive guidance from the likes of Stephen Curry. Ahem, might I have the opportunity to join the specialized training? Wang Ke cleared his throat and, with some difficulty, began to speak. The feeling of soliciting a favor is rather unpleasant. Although Wang Ke had indeed supported Curry on the court moments ago, the significance of that gesture was not particularly weighty. After all, conflicts on the basketball court are exceedingly commonplace. Nevertheless, Del Curry cast a surprised glance at Wang Ke, but ultimately nodded in agreement. The prospect of an additional participant in the special training posed no difference for Del Curry. It also conveniently served as a means to reciprocate the favor just bestowed upon him. Thank you. Wang Ke clenched his fist, seizing yet another opportunity. Del Curry raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Wang Ke. He seemed to be quite a promising talent. Wow. Wang, we can train together. Stephen Curry appeared exceedingly excited. In his youthful exuberance, Stephen had already regarded Wang Ke as a close brother. Tomorrow at 2 p.m., meet at this location. Del Curry provided Wang Ke with an address before departing with his sons. Wang, see you tomorrow. Stephen Curry turned back and waved at Wang Ke. Wang Ke also waved his hand. At that moment, the excitement within him was becoming increasingly difficult to contain. Claudia, Wang Ke called out towards the stands, eager to share this delightful news with Claudia. Chapter 8. This task is beyond our capabilities. Aha, Wang, you have truly brought me great honor. Barton Locke approached from the side, patting Wang Ke on the back, his joy evident. Barton, Wang Ke had no choice but to pause momentarily. As Claudia descended from the stands at that moment, Wang, come, this is your reward, Barton Locke exclaimed, producing a 1,000-meter note and placing it into Wang Ke's hand. Simultaneously, he cast a provocative gesture towards Flynn Woodrow in the stands, embodying a sense of triumph. At the onset of the match, Barton Locke had been thoroughly vexed by Flynn Woodrow. However, as Wang Ke acclimated to the rhythm of the game and showcased an increasingly formidable performance, Barton Locke finally retaliated. Humph. Flynn Woodrow in the stands let out a disdainful huff, glancing at Wang Ke and Barton Locke before descending from the opposite side of the stands. His expression radiating displeasure. Is she your girlfriend? Go by her address. Barton Locke, in high spirits, observed Claudia standing beside Wang Ke with her head lowered in anticipation. And he counted out 5 more bills to hand over to Wang Ke. The money was trivial. What mattered was the preservation of dignity. Wang Ke chuckled softly, accepting it without hesitation. By the way, Barton, I shall continue my training tomorrow afternoon. Wang Ke greeted him. Oh, is it that villain Charles again? Barton Locke nodded with a smile, for he was indeed a significant figure. Wang Ke's training has evidently yielded results, as this match has certainly brought him honor. When venturing into the world, particularly in their line of work, it is reputation that one strives to uphold. No, it is Del Curry. I have secured the opportunity to train intensively alongside him. Wang Ke smiled and said, Del Curry? Barton Locke cast a deep glance at Wang Ke and then chuckled softly. Wang, you do not belong here. Quite well. Barton Locke then pulled out a stack of bills from his pocket. Take this. Do not skimp on your meals. If you truly get the chance to enter the league in the future, I will also have my share of pride. Barton Locke extended his fist towards Wang Ke. Thank you. Wang Ke extended his right fist for a brief moment. Barton Locke waved his hand dismissively and sauntered away with an air of nonchalance. In that instant, Wang Ke felt a stir within his heart. Let us go, Claudia. I shall procure a garment for you. Wang Ke naturally took Claudia's left hand. Is that really necessary? You need to take care of yourself. Claudia did not pull away this time, yet she still kept her head down, gazing at her toes. Your words carry a certain ambiguity. Wang Ke took Claudia into the shopping mall. Another drink. Bang. In a bar frequented by Charlotte. Raphael Ariu slammed his empty glass onto the table, the loud noise drawing the attention of several patrons. He was overwhelmed with frustration, harboring a simmering anger that he could not express. Raphael, it has been clarified. He is merely a thug under a small-time loan shark. I believe it is unnecessary to focus our attention on such a person. A man, dressed impeccably in a suit and appearing to be around 30, approached. Lucius, you are my agent. Resolve this matter for me. Since he is merely a minor player, help me assert my stance. If you cannot accomplish this, I shall seek another. Raphael Ariu fixed his gaze on Lucius Robin. All right, I will take care of it. Lucius Robin shrugged. This Basque individual is quite troublesome. However, it is not a significant issue. Lucius Robin was merely a fledgling agent, having only recently embarked on his career. His sole client was Raphael Ariu, being of Basque descent, lacked roots in America, and was thus vulnerable to Lucius Robin's exploitation. Once Raphael Ariu became a lottery pick and signed with a league team, even the commission from a rookie contract would ensure a substantial profit for Lucius Robin. Hence, he was quite invested in meeting Raphael Ariu's demands. Raphael, enter the private room. After making a call, Lucius Robin gestured for Raphael Arroyo to follow him. The two entered a private chamber, shrouded in swirling smoke, causing Raphael Arroyo to involuntarily furrow his brow. Despite being a hot prospect for the lottery, Raphael enjoyed the nightlife but refrained from engaging in certain activities. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air within the room, soon drowned out by the pulsating music from outside. Both Raphael Arroyo and Lucius Robin flinched simultaneously. "Sit. We have matters to discuss. As you know, the gang is perpetually embroiled in a plethora of messy affairs. What brings you here amidst such chaos?" A slender man sat on the couch, a foot resting on the back of another individual. It was this very man who had just let out the scream, his finger having been brutally snapped. Upon recognizing Raphael Arroyo's presence, the slender man paused momentarily before producing a gun and tossing it onto the table before him. Raphael Arroyo felt a shiver run through him, beginning to regret his decision to enter this private room. "Mike, please teach someone a lesson." Lucius Robin took a deep breath, but he felt considerably more composed. Such scenes were commonplace in the lower echelons of American society. He had encountered them before. There are myriad ways to administer a lesson, each with its own price. "What level of severity do you desire?" Mike Roberts, a rather diminutive man, stood before him. Lucius Robin glanced at Raphael Arroyo. "Maim him." Raphael Arroyo's voice trembled slightly, yet he felt a surge of exhilaration after uttering those words. $10,000. Mike Roberts furrowed his brow, seemingly provoked by the term maim. Before extending a finger, "This is merely the base rate. The cost will be doubled according to the severity of the individual's troubles," he added. "Mike, that is exorbitant." Lucius Robin frowned and looked back at Raphael Arroyo. "Agreed. However, I require photographs post-maiming." Raphael Arroyo gritted his teeth and acquiesced. His family was relatively well off, and $10,000 was within his means. It would, however, preclude him from frequenting nightclubs for the following months. But that was of little concern. Once he entered the league as a lottery pick, he would not lack for funds to indulge in nightlife. At that moment, even the last pick in the lottery earned an annual salary of $1.5 million. If he were to place in the top 5, the figure would soar to $3 million, and the first overall pick commanded a starting salary of $4 million. The league's salary cap had risen rapidly since the dawn of the new century. What was required now was an insatiable ambition. Only then could he focus wholeheartedly on preparing for the league. This was Raphael Arroyo's train of thought. "Deal. Provide me with this individual's accurate information." Mike Roberts smiled, his demeanor transforming into one of friendliness. With the deal struck, they were now friends. Lucius Robin handed over a folder. A subordinate took it and passed it to Mike Roberts. Upon opening the folder, a name appeared before his eyes. Mike Roberts' entire body stiffened. Confusion etched across the faces of Raphael Arroyo and Lucius Robin. "We cannot take on this job. Seek someone else. Exit to the right. It's a clear path." Chapter 9. The God of Basketball. "Why?" Lucius Robin queried in bewilderment. He did not know many people in Charlotte. If Mike Roberts could not handle it, he was at a loss for whom to approach next. He had no desire to endure such a scene again. Some burdens cling to us, impossible to cast off. Raphael Arroyo, standing nearby, felt as though he were being toyed with. For a fleeting moment, he nearly lost his composure, instinctively taking a step forward and clenching his fist. However, in the next instant, clarity returned. Mike Roberts raised his firearm, proclaiming equality among all, with firepower reigning supreme. Apologies were uttered, and they hastily prepared to depart. Raphael Arroyo found himself apologizing for the second time that day, while Lucius Robin bowed and pulled him out of the private room. In that moment, both men felt a sense of disorientation and despair. When the gun was truly aimed at them, fear consumed their hearts. Mike Roberts lowered his weapon, feeling a twinge of boredom. What did size matter? In the face of a gun, even the most imposing figures could cower like frightened dogs. The thought of another giant came unbidden to his mind, a true titan. No, do not think of him. Why conjure such memories? Suddenly, Mike Roberts spiraled into a frenzy. As if haunted by a great terror, the pain in his shoulder exacerbated his sense of chaos. Not everyone quails before the barrel of a gun. That giant had taken a bullet to his shoulder, yet charged forth, as if unscathed, shattering his scapula in the process. He had been maimed by that colossal figure. Upon exiting the bar, Raphael Arroyo and Lucius Robin exchanged a glance, both feeling as if they had narrowly escaped a dire fate. Neither had the mood for further conversation. As for revenge against Wang Ke, that would have to wait, as Raphael could only bottle his feelings inside for now. Mike Roberts stiffened at the mention of Wang Ke's name, a reaction that did not go unnoticed by Raphael Alui and Lucius Robin. The intense response from a local gang leader to Wang Ke's name spoke volumes. It indicated that Wang Ke was not to be trifled with. Lucius Robin sensed a gap in his investigation, realizing that Wang Ke might be more than just a lowly loan shark's enforcer. Wang Ke had a delightful day. Claudia still appeared to be shy, yet when confronted by Wang Ke, she no longer shied away. As he escorted Claudia home that evening, Wang Ke caught a glimpse of the meaningful gaze from Shini Eraiwan. Wang, you could take your time returning her home. Perhaps you should invite her to your place for a leisurely visit? Shini Eraiwan suggested, gesturing towards the door next door, still carrying the scent of alcohol. Wang Ke chuckled and shook his head, asserting that it was not yet time for that. In this life, Wang Ke remained an innocent young man. Unlike in his previous existence, having lived 2 lives, he felt no youthful restlessness typical of his age. What occupied Wang Ke's thoughts and actions now was the desire to escape this place, accompanied by Shini Eraiwan and Claudia Aiwan. Wang, you ought to be more of a man. I am indifferent to it. I wish for my sister to find a good home. I know you inside and out. Who else can truly fathom what lies beneath the surface? Oh goodness. Today, I witnessed a spirited young fellow at the shop receiving an injection. Wang, such substances must absolutely be avoided. Shini Eraiwan continued to ramble, his intoxication becoming apparent. Shini, are you not also single? Wang Ke chuckled as he pushed Zenial Avon back. Oh, for heaven's sake. Do you not comprehend why I remain single? Do you believe I am incapable of finding someone? It is all for Claudia. She is unanchored. I have found someone, yet she remains elusive. This is my fate. She deserves better. Do you think I introduced my sister to you solely because of your towering stature and robust physique? Because you possess the strength to protect Claudia? Or would I ever consider a loan shark? My sister marrying a loan shark? That is utterly unacceptable. I, as her brother, feel utterly helpless. Bang. Wang Ke decisively shut the door. The voice of Shini Eraiwan was already tinged with a hint of tears. It was not only Wang Ke who wished to escape this place, it was everyone. No one desires to reside in a location where life is perpetually at risk. Now, yet another opportunity lay before Wang Ke. He needed to seize it. The following morning, Wang Ke rose early. Glancing at his phone, he found no messages from Oakley. This indicated that Oakley would not be coming to train Wang Ke today. Wang Ke need not provide any explanation to Oakley. He can directly attend the specialized training session with Del Curry in the afternoon. Hey, Robert. Hey, Michael. This is Haha. No need for introductions. The notorious Charles. I am your fan. Robert Johnson chuckled as he shook hands with Oakley. Standing beside them was none other than the basketball deity, Michael Jordan. As the owner of the newly established Bobcats team, Robert Johnson appeared to be brimming with enthusiasm lately. Michael, you are the connoisseur of basketball. Are you truly not considering it any further? The position of operations director for the Bobcats will always be reserved for you. To be honest, basketball does not captivate my interest that much. However, I have become the first African-American owner in the history of the league. I feel I have accomplished something monumental. Robert Johnson remarked with a smile. If I continue to be involved in the league, it will solely be in the capacity of a team owner. Jordan replied with a faint smile. Okay, I understand. Should I decide to part with the Bobcats, you will be my first choice. I have stated before. My enthusiasm for basketball is rather tepid. Robert Johnson nodded, fully aware that Jordan had been severely let down by Wizards owner Abe Pollin. The experience had left its mark on him. 3 years prior, when Jordan made his comeback with the Wizards, terms had been agreed upon. Due to the league's regulations prohibiting players from holding equity in teams, Jordan relinquished his shares in the Wizards. Pollin promised Jordan that he would regain the same stake after Jordan retired once more. Jordan's return had skyrocketed the market value of the Wizards. However, when Jordan retired again, Pollin unceremoniously ejected him from the team, regaining those shares. It was a mere illusion. That is all I need to hear. Jordan patted Robert Johnson on the shoulder. Haha, Michael, you are indeed the pride of our community. Robert Johnson laughed heartily. Once the two groups parted ways, Jordan patted Oakley on the shoulder. Charles, it is beneficial for you to meet more individuals in the business realm. After being betrayed by Pollin, Jordan experienced a period of gloom. Yet he quickly rallied to continue with the next phase of his life. Just as on the court, setbacks only served to make Jordan more resilient. Pollin had unveiled the profound disdain held by some white individuals towards a black player. It also made Jordan acutely aware of the arduous journey from being a laborer to becoming a capitalist. Even though Jordan was the finest among players, possessing immense influence worldwide. However, In the eyes of team owners and capitalists, Jordan was merely a tool for harvesting profits. Thus, Jordan resolved to take a decisive step and become an owner of a team. When the Bobcats were established, Jordan had just been ousted by Abby Pollin and was unable to maneuver in time. He could only continue to wait for an opportunity. At this moment, Jordan was keen on interacting with these successful business figures. I am merely a retired player. I have no interest or capability in such matters. Oakley shrugged and chuckled. You old fellows. Patrick aspires to be a head coach. That guy Charles Barkley has become a commentator. And you? Have you truly become the life mentor for down-and-out players? Who have you softened your heart for this time? It's not even the end of the season yet, and the draft is still 2 months away. Jordan responded with a faint smile, showing his disapproval of Oakley's sentimentality. The reason why certain players went undrafted was justifiable. Jordan expressed that he was only slightly interested in the top draft picks. He had heard of a young man referred to as the Beast, who possessed remarkable physical attributes. Michael, these players have their struggles. Oakley continued. And by the way, Big Ben has already become a core player in the league. Oakley chuckled helplessly. Big Ben is indeed impressive. Jordan nodded. So, who is the lucky lad you're bringing to me this time? Jordan inquired with a grin. A young man even more talented than Big Ben. His physical prowess, in my view, can rival the 4 great sinners. Oakley replied, finally seizing the opportunity to speak of Wang Ke. In recent days, Jordan had been domineeringly introducing Oakley to various individuals, scarcely giving him a chance to speak. Physical attributes rivaling the 4 great sinners? You can't be referring to that kid Dwight Howard, can you? He's the favorite for the top pick and is virtually locked in. Does he still need your assistance? Or have you discovered a super prospect that other teams have overlooked? Jordan mused, intrigued. Indeed, many scouts are incompetent. Oakley handed Jordan the detailed profile of Wang Ke, which he had printed earlier. Jordan glanced at it, first raising an eyebrow, then furrowing his brow. Charles, a few trial opportunities are trivial for me, but others may qualify. He does not. Jordan asked seriously. Is it because of his past with loan sharks? Oakley furrowed his brow. Indeed, there are numerous talented players. But is it necessary for us to assist someone who is so self-destructive? Allow me to finish. I am aware he must be facing considerable challenges. Many individuals from our group have emerged from impoverished backgrounds, yet they have consistently persevered for the love of basketball, adhering to principles and regulating their conduct. From this information, all I perceive is a loan shark suddenly proclaiming a desire to play basketball. I cannot discern any genuine passion for the sport within him, nor can I detect sincerity. We ought not to entangle ourselves in such complications. Jordan placed a reassuring hand on Oakley's shoulder and declined outright. Oakley's frown deepened. Michael, I still believe you should meet him. He saved my adopted daughter. Perhaps after you see him, you might reconsider. Oakley made one final appeal, having resolved in his heart. He was determined to assist until the end. If Jordan was unwilling, Oakley would have to seek other connections. After retirement, the disparity in status between Oakley and Jordan was undeniable. Many teams might not accord Oakley any favor, but they would certainly extend courtesies to Jordan. For instance, Pat Riley of the Miami Heat sought to retire Jordan's iconic number 23 jersey, despite him never having played for the Heat. Chapter 10, Shooting Training. At 1 p.m., Wang Ke arrived early at the address provided by Del Curry. It was a private basketball training facility. Upon mentioning Del Curry's name, Wang Ke was promptly admitted. Observing that Del Curry had yet to arrive, Wang Ke seized a basketball and began to practice. The ambience of this venue was vastly superior to the dilapidated gymnasium Wang Ke had previously encountered. Thud, thud, bang. As Del Curry entered the training facility with the Curry brothers, these sounds echoed continuously. Wow, Dad, that towering figure, Wang, has already arrived. Curry exclaimed with delight upon seeing Wang Ke again. Forming a new friendship invariably brings joy, particularly when this new companion stands out on the court, embodying the essence of camaraderie among men. Furthermore, Wang Ke's imposing physique rendered him a giant in Curry's eyes, especially given his remarkable skills on the court. This left the adolescent Curry feeling that he had forged an extraordinary friendship. Quite impressive, Del Curry remarked, observing Wang Ke drenched in sweat on the court, a look of admiration gracing his face. After their departure yesterday, Del Curry took the initiative to conduct a brief investigation into Wang Ke's background. After all, one cannot train alongside their son without a degree of understanding about the individual. The association with loan sharks was a concern for Del Curry. However, further inquiry revealed certain aspects that took him by surprise. Wang Ke has surprisingly garnered a commendable reputation within the grassroots community. Even those burdened by debt seldom speak ill of him. In fact, many express a preference for having Wang Ke as their debt collector. Furthermore, he has no overt affiliations with any gangs, nor does he bear any tattoos. While the presence or absence of tattoos bears no intrinsic connection to a person's character, it is indeed a rarity in lower-income neighborhoods to find someone without them. Recently, even Curry contemplated getting tattooed, as it has become a fashionable trend among students. However, he was firmly dissuaded by Del Curry. When an individual can defy prevailing trends, it signifies a distinctiveness that sets them apart. Such a person must possess clarity of thought and the resilience to withstand societal pressures. In the grassroots community, simply refusing to get tattooed could provoke violence or even threats with firearms, as certain realities defy logic. These qualities only serve to heighten Del Curry's interest and admiration for Wang Ke. Wang. Curry called out to him. Wang Ke halted upon hearing the sound and quickly approached Del Curry. "You've been here for a while, haven't you?" "Let us begin," Del Curry said with a smile. "All right." Wang Ke instinctively clenched his fist, a surge of excitement and anticipation blossoming within him. "Seth, you shall act as the ball boy. Stephen, Wang, you two will first take turns shooting in the designated areas." Del Curry instructed with authority. "Very well." Wang Ke and Curry both nodded in unison, while Seth Curry let out a lamentation, regretting his decision to tag along. "I should have known better," he muttered. Being 2 years younger than his brother and still in middle school, Del Curry was evidently not inclined to allow Seth to participate in the specialized training, believing it would only hinder rather than help his development. Furthermore, there was no certainty that Seth would pursue a career in basketball. The specialized training commenced earnestly. "Stephen, elevate your shooting point. Begin your shots from inside the paint. Do not dwell solely on three-pointers. Only once you have adapted to the new shooting angle and technique should you venture beyond the arc. Your release must be swift. The power should flow seamlessly from your feet to your waist and finally to your wrist, executed in one fluid motion." "Wang, hold on a moment. Come over here." Del Curry summoned Wang Ke to his side. It was evident that Wang had been trying to emulate Curry's shooting technique, which Del deemed a bit too eager. "Wang, everyone possesses a shooting style that suits them best. Stephen, due to his height and the nature of competition, must release the ball quickly to secure adequate shooting space. However, this does not apply to you. Your height and leaping ability render you nearly impervious to being blocked under normal circumstances. Thus, you may afford a slightly slower release to seek a better shooting rhythm and stability. I believe David Robinson's shooting technique might be quite suitable for you. You should consider it." Del began to guide Wang Ke on his shooting gestures. At this moment, Wang Ke felt a renewed emotional stir within him. Del Curry did not dismiss him lightly. Rather, he provided guidance tailored to his actual circumstances. Mastery of shooting necessitates prolonged practice to cultivate muscle memory. Each shot must be executed with a standard posture to ensure consistency and release. This is the objective you ought to pursue at your current stage, rather than merely focusing on whether the ball goes in or not. Del Curry's voice intermittently resonated from the sidelines, while the court was filled with the rhythmic sound of missed shots. Adapting to a new shooting technique is not a simple endeavor. Wang Ke's shooting ability had previously been inadequate, and after adopting a new shooting technique, his aim had deteriorated even further. His shots either clanged off the rim or veered off course entirely, with the occasional airball thrown in for good measure. Nevertheless, Wang Ke remained undeterred. Adhering to Del Curry's guidance, recognizing that maintaining a proper shooting posture and a stable hand position upon release were of utmost importance. Clearly, Curry's shooting prowess far surpassed that of Wang Ke. After a period of adjustment, Curry was able to achieve a commendable shooting percentage with the new technique. 3 hours of training swiftly elapsed, and naturally, Del Curry would not have Wang Ke and Curry train incessantly. There were intervals for rest. However, even during these breaks, Wang Ke diligently practiced his shooting form, occasionally seeking advice from Del Curry regarding shooting techniques and insights. In Wang Ke, Del Curry sensed an urgency. For Curry, becoming a professional player was a mere passion, while for Wang Ke, it appeared to be a lifeline. Wang Ke's emotions were particularly evident at the conclusion of the training session. "May I join you all for training again next time?" A glimmer of yearning once again flickered in Wang Ke's eyes. This afternoon's training had already proven immensely beneficial for him. However, the journey of perfecting one's shooting technique is an enduring endeavor, one that cannot be transformed in merely 2 or 3 hours. Perhaps Curry could achieve such feats, for he possesses an extraordinary talent for shooting. Wang Ke does not possess such innate talent, He can only rely on dedicating himself to extensive training. Indeed, such training will occur once a week. Stephen is still pursuing his high school studies. Please come by at the same time and place next Sunday. At this moment, Del Curry's admiration for Wang Ke has intensified. This afternoon's training left a profoundly positive impression on Del Curry. Seeing is believing. Del Curry certainly has a discerning eye for talent. Wang Ke is entirely distinct from the petty thugs of the lower strata. Becoming a loan shark enforcer may stem from a place of hardship. Wang, forgive my impertinence, but may I inquire about the professions of your parents? At this moment, Del Curry also perceives Wang Ke as a promising talent. Should Wang Ke pursue a conventional university education and participate in the NCAA, given his physical prowess, he could undoubtedly secure a spot in the lottery picks. Alas, both of my parents are no longer with us. Wang Ke furrowed his brows, a look of reminiscence crossing his face, before he shook his head. I apologize. I should not have brought it up. You have endured much. This basketball training facility is my establishment. With this card in hand, you are welcome to train here at your convenience. Del Curry felt a sense of understanding wash over him, and at that moment, he produced a black card and extended it toward Wang Ke. Thank you. Wang Ke accepted the call. At this moment, to refuse would be nothing short of pretentious. Wang Ke requires a training facility of this caliber. The previous dilapidated basketball court, lacking even a net on the hoop, was indeed in substandard condition. Oakley had long desired to invite Wang Ke to other training venues. Yet his offers were consistently declined by Wang Ke. This was a matter of principle. Oakley had already repaid Wang Ke's life-saving act towards his adopted daughter by agreeing to provide him with training guidance. Wang Ke could not afford to pay for training at a superior basketball facility himself. It would be unreasonable to continuously expect Oakley to bear the expenses. In truth, it is merely a matter of his own insignificant pride. Wang Ke gazed at the departing figures of the Del Curry family, then glanced at the black card in his hand, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Throughout this journey, he had, in truth, been the recipient of assistance and support from others. The majority of this aid was accepted, either willingly or reluctantly, while a small portion was declined due to a misguided sense of pride. However, in reality, such refusals held little significance. In the eyes of influential figures like Oakley and Del Curry, his rejections might seem rather laughable. He decided to remember these moments. There would undoubtedly be opportunities for reciprocity in the future. Wang Ke picked up the basketball and continued his shooting practice. At this moment, he had developed a certain awareness of his physical talents. Even when compared to active players in the league, he held his own quite admirably. This realization afforded him the confidence to aspire to greater heights. What Wang Ke needed to do now was to relentlessly enhance his skills and patiently await the arrival of opportunity. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of iron striking echoed throughout the training court. Nevertheless, Wang Ke's shooting form was becoming increasingly refined. Acknowledging the limitations of his natural shooting talent, he resolved to compensate through diligent practice. Occasionally, he would feel a twinge of pain at the sight of the bullet wound on his right shoulder. Wang Ke remained unfazed. This might pose a potential risk, yet it was not an aspect that required his immediate attention. In the ensuing days, Wang Ke led a fulfilling life, training alongside Curry every weekend. Furthermore, Oakley's coaching continued unabated. Upon learning that Wang Ke was undergoing training with Del Curry, Oakley chuckled, clearly delighted by the news. This interaction also led to a meeting between Oakley and Del Curry, during which they engaged in an extensive conversation. Charles, I am somewhat curious as to why you are so invested in Wang, Del Curry remarked, observing Oakley's earnest efforts on Wang Ke's behalf. Del Curry's assistance to Wang Ke was, at best, casual. However, Oakley seemed to exert considerable effort. I wish to do something for certain individuals, that's all. There is no complex reasoning behind it. Moreover, he saved my daughter. My endeavors for him are far from excessive. Oakley replied with a smile. I understand. Del Curry nodded in acknowledgement. For these athletes, the paths available after retirement are rather limited. The chances of becoming a head coach or a general manager are exceedingly rare. The majority of players find themselves grappling with financial concerns a few years post-retirement. Sometimes, dedicating oneself to assist another and witnessing their growth can serve as a profound spiritual solace, a different form of continuation on the court. Half a month later, Oakley was set to leave Charlotte. He could not remain there indefinitely. Before his departure, he treated Wang Ke to a sumptuous meal. Wang, you are the most athletically gifted player I have ever encountered. Truly, I have never seen anyone of your height exhibit such agility. Focus on your training from here on out. As for other matters, let go of what you can. I can assist you with living expenses. I will keep a tab for you. Be patient and wait for opportunities. They will arise. Oakley spoke earnestly to Wang Ke. Following a brief conversation with Jordan, Oakley did not receive a definitive response. He planned to return to Houston and subsequently have a discussion with Ewing, who still had some connections within the Knicks. Oakley also intended to pay a visit to Yao Ming. Wang Ke is evidently of Chinese descent. Should he garner attention from the Dragon Kingdom? It might aid his entry into the league. However, Oakley does not harbor high hopes in this regard, as another player from the Dragon Kingdom is currently facing a ban. Oakley remains oblivious to the intricacies surrounding the Dragon Kingdom. The notion that Wang Ke could effortlessly receive assistance from the Dragon Kingdom simply due to his heritage is, quite evidently, implausible. I am capable of this. Wang Ke also nodded solemnly. Once an opportunity presents itself, it is imperative that Wang Ke seizes it. Chapter 11. The Small Test. Time passes swiftly. After Oakley departed, the connection between the two diminished significantly. Occasionally, Wang Ke would receive a text from Oakley inquiring about his training progress. However, the shooting training with Del Curry was conducted punctually every week. Under the intense regimen, Wang Ke had developed remarkable accuracy with the shooting technique tailored specifically for him by Del Curry. On the final weekend of March, Wang Ke arrived at the training facility as usual, prepared to receive guidance from Del Curry. Stephen, today, you both will partake in a small test. After explaining various shooting techniques to employ against different defensive strategies, Del Curry did not instruct them to practice as he typically would. Instead, he arranged for a distinctive one-on-one challenge. There is a considerable disparity in both your heights and physiques, and your positions on the court differ greatly, rendering a conventional one-on-one meaningless. However, this time, your duel will be limited to attacking the rim, culminating in a shot to conclude the play. Do you understand? Del Curry remarked with a smile. Understood. Wang Ke and Curry responded simultaneously, both filled with anticipation and excitement for this unique little test. After a period of joint training, they had truly forged a friendship. The memories from a past life made Wang Ke feel that such companionship was somewhat extraordinary. In this moment, he genuinely sensed that his existence in this life was intricately woven with the league. The matches he could only witness on television in his previous life, he now had the opportunity to participate in. Wang Ke took a deep breath, steeling himself for what lay ahead. I shall make the first move, Curry declared as he grasped the ball. Goodness. It was only upon seeing Wang Ke standing before him that Curry truly appreciated the imposing stature of his opponent. Wang Ke merely stood there, effectively obstructing Curry's line of sight for the shot. At that moment, Curry's height was not yet 9 meters, just a little over 8 meters. Curry raised an eyebrow, and a serious expression settled upon his face. Thud, thud, thud. Curry accelerated his ball handling. A jump shot was out of the question. He could only create space for a shot through dribbling. Under normal circumstances, the agility of a taller player cannot be compared to that of a shorter one. Curry believed that shaking off Wang Ke to take a shot would not pose much of a challenge. However, the easy opportunity for a shot that Curry had envisioned never materialized. Wang Ke maintained a prudent distance of approximately 2 steps from Curry, refraining from recklessly advancing. His nimble footwork allowed him to swiftly adjust his lateral position, exuding none of the awkwardness typically associated with the towering center. This strategic spacing enabled Curry to attempt a direct shot. However, Wang Ke's subtle forward movement could sufficiently disrupt his rhythm. After several seconds, Curry began to exhibit signs of impatience. Following a series of deft dribbles beneath his legs, he suddenly executed a right-side step back, elevating his hand to unleash a three-point shot with remarkable fluidity. Wang Ke remains unwavering amidst the ever-changing dynamics of the game. With a swift advance, he extends his right arm to provide ample disruption. Clang. The sound of iron reverberates. Curry instinctively elevated the arc of his shot, resulting in an excess of force, causing the basketball to collide with the rim. Oh, SHT. Wang is too tall. This is unjust, Curry muttered, as possession changed hands. Wang Ke did not merely stand by and await the outcome of Curry's shot. Almost instinctively, he pivoted rapidly, adopting a positioning stance to secure the rebound. This action caused Del Curry's eyes to widen with surprise. Anyone familiar with basketball understands that both offensive and defensive players often find themselves instinctively awaiting the result of a shot. This leads to moments where many players are left standing idly, anticipating the ball's trajectory. This phenomenon persists even on the grandest stages of the sport. Should a player manage to transcend this tendency, they often gain a significant advantage on the court. For instance, A smaller player might assertively grab a rebound in front of a towering center for a follow-up dunk. In this instance, Wang Ke's instinctive break from the norm illustrates his exceptional basketball discipline. On the court, much of the time is spent competing on execution. However, a considerable portion also hinges on who maintains greater focus and commits fewer errors. I now comprehend why Charles holds you in such high regard. Dale Curry nodded repeatedly in agreement. Wang Ke received the ball beyond the three-point line, while Curry appeared before him. This time, it was Wang Ke's turn to initiate the offense. When a smaller player is matched against a larger opponent near the basket, it is virtually impossible to defend. However, when positioned beyond the three-point line, it becomes a far more challenging endeavor for the taller player to drive past, as the dribbling is susceptible to being intercepted by the smaller defender. At this moment, Wang Ke's dribbling skills are quite lacking, merely at an amateur level. It is unrealistic for him to attempt to maneuver like an outside player. Wang Ke opted to shield the ball with his back, pivoting away from Curry as he advanced toward the three-point line. Oh, this is outrageous. Curry could not restrain himself and lunged forward for a risky steal. Wang Ke swiftly retrieved the ball, leaving Curry with an open opportunity. At that moment, Wang Ke found himself utterly unchallenged. He leapt, executing a flawless shooting form. Steadying his hands, he released the ball. Wang Ke silently recited each step, striving for perfection. The basketball traced a flawless arc through the air. Then, with a crisp and melodious sound, it swished through the net. It was a success. Yes, Wang Ke vigorously swung his arm, exuding a sense of exhilaration. Each goal he scores marks a significant milestone, chronicling his gradual progress. Father, this is unjust. I cannot play this way. Wang cannot operate with his back to the basket. Curry lamented to Del Curry. Oh, why not? Del retorted. Just moments ago, Wang did not commit a 5-second violation. It was your impulsive gamble for a steal that led to this. Stephen, you must exhibit patience. I am quite disappointed in you. Del Curry's tone shifted to one of gravity. In comparison to Wang Ke, Curry appeared excessively restless. It seemed that his facile triumphs in high school had fostered a grand illusion. Curry, feeling dejected, was pent up with frustration. Once again, it was Curry's turn to orchestrate the offense. This time, he dribbled fervently in front of him, suddenly feigning a drive to the right. Wang Ke swiftly maneuvered his footwork. Observing the shift in Wang Ke's defensive stance, Curry promptly pulled the ball to the left. Subsequently, he propelled himself towards the left side. Wang Ke abruptly halted his steps and swiftly pursued Curry for defense. Seizing the opportunity, Curry collected the ball and executed a backward shot. Wang Ke advanced steadily, refraining from jumping, yet the disturbance caused by his raised arms was far from negligible. His height and wingspan constituted a significant advantage on the court. Swish. However, this time, Curry withstood the interference and made a powerful shot. Roar. Curry let out a thunderous shout, revealing his excitement. The two good brothers were gradually igniting true passion on the court. As rivals, giving one's all was the greatest respect one could show to a dear friend. Swish. Bang. Clap. The ongoing evaluation of Wang Ke and Curry's offensive and defensive prowess continues. Wang Ke's agility on the perimeter leaves Del Curry increasingly astonished. His foundational defensive skills are nothing short of commendable, earning him Del Curry's admiration. It is evident that Wang Ke has fully absorbed Oakley's teachings. Nevertheless, Curry's performance is equally noteworthy. His unparalleled shooting prowess is gradually revealing itself. In the face of Wang Ke's exceptional defense, Curry continues to sink a remarkable number of challenging shots, much to Del Curry's satisfaction, filling him with a sense of pride. My son possesses the grace of an MVP. By the conclusion of this minor test, the encounter had transformed into an unstructured duel between Wang Ke and Curry. Curry began to draw Wang Ke closer, executing drives to the basket with finesse. Wang Ke's pursuit remains impressively fierce, yet Curry's finishing ability beneath the basket surpasses Wang Ke's expectations. The slender Curry consistently manages to direct the ball into the hoop with a variety of seemingly awkward postures. His touch is remarkably soft, a quality that even evokes memories of the legendary Allen Iverson for Wang Ke. In this moment, Wang Ke comes to a sudden realization of why Curry would eventually ascend to the status of a basketball deity. The seemingly boundless shooting range is merely superficial. It is his exceptionally high finishing rate at the rim that significantly contributes to Curry's prowess as an outside sharpshooter. Were Curry merely a three-point shooter, he could easily be contained. However, coupled with his extraordinary finishing ability after driving to the basket, the scenario drastically transforms. The dilemma posed to opponents, whether to defend against the drive or the shot, becomes two lethal poisons. In contrast, players like Lillard and Trae Young, renowned for their long-range shooting, exhibit a considerably lower finishing rate at the rim, which prevents them from posing a similar threat as Curry. When the defensive choice allows for a focus on the drive, the effectiveness of the shot inevitably diminishes. Wang Ke subsequently showcased his unparalleled prowess with an awe-inspiring dunk in the paint, just a step inside the free-throw line. He executed a perfect circle, elevating effortlessly to deliver a thunderous slam. His unrestrained dunks left Curry feeling a pang of envy. He too yearned for the thrill of dunking. After a valiant leap that barely grazed the rim, Curry appeared somewhat deflated. Meanwhile, Dell and Seth Curry stood on the sidelines, laughing heartily at the spectacle. "Brother, haven't you always admired Uncle Vince Carter, calling yourself the Charlotte Vince? How could you not even touch the rim?" Seth chuckled unabashedly, leaving Curry's expression darkened. At the tender age of 15, it is indeed a time of adolescence, where pride holds significant weight. "Come on." Wang Ke gestured slightly towards his back. "Hey." Curry instantly comprehended the cue and promptly climbed onto Wang Ke's back. With a surge of strength, Wang Ke lifted Curry up. "Wow, how exhilarating. I am going to dunk." Bang. With Wang Ke's assistance, Curry accomplished his very first dunk. Meanwhile, Del Curry captured this moment with his camera. Years later, this photograph would become a cherished memory for the fans of both Wang Ke and Curry. "Juan, are you planning to continue your extra training? I understand your fervor. However, do take care not to overexert yourself. Your progress has been nothing short of remarkable." After the successful completion of the minor assessment, Del Curry prepared to leave with his sons. Yet, Wang Ke remained resolute, determined to train a little longer. The shooting practice during the afternoon scrimmage had left Wang Ke with profound reflections, and he wished to review and summarize his performance. "I understand. Coach, thank you." Wang Ke solemnly addressed Del Curry. "It's a trivial matter. Charles has been assisting you all along. I will also reach out to some old friends in due time. Wang, you deserve a chance to enter the league. Focus on your training and await the arrival of your opportunity." Del Curry echoed sentiments reminiscent of those he expressed when Oakley departed. "Indeed." Wang Ke nodded vigorously. "Come on, Wang. Once I join the league, we can form a SW duo." Curry stepped forward and exchanged a fist bump with Wang Ke. At this moment, the most formidable presence in the league was undoubtedly the Lakers' OK duo. However, the OK duo had already shown significant fissures this season. "Why not the WS duo?" Wang Ke inquired with a smile. "Hey, you truly are something." Haha. Laughter erupted among the group. Chapter 12, Opportunity. Time has progressed to April, and the regular season of the 2003 to 2004 campaign is drawing to a close. In the West, the Los Angeles Lakers, featuring the formidable quartet of Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe Bryant, Karl Malone, and Gary Payton, have set their sights firmly on claiming the championship title as if it were already in their grasp. In the East, the young coach Rick Carlisle continues to showcase his coaching prowess with the Indiana Pacers, leading them to achieve the best regular season record in the entire league. Last season, Carlisle helmed the Detroit Pistons, and now, under Larry Brown's stewardship, the Pistons are poised to make a significant impact. In Houston, Yao Ming has successfully completed his second regular season on home turf. Following the conclusion of the regular season, the Rockets secured the 7th seed in the Western Conference, and Yao Ming is about to experience the thrill of the playoffs for the first time. However, they face a challenging fate, as they must confront the formidable Lakers in the first round. Yao's aspiration is to secure at least one victory. This season has seen Yao's rapid development, as he has emerged as the leading scorer for the Rockets and has become the tactical linchpin of the team. Just a few days prior, Oakley mentioned Wang Ke to Yao, but Yao paid it little heed. As a Chinese American, he felt no particular connection to the matter. At this moment, all his focus is dedicated to his inaugural journey into the playoffs of his professional career. In Miami, Wang Ke has concluded his 4th season in the league. This season, after only 2 appearances with the Clippers, he was traded to the Heat. Fortunately, he managed to secure a spot on the Heat's playoff roster, marking the onset of his 3rd postseason journey. However, within him, there resides no semblance of joy. All that Wang possesses regarding the future is a profound sense of confusion. Will he ever return to his homeland? In Atlanta, Dwight Howard of Christ Academy High School has officially announced his decision to forego college and enter the upcoming draft. This news sent ripples through the media. Throughout the high school league, nearly every game Howard played was attended by throngs of scouts from both college and professional teams. Howard is currently regarded as possessing the footwork of an interior player coupled with the ball handling skills of an exterior player, particularly emphasized by his explosive physical prowess, which nearly reaches the caliber of the league's top centers. In the recently concluded high school league, Howard delivered a staggering average of 25, 3 points, 18, 5 rebounds, 8, 3 blocks, and 5 assists per game. He is poised to secure the first overall pick. Numerous media outlets proclaimed such headlines the following day. If all goes smoothly, Howard will become the third high school player in history to be selected first overall, following Kwame Brown and LeBron James, one who faltered and the other who is on the path to becoming the G.O.A.T. In Chicago, the retired Michael Jordan, unwilling to fade into obscurity, is organizing a charity game. A gathering of old friends has come together. Hey, Charles, you look a bit worn out. Still running around for that kid? I don't even know what to say to you, Jordan remarked as he approached the slightly fatigued Oakley with a warm embrace. Oh, another Charles has arrived. Hey, big guy, Jordan interjected before Oakley could respond, embracing Barkley as well. What are you all discussing? Has another superstar emerged in the league? How come I'm not in the loop? Barkley exchanged fist bumps with both Jordan and Oakley. A remarkably talented young man. I'll elaborate shortly. Oakley chuckled and shook his head. At this moment, a cavalcade of players who once ruled an era began to arrive. Ewing, Larry Johnson, Del Curry, Rodman. Jordan embraced each of them warmly. Meeting these old friends is indeed a source of immense joy. Is Scotty not coming? Him? Never mind. Let's not mention him today. You two are something else. Jordan waved his hand dismissively. Pippen had concluded his final season with the Bulls and had officially announced his retirement. Logically, given that this charity match was taking place in Chicago, Pippen, as a crucial figure in Jordan's ascent to greatness, ought to have attended to show his support. However, it was evident that some unresolved tensions lingered between Pippen and Jordan, which had yet to be reconciled. This charity match was of great significance to Jordan, boasting a high level of organization. Numerous retired stars, as well as players who had missed the playoffs this season, were invited. Additionally, Jordan extended invitations to the two frontrunners for next season's draft, Dwight Howard and Emeka Okafor, along with several promising lottery prospects such as Ben Gordon, Sean Livingston, Devin Harris, Luol Deng, and Andre Iguodala. As for Rafael Araujo, he was outright ignored by Jordan, who had learned that Araujo had been embarrassingly outperformed by an amateur player, Wang Ke, during a summer exhibition game in Charlotte. A player of such caliber was simply beneath Jordan's notice. The participation of numerous potential lottery picks attracted scouts from various teams, all converging upon Chicago. While the game might not showcase the highest level of play, it would at least reveal certain aspects of the emerging talents. The draft is inherently a gamble. The more detailed the scouting of rookies, the higher the likelihood of striking gold. The event was held at the Bulls' home court, the United Center, marking Jordan's first return since his retirement. It is well known that when Jordan retired for the second time, his relationship with the Bulls management was quite tumultuous, with general manager Jerry Krause emerging as the primary antagonist in Jordan's final season. Consequently, Jordan had refused to re-enter the United Center, despite the Bulls retiring his jersey and erecting a statue in his honor outside the arena. This time, however, it appeared that Jordan was intent on mending ties with the Bulls management. This shift in stance was understandable, as Jordan was moving toward a position of ownership within the team. With a change in perspective, his view naturally evolved. The match was set to take place in 3 days. That evening, following a grand banquet, Oakley approached Jordan once more. I know what you're about to say. Everything is prepared for you, old friend. Jordan pulled an invitation from his pocket. With this invitation, you can participate in the charity match. Thank you. Oakley beamed, the weariness on his face seemingly dissipating. This time, I've invited numerous top lottery prospects. Calling it a joint tryout would be no exaggeration. Many scouts have already arrived. The opportunity has been presented to him. Whether he seizes it is beyond my control. My assistance ends here. You may surely say that opportunities are scarce, and that this singular match may not truly reflect one's capabilities. Charles, I am aware that there are numerous talented players who have yet to be afforded even a single chance. He is indeed fortunate. By the way, Larry and Dale have recently approached me regarding that young lad, as well as Patrick. I find myself genuinely intrigued by him. Jordan patted Oakley's shoulder with a smile before walking away. In the afternoon, Larry Johnson and Dale Curry came together, hoping to secure a spot for Wang Ke in the competition. The esteemed Larry Johnson, another basketball legend from Charlotte, was brought along by Dale Curry to champion Wang Ke's cause. Shortly thereafter, Ewing also came by to extend his greetings. This is rather fascinating, a purely amateur player managing to garner the attention of so many retired stars. This piqued Jordan's interest. However, Wang Ke's association with loan sharks instinctively made Jordan hesitant to offer too much assistance. In the United States, whether in high schools, colleges, or even on the streets, the abundance of gifted players is truly overwhelming. What does it matter if Wang Ke is exceptionally gifted? Even Jordan sometimes finds it perplexing why Oakley is so invested in Wang Ke. This inclination can only be attributed to Oakley's boredom post-retirement, as he seeks to occupy himself with various endeavors. Yet, curiously, he shows no interest in the myriad business ventures that Jordan introduces to him. It simply illustrates that each individual harbors their own aspirations. With the annual dividends from his sneaker contract, Oakley will not fall into financial distress. Jordan decides to refrain from concerning himself with such matters. 1. Please make haste in preparing your belongings for your journey to Chicago. Do you have the funds for your ticket? If not, I shall send you the money. You have secured a spot in Michael's charity game. We will address everything else once you arrive. When Wang Ke received the call from Oakley, he was utterly taken aback. A charity game featuring Jordan? Wang Ke is undoubtedly aware of this. In recent days, sports news has been inundated with reports regarding this charity match. Jordan's influence in the realm of basketball is beyond dispute. More significantly, this charity event will witness the participation of numerous retired, active, and prospective draft players. In a certain sense, this is akin to an all-star game. This stands in stark contrast to the commercial matches that Wang Ke previously attended. Wang Ke also read in the newspaper that the top prospects for the upcoming season, Howard and Okafor, will both be participating. In the future, both of them are destined to become elite players in the league, particularly Master Howard, whose skills may be a bit unrefined, yet during his prime. He could undoubtedly match up with the likes of LeBron James. The thought of competing alongside them? Thud, thud, thud. Wang Ke felt his heart pounding uncontrollably with fervor. Can I truly succeed? Wang Ke clenched his fists. This is an opportunity, a genuine opportunity. It may very well be the only opportunity. Before the watchful eyes of numerous media, fans, and scouts, if he performs exceptionally, he could make a remarkable impression. Conversely, should he falter, he risks permanently losing his chance to enter the league. At this moment, Wang Ke realized that Oakley, this benevolent elder brother, was tirelessly advocating on his behalf. However, Wang Ke ultimately perceived that Oakley was merely repaying a debt of gratitude for saving his life. The kindness extended by Oakley had already exceeded all expectations. Merely guiding Wang Ke through training for over a month was sufficient to offset any obligation. After Wang Ke missed an opportunity, there was no justification for Oakley to continue striving for his chances. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure enveloped Wang Ke, leaving him somewhat breathless. Phew. Wang Ke took a deep breath and then stepped out of his room, making his way to the next door. He knocked 3 times. Claudia, could you come and keep me company for a while? The door swung open, revealing Claudia before him. She glanced up at Wang Ke with a smile, only to instinctively lower her gaze, focusing on the tips of her shoes. Wang Ke gently held Claudia's delicate hand as they returned indoors, the angry shouts of Shini Eriwan echoing behind them. What time is it? It's so late. Go on, go on. If you have the ability, don't come back tonight. Juan, I am watching you. Damn it. Is she going to become someone else's family? What about me? Gulping down a mouthful of strong liquor, Shini Eriwan was seized by a fit of violent coughing. He was uncertain whether to feel joy or despair. Chapter 13, Rocky. Gonna fly now? Wang, you seem quite anxious. Claudia lay on the bed, nestled against Wang Ke's side, and could sense his entire body trembling slightly. Indeed, I am anxious. Before this opportunity arose, I dedicated myself to relentless training, eagerly awaiting its arrival. Now that the moment has finally come, I find myself gripped by fear of losing this chance. I am afraid I may grasp nothing at all. Wang Ke felt as though he were plummeting through the air, yearning to grasp something tangible, yet perpetually unable to seize any sense of reality. Claudia tightened her grip around his hand, sensing the vulnerability he had unveiled. Juan, you can hold on to me. You can possess me. Claudia summoned an unprecedented courage, turning her head to gaze intently at Wang Ke. Her hands gently caressed his face before trailing downwards. She understood that for all these years, she had been the one silently protected by this man before her, shielded from danger in the chaotic slums. Tonight, in this moment, she yearned to protect him in return. Though her contributions may be limited, she was willing to offer everything. The night had deepened, yet neither of them found sleep. Wang, I would like to invite you to watch a movie, Claudia declared suddenly, nestled in Wang Ke's embrace. All right, I just wonder if there are any cinemas still open at this hour. Wang Ke gently caressed Claudia's flowing hair and, with a smile, declared, "No. Let us enjoy it at home. I have brought a disc. It's a rather old film, yet one that I hold dear. I have longed to watch this film with you, and thus I have kept it nestled in my bag all this time." Claudia rose to her feet and then pulled Wang Ke up, and together they settled onto the sofa. In Wang Ke's home, there exists an antiquated DVD player, yet it still functions. The screen illuminates. The film Rocky plays, Stallone's remarkable debut. I am merely a hapless boxer chosen by fortune. No one cares who I am. No one cares whether I can fight well. For the champion Apollo. This is merely a spectacle, but I do care. If I were to lose, it matters not. If I can endure the entirety of the match. When the bell tolls and I still stand in the ring, I shall, for the first time in my life, comprehend one profound truth. I am no longer a failure. On the screen, Rocky is also tense, preparing to step into the ring to confront the champion Apollo. No one has ever managed to endure all 12 rounds against Apollo. Yet Rocky ultimately achieves it. He becomes a hero of Philadelphia. His statue is erected in the heart of the city. A cinematic character transformed into a symbol of Philadelphia's spirit. I adore this film because I find myself akin to its leading lady, Adrian. Our familial backgrounds even bear resemblance. We are both reticent, fearful of speaking, yet we share an unwavering belief that our men can conquer all. Claudia gazes into Wang Ke's eyes, her smile gentle and warm. No, you possess far more eloquence than she. Wang Ke tightly grasped Claudia's hand, fully aware of how to confront the impending challenges. Though a sense of anxiety lingered, a profound certainty resided within his heart. In that moment, he felt as though the memories of 2 lifetimes had harmoniously merged. An enigmatic sensation coursed through his entire being, hinting that something fundamental had shifted. Strive forth, young man. Gonna fly. Now. The stirring theme from Rocky resonated, igniting a fervent passion. The playoffs of the 2003 to 2004 season were on the brink of commencement. Yet, before this grand spectacle unfolded, it was evident that Jordan sought to seize the limelight. He expressed delight at the media's significant attention towards this charity match, declaring his unwavering connection to basketball and his desire to contribute to the sport once more. All proceeds from this charity event would be donated to the Michael Basketball Assistance Fund, aimed at aiding talented players constrained by their upbringing, allowing them to focus on honing their basketball skills. During the press conference, Jordan spoke eloquently, fully aware that he was set to continue his basketball journey in a new capacity. "Michael, you have invited numerous promising rookies. Does this imply that those not invited did not meet your approval?" A reporter boldly inquired from the audience. This question bore a subtle trap. A poorly articulated response could adversely affect the prospects of those overlooked by Jordan. However, when the topic of young players arose, Jordan's emotional intelligence seemed to diminish drastically. His relentless competitiveness often compelled him to instinctively suppress any emerging talent poised to enter the league. Jordan would never concede that any rising star surpassed him. "Indeed, you are correct. Those I invited are players I find somewhat commendable. As for those not invited, there is no need to elaborate," Jordan replied with a calm smile. He was acutely aware that his response would spark considerable controversy, yet he remained unfazed. He was the deity of basketball. Many years later, he would eventually commend a player. "Oh my, this is big news." The audience erupted in astonishment. In the next moment, the faces of the journalists lit up with excitement, for they craved such sensational headlines. "Michael. However, we observe that this list includes an amateur player. I even question whether he qualifies as an amateur, as I could find no record of his matches, save for a single exhibition game. I am uncertain whether this match qualifies as an official competition. Hence, does it harbor any underhanded dealings?" A reporter stood up to inquire. It was not that the journalist intended to disrupt the event. Rather, Jordan's previous response had ignited a fervor among the press, compelling them to unearth even more sensational news. Fortunately, Jordan remained unfazed, considering such moments trivial. After all, 5 retired basketball legends had concurrently endorsed him. "What do you think? Should I grant him a chance?" A mysterious smile graced Jordan's lips, instantly piquing the curiosity of the reporters present. In truth, there were 4 legends: Oakley, Ewing, Larry Johnson, and Del Curry. However, upon hearing of this matter, Barkley insisted on including himself, undoubtedly adding to the atmosphere. Yet, shortly thereafter, Jordan deliberately refrained from addressing any further inquiries from the journalists. This maneuver left everyone yearning for more. Jordan possesses a keen understanding of anticipation. Who is this enigmatic player, Wang Ke? What secrets lie beneath? Stemming from the endorsements of these 5 stars, Jordan remarked, "Those not invited by me are of no worth." An exclusive revelation regarding Wang Ke. Is he of Chinese descent or from the Dragon Kingdom? Following Jordan's antics, reports regarding Wang Ke surged unexpectedly before the charity match commenced. As fans began to flock to the United Center that afternoon, the name that resonated most in their discussions was none other than Wang Ke. Who is this Wang Ke? Does anyone recognize him? In the players' lounge, numerous athletes had already arrived. The seasoned players naturally congregated, exchanging pleasantries. A group of young talents, on the brink of entering the draft, also gathered together. At this moment, a robust and towering player jovially approached others with inquiries. This individual was none other than Dwight Howard. Despite being merely a high school student, Howard exhibited no trepidation among the collegiate players. His cheerful demeanor, characterized by a constant smile, radiated joy. The Superman moniker aptly reflects his spirited nature. However, deep down, Howard was not entirely content. As a man nearly assured of the top draft pick, he had just overheard fans outside discussing anything but him. Instead, they were preoccupied with this seemingly out-of-nowhere Wang Ke. Howard fervently wished to face Wang Ke as an opponent in the evening's match, rather than as a teammate. This way, he could demonstrate what it truly means to be a man. To vanquish him. Unfamiliar with him. I've heard he is merely an amateur player? What I have heard is that he is not even an amateur. Surely, there is more to this. It is said that 5 retired legends support him. Could he be someone's illegitimate child? Andre, you are too much. They are all black. How could they possibly produce someone of yellow skin? A group of youthful individuals, embodying the fearless spirit of the inexperienced, jested openly about the retired basketball legends before them. Unreserved in their banter, the invitation extended by Jordan undeniably exhilarated them, as he stood as an idol to most of them. Yet, the aspirations of these young talents were not merely to idolize, but to conquer and surpass their heroes. At that moment, Wang Ke was being introduced to several veteran players by Oakley. Wow, doesn't he seem taller than Yao? One mused. Perhaps they are about the same height. Is the land of dragons truly home to giants? Wang Ke, a person of Chinese descent, held American nationality, embodying the legacy of his heritage. As Wang Ke approached, Barkley and Rodman exchanged playful remarks. Here comes another Charles. One quipped. And here is Dennis. Oakley made the introductions. Barkley strode over, playfully squeezing Wang Ke's shoulder and thumping his chest. Incredible strength. Is anyone willing to place a wager with me? Barkley's jovial spirit ignited the atmosphere. Charles. Are you once again contemplating a foolish bet? Laughter erupted among the crowd. Barkley's previous wager involving Yao Ming had become a running joke. This time, I bet that this brother Wang will dominate the paint tonight and shine brilliantly. Who's in? Barkley grinned mischievously. As the illustrious Barkley, he declared that he could not fall into the same pit twice. This time, he would take the opposite stance. I'll wager against you. I bet his performance will be lackluster. Jordan's voice resonated as he entered the room. Oakley furrowed his brow slightly. All right, $100,000. I bet that brother Wang will achieve 20 points and 10 rebounds. Is anyone else willing to join? Barkley scanned the room. I'm in. Oakley chimed in. I'm in too, declared Del Curry, along with Ewing and Larry Johnson, who all chose to side with Barkley. Well, it seems I shall take on the role of the villain tonight. Jordan puffed on a cigar, the smoke swirling around him, indeed lending him an air of villainy. Wang Ke maintained a profound silence, uttering little. This marked the first occasion he encountered Jordan face to face. However, it appeared that Jordan held little faith in him, questioning, underestimating, pressuring, challenging. These sentiments would linger incessantly. Yet, at this moment, Wang Ke possessed a transformed state of mind. After that fateful night, he had truly acquired something to care for in this lifetime. Such attachments could serve as a vulnerability. Yet they also bore the potential to become an inexhaustible source of motivation. Claudia did not accompany Wang Ke on this occasion. Instead, she remained before the television screen, silently cheering him on. Hey, Dale, come quickly. Your 2 sons are about to ignite the training ground. A shout from the entrance piqued the curiosity of the onlookers, prompting a gathering of numerous former luminaries of the league, all heading towards the training field. Wang Ke followed closely behind and soon witnessed an extraordinarily dazzling scene. Chapter 14. The God of Basketball. Thud, thud, thud. On the training court, a child of merely 10 years exhibited remarkably exquisite dribbling skills. A lifelike prayer gesture sent Seth Curry soaring into the air. In the next moment, another dazzling maneuver left Stephen Curry utterly disoriented. Whoosh. The child smoothly drove to the basket, executing a flawless bank shot. Wow. Oh my God. Whose child is this? Del, your two sons have been thoroughly outclassed. A group of elderly gentlemen on the sidelines erupted in laughter. It is indeed rare to witness such fluidity and finesse in ball handling at such a tender age. The child's feel for the game is exceptional. Goodness. 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 Little brother, I told you not to jump. He's shorter than you. You ought to learn to defend like Wang. Stephen Curry felt a pang of embarrassment and shouted at Seth Curry. The two brothers, in a 2v1 situation, had been bested. This was undeniably humiliating. Furthermore, they were both significantly older than the child before them. Brother, don't point fingers at me. Aren't you just the same? If only Wang were here. Let us show him. Seth Curry, feeling quite vexed by his brother's exclamation, retorted. Don't embarrass Wang. Is it appropriate for Wang to bully this child? Stephen Curry playfully tapped Seth Curry on the head. Meanwhile, the child, observing the Curry brothers seemingly embroiled in an argument, shrugged his shoulders, appearing somewhat disinterested. He exuded an air of solitary determination to conquer. So impressive. Haha, that must be Rod's child. Only Rod could produce such a prodigy, Barkley remarked with a smile. If one were to inquire who possessed the finest ball handling skills in the league, many would undoubtedly select Iverson. Yet, before Iverson, there existed a ball handling maestro, Rod Strickland. Rod Strickland, the godfather of Kyrie Irving. Thus, could this child before us be the god of basketball? Wang Ke cast several glances at the child before him, distinctly perceiving the contours of the future Kyrie Irving. It was indeed Kyrie Irving. No wonder he could leave the Curry brothers bewildered. Kyrie Irving's innate sense for the game is undeniably a gift. In the future, when it comes to ball handling finesse in the league, Kyrie Irving shall be second to none. Dale, the child is but innocent. Surely you do not take offense. At this moment, Rod Strickland approached, greeting everyone with an air of evident pride. Kyrie Irving has certainly brought him honor. Look, that is my prodigy. Of course, I am not offended. It is my son who is lacking. Yet, Dale Curry's expression darkened slightly. Losing a 2v1 match truly made Dale Curry want to unleash a torrent of criticism upon his two sons. Charles, I hear you were just gambling? Count me in. Is it that tall fellow? I'm with Michael. Rod Strickland glanced at Wang Ke. Indeed, that's him. Aligning yourself with Michael means you are stepping into the realm of the antagonists. We all have high hopes for him. Barkley chuckled. No. In basketball, I only trust Michael. Rod Strickland waved his hand dismissively. Come now. Just look at Michael's choice of the first overall pick, Kwame Brown. Ha. Charles. Let us not dwell on that. We remain good friends. Laughter erupted around them. At that very moment, the previously silent Wang Ke suddenly moved closer to Rod Strickland, causing a subconscious furrow to form on Strickland's brow. Wang Ke's imposing physique surprisingly brought him a sense of pressure. Rod, might we place a wager? If I perform exceptionally well in tonight's match, would you be willing to teach me the art of ball control? Wang Ke spoke up. As soon as he uttered these words, the crowd raised their eyebrows in surprise, clearly taken aback. Moments ago, they had been engaged in light-hearted banter, dismissing Wang Ke's importance in their hearts. Among them, perhaps only Oakley and Del Curry genuinely cared about Wang Ke. Now that Wang Ke had voluntarily increased the stakes, several individuals revealed enigmatic smiles at the corners of their mouths. This clumsy giant possesses a certain charm. Oh, you wish to learn how to handle the ball from me? Very well, but how do we define exceptional performance? Will it be a tally of 20 points and 10 assists, or perhaps 30 points and 10 assists? Rod Strickland gazed at Wang Ke with a bemused expression. If, after the game concludes, you ponder whether my performance was indeed exceptional, then I can assure you it certainly was not. Wang Ke gazed at Rod Strickland, his tone remarkably calm yet earnest. Haha, how imposing. I accept the wager. After a moment of reflection, Rod Strickland comprehended the implications of Wang Ke's words. However, given your towering stature, is it truly suitable for you to learn ball handling? Young man, do not aim too high, nor act impulsively. Opportunities are hard to come by, Rod Strickland remarked with a hint of detachment. That is my concern, came Wang Ke's resolute reply. Wang Ke nodded, choosing to remain silent. Can someone of such towering stature dribble and penetrate like a guard? Absolutely. In the recent past, there was David Robinson, one of the four great centers. And in the future, there is Victor Wembanyama. Wang Ke is not merely driven by insatiable greed. Rather, he has come to recognize a profound truth. He possesses not only extraordinary physical talent, but also remarkable aptitude for learning. From Oakley's defensive guidance to Del Curry's shooting drills, Wang Ke has exhibited astonishing progress. Perhaps, when viewed solely through the lens of innate talent, His potential may not seem exceedingly high. However, Wang Ke appears to embody the exceptional quality of becoming stronger through training. Under the weight of extensive practice, his advancements are palpably evident. Given this, acquiring additional skills is undoubtedly advantageous. This adaptability ensures that he will not find himself at a disadvantage when the era of small ball arrives. Of course, these considerations lie far in the future. For the moment, Wang Ke's primary focus must be on performing well in tonight's game. With recent events unfolding, he has effectively severed any retreat, leaving him no choice but to confront this challenge head-on. Clinging to hope is less prudent than embracing the opportunity to strive. The subtle disdain and mockery from others fuel a fire within him. The expressions of those around him vary. Oakley furrows his brow in contemplation before breaking into a smile, while Jordan's gaze towards Wang Ke is laden with scorn. Indeed, he perceives Wang Ke as an ignorant youth, mistaking the seriousness of professional competition for mere frivolity. What could possess him to learn ball handling from Rod Strickland? Does he believe he can simply pursue whatever he finds appealing? Jordan's contempt for Wang Ke continues to deepen. At 8 p.m., the highly anticipated charity match is finally set to commence. Michael, are you serious? Oakley, glancing at the roster for the evening's teams, shakes his head in resignation. The two top draft picks, Howard and Okafor, are paired as interior partners, while Wang Ke finds himself assigned to the opposing team. The Wang Ke team lacks even a single legitimate power forward. Wang Ke versus Howard and Okafor. This is undoubtedly a formidable challenge. Charles, I cannot fathom why you hold this young man in such high regard. I do so intentionally. If he were a dragon, he would soar to great heights. Should he surpass this trial, I will wholeheartedly assist him in entering the league. If he fails, then it is you who have misjudged him. Do not squander your time on him. There are far more splendid opportunities awaiting your embrace. Jordan remarked with a faint smile. Michael, that is not the point. Enough. I have faith in him. Oakley chose not to elaborate further. Jordan was not entirely mistaken. Everyone encounters difficulties. The challenges faced by Wang Ke are particularly formidable. However, this is fate, and it remains to be seen whether he can transcend his predetermined path. The charity match is divided into two phases. The first phase features a group of seasoned veterans showcasing their skills, engaging in a purely entertaining quarter. Jordan, despite being retired for 3 years, graced the court for 5 minutes, and his signature back-to-the-basket fadeaway jumper remains a sight to behold, though his leaping ability has diminished with age. Similarly, Oakley, once the round mound of rebound, now struggles as he attempts a dunk uncontested only to be thwarted by the rim itself. The old-timers ended the quarter in a tie at 15-15, with the sounds of missed shots echoing throughout the arena. Following this, the second phase of the game commences, featuring the younger players as they prepare to tip off anew. This shift prompts the scouts in the audience to instinctively sit up straighter, for the value of the ensuing match is about to escalate. Team comprises Howard, Okafor, Lowell Deng, Sean Livingston, and Rod Strickland, current stars led by Strickland alongside 4 promising youngsters. Team B consists of Wang Ke, Iguodala, Ben Gordon, Kirk Hinrich, and Devin Harris, another lineup with a current player at the helm, albeit Hinrich is merely a rookie from this season with no significant star status. More importantly, Team B lacks any interior presence aside from Wang Ke, which poses a considerable disadvantage in an era dominated by inside play, rendering Iguodala incapable of holding his ground in the paint. Even before the match starts, it seems inevitable that Team B's interior will face a thorough thrashing. What prompted such a matchup? Perhaps it was by lottery? Indeed, 2 top-tier centers joining forces would easily decimate their opponents. The outcome appears predetermined. Surely, they cannot believe that Wang Ke is so formidable as to warrant such an arrangement. How amusing. That notion is utterly ludicrous. This is undoubtedly the most severe instance of Dwight and Emeka being undermined. Not only do the fans struggle to comprehend this, but the players on the court are equally perplexed, questioning the rationale behind such a lopsided matchup. Both Howard and Okafor harbor discontent in their hearts. While they aspire to face Wang Ke as rivals, they envision a scenario of 1 against 2 to showcase their extraordinary abilities. Now, however, they find themselves as interior partners, which feels less than ideal, a mismatch against lesser competition. Such an arrangement does not bode well for their pride, as victory would yield little satisfaction. I have a suggestion. Wang Ke summoned his teammates to his side. Feel free to shoot from the perimeter. Leave the rebounding to me. I shall also take care of the defense. Focus on the offensive strategies. Wang Ke spoke up. His teammates were evidently taken aback, as they had not anticipated that this towering figure currently enveloped in considerable controversy and skepticism, would proactively step forward to devise strategies. However, once Wang Ke began to speak, he took upon himself all the arduous and thankless tasks, leaving no room for dissent among his teammates. Andre, he declared, when defending Emeka, simply focus on his mid-range shots. If he turns his back, feel free to maneuver around him. I will be right behind you. Wang Ke took a moment to impart a few words of advice to Iguodala, who instinctively nodded in acknowledgement. In that moment, it seemed as though Iguodala had been activated by a latent passive buff from his second-in-command. He found Wang Ke's counsel remarkably insightful, compelling him to listen intently. Keep pushing forward. Wang Ke rallied his teammates with a few spirited shouts. The morale of Team B seemed to surge in an instant. Wang Ke is indeed typically reticent. However, when the moment to speak arises, he invariably finds his voice. This competition holds significant implications for Wang Ke's destiny. Wang Ke is determined to give his all for this. At the referee's signal, Wang Ke and Howard positioned themselves at center court, ready to jump for the ball. Are you ready, young men? The referee tossed the ball high into the air. The second phase of the game officially commences. Chapter 15. Something feels off. Oh my God. That was an astonishing lead. So effortless. Dwight appears somewhat diminutive before Wang. As the referee released the ball into the air, both Wang Ke and Howard leapt simultaneously. However, it was Wang Ke who effortlessly secured the jump ball. Despite their similar jumping abilities, Wang Ke's height advantage was glaringly apparent. Howard's registered height in the league is 2.11 meters, but in reality, it is debatable whether he even reaches 2.10 meters. In contrast, Wang Ke's height is a genuine 2.26 meters, which gives him an advantage of over 15 centimeters. Wang Ke's extraordinary jumping ability left many astonished. After all, for someone of his stature and weight to possess leaping prowess comparable to that of Howard is quite remarkable. Meanwhile, another similarly tall player with a yellow complexion, Yao Ming, demonstrated rather poor leaping skills. Howard, slightly chastened, felt a twinge of disappointment after losing the opening jump ball, attributing it to a moment of carelessness. Now, it was time to showcase what a true man is capable of, he murmured to himself as he swiftly returned to his defensive position. Devin Harris, having received a pass from Wang Ke, advanced the ball past half court. Confronted by the veteran Rod Strickland's defense, Harris exhibited a fierce desire to perform, bursting forward with a sudden acceleration. Oh, how astonishing. Youth indeed has its advantages. Strickland realized that his lateral movement could no longer keep pace with the young player, who deftly maneuvered past him. In the paint, Wang Ke utilized his imposing physique to obstruct Howard, preventing him from swiftly closing in for a defensive play. Meanwhile, Okafor found himself being drawn toward the three-point line by Iguodala. Ultimately, Okafor opted to abandon Iguodala and charged toward Harris in an attempt to defend. Harris executed a jump pass, delivering the ball to Iguodala stationed at the corner beyond the arc. Iguodala rose to shoot. An open opportunity. Clang. He missed spectacularly. As Howard prepared to leap for the rebound, he suddenly realized that Wang Ke had already established a prime position, effectively blocking him out. Damn it. Howard muttered under his breath, helplessly watching as Wang Ke effortlessly secured the rebound. Thud. Upon landing, Wang Ke executed a swift second jump, grasping the ball with one hand and propelling it into the hoop. In that moment, he truly stood out from the crowd. 2 o'clock. Wang Ke's second offensive maneuver secured the first blood for Team B. The venue fell into a brief silence for 2 seconds. It seemed that the scene was somewhat different from what had been anticipated. Wang is incredibly fierce. Take them down. The exuberant cheers from the front row of the audience, led by the Curry brothers, shattered the tranquil atmosphere. Oh my God. It appears to be quite formidable. Let us observe further. It could merely be a stroke of luck. On the court, the game continued. Rod Strickland dribbled past half court. Upon reaching the vicinity of the three-point arc, he began to assess his teammates' movements, orchestrating the offense. Rod Strickland understood the rationale behind Jordan's decision to have him lead Team A, enabling them to focus on interior attacks and achieve an inside-outside effect. Noticing Howard establishing position in the paint, Rod Strickland executed a bounce pass, delivering the ball into Howard's hands. Wang Ke lowered his center of gravity, bracing himself firmly against Howard behind him. Bam! Bam! Without hesitation, Howard received the ball and delivered 2 forceful collisions against Wang Ke. He intended to resolve the conflict in a manner befitting a true man. At this moment, Wang Ke had thoroughly prepared himself mentally for the confrontation. In the face of Howard, he adopted his most formidable defensive stance. The consecutive collisions appeared quite fierce, Yet Wang Ke sensed that the force seemed somewhat lacking. Was Master He planning to employ some tricks? Wang Ke furrowed his brows momentarily. The prevailing assessment from authoritative media regarding Howard is that he possesses the ability to break through with his dribbling from the perimeter. Such an evaluation feels incongruous to Wang Ke, who retains memories from a past life. However, it cannot be dismissed that, at this moment, Howard may indeed possess such capabilities. Upon entering the league, as one's weight increases and physicality intensifies, it is common to lose such skills. This is a perfectly normal phenomenon. In competitive sports, discussing technique without considering physical confrontation is utterly meaningless. Consequently, nearly all players opt to gain weight and enhance their physicality upon joining the league. At this moment, Wang Ke's mind was racing, contemplating various potential scenarios. However, as long as he resolutely refrained from jumping, he would not lose his defensive position in the confined space of the paint. The intensity of his defense could be assured. Soon, Wang Ke realized that perhaps he had overthought the situation. After colliding twice, Howard, regardless of whether he had created any space, swiftly turned and attempted a powerful dunk. This audacious action left Wang Ke momentarily stunned. Had he always been this reckless? With a resounding clap, Wang Ke elevated his arms high, executing a spectacular block beneath the basket. Howard inadvertently directed the basketball right into Wang Ke's hands. Wang Ke, gripping the ball with one hand, did not hastily release it. Only upon noticing Devin Harris approaching for support did he calmly pass the ball. Having experienced the amateur commercial match in Charlotte, Wang Ke was no longer a stranger to the dynamics of the game, perhaps due to a lack of experience. He still found it challenging to perfectly adapt to the rhythm of the match. However, adhering to the principle of simplifying the game, he believed that as long as he did not overthink and diligently fulfilled his responsibilities as a center, it would not be overly difficult. Wang Ke, relying solely on his physical prowess, is capable of achieving this feat. Devin Harris skillfully maneuvered the ball past half-court. During the initial exchanges of offense and defense, Wang Ke delivered an astonishing performance, prompting Devin Harris to instinctively seek him out for a pass. As a point guard, delivering the ball to the most suitable player is, in itself, a remarkable demonstration of skill. Wang Ke had originally intended to set a pick for Devin Harris near the three-point line. Upon noticing the eager glint in Devin Harris's eyes, he did not hesitate. Every opportunity to showcase his talent was one he must seize. With arms outstretched, Wang Ke positioned himself at the edge of the paint, effectively sealing off Howard with considerable depth. Devin Harris deftly lofted the ball into the air. In the stands, both Oakley and Del Curry instinctively straightened in their seats. Wang Ke received the ball with remarkable ease. Devin Harris's pass was quite commendable. After testing Howard's resistance and strength from behind, a hint of perplexity once again appeared on Wang Ke's face. Bang! Wang Ke delivered a powerful blow to Howard. While he may lack the dreamlike footwork within the paint, he is capable of simplifying his approach near the 3-second area. Oh, what a force! A tremendous surge rushed towards Howard, who was evidently caught off guard. With a sudden and forceful impact, Wang Ke sent Howard staggering back several paces. Bang! Wang Ke was momentarily stunned, but then seized the ball with his right hand and forcefully slammed it into the hoop. For a clock. Is this the legendary Dwight Howard? Wang Ke felt that facing off against Rafael Araujo at the Charlotte Business Tournament was no different. In fact, with the progress Wang Ke had made over the past month, he found himself in an even more comfortable position. What was happening? It shouldn't be like this. The venue once again descended into a few seconds of eerie silence. Why did it feel like an adult was playing against a child? Was this truly the highly touted first overall pick, Howard, known as the Beast? The scouts and fans in the stands were bewildered. Leading up to the game, there had indeed been much discussion among fans about Wang Ke. However, much of it was in jest, accompanied by some rather morbid speculations. No one genuinely believed that Wang Ke could make a significant impact in this match. Especially after seeing the rosters of both teams, many presumed that Wang Ke had somehow offended Jordan. They imagined that Jordan was orchestrating a cruel joke. They could only envision how mercilessly Wang Ke would be tormented by the combined forces of Howard and Okafor once the game commenced. Yet, at this moment, the scene on the court was perplexing. Yes, yes, yes. Oakley vigorously waved his arm. At this moment, Wang Ke had truly become a projection and continuation of Oakley on the court. He was my pupil. He is not disappointed. In this instant, Oakley understood Rod Strickland's pregame satisfaction. Well done. Keep it up. Haha. Wang is my brother. Stephen Curry proudly raised his eyebrows at Kyrie Irving, who sat across the court. At this moment, Curry felt he had regained his footing through Wang Ke. because they both had heard the adults placing bets on Wang Ke's performance in this game. Naturally, their fathers supported Wang Ke. Meanwhile, the godfather of the boy sitting next to him believed that Wang Ke would perform poorly. Time to eat those words. Humph. Kyrie Irving let out a soft snort. Godfather, just watch. Kyrie shouted towards the court. Rod Strickland heard the youthful voice of Kyrie Irving from the sidelines. But he was not planning to take matters into his own hands. His presence on the court was primarily to facilitate the distribution of possession. To personally challenge Wang Ke would seem a bit like bullying a rookie. Nevertheless, Wang Ke's performance at the start had already left Rod Strickland in awe. Howard sank into the paint, continuing to position himself and reaching out for the ball, having faced setbacks against Wang Ke repeatedly. Howard was beginning to feel the pressure on his reputation. If this continued, his status as the first overall pick might be in jeopardy. On the other side of the paint, Okafor was also reaching out for the ball. Rod Strickland hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to pass the ball to Howard. It was not that Rod Strickland held any reservations about Okafor. Rather, at this moment, Howard needed to deliver an answer. As Howard received the pass from Rod Strickland, an uncontrollable wave of tension surged within him. I possess the prowess of a number 1 pick. I can effortlessly dominate him. A mere illusion. Everything that preceded was but a mirage. Howard muttered a few words under his breath, then suddenly turned with the ball, pivoting away from the basket before showcasing a dazzling display of footwork in the paint. Here it comes. Wang Ke's gaze sharpened, and his footsteps swiftly shifted to keep pace. Simultaneously, he raised both arms high, steadfastly maintaining his defensive pillar. It could be described as a flawless defensive maneuver. Wang Ke's lateral agility once again surpassed Howard's expectations. The continuous shifts in footwork rendered Howard incapable of shaking off Wang Ke, and he could not rely on his physicality to overpower him either. Due to Wang Ke's steadfast adherence to the principle of not jumping, Howard's somewhat clumsy feints failed to yield any results. A flurry of movements akin to a tiger's ferocity. Beep. The referee signaled for a foul. Traveling. The referee called Howard for traveling. Howard's expression darkened. The joy on his face had completely vanished. The feelings of defeat and frustration within him had become almost unbearable. Wang Ke scratched his head, feeling that everything on the court had become somewhat simplistic. Something was amiss. Were they collectively staging a performance for him, luring the enemy deeper, displaying weakness to mask their strength, seeking to suppress before elevating? After all, they were all touted as champions. Please, don't do this. Chapter 16. My gambling skills are exceptional. I am bold. I am daring. I am audacious. At this moment, the scouts in the stands were becoming increasingly agitated. In unison, they began inscribing Wang Ke's name on blank sheets of paper. Subsequently, they pinned their individual evaluations of him. Was it true that everything Jordan had said at the pre-match press conference was indeed accurate? Wang Ke's remarkable performance truly merits the endorsement and support of the 5 retired basketball stars. On the court, as Team B launched an offensive, Devin Harris once again entrusted the ball to the interior player, Wang Ke. Wang Ke's position is remarkably solid, and Howard simply cannot withstand it. At this moment, Howard's weight is merely around 110 kilograms, far from his peak of 120 kilograms upon entering the league. This disparity renders Howard entirely incapable of pushing back. Even during his prime, Howard's lower body strength has consistently been a vulnerability. Consequently, he has become a mere plaything for Yao Ming. Presently, Wang Ke's height is comparable to that of Yao Ming, and while his weight may not match the peak Yao's, his raw strength and ability to contend subtly surpass it. Of course, Wang Ke himself is yet to realize this fact. He is only becoming increasingly perplexed. Bang! Wang Ke cast a fleeting glance at the position of the hoop, then executed his signature one-handed grip on the ball, effortlessly launching it over Howard and into the net. Oh my God! How utterly ferocious! The crowd erupted in astonishment. Soon, cheers for Wang Ke filled the arena. Yet, amidst the excitement, Wang Ke felt an almost surreal sensation. Was it truly this simple? Dwight, why did you not defend earnestly? Wang Ke could not help but ask Howard, what on earth? What on earth, and you? Wang Ke posed a remarkably earnest question, which, to Howard, resonated as a profoundly damaging taunt, an assault on the very essence. In an instant, Howard's defenses crumbled. Overwhelmed by emotion, he impulsively shoved Wang Ke with fervor. Yet, an even more awkward situation ensued. Wang Ke stood utterly unmoved. It was utterly perplexing. Wang Ke patted the jersey on his chest, disregarding Howard's presence. As the referee and players from both teams approached, they realized the game had already concluded. Howard was beside himself with rage. He had been outmatched in an instant. Michael, what do you have to say? Oakley tilted his head and smiled at Jordan. At that moment, the pride on his face was utterly unmistakable. Not bad. The game has just begun. Don't worry. I possess excellent betting etiquette. Jordan shrugged his shoulders. He admitted that Wang Ke had indeed surprised him. Wang Ke's formidable performance continues unabated. This time, as Team A launched their offensive, Rod Strickland delivered the ball into the hands of Okafor. A top draft prospect has already faltered, leaving us to ponder the performance of another. In Strickland's view, Howard, as a high school student who has yet to attend college, remains woefully immature, lacking the requisite mental fortitude. However, Okafor presents a different narrative. Having spent 4 years competing in the NCAA, he is a player of remarkable maturity, demonstrating immediate readiness that rivals that of seasoned professionals in the league. Upon receiving the pass, Okafor indeed showcased his distinct level of composure. Confronted with Iguodala's aggressive defense, Okafor refrained from rushing into an attack. Instead, he firmly secured the ball, leaning assertively against Iguodala. The disparity in height and bulk rendered Iguodala feeling as if he were up against an impenetrable wall. As he attempted to maneuver around for a steal, he recalled Wang Ke's admonition, on the court, strength reigns supreme. Wang Ke's impressive performance at the outset has swiftly captivated his teammates. Iguodala, seizing the moment, suddenly circled forward to intercept, making a direct lunge at the basketball held by Okafor. I have been anticipating your move. Unfazed, Okafor elevated the ball high with both hands, deftly evading Iguodala's attempt to steal. He then smoothly pivoted towards the baseline, leaving Iguodala in his wake. The moment was ripe for takeoff. A flicker of pride surged within Okafor. Everything was under his control. In the next instant, a colossal shadow loomed over Okafor. Wang Ke swiftly advanced to bolster the defense, raising his arms high to obstruct Okafor's line of sight. Standing at 2.08 meters, Okafor was shorter than Howard, and with Wang Ke closing in on him, he found himself utterly unable to see the basket. Damn it, Okafor muttered under his breath. Hey, pass the ball. On the opposite side beneath the basket, Howard, left completely unguarded by Wang Ke, shouted for the ball. However, in this era, centers with playmaking abilities have become a rare breed. It was utterly unrealistic to expect a player like Okafor, whose career average for assists barely grazed the decimal point, to deliver the ball accurately across the court under Wang Ke's imposing presence. At that moment, Okafor was not even contemplating a pass. After finally securing the ball, he was determined to take the shot himself. With a swift move, Okafor executed a back-leaning jump shot reminiscent of the Golden Rooster stands on one leg. Yet, it became evident that such a sophisticated maneuver was not something just any player could master. Okafor clearly lacked the requisite skill. He failed to maintain his balance, resulting in a shot with an excessively low arc snap. Wang Ke has once again executed a remarkable block. Oh my goodness, such defensive prowess. The scouts are swiftly jotting down notes in their little notebooks. The B team is on the offensive, and the ball finds its way back to Wang Ke. This time, Howard attempted to bring Wang Ke down with a fierce foul, but was instead met with a spectacular 2-1 play from Wang Ke. What a sight. Wang Ke's free throw is successful. The score is now 9 o'clock. Wang Ke single-handedly scored 9 points, while Team A found themselves mired in a scoring drought. The two highly touted centers, each a former #1 draft pick, were utterly ineffective, unable to muster any response against Wang Ke's formidable defense. Rod Strickland felt a surge of frustration. He never anticipated such a dismal performance from his team's interior players. What a situation. Memories of Wang Ke's bold pre-game declaration echoed in his mind. If you hesitate about my performance, that signifies my inadequacy. Such youthful bravado. Yet, this young man truly delivered. Should Wang Ke maintain this remarkable start, who could possibly claim he performed poorly? That would be sheer folly. Rod Strickland resolved to take matters into his own hands to break the team's scoring slump. With a rhythmic thump, 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 Rod Strickland noticeably quickened his ball handling as he advanced past half-court. Executing an exquisitely fluid crossover, he deftly evaded Devin Harris. With 2 swift strides, Rod Strickland surged toward the free throw line. Effortlessly. Come on, do them in, cheered Kyrie Irving from the front row, finally seizing a moment to celebrate. Wang Ke's overwhelming prowess had silenced him, especially as the Curry brothers had been relentless in their play, leaving him feeling somewhat overshadowed. On the court, Wang Ke stepped forward decisively to provide support defense. Oakley's guidance imposed D.O.V. standards, which were set exceedingly high. A D.O.V. player must excel beyond mere individual defense. Only with robust support capabilities can the entire defensive structure of the team be upheld. Thus, Wang Ke's proactive assistance was resolute. After evading Devin Harris, Rod Strickland knew that failing to assist would leave him wide open. Goodness gracious. The height advantage was striking. Just as Rod Strickland prepared for a delicate floater, he realized that Wang Ke's interference range exceeded his expectations. Quick on his feet, Rod swiftly altered his strategy, faking the shot and delivering a bounce pass to the wide-open Howard. As a point guard, Rod Strickland's passing prowess is beyond question. During his prime, his ability to penetrate and distribute was a significant highlight in the league. Wang Ke, having no intention of jumping to block, maintained an excellent defensive posture. At this moment, his swift pivot appeared extraordinarily rapid. Wow. Witnessing this scene up close, Rod Strickland was finally somewhat moved. This is the innate essence of a D0V prodigy. Is Wang Ke truly just a mere 20 years of age? His mindset exhibits a maturity that is somewhat alarming. Cheers. Upon receiving the pass, Howard let out a resounding shout and soared into the air. At last, he was able to take flight with unrestrained exhilaration. With strength that could rival mountains and an aura that commands respect, Howard was determined to deliver a dunk that would showcase the prowess of the beast. Howard leaped to great heights, his physical gifts revealed in all their glory. Descend now. Wang Ke has also leaped. This marks the first time since the beginning of the match that Wang Ke takes to the air in defense. He is acutely aware that Howard has no intention of passing the ball this time. Howard lacks both the mindset and capability for such a pass. When the moment calls for action, one must seize it. At this juncture, his extraordinary wingspan truly reveals its advantage. While Howard's reach is impressive at 2.23 meters, Wang Ke boasts an astonishing 2.45 meters. With a resounding thud, he secures the ball. Wang Ke exerted tremendous force with his right hand, firmly pressing the basketball against the backboard. The struggle in midair lasted nearly a second. The defeated opponent was Howard. A spectacular block. What on earth? At that moment, the entire United Center erupted with exhilaration. It was utterly ferocious. Such a player truly deserves to be regarded as the genuine favorite for the top draft pick. Bam! Wang Ke landed gracefully, his right hand holding the ball aloft above his head. I beg your pardon. This area is off limits for flying. Oh my God. It seems we are destined for soaring heights. I never imagined I had such an extraordinary talent among my ranks. Ha ha, Charlotte. The small loan shark Bart Locke chuckled with delight in front of the television screen, feeling quite pleased with himself. However, soon after, Bart Locke fell silent, having made a resolute decision in his mind. Wang Ke does not belong here. He should no longer be involved in the matter of debt collection. It is imperative that he is not left with too many blemishes. There is still time for him to extricate himself. Barton Locke glanced up at the poster on the wall. The Red Giant, Bill Walton. In truth, my childhood dream was also to play basketball. Oh well. Wang has succeeded. He has achieved it. In the cramped room, Claudia Evan, rarely expressing herself so fervently, shed tears. Brother, please stop drinking. A strong odor of alcohol wafted in, causing Claudia to frown as she called out to Senior Evan. What? You have already become his, and now you begin to disdain your brother? You have shared a bed with him. You are no longer a good girl. Senior Evan shouted, reeking of liquor. Ah, Claudia cried out, weeping. Why are you crying? I do not even know why I am acting this way. Wang is on the path to success, and I am happy for him. Look at those around him, Michael, Charles Dale. Wow. These are all prominent figures one can only see on television. You have found your place, and I am happy for you. Just follow him and enjoy the good life, and do not trouble me anymore. Everyone, leave me be. I am free. Ugh. Do not concern yourselves with me. Within Senior Evan's mumblings, there was also a hint of weeping. This night, many were sleepless. Chapter 17, Conquest and Attention. Juan. Chicago, United Center. Waves of cheers surged forth. They were calling Wang Ke's name. By halftime, Wang Ke had already conquered the entire audience. Under his leadership, Team B unleashed a stunning 21-0 run. Wang Ke scored an impressive 15 points, 3 rebounds, and 5 blocks. His dominating blocks left Howard and Okafor stunned. Subsequently, Rod Strickland managed to break the scoring drought for Team A with a forced three-pointer. Otherwise, the situation would have been almost too embarrassing to conclude. As the second quarter commenced, Team A spontaneously began to double-team Wang Ke. Although Howard felt immense shame at such actions, his dismal performance rendered him incapable of stopping his teammates' behavior. Suddenly confronted with a double team, Wang Ke was momentarily flustered, resulting in 2 turnovers. However, He quickly signaled to Devin Harris that he would no longer be the primary offensive initiator. Instead, he began to embrace the duties of a blue-collar center. Screen setting, fighting for offensive rebounds, second-chance opportunities. Wang Ke continues to simplify the game. Now, Team A has unexpectedly found themselves at a loss. Despite the encirclement by Howard and Okafor, Wang Ke still managed to secure the offensive rebound. How can this be resolved? I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan. Wang Ke dominated the interior of Team A with unparalleled prowess. The sound of applause resonated from the front row of the audience. None other than Michael Jordan himself. A true gambler, he declared his admiration for those with genuine talent. Huh, my old friend, chuckled Oakley, exhaling with relief. With Jordan's support and Wang Ke's outstanding performance in this match, it seems that his entry into the league is now all but assured. After this game, one can expect a flurry of scouts from numerous teams to take a keen interest in Wang Ke. Although Wang Ke lacks a substantial sample from competitive matches, he has triumphed decisively in direct confrontations against the two former first overall picks, Howard and Okafor. This fact cannot escape the discerning eyes of scouts. Often, the draft hinges upon raw talent. At the tender age of 20, Wang Ke is still quite youthful. Had he waited another 2 years, the circumstances would undoubtedly have changed. The charity match concluded splendidly, and the standout player of the evening was none other than Wang Ke. By the end of the game, he had amassed an astounding tally of 32 points, 17 rebounds, 3 assists, and 8 blocks. Much of his scoring, particularly after facing double teams, stemmed from his relentless pursuit of offensive rebounds, leading to second-chance points. In contrast, Howard managed a mere 5 points and 4 rebounds, displaying a rather lackluster performance. Okafor fared slightly better, scoring in double digits with 14 points and 3 rebounds, largely relying on mid-range shots against Iguodala. Together, they combined for 19 points and 7 rebounds, which pales in comparison to Wang Ke's remarkable statistics. It is truly disheartening. His physical talents are extraordinary, a fact beyond dispute. His defensive awareness and positioning are nothing short of impeccable, complemented by commendable defensive habits that are indeed rare. His rebounding ability is outstanding, showcasing excellent positioning. Offensively, he boasts a high finishing rate near the basket, though his ability to shoot from mid to long range remains to be seen, and he lacks finesse and post moves. His playmaking skills are yet to be defined. Rating S. A defensive stalwart. He has the potential to become the cornerstone of the team's defense. Peter Brandon, the Bull Scout, closed his notebook and gazed at Wang Ke, who was basking in the cheers of his teammates, his eyes gleaming with unusual fervor. At 63 years old, Peter Brandon has served as a scout for the Bulls since 20 years ago, having been instrumental in the selection of Jordan. 5 years ago, he had entered a semi-retired phase, largely disengaged from the scouting of rookie players. However, due to the Bulls' repeated draft failures in recent years, he found himself compelled to return to the forefront. Since Jordan's retirement after the 1997-98 season, the team has plummeted into a state of disarray, enduring 6 consecutive seasons of mediocrity. In the recently concluded 2003-2004 season, the Bulls found themselves with the second-worst record in the league, with no sign of resurgence in sight. Once a dynasty with 6 championships, the team has tragically fallen to such depths. Over these 6 years, the Bulls have selected several high-profile rookies, including Elton Brand, Marcus Fizer, and Jay Williams, none of whom have been able to shoulder the responsibility of revitalizing the franchise. Now, with Peter Brandon back in the limelight, he believes he has discovered genuine hope. Wang Ke, he has faith in his discerning eye. Statistics may be manipulated, but the performance on the court remains undeniably authentic. In the second half, Howard and Okafor displayed their true prowess, yet they still found themselves unable to gain an advantage over Wang Ke. Wang Ke lacks remarkable statistics from high school and college to reference and support his case, merely due to the absence of opportunities to participate. Otherwise, he undoubtedly could have delivered an explosive season performance. After some contemplation, Peter Brandon approached the sidelines. "Michael, do you remember me?" Peter Brandon smiled at Jordan, extending his right hand. "Oh, Peter." Jordan grasped his hand eagerly. "Of course I remember. It's been quite a while since we last met." A nostalgic expression crossed Jordan's face. "Indeed, it has been many years." Peter Brandon chuckled. "What are your thoughts on Wang?" he inquired. "He's all right, though certainly superior to those 2 top draft prospects. The rest is up to your discernment," Jordan replied with a subtle smile. "Haha, Michael, your words always carry such authority." Peter Brandon laughed, then cast a contemplative gaze toward Wang Ke. He had already designated Wang Ke as a focal point for evaluation, The team should afford him an opportunity for a trial. I suppose I have seized this opportunity, haven't I? On the court, Wang Ke gradually calmed from his initial excitement. In terms of this game alone, Wang Ke performed flawlessly. Yet, whether this would secure him a chance to enter the league remains uncertain. Wang Ke shook his head, resolved not to dwell on such matters any longer. He would focus on fulfilling his responsibilities, leaving the rest to fate. First, he would collect the stakes from this match. Wang Ke observed Rod Strickland conversing with Kyrie Irving on the other side. Godfather, is that towering defender truly so formidable? Not even you could completely shake him off. At that moment, Kyrie Irving's face was etched with defiance. After the game concluded, Kyrie engaged in yet another verbal spar with the Curry brothers, inevitably emerging on the losing end. It was unavoidable, for Wang Ke had performed exceptionally well. Indeed, he could evade when necessary. However, his defensive reach was remarkably expansive, coupled with agility and speed that one would not typically associate with a player of his stature. This was truly impressive, as Rod Strickland remarked. Humph. Once I enter the league, I shall undoubtedly penetrate his defenses. Kyrie Irving set his ambitions high, declaring his intentions with fervor. Such determination is commendable. Rod Strickland chuckled, ruffling Kyrie Irving's hair playfully. By the time Kyrie entered the league, Wang Ke would likely be at the pinnacle of his career. How intriguing. The league indeed belongs to these young talents. In that moment, Rod Strickland pondered whether it was time for him to contemplate retirement. Perhaps one more season is in order. He felt little sorrow, rather, he delighted in witnessing Kyrie Irving's continuous evolution. Rod, I'm here to collect my bets. The voice of Wang Ke resonated. No problem. You are quite impressive. I shall earnestly teach you. However, I still advise you to meticulously arrange your training schedule. I have always believed that for a center like you, excessive dribbling is unnecessary if you truly attempt to showcase your ball handling skills in a formal match. I fear the head coach on the sidelines may promptly substitute you and berate you. Rod Strickland remarked with a smile. I understand. I am fully aware. Wang Ke chuckled, finding Rod Strickland to be quite amiable at that moment. Very well. Michael was bound to incur losses amounting to hundreds of thousands of dollars. I retract my earlier statements. When it comes to discerning character, Michael truly lacks insight. Aha! Rod Strickland joined in the laughter, while the triumphant voice of Barkley could be heard from a distance, reveling in his winnings. This evening, some were in high spirits, while others felt despondent. The following day, the repercussions of the charity match rapidly began to unfold. However, with the commencement of the first round of the playoffs, both media and fans shifted their focus to the postseason. Yet, for the teams that did not qualify for the playoffs, there was a renewed evaluation of potential draft choices for the upcoming 2 months. The influence of Jordan was truly remarkable. Players who had not received an invitation from him experienced varying degrees of decline in their draft projections. Among them, Rafael Arroyo faced the most unfortunate fate. Not only did he fall out of the lottery selection zone, but even his position in the first round appeared precarious. Footage of Rafael Arroyo being thoroughly dominated by Wang Ke began to resurface in the media. Coupled with Arroyo's status as an international player, his draft prospects swiftly dimmed. Damn it, it's all Wang's fault. I can't swallow this humiliation. In the confines of his college dormitory, Rafael Arroyo felt an overwhelming urge to shatter everything in sight. Not to mention, the decline in draft position directly translated to a significant reduction in his salary. The annual salary for a late first-round pick was barely under $1 million. By the time of the second round, there would be no guarantees whatsoever. Who would willingly forfeit financial stability? Undermining someone's financial prospects is akin to committing an unspeakable crime. After the charity match, Oakley gestured a sign of reassurance to Wang Ke, bringing him a sense of comfort. The most encouraging news was that Oakley had assisted Wang Ke in completing his registration for the draft. The league had certain requirements for players entering the draft, though they were not excessively stringent. In principle, American players were expected to have participated in NCAA competitions. Nevertheless, at this juncture, the league still permitted high school students to bypass college and enter the draft directly. Many regulations were not yet fully refined. In a couple of years, this would be prohibited. Wang Ke has graduated from high school but has not pursued further education, placing him in a state of uncertainty. However, with endorsements from Oakley and Jordan, registering for the draft presents no issues. Whether a team selects him is an entirely different matter. It is anticipated that several teams will extend invitations for tryouts. In mid-next month, the league will host an official combine, where all players who have registered for the draft will be eligible to participate. At this juncture, Your focus should be on diligently training without allowing distractions to cloud your mind. It is evident that you do not have an agent. I can introduce you to one, Arntelum, the representative of Kobe Bryant. He is a commendable individual, not widely known, and with a limited roster, yet he is highly responsible. By the way, it would be wise to cease any debt collection activities. As this was mentioned, Oakley's expression turned serious, and his tone adopted a stern edge. Wang Ke hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded. Let us proceed. Michael wishes to have a private conversation with you. Chapter 18. The Trial Training. Question. With such remarkable talent, why resort to being a loan shark's enforcer? Answer. To survive. The meeting between Wang Ke and Jordan was brief. Once Jordan obtained the answers he sought, he dismissed Wang Ke. As Wang Ke stepped outside, the sunlight cascaded down, appearing somewhat blinding. However, he found the sunlight to be quite lively at that moment. Upon returning to Charlotte, Wang Ke sought out Barton Locke. Although he had promised Oakley to sever ties with the loan sharks, he found himself momentarily unable to voice this commitment in the presence of Barton Locke, who was indeed a commendable individual. Wang Ke took a deep breath, realizing that in order to escape this place, he must not show any weakness. Barton, I. As soon as Wang Ke began to speak, he was abruptly interrupted by Barton Locke. Juan, I have some unfortunate news for you. You were terminated. Your performance has been utterly unsatisfactory. I can no longer tolerate it. Disobedience, absenteeism, and what else? No, these are more than sufficient. Here is your severance pay. Take it. From this moment forth, we share no further ties. Indeed, not even as friends. I should never have considered you a friend. Barton Locke pushed a stack of money towards Wang Ke. Wang Ke furrowed his brow. Here, take it. Do your best from now on. Barton Locke embraced Wang Ke, patting him gently on the back. As customary, his chauffeur opened the car door, and with a graceful wave, Barton Locke elegantly took his seat inside. Wang Ke glanced at the stack of rice yuan in his hand, which was substantial this time, approximately amounting to 10,000 rice yuan. Wang Ke took a deep breath once more, feeling a complex mix of emotions within. In the days that followed, his life became increasingly straightforward. Training, and more training. Del Curry frequently visited the training facility, offering Wang Ke a plethora of insightful training suggestions. A week later, Rod Strickland arrived in Charlotte to commence ball handling training with Wang Ke. This season, Strickland was playing for the Raptors, a team that unfortunately did not qualify for the playoffs. The once demigod Vince Carter, having suffered severe injuries due to repeated fouls from Bruce Bowen, began to adopt a more laid-back attitude. Each game felt like a mere obligation rather than a competitive endeavor, resulting in a significant decline in both his performance and spirit compared to previous years. Given such circumstances, the Raptors faced considerable challenges in their quest for playoff contention. The purpose of ball handling is to facilitate better drives to the basket. It is imperative to avoid being flashy for the sake of showmanship. That is not professional basketball, it is street ball. Shorter players often rely on various dribbling fakes to shift the defender's center of gravity due to their height and physicality disadvantages. However, I believe you need not resort to such tactics. If you can secure a strong first step and establish your position, no one will withstand your drive to the basket. Therefore, I advise you to keep your dribbling as simple as possible and to utilize your body to protect the ball effectively. You may even approach the basket with a three-step drive from beyond the arc. Elaborate moves such as crossovers or those akin to Sam Gold should be deemed unnecessary. Additionally, the sense of rhythm in your dribbling is paramount. This is an area where Kobe excelled magnificently. Rod Strickland provided his insights and demonstrated effective ball handling techniques. Wang Ke has reaped immense benefits. Whether it be Oakley, Del Curry, or Rod Strickland, their guidance towards Wang Ke has been remarkably focused, tailored specifically to his physical attributes. They have not resorted to offering vague platitudes. Such sincerity is deeply appreciated by Wang Ke. This approach far surpasses that of the legendary Hakeem Olajuwon. After retiring, Olajuwon conducts annual training camps with exorbitant enrollment fees. However, his teaching methods can be somewhat misleading. While executing interior moves may appear straightforward, the true challenge lies in the explosive power and frequency required. Olajuwon possesses such physical gifts, yet his students may not be similarly endowed. Consequently, the same moves, when performed by the peak Olajuwon, are deemed dream footwork, while when attempted by others, they often result in a lackluster imitation, leading to adverse effects. A flurry of activity akin to a tiger, only to find oneself stagnant in place. A prime example of this is the formidable Dwight Howard. Occasionally, Wang Ke takes a respite, enjoying a playoff game with Claudia. Among these, he pays particular attention to the Rockets' postseason. Yao Ming nearly led the Rockets to create a miracle. In Game 1, while competing away, had you not fouled out in the final moments, the Rockets might have triumphed at the Staples Center. Losing to the Lakers by a mere point, Yao single-handedly countered the inside duo of Shaquille O'Neal and Karl Malone, significantly limiting their offensive prowess. The defensive power of a towering center was clearly showcased. In Game 3, upon returning home, Yao achieved his goal for this playoff journey, to secure a victory. However, in Game 4, Yao again encountered foul trouble and fouled out. The Lakers narrowly overcame the Rockets in overtime, gaining match point. This left Wang Ke with the impression that external factors were influencing the outcome of the games. In the pivotal Game 5, the Lakers, back on their home court, left no opportunity for the Rockets, securing a decisive victory. Thus, Yao Ming's inaugural playoff journey came to an end, having accomplished a minor goal, yet tinged with a sense of regret. Meanwhile, the Miami Heat faced a grueling battle in the 7th game, triumphing over the Hornets to advance to the next round. Note, the Hornets relocated from Charlotte to New Orleans, yet this season they remained an Eastern Conference team. With the addition of the Bobcats next season, the Hornets will be classified as a Western Conference team. Wang Ke had a fleeting opportunity to participate in the G2, G4, and G5 matches, totaling a mere 7 minutes on the court. Over the course of these 3 games, his statistics amounted to 0 points, 0 rebounds, 1 assist, 0 blocks, 0 steals, 1 turnover, and 1 foul. Wang Ke was acutely aware that the time when he would no longer be able to play was drawing near. At the United Center in Chicago, the atmosphere was charged. The sound of thuds echoed through the arena. Come in. For teams that failed to qualify for the playoffs, the players welcomed an early vacation. However, the management was far from idle. Rather, they were increasingly occupied. The draft was set to take place at the end of June, and this period was crucial for evaluating potential rookies. The Bulls had finished the previous season with one of the worst records in the league. Thus, securing a high pick in the upcoming draft was virtually assured. General Manager Gar Forman was working diligently, burning the midnight oil. He had taken over the position from the legendary Jerry Krause the previous summer. Yet, despite his efforts, the team had shown no signs of improvement over the past season. Gar Forman was currently under immense pressure. He needed to assemble a competitive team swiftly to return the Bulls to the playoffs. The owner and fans alike were growing impatient. The Bulls had been in a state of rebuilding for far too long. Peter, please, sit down. Do we have any new insights regarding rookie evaluations? Gar Forman inquired, standing up in respect for Peter Brandon, a veteran in the scouting department. Yes, indeed. I have a player I must strongly recommend to you. Peter Brandon replied with a smile. Oh, is it Dwight or Emeka? I'm genuinely concerned about our luck in securing one of the top 2 picks. Dwight and Emeka are likely destined to be the 1st and 2nd overall selections. Gar Forman chuckled, shaking his head. The draft lottery involves both luck and predetermined outcomes. However, since Jordan's departure, the Bulls have not been favored by the league. Achieving the top pick again poses a significant challenge. It's neither of them. It's Wang Ke. I trust you've heard his name during this time. Gar Forman handed over the scouting report on Wang Ke. Gar Forman perused the report and then wrapped his fingers on the desk before him. Wang Ke is certainly aware. He dominated Howard and Okafor in the charity game hosted by Jordan. However, Wang ultimately lacks a substantial body of competitive samples. To base a selection on merely one game seems rather frivolous, does it not? It strikes one as quite a gamble. The uncertainty surrounding Wang is considerable. J.R. Forman shook his head. In Forman's perspective, Okafor, who has played 4 years in the NCAA, is the optimal choice for the Bulls in the draft. Okafor is mature and possesses immediate impact potential. He can contribute to the team without delay. Opting for Wang Ke feels akin to purchasing a lottery ticket. Perhaps Wang could once again astonish everyone, seamlessly adapting to the tempo of the league's competition. Yet, it is equally plausible that he might struggle to acclimatize and become a bust. There is a saying, after all, discussing toxicity without considering dosage is utterly meaningless. Similarly, focusing on the performance of a single game without regard to the quantity of competitive samples is equally futile. We should at least grant Wang a trial opportunity. Peter Brandon did not engage in a debate with Forman, but instead offered his own suggestion. Naturally, let us extend a trial invitation to Wang. By the way, does he have an agent? Forman inquired with a smile. Indeed, his agent is Arn Tellem, who also represents Ben Wallace. Peter Brandon clearly possessed a thorough understanding of Wang Ke. Charles Oakley is indeed quite invested. Such dialogues have transpired within the management of numerous teams. Most management teams have dismissed the notion of selecting Wang Ke with a lottery pick. However, should the opportunity arise to select him at the end of the first round or in the second round, several teams are willing to take a chance. Shortly thereafter, the Knicks, Rockets, Bulls, and Bobcats extended trial invitations to Wang Ke. Wang Ke encountered his agent, Arn Talem, and life swiftly became a whirlwind of activity. As May unfolded, Wang Ke commenced his travels between various cities. The trials are predominantly divided into two segments. Firstly, the assessment of both your static and dynamic data. Secondly, you may be subjected to a skills evaluation, such as shooting, rebounding, and perhaps engaging in 1v1 or 5v5 practice matches. There is no need for undue anxiety. You possess no deficiencies in any aspect. In the illustrious Madison Square Garden, Arn Talem is imparting final words of advice to Wang Ke. The inaugural trial for Wang Ke is on the verge of commencing. Under the aegis of Oakley, Arn Taylor has taken on the role of Wang Ke's agent, initially as a favor to Oakley. However, upon meeting Wang Ke and conducting a thorough assessment, Arn Taylor was struck by an astonishing realization he had indeed stumbled upon a rare gem. With the illustrious presence of Ben ahead and Wang Ke following, Arn Taylor momentarily felt himself to be the destined child of the agency realm. He held immense gratitude towards Oakley. During this specialized training with the Knicks, Arn Taylor brimmed with confidence in Wang Ke. He even began to fantasize about whether the Knicks would extend a draft promise following the trial. Yet, as the trial truly commenced, Arn Taylor's brows began to furrow deeper with mounting concern. Ultimately, he was filled with indignation. Chapter 19. The name yell. What does this signify? He had endured an intense trial for a continuous hour. He required a respite. Continuing further posed a risk of injury. Could they not see his height and weight? Arn Taylor furiously shouted at the Knicks coaching staff. Initially, the trial proceeded normally, encompassing the measurement of static and dynamic physical data. However, the subsequent trial activities escalated abruptly in intensity. Shuttle runs, defensive slides, rope sprints, bench presses, rebounding drills, defensive exercises, shooting trials, one round after another, offering Wang Ke no opportunity to catch his breath. At first, Wang Ke managed to keep pace and executed everything flawlessly. Yet, as his stamina waned, he gradually found himself struggling to breathe. The relentless intensity of the trial made him feel as though the physical toll was greater than that of an entire match. In the last two rounds, Wang Ke was unable to maintain his previous perfection. His shooting after receiving the ball began to clang off the rim. His control over rebounds faltered by a beat. His defensive presence repeatedly succumbed. Wang Ke felt as though he could not catch his breath. As long as he could regain his composure and surpass his physical limits, he would be able to endure and maintain his performance. However, it was evident that the coaching staff of the Knicks had no such intentions. Wang Ke found himself unable to catch his breath, pushing the limits of his endurance. Consequently, his performance began to deteriorate increasingly. You are committing a crime. If he gets injured, can you bear the responsibility? Arn Taylor was utterly incensed. Oh, Arn, we never compelled him to perform in such a manner. You can halt this at any moment. However, this trial is concluded. Our current assessment stands at D-. Are you certain you wish to stop? A voice chimed in from the side, prompting Arn Taylor to glance over. It was none other than the once renowned and youthful-faced superstar, the smiling assassin Isaiah Thomas. Having become the general manager of the Knicks last season, he had come to observe the rookie recommended by both Jordan and Ewing. Damn it, Arn Taylor muttered under his breath, realizing that this trial had no chance of success. It was well known that Isaiah Thomas and Jordan were bitter rivals. Clearly, this was an attempt to undermine Wang Ke. Arn, I understand your thoughts. You are being naive. Wang possesses commendable physical gifts. Yet he evidently struggles to acclimate to the genuine pace of competitive play. Official games will not match the intensity of exhibitions. He's already gasping for air. In a real match, it would be no different. He may dazzle in the first quarter, but what then? When the game becomes intense, he will merely sit on the bench, catching his breath. What purpose does such a player serve? Isaiah Thomas shrugged, a faint smile gracing his lips. Since becoming the general manager of the Knicks, Isaiah Thomas had received substantial support from team owner James Dolan and was undertaking significant reforms within the organization. While many media outlets lauded Wang Ke, Isaiah Thomas remained unconvinced. The former bad boys could easily render Wang Ke ineffective by the end of the first quarter. He would never acknowledge Jordan's influence in this matter. Arn Taylor shook his head, prepared to call it off. With a team like this, it is better not to proceed. Wang Ke indeed grapples with significant issues in energy allocation, which is precisely the reason for his current struggle to breathe. His lack of extensive competitive experience is evident. A reality well understood by high school players, yet Wang Ke has not had the opportunity to familiarize himself with practical situations. The management of physical stamina is not a skill that can be imparted solely through verbal instruction. Each individual's physical condition and rate of exhaustion vary greatly. Moreover, the circumstances and dynamics of each match differ. In this regard, neither Oakley nor Del Curry can offer substantial assistance. However, rookies are rookies precisely because of their insufficient experience. They require time to develop. Isaiah Thomas's remarks are mere nonsense. It is rare for any player to step onto the court fully seasoned. Arn Tatum cast a glance towards Wang Ke, who was already bent over on the court. Their eyes met in silent understanding. Do not call a timeout? Arn Tatum comprehended the resolve in Wang Ke's gaze. Do not call a timeout? I can manage this. A ferocious roar erupted from Wang Ke's mouth, reminiscent of a wild beast. He then resumed his sprint across the field. In that moment, it seemed as though he faced the barrel of a gun. In the next second, Wang Ke bravely absorbed a blow, retaliating with a powerful punch that dispatched his opponent in an instant. A resounding shout followed. Wang Ke felt his footsteps suddenly become light and buoyant. Who? Wang Ke took several deep breaths, feeling that his physical limits had been surpassed. Come on. Another round of the event had passed, and Wang Ke was performing increasingly well. Oh. The coaching staff of the Knicks expressed their astonishment from the sidelines. Isaiah Thomas also furrowed his brow, observing for a moment longer before turning to leave. Upon exiting Madison Square Garden, the glaring sunlight poured down once again. This time, Wang Ke felt the sunlight was not as lively. The first stop of the trial had gone awry. The Knicks coaching staff ultimately assigned him a C rating, informing Wang Ke that the team would not waste a draft pick on him. You're doing remarkably well. They are intentionally targeting you. Arn Taylor reassured Wang Ke. Our next destination is Houston. They will come to regret their decision. Wang Ke shook his head. This time, it was indeed his fault. There was no need to make excuses. The lack of sufficient competitive experience was undeniably a significant flaw. Due to the absence of match samples, it was not entirely unreasonable for the Knicks to push Wang Ke to his limits during the trials. Wang Ke anticipates that the forthcoming trial sessions for several teams will continue to follow this pattern. The draft inherently involves a strategic interplay between rookies and teams. Regrettably, Wang Ke finds himself devoid of any capital or leverage in this scenario. Faced with the various demands of the teams, Wang Ke has no choice but to silently accept this path laid before him. In a previous life, Yi Jianlian, during his trial with the Milwaukee Bucks, merely gestured towards the bench and executed a back-to-the-basket move at the behest of his agent, Fagan. The Bucks had no recourse but to acquiesce, ultimately selecting Yi Jianlian as the 6th overall pick. Why was that? The lucrative market of Longhua stood behind Yi Jianlian, coupled with Yao Ming's success in the league, and Yi Jianlian's extraordinary dominance and explosive athleticism showcased in the Longhua League. With such foundations, the trial sessions lost their significance. However, Wang Ke possesses none of these advantages. Arn, could you assist me in finding a training facility? I wish to work on my physical conditioning. Wang Ke addressed Alan Taylor, exclaiming, Oh no. Juan. Physical fitness cannot be achieved in a moment. You have already exhausted your stamina today. Continuing to train would greatly deplete your body and pose a risk of injury. I cannot permit you to do this. As I have stated, you have performed admirably. The expectations for a novice should not be so demanding. Alan Taylor spoke with a grave expression, determined not to let Wang Ke act recklessly. I am not being reckless. You are aware of the unique talent I possess. It is the ability to make rapid progress through diligent practice. Today, I have some thoughts regarding stamina distribution and wish to continue training. Rest assured, I will not increase the intensity. Wang Ke chuckled and said, Really? Alan Taylor's face was filled with skepticism. Nevertheless, Wang Ke's progress is indeed astonishing. Strictly speaking, Wang Ke has only been involved in professional basketball for less than a year. Yet he has already become a formidable presence, surpassing the much-anticipated top draft picks. Howard and Okafor. All right, but if you ever feel unwell, you must stop immediately. In Houston, Yao Ming wandered around the locker room, checking to see if he had left anything behind. Tomorrow, he would be flying back to the Dragon Country. This summer, the Dragon Country team would once again compete in the Olympics. This would mark Yao Ming's second Olympic journey. 4 years ago, Yao Ming was still a complete novice in the national team, following the footsteps of seasoned players like Wang Zhizhi, Liu Yudong, and Hu Weidong. He experienced the atmosphere of grand competitions. This time, however, the Dragon Country team would need Yao Ming to shoulder the burden. With Wang Ke unable to return due to unforeseen circumstances, it seemed that Yao Ming was the only one left for the team to rely upon. Reflecting on this, Yao Ming fell silent for a moment. The weight on his shoulders was heavy. The best result for the Dragon Country team in the Olympics had been an 8th-place finish. Yao Ming longed to lead the team to break through and achieve better results. Yet, this was no easy feat. He needed assistance. Currently, the support within the Dragon Country team was evidently lacking. He had heard that a remarkably talented 17-year-old had recently joined the national team. Hailed as the pinnacle of Asian basketball, while Yao Ming felt a sense of relief, he also realized that he could not rely on this young player just yet. Perhaps in 4 years, during the Olympics held in their homeland, they could form a formidable inside duo. Oh, this young man was named Yi Jinlian. After packing his belongings, Yao Ming was ready to leave. Big Yo. A warmly familiar voice in the Dragon Country language startled Yao Ming. He had never expected to encounter a fellow compatriot in the arena. There were many foreigners who spoke the Dragon Country language, but only a compatriot could express it with such warmth. Hey, Yao Ming turned around, startled once more. He instinctively looked down to see who it was, only to discover that this person stood tall enough to meet his gaze directly. Wang Ke? Yao Ming asked tentatively. He had certainly heard of Wang Ke lately. After being eliminated from the playoffs, Yao Ming had paid a bit of attention to Wang Ke. This name had appeared quite frequently in the sports newspapers. Yao Ming vaguely remembered that Oakley had mentioned Wang Ke in a conversation. He had even watched the footage of that charity game with Jordan. However, Yao Ming had never associated Wang Ke with the Dragon Country, as there were simply too many Chinese Americans in the United States. Aside from their distinctly Eastern features, they bear no resemblance to the Dragon Country in any other aspect. Whether it be their thought processes, language, or daily habits, they are unequivocally Americans. It is I. Wang Ke chuckled. He had not anticipated encountering Yao Ming here, especially considering that the players had already gone on vacation after the Rockets' first-round exit from the playoffs. The moment he laid eyes on Yao Ming, an extraordinary sensation welled up within him. It was a poignant reunion, as old acquaintances meet, their eyes brimming with emotion. Wang Ke, whether in his past life or this one, inherently embodies the essence of a true citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, upon encountering Yao Ming, it marks Wang Ke's inaugural meeting with a fellow compatriot from the Dragon Kingdom in this lifetime. I have just completed my trial training, and Patrick has allowed me to come in for a refreshing shower. Wang Ke briefly recounted the situation. As anticipated, the Rockets' tryout presented no respite, pushing Wang Ke's physical limits to the utmost. However, this time, his performance had significantly improved. He navigated the physical challenges with greater ease and demonstrated a conscious effort to manage his stamina. After the tryout concluded, Ewing, a member of the coaching staff, advised Wang Ke to take a shower in the locker room. With Ewing's presence in the Rockets, Wang Ke felt considerably less hostility and intrusive gazes. Wang Ke, may I call you Xiaoku? Are you from the Dragon Nation? You understand the implication, don't you? It's not about nationality. You gestured animatedly in the air, leaving Wang Ke uncertain if he truly comprehended. I am indeed from the Dragon Nation, a purebred. However, my nationality is American, as I was born here and automatically acquired American citizenship upon reaching adulthood. Wang Ke chuckled and said, why don't you take a shower first? I shall treat you to dinner at Yao Restaurant tonight. The shower room is over there. Yao Ming patted Wang Ke on the shoulder and gestured towards the direction. All right. Wang Ke nodded in agreement and stepped inside. As he observed Wang Ke's silhouette, an idea suddenly blossomed in Yao Ming's mind. With the acquisition of Wang Ke's physical assessment and training ratings from Yao Ming's contact, the idea in his mind could no longer be contained. Chapter 20, A Blessing from the Divine. In mid-May, Yao Ming returned to the Dragon Country and convened with the national team. That very evening, he approached the relevant authorities, presenting Wang Ke's dossier and articulating his thoughts. This dossier was meant to reach the hands of Li Wei, the director in charge at the Basketball Association. But Li Wei had already departed for Athens ahead of the Olympics. On May 20th, Wang Ke participated in a joint tryout organized by the league. Neither Howard nor Okafor attended. Players may decline participation in joint tryouts, which typically feature those projected for high draft positions. For such players, participating in a general tryout is often a futile endeavor. Excelling would not elevate their draft stock, as they had already reached their peak. Conversely, a poor performance could result in a decline in their draft positions. For both Howard and Okafor, upon seeing Wang Ke's name listed for the joint tryout, there was an instinctive desire to withdraw. During this period, Wang Ke's name frequently appeared in the news, much of it tinged with negativity. The prevalent narrative doubting Wang Ke's abilities persisted. Yet, only Howard and Okafor were fully aware of the formidable nature of Wang Ke's skills. They would never concede that they could not best him in a rematch. Instead, they scoffed at the unfounded criticisms propagated by the media. If Wang Ke were truly as deficient as claimed, what would that render them? In this joint tryout, Wang Ke delivered an exceptionally powerful performance, showcasing his unparalleled prowess. Following the grueling trials he previously endured, his abilities had surged once more. His old rival, Rafael Araujo, emerged as the unluckiest participant in this joint tryout. In their direct 5v5 confrontation, Rafael Araujo recorded a dismal stat line of 0 points, 0 rebounds, 0 assists, 0 blocks, 0 steals, alongside 5 fouls and 6 turnovers. In contrast, Wang Ke effortlessly secured 28 points, 19 rebounds, 2 assists, and 3 blocks. Wang Ke has seemingly become the psychological nemesis of Rafael Araujo. Previously, scouts who had been closely monitoring Araujo now shake their heads in dismay. It appears that he is no longer deemed worthy of a first-round draft pick. As for Wang Ke's evaluation and positioning, several teams remain uncertain. Should they take a gamble on Wang Ke? Have you obtained the footage? Good. I shall receive it. In the capital of Longwa, at the men's basketball training camp, Yao Ming sat before his computer, exuding a sense of anticipation and excitement. A video had just been downloaded by him. Are you playing a game? What game have you downloaded? Barthel, passing by Yao Ming's room, caught a glimpse. No. Barthel, it's not a game. With the Olympics approaching, who has the luxury to play games? I wish to devote all my time to training. Yao Ming turned around, smiling as he spoke. Come now, Diao. The Olympics are just that. In the group stage, we might win 1 or 2 games. But whether we advance to the top 8 is entirely up to fate. Playing a game here, and there is no big deal. Barthel shrugged. Sensing that Yao Ming was being a tad pretentious. Last season, Barthel could no longer hold his ground in the American League and had decided to return to the Longwa League. He had already made arrangements with the capital team to represent them in the upcoming season, though Barthel was merely a water boy in the American League. Upon returning to the Longwa League, he could swiftly transform into a pivotal figure, or rather, the core of his team. Having wandered outside, Barthel's mindset had shifted to align with that of most Longwa players, a sense of resignation and acceptance. Unable to establish himself abroad, returning to the Longwa League meant he could play freely. Given this, what was there left to strive for? Within the Longwa team, there are many players who share such a mindset. For instance, the carefree Wang Xiaobin, the warrior Lu Yudong, and the Longwa Jordan, Hu Weidong. They certainly once harbored aspirations of venturing out. Yet, when the moment came, they hesitated. There are many justifications for this. To take a risk could lead to losing everything. But to not take the risk guarantees having nothing. When one is in a position of weakness, this is the undeniable truth. Thus, at this moment, there are only 3.5 Longwa players who have truly ventured out. Wang Zhizhi, Yao Ming, and Bader. Ma Jian can be considered half of this group. He ventured alone into the United States to brave the challenges of the NCAA despite facing a ban. Although he did not achieve significant success and returned with some rather peculiar remarks, his original intention is truly commendable. Yet, it is only Wang Zhizhi and Yao Ming who have truly risked everything. Wang Zhizhi faced failure, and at that moment, the path home seemed obscured. Yao Ming, on the other hand, found success and aspired to bear the weight of the Dragon Country team upon his shoulders. Where's the bus? Are you not eager to advance the Dragon Country team further in the Olympics? Yao Ming had already transferred the recorded footage onto his hard drive and, disconnecting the data cable, prepared to seek out others. Who does not yearn to bring glory to the nation? But can mere slogans bring about such achievements? Yao, do not feign ignorance. Collective honor is attained through the concerted efforts of all, not through the strength of a solitary individual. Our current capabilities are limited. Do not rush. Batel remarked with a faint smile. Only by striving can we truly ascertain our potential. Yao Ming cast a deep glance at Batel before departing, as he had pressing matters to attend to and no time to engage in disputes. Having firmly established his footing in the American League, Yao Ming had garnered significant influence within the realm of Chinese basketball. He made his way to the Basketball Association, ultimately locating Deputy Director Song Kai. With Li Wei absent, Yao Ming had no choice but to approach this avenue. Yao, what brings you here? Song Kai, at the age of 60, was nearing retirement. In contrast to the reform-minded director Li Wei, Song Kai was a conservative, maintaining his position as a means of balance. I have just received the footage of Wang Ke's joint trial. I believe it showcases his abilities most effectively. With less than 3 months until the Olympics, do you see any possibility of making special arrangements to allow Wang Ke to join as a technical talent directly for the Olympics? At that moment, Yao Ming's heart brimmed with anticipation and excitement, as he felt he was embarking on a venture of immense significance and contribution to Chinese basketball. That evening, after dinner, Yao Ming engaged in an hour-long one-on-one session with Wang Ke. Wang Ke's genuine prowess has received personal validation from Yao Ming, while his offensive techniques may exhibit certain deficiencies. The brilliance he displays on the defensive front is truly remarkable. Should Wang Ke be selected for the national team, he would undoubtedly fortify the defensive framework of the Dragon Nation squad. This would liberate Yao Ming to focus more on offensive strategies. The Dragon Nation team would then boast the strongest interior combination in the world. Aware that mere words would not suffice, Yao Ming diligently sought out Wang Ke's trial videos, harboring hope for a promising future. Who is Wang Ke? Song Kai inquired, somewhat puzzled. Did you not review the information I submitted earlier? Yao Ming's brow furrowed in concern. Oh, it has come to mind. Of course, we did. An American of Chinese descent? Song Kai chuckled. Ah, Yao. While America may be alluring, do not let its dazzling facade obscure your vision. Be wary of the enemy's sweetened temptations. We cannot afford another debacle like the last. Are we relying on Americans to achieve success for our team? Song Kai rapped the table, his smile fading into a stern demeanor. I cannot believe it. But Wang Ke is indeed a true son of the Dragon Nation. He merely acquired American citizenship due to his birthplace. This was beyond his control. He himself harbors the desire to return and serve his country. You have not scrutinized the materials thoroughly. Yao Ming stormed off in frustration. Vattel was correct. He had indeed underestimated the situation. Yao Ming sincerely wished to effect change and elevate Chinese basketball to new heights. Yet, he continually faced various obstacles. He recalled the arduous journey he undertook to enter the league 2 years prior and thought of Wang Ke, who had no support in America. For a moment, Yao Ming felt a twinge of discouragement. Since Wang Ke's ban, domestic media had fervently lauded Yao Ming while disparaging Wang Ke. Yet in Yao Ming's heart, Wang Ke had always been the unique guiding figure. This sentiment had been expressed by Yao Ming on numerous significant occasions. There is still hope. Director Li Wei's perspective may differ. Yao Ming pondered. Regrettably, Li Wei, now in Athens, was evidently quite occupied, and Yao Ming had been unable to reach him. Perhaps there would be a chance for Wang Ke to return to the national team, but this opportunity for the Olympics was certainly lost. Yao Ming contemplated calling Wang Ke but ultimately refrained. What would he say if the call connected? He did not wish to dampen Wang Ke's fervent desire to serve his country. After the joint training trials, Wang Ke received a multitude of invitations for further evaluations. His consistently stunning performances have captivated an increasing number of teams. At this moment, predictions for Wang Ke's draft position have soared to the latter end of the first round. Wang Ke was acutely aware that he lacked the qualifications to be selective at this juncture. Thus, he accepted every invitation to training trials with unwavering resolve. Despite the exhaustion from his relentless endeavors, he recognized that he was inching closer to his dream of entering the league. His efforts were undeniably worthwhile. On June 14th, he completed his final trial with the Orlando Magic. Just 10 days hence, the draft would unfold. At this moment, Wang Ke had done everything within his power. All that remained was to attend the draft event and await the unveiling of the results. On June 15th, the pivotal Game 5 of the 2003-2004 NBA Finals commenced. Arn Taylor made his appearance alongside Wang Ke at the Detroit Pistons home court, the Palace of Auburn Hills. Prior to this match, the Pistons held an astonishing 3-1 lead over the formidable Los Angeles Lakers, an unforeseen circumstance preceding the finals that none could have anticipated. Wang Ke's inaugural visit to the arena to witness a basketball game marked the momentous collapse of the Lakers dynasty. He also bore witness to the miraculous triumph of the Pistons' underdog quintet. The ever-growing afro of Ben Wallace, characterized by his fierce physicality and tenacious defense, fortified the Pistons' interior. In this decisive battle, Wallace delivered an impressive performance, amassing 18 points, 22 rebounds, 1 block, and 3 steals, thereby emerging as the pivotal contributor to the Pistons' victory. Wang Ke watched from the sidelines, his heart aflame with excitement. For the first time, he genuinely felt the formidable presence and weight of dominance in the paint. Juan, I know you. I have high hopes for you. Have you seen the championship trophy? Come, touch it. Juan, regardless of the doubts cast by others, you must firmly believe that the future belongs to you. After allowing Wang Ke to touch the championship trophy, Ben attempted to ruffle Wang Ke's hair. only to find it insufficiently within reach. He then opted to give Wang Ke a light thump on the chest. "How tall you are. I genuinely envy you," De Bin muttered. He has made every effort to maintain his voluminous hairstyle, hoping it would lend him an air of greater height. Wang Ke chuckled. However, the phrase "the future belongs to you" has been born prematurely. Chapter 21. Professionals excel at their craft. Is this what it feels like to clinch the championship? Wang Ke gazed at the players of the Pistons celebrating exuberantly on the court, feeling a stirring within his heart. This is the ultimate honor pursued on the arena. Many legendary stars throughout their illustrious careers have been unable to attain it. Wang Ke also witnessed the defeat of the ill-fated duo, Kobe and Shaquille O'Neal. However, at that moment, the expressions on their faces were not marked by significant disappointment or regret. Rather, they emanated a sense of relief. Their collaboration had reached its conclusion. Perhaps both were eager to bring this playoff journey to an end, for an ending would allow them to part ways and no longer share the court. After establishing their dynasty, their thirst for another championship had diminished considerably. Wang Ke beheld the impeccably dressed Karl Malone and the almost sweatless Gary Payton. Perhaps both of them harbor a tinge of regret for their decision to join the Lakers this season. What was once heralded as the championship-bound F4 has now devolved into utter disarray. The discord within the O.K. duo is one aspect. Yet Malone and Payton are no strangers to contention themselves. In this pivotal showdown, Payton managed a mere 3 attempts, scoring only once, appearing almost as a passive observer during offensive plays. Will such experiences befall him in the future? Wang Ke found himself momentarily lost in reverie, only to shake his head in self-admonishment. Steady now, no distractions. It is imperative to focus on being selected for the league first. As the moment of entry into the league drew ever closer, Wang Ke felt a stirring within, an undeniable flutter of anticipation. The following day, he and Arn Talem parted ways, planning to reunite in New York on the eve of the draft. This year's draft would, as tradition dictates, take place at Madison Square Garden. Wang Ke returned to Charlotte, having been away from the city for quite some time. Upon his arrival home, he was immediately met with the sound of an argument between Claudia and Senior Evan from the neighboring house. "Brother, I have finally distanced myself from those loan sharks. Why must you involve yourself again? You are putting yourself in danger." Claudia's voice rang out. "Oh, is that so? You have found your place now. I refuse to wake up at 4 in the morning to haul frozen pork. Look at the frostbite on my hands. I have had enough of such toil. Being a debt collector is so much easier, just wielding a bit of authority and using words." Senior Evan shouted, his voice booming. "That is not the way, brother. I understand the hardships you have faced, but there are other jobs available. If one can successfully join the alliance, our lives will improve. He has promised to take us away from here." "Brother," Claudia continued to plead, "I told you not to concern yourselves with me. I see you're merely worried I might influence that boy. He was a loan shark before. Why didn't you counsel him?" "Oh, he was left with no choice. He had his own reasons. Why doesn't he go haul frozen pork? Now that he is on the verge of success, you disdain him. Don't you? Is it wrong for me to seek an easier life? If I don't become a debt collector, what other easy jobs are there for me? Do you think I wouldn't want to find one? Am I capable of finding it?" Senior Evan's voice grew increasingly louder. Why do you always say such things? I am your sister. Why have you become this way?" "I don't know. I don't know what to do. You were the one who brought us together, yet now you speak like this," Claudia cried out. Senior Evan fell silent, and for a moment, all Wang Ke could hear was Claudia's sobbing. "Stop crying. Playing basketball has its risks too. What if he gets hurt? Of course, I don't want that. What if he becomes wealthy and changes his heart? We cannot rely entirely on him. Brother will always support you, just like before. You need to be alone for a while. I'm stepping out." Senior Evan opened the door, only to find Wang Ke standing there. "Oh, SHT. Senior Evan muttered under his breath, changing his mind. He shoved Claudia out and retreated back inside, shutting the door behind him. "Take her out for a stroll. Treat her to a nice meal." Did you hear everything?" Wang Ke felt his right hand being firmly grasped by Claudia. He heard a whisper. "Your brother-in-law is only looking out for your best interests." Wang Ke offered a faint smile. Having lived 2 lives, he possessed a maturity that far surpassed his years, allowing him to empathize with Sheeny Erwin's sentiments. Life in the slums was fraught with immense pressure, necessitating the search for a spiritual refuge. Hence, the rampant proliferation of drugs. At times, clarity was a torment. It was evident that Sheeny Erwin's previous source of solace was his sister. For her sake, he endured the biting cold of the freezer. For her, he rose to witness the sunrise over Charlotte at 4 in the morning. Kobe sought the dawn of Los Angeles at that hour in pursuit of his basketball dreams, while Heraldz did so merely to survive. His support for Wang Ke was predicated on the latter's robustness and capability, ensuring a degree of protection for him and his sister. Indeed, Wang Ke fulfilled this role. Irrespective of Heraldz's ulterior motives, his assistance was genuine, as was his daily care. Was their family not also a source of spiritual refuge for Wang Ke? They were all merely struggling to exist. Now, Heraldz had entrusted his sister to Wang Ke, leaving him bereft of his own spiritual anchor. Reluctant to rely on Wang Ke in the future, he found himself engulfed in a complex array of emotions. Brother-in-law? Claudia, after a moment's reflection, grasped Wang Ke's implication. A smile graced her lips, and she felt a surge of sweetness within her heart. The words she had intended to speak were suddenly deemed unnecessary. He harbored feelings for her, and that was sufficient. The two strolled leisurely along the riverbank, the cicadas occasionally breaking the summer's tranquility. Claudia. Yes? Would you accompany me to New York in a few days? Of course. Meanwhile, at the United Center in Chicago, a heated argument erupted in the general manager's office, one that had transpired numerous times before. Peter, must you remain so obstinate? General Manager Garforman was on the verge of a nervous breakdown due to the relentless insistence of the elder before him. Indeed, I stand firm. If Wang truly falters, I will bear full responsibility. Peter Brand was unwavering, convinced that Wang Ke could rescue the Bulls, much like Jordan once did. Wang Ke, whether in joint training sessions or during his individual workouts with the Bulls, has unequivocally demonstrated his prowess. As for the concerns raised by Garforman, Peter Brandon deems them to be mere quibbles. Throughout the annals of the league's history, numerous high draft picks have faltered. Why, then, is Wang Ke subjected to such stringent scrutiny? It is preposterous. Wang Ke is not incapable of progress and growth after joining the league. Very well. You have one. May we refrain from arguing tomorrow? Garforman has reluctantly conceded. The Bulls have secured the third overall pick. In Garforman's perspective, the chances of selecting Howard or Okafor are slim. Thus his focus has shifted to the guard, Ben Gordon. Now, since Peter Brand insists on selecting Wang Ke, so be it. It feels rather audacious to use a top 3 pick on a player with no prior season experience. Yet Garforman still finds it somewhat reckless. Charlotte Sports Arena. Yes, let us make some adjustments here. We are a brand new team and must exhibit some vigor. Our very own arena is already under construction. If all goes well, we shall move in by next summer. For the upcoming season, we shall make do in this arena. It has been a long time since the Bobcats owner, Robert Johnson, has made an appearance with the team, but he suddenly surfaced in Charlotte. General Manager Petty Tom and head coach Bernie Bickerstaff are both at Robert Johnson's side. Bernie Bickerstaff is a highly experienced veteran coach in the league, having had his own glorious coaching moments with the Supersonics, the Nuggets, and the Wizards. His overall winning percentage hovers around 50%. Robert Johnson managed to recruit Bernie Bickerstaff, thanks to his connection with Jordan. The revitalized Bobcats need an experienced coach at the helm. The draft is imminent. You should all be prepared. We need to select a cornerstone for the team. As you all know, I am not particularly interested in basketball. I have little understanding of it. Hence, I entrust the professional matters to your expertise. Is that agreeable? Okay. Robert Johnson clapped his hands. Everything that could be done has been accomplished. The deal to acquire the second overall pick from the Clippers has been finalized. General Manager Petty Tom responded. Good. I have heard that a cornerstone of a team is typically a big man. Are there any exceptional big men in this rookie class? Robert Johnson, in a moment of enthusiasm, snatched the list of players entering the draft from Bernie Bickerstaff's hands. Dwight, Emeka, Wang Ke. Wait, that name sounds somewhat familiar. I remember now. I saw him at the Michael charity game. I recall he is a good center. Is he our choice? Robert Johnson reminisced about donating hundreds of thousands of dollars to Michael's basketball charity after the Jordan charity game. No, our targets are Dwight and Emeka. Regardless of whom the Magic choose, we shall select another. Petty Tom elucidated. The Magic possessed the coveted first overall pick. Why not choose Wang Ke? Robert Johnson inquired curiously. Because Petty Tom found himself compelled to provide a detailed explanation to this seemingly neurotic owner. Wait, an Asian, doubt, obstruction, discrimination. Oh my God, we shall choose him. Robert Johnson extracted 4 keywords. What? Are you kidding me? Petty Tom and Bernie Bickerstaff simultaneously wore expressions of bewilderment. No, boss. You just stated that professional matters should be left to professionals. This is simply too perfect. Listen, I am the first black owner in the league. Yet there are far too many black players in the league. But Asian players are a different story. Wang would be the first Asian player in the history of the league. Equality. Freedom. I am a true fighter. Yes. Robert Johnson continued to ramble, growing increasingly animated. Yao Ming, Wang Zhizhi, and Bader, those are men from the Dragon Kingdom, belonging to the international players, setting aside the distant ancient times of the league. If Wang Ke successfully enters the league, he would indeed be the first American-born Asian player. The Linsanity phenomenon would be a matter of years to come. Boss, this may not be prudent. Petty Tom bravely interrupted the overly excited Robert Johnson. No, 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 Petty, this pertains to my expertise. Trust me, we shall select Wang Ke. Robert Johnson declared decisively. Petty Tom and Bernie Bickstaff exchanged glances. You are the boss. It is your call. What else can we do? However, it appears that choosing Wang Ke may not be a poor decision after all. Chapter 22. The Draft. The Magic, with the first overall pick, selected from Madison Square Garden. The 04-05 season draft officially commenced. League Commissioner David Stern stood at the familiar podium, beginning to announce the Magic selection. Do not be nervous. Below, Wang Ke sat with those closest to him in this life. The memories this arena held for Wang Ke were far from pleasant. His first trial was here, and it ended in failure. Hopefully, today would unfold differently. Claudia tightly grasped Wang Ke's right hand beside him. Oakley patted Wang Ke on the shoulder. Curry was silently praying, hoping that his dear brother would secure a high draft position. A.L. Taylor was engaged in conversation with Big Ben regarding the possible selections of various teams. The choice fell upon the high school center from Atlanta Christian Academy, Dwight Howard. Stern's voice continued to resonate. Oh, what the hell? How could that big oaf become the first overall pick? He was utterly outplayed by Wang. This is so unfair. Curry, filled with indignation, erupted in a fit of profanity. Watch your language, Del Curry admonished, giving Curry a light slap on the head. Ultimately, the Magic played it conservatively. They did not completely err on the side of caution, opting for the high schooler Howard rather than the more seasoned Okafor. It seems that the prejudice against Wang Ke still lingers among the teams, even though Wang's performance in the trials was undeniably impressive. Del Curry sighed. He too found himself perplexed by Wang Ke's draft prospects. In the green room, Howard leaped up with exuberance. Howard appeared tremendously joyful and exhilarated. No surprises here. What does it matter if Wang Ke overwhelms himself? He is the true champion. Howard suddenly felt rejuvenated. The greatest illusion in life, being overwhelmed by Wang Ke. Indeed, it must be so. Howard donned his baseball cap and approached Stern's side. The last one, the high school champion. The camera panned to Howard's parents in attendance. On the big screen, they embraced, filled with pride for their son. Howard was born into a middle-class family. His father served as a police officer in Georgia, while his mother was a basketball player. In the Bulls' vicinity, Peter Brandon was fixated on the name written by General Manager Gar Forman on a notepad. Peter, have you gone too far? Do you truly not trust me? Gar Forman's expression was one of frustration. The draft event traditionally did not require scouts to attend, yet Peter Brandon insisted on coming along, leaving Gar with no choice. Peter Brandon was a veteran within the team, his experience too significant to overlook. His vigilance was commendable. Next, the Bobcats were expected to select Emeka Okafor. Wang Ke was destined to be our player. Peter Brandon smirked with satisfaction. This is madness. Gar Forman shook his head, feeling as though he was being held hostage. What if Wang Ke faltered? Would he be dismissed by the team owner? All that remained was to take a gamble. On stage, Stern had just received the note handed to him by the Bobcats. Stern paused momentarily. The Bobcats, holding the second pick, selected the center from Charlotte, Wang Ke. Stern raised an eyebrow. Wang Ke lacks any experience in the league, and Stern has chosen to entirely overlook this fact. While Wang Ke does possess certain shortcomings, his advantages far outweigh them. Once selected, it is imperative that we nurture his talents diligently, much like we did with Michael in the past. In the Bulls area, Peter Brandon was still murmuring, so much so that he failed to catch Stern's recent announcement. As he inadvertently glanced up, Peter Brandon was taken aback. It was not yet the Bulls' turn to make a selection, so how had Wang Ke already appeared on stage? This is inconceivable. It is utterly insane. The entire world seems to have lost its mind. How is it that our third overall pick cannot secure Wang Ke? He hasn't even played basketball seriously before. What kind of madness is the Bobcats indulging in? Was their target not always Emeka Okafor? What on earth is happening? As Wang Ke ascended the stage, he could not help but pinch his thigh with fervor. He felt as if he were ensnared in a dream. Had he truly become the second best in the competition? It was utterly inconceivable. Wang Ke believes he deserves a top draft pick, yet he never anticipated becoming a lottery selection, let alone the second overall pick. Wang Ke, a proud member of the Chinese diaspora, is determined to excel. Stern exchanged a handshake with Wang Ke, remarking that as he is not a player from the Dragon Nation, he sees no reason to afford him excessive attention. Every year, the league witnesses the emergence of first, second, and third overall picks. And Stern confesses he cannot focus on them all. The golden generation of '96 is beginning to profoundly influence the league's trajectory, while the golden generation of '03 is rapidly maturing, brimming with untapped potential. The expansion of the Chinese market is currently reliant on the transoceanic bridge constructed by Yao Ming, and progress is advancing smoothly. The time for reaping rewards is nearly at hand, rendering any further scrutiny of a single Chinese player unnecessary. Wang Ke donned a baseball cap and posed for a photograph alongside Stern. The camera then shifted to capture Wang Ke's entourage. On the grand screen, Claudia was overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy streaming down her face. Curry leaped and danced with exuberance, as if the accolade of second overall pick were his own. Oakley felt a profound sense of satisfaction, reassured that he had not misjudged Wang Ke's potential. Del Curry, along with Big Ben and Allen Tatum, applauded while nodding in approval. My goodness, Wang Ke's entourage is remarkably illustrious. Is that Charles, Del, and Big Ben? What exactly is his background? The others present were left in a state of astonishment. An overwhelming sense of incongruity filled the air. Was it not said that Wang Ke hailed from the impoverished neighborhoods of Charlotte? Why then does he consistently attract such prominent figures to support him? I have achieved it. Wang Ke returned and embraced Claudia tightly. You did it. Claudia held Wang Ke even closer. It is wonderful to have you here. In the small green room, only Rafael Araujo remained. Upon being invited into the green room, Rafael felt a surge of surprise. Before the draft, his predictions had already indicated he was unlikely to secure a first-round pick. Did this invitation signify a turning point? Alas, such hope dissipated swiftly. The surprise had long vanished, leaving only humiliation. The first round of the draft concluded, yet Rafael Araujo's name remained uncalled. The personnel on stage had changed. Stern was solely responsible for announcing the first round, while the second round was hosted by League Vice President Adam Silver. At this moment, Rafael felt utterly despondent. He even feared he might become an undrafted player. All of this stemmed from that commercial game in Charlotte. Everything was the fault of Wang Ke. Rafael clenched his fists, veins bulging. The Bobcats, with the 45th pick, selected center Rafael Araujo from Brazil. Adam Silver's voice resonated through the room. What? I was chosen by the Bobcats? I am now Wang Ke's teammate? He is the second overall pick, and I am a second-round selection? Indeed, he earned to join the Bobcats. However, not in this manner. Rafael felt a wave of dizziness. The draft concluded successfully. Some rejoiced while others lamented. In the Bobcat section, Petty Tom and Bernie Bickstaff exchanged glances, both at a loss for words regarding their feelings at that moment. In an almost nonsensical fashion, they had selected Wang Ke. The world is vast, but the owner is paramount. With such an eccentric and neurotic owner, they truly had no idea what the Bobcats would become in the coming seasons. Just as they prepared to greet Wang Ke, they noticed an elderly man with graying hair rushing towards them. Hey, isn't that Peter Brandon, the Bulls veteran scout? Petty, Bernie, you two have struck it rich in silence. Your secrecy is impressive. Wang Ke was actually intercepted by you. Peter Brandon found it hard to accept this turn of events. He had painstakingly persuaded the Bulls management, only to have the Bobcats snatch him away. This absurdity compelled Peter to approach and vent his frustrations. Did you also wish to select Wang Ke? Petty Tom asked, astonished. Is Wang Ke truly that sought after? Is there really another team willing to select him with a top 3 pick? How is it that only you are permitted to choose? Peter Brandon exclaimed, visibly irate. Ah, if I were to say that we had no intention of selecting Wang Ke at all, would you believe me? Petty Tom shrugged nonchalantly. I would believe you about as much as I would a ghost. Accompanied by Arn Tylum, Wang Ke met with the management of the Bobcats. 2 days later, he inscribed his name on his first professional contract, with a starting salary of $74 million and a 4-year rookie contract worth $18 million. The contract was structured as 2-2, with the latter 2 years being team options. From that moment on, Wang Ke successfully escaped the confines of the slums. Owner Robert Johnson personally attended the event. Following the signing, he engaged in photo ops and interviews, showcasing a complete spectacle. Subsequently, Robert Johnson convened a press conference to expound upon his ideals of freedom and equality. It is said that the valuation of Robert Johnson's company soared significantly, attracting further investments from Asian capital. These developments, however, bore no relation to Wang Ke himself. What Wang Ke must do next involves two tasks. First, he needs to rent a decent apartment near the Charlotte Arena. Second, he must prepare to partake in the Summer League that commences in a week. Shinier, are you truly not joining us? Wang Ke and Claudia meticulously organized their belongings in preparation for their move to a new residence. Although the new home is a rental, the conditions are markedly superior to those of their current abode. No, rest assured, I shall take good care of myself. I have always maintained that Barton Locke is a good person. Should any issues arise, I will not implicate you. Shini Eraiwan gestured emphatically, urging Wang Ke and Claudia to depart without further ado. Brother, Claudia rushed over to embrace Shini Eraiwan. All right, go now. If he dares to mistreat you, let me know, and I shall deal with him. Shini Eraiwan patted Claudia's back reassuringly. Brother, you cannot defeat him. Go. Hurry up. For heaven's sake, get moving. Shini Eraiwan gently pushed Claudia into the taxi. Wang Ke embraced Claudia and waved farewell to Shini Eraiwan. The taxi started and departed. Goodbye, Berg High community. Farewell to the shadows of a once dark existence. Departed? Indeed. I have always believed that remaining here was ill-advised, especially if it meant continuing to linger by your side. Barton Locke emerged from around the corner, standing beside Shini Eraiwan. It's merely a matter of survival. Women can marry. I cannot simply follow behind them, living off their generosity. Shini Eraiwan chuckled softly. I believe you could find a woman to accompany you. The way you are now, I find it rather pitiable. Barton Locke raised an eyebrow, responding with a smile. Perhaps. Women can be troublesome. Chapter 23, Wang Ke. Charlotte has arrived. The outdoor temperature is 30 degrees. The weather is splendid. Thank you for flying with us. Wang Ke accompanied the Miami Heat to Charlotte. This is not for any official competition, as the season has long concluded, and the players have entered their vacation period. The Miami Heat have come to Charlotte to partake in the Summer League. Wang Ke's contract with the Miami Heat has only 1 year remaining. As it stands, the Heat have no intention of extending his contract. Wang Ke finds himself compelled to participate in the Summer League, seeking opportunities to showcase his talents and attract the interest of other teams. This marks his 4th appearance in the Summer League. Interestingly, this time, no one stands in the way of his participation. Yet, is it truly worthwhile? The Olympics are on the horizon, and the national team of Longwa must have already convened. Wang Ke gazed towards the east, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. He tightened his grip on his backpack and joined a group of fledgling rookies and sideline players, boarding the bus. This evening, they would partake in the inaugural match of the Summer League at the Charlotte Coliseum. The Bobcats, a team freshly inducted into the league for the new season, had been actively engaged in a series of initiatives orchestrated by their owner, Robert Johnson. They had eagerly taken the initiative to host the Southeast Summer League, where 5 teams would compete. The Miami Heat had graciously accepted the invitation to join this prestigious gathering. I will be cheering for you from the stands. Claudia waved at Wang Ke, urging him to give his best. Residing in close proximity, Wang Ke had accompanied Claudia to the arena well in advance. After escorting her to the stands, he returned to the locker room, preparing to change his gear and commence training. The locker room was currently devoid of any presence. Wang Ke approached his wardrobe, preparing to change into his jersey. Ahem, Juan. So early. At that moment, another figure entered, the one and only Rafael Araujo. The instant Rafael's gaze fell upon Wang Ke, his eyes narrowed, and his fist instinctively clenched tight. Yet, when Rafael caught Wang Ke's glance, he suddenly faltered. Memories of that fateful night at the bar flooding back to him. Although Wang Ke did not appear in person, the presence of the gang leader cast a terrifying shadow over Wang Ke's true persona in the mind of Rafael Araujo. The subtlety of his pretentiousness was profoundly shocking. At that moment, Rafael Araujo could only silently harbor an additional layer of resentment in his heart. Yet, on the surface, he feigned amiability and greeted Wang Ke with a cordial gesture. Wang Ke lifted his gaze and nodded, acknowledging the presence of Rafael Araujo. He recognized him as the second-round draft pick selected by the Bobcats this season, having faced him in a previous commercial match. At that time, there had been persistent rumors suggesting that Rafael Araujo would be a lottery pick. However, it now appeared that such notions were unfounded. This aligned with Wang Ke's perception, as he had never found Rafael Araujo to possess any remarkable skills. His memories from a past life were filled with names of players who later achieved fame, or at the very least, players with distinctive attributes. The name Rafael Araujo did not resonate with Wang Ke in any significant way, nor did it evoke any particular sentiment. Damn it. He disregarded me. Curse be the day. I shall have my revenge. Raphael Alou was once again lost in his own inner turmoil. Wang Ke greeted normally. Yet to Raphael Alou, it seemed a blatant disregard for his presence. After changing into his gear, Wang Ke practiced his defensive slides on the court for a while. As a rookie, he believed that the quickest way to establish himself on the court was through rebounding and defense. The sole drawback was that, being a completely new team, the players on the Bobcats this season were entirely unfamiliar with one another. Their roster had been filled through an expansion draft, resulting in a lack of prior collaboration. This often led to a chaotic execution of the team's strategies. If the management envisioned this season as one of deliberate underperformance, the Bobcats would undoubtedly play with even greater abandon. The defensive value of Wang Ke will be severely diminished, as it is impossible for him to single-handedly defend against 5 opponents. In scenarios where his teammates are lackluster and ineffective, Wang Ke's proactive assistance in defense often leads to him neglecting his direct assignment, allowing opponents to score repeatedly. Thus, in the eyes of those who analyze statistics without considering the nuances of the game, Wang Ke may be unjustly labeled as a significant underperformer. These circumstances are beyond his current influence. All Wang Ke can do is focus on his own performance. After practicing a few sets of defensive slides, he dedicated additional time to refining his shooting skills. With consistent and diligent training each day, his shooting ability has been steadily improving. The feel for shooting heavily relies on the muscle memory developed through prolonged practice. One of the simplest ways to establish this muscle memory is by utilizing a clear reference point. On the court, this reference point is the three-point line, which, particularly at the 2 corner areas, is closest to the basket and most reliably positioned. Consequently, there exists a specialized role within the league for adept corner three-point shooters. Wang Ke has practiced extensively in the 2 corners of the court, as a center primarily focused on rebounding and defense. Opportunities for mid-range and long-range shooting in official matches are quite scarce. The chances for three-point attempts are even more minimal. Should the head coach impose a strict prohibition, it is likely that Wang Ke would find himself with no opportunities to shoot at all. Nevertheless, possessing a diverse skill set is never a disadvantage. Now that Wang Ke has developed his three-point shooting ability, he can indeed enhance the tactical options available to the team. At times, he may even emerge as an unexpected asset. Furthermore, as the league inevitably evolves, it is anticipated that in 10 years, we will gradually transition into an era dominated by small ball strategies. In such a scenario, centers lacking the capability to shoot from beyond the arc may face obsolescence in the changing landscape of the game. Wang Ke, having just turned 20 this year, aspires to play for 2 decades within the league. A decade later, at the age of 30, he will be at the pinnacle of his career. Only those stars devoid of significant weaknesses can truly ascend to the status of superstars. All right, gentlemen, gather around. The match is about to commence. 2 hours later, assistant coach Sto Claude of the Bobcats convened the players. In this summer league, the sole player under scrutiny by the Bobcats is undoubtedly Wang Ke. With the 2nd overall pick, the team intends to select a cornerstone for their franchise, not merely a water boy. Thus, Sto Claude's strategy is straightforward. On offense, he instructs the other players to endeavor to deliver the ball to Wang Ke in the paint. On defense, he urges a more aggressive approach on the perimeter while allowing Wang Ke to demonstrate his defensive prowess within the key. Raphael Alou, listening from the sidelines, felt a twinge of discontent as Sto Claude did not even mention his name. As a 2nd-round pick, the disparity in attention compared to first-round selections is indeed stark. At 8 p.m., the inaugural game of the Charlotte Summer League officially began. With the return of a team, the fans of Charlotte exhibited remarkable enthusiasm, achieving an impressive attendance rate of 60, nearly akin to that of a regular season game. Upon entering the arena, Wang Ke realized that the center for the Heat was none other than Wang Ke. In the Dragon Country, the capital, at the men's basketball training grounds. Yao, it's time to eat. What are you staring at? His good friend Lu Wei urged Yao Ming to leave. You all go ahead. I wish to watch the game. Yao Ming declined Lu Wei's invitation, his gaze fixed on the computer screen, never lifting his head. What match has captured your attention so intensely? Lu Wei inquired, intrigued. This is the Summer League of the American Association, Yao Ming replied. Lu Wei's voice was quite loud, drawing the attention of other players outside the door. Yao Ming, however, paid them no mind. Watching together seemed enjoyable too. Is that Zhi? Zhu Fengyu exclaimed, causing a sudden silence to envelop the room. The name Wang Ke has become a taboo in this context, At this moment on the screen, Wang Ke is being thrown to the ground by a giant with a single slap, appearing utterly disheveled. His former teammate and comrade, Li Nan, can hardly bear to watch. Dayu, why are you watching his match? Li Nan finally breaks the silence. Before this Olympic training camp, the topic of Wang Ke's return had indeed been broached by some. However, Yao Ming has performed exceptionally well this season with the Rockets. If Yao Ming can single-handedly lead the Dragon Country team further, what need is there for Wang Ke? Players who defy the management of the Basketball Association should be thoroughly banned. Otherwise, how can authority be established? If the younger players start emulating Wang Ke, chaos will surely ensue. In truth, I am not specifically watching the GS match. I am observing another individual, the one who just delivered that emphatic block, the Chinese American. Wang Ke. Is he one of us? No, as previously mentioned, he is Chinese American, currently a citizen of the United States. Oh, that leap was astonishing. Wow, another emphatic block. Goodness, that rebound was incredible. What a brutal dunk. In the room, the excitement over Wang Ke's performance reverberated among the spectators. While the Summer League may not boast a high level of competition, it certainly depends on whom one is comparing it to. Compared to the Dragon Country team, the level remains quite elevated. The Dragon Country team has had a tradition of participating in the American Summer League for over a decade. Naturally, their record has been more losses than wins, as achieving victory is a formidable challenge. Yet now, Wang Ke's performance has been as effortless as slicing through vegetables, indicating that his skill is decidedly superior to that of other players. By comparison, he certainly surpasses many members of the Dragon Country team. American basketball is truly formidable. Even a Chinese American can excel so impressively. With yellow skin and black eyes, how wonderful it would be if you were one of our own. Dayu, partnering with you in the paint would be absolutely phenomenal. Lu Wei, caught up in the moment, candidly expresses his thoughts. At this juncture, seasoned players like Li Nan feel a stir within. Could Yao Ming be contemplating naturalization? Is that even a possibility? Yao Ming refrains from elaborating on the matter. A group of individuals, instead of rushing to dine, collectively chose to finish watching the Summer League match. Ultimately, the Bobcats triumphed over the Heat by a resounding score of 89-67, a 22-point victory. Meanwhile, Wang Ke amassed an astonishing 32 points, 31 rebounds, 2 assists, and 11 blocks, a triple-double. This left everyone in stunned silence. Remarkably impressive. Wang Ke's performance in this match was subpar, largely due to his direct matchup with Wang Ke. Wang Ke showed no mercy on the court. This left Wang Ke with a mere 6 points, 3 rebounds, and 1 assist, solely reliant on 2 three-pointers. The camera captured the expression of disappointment and bewilderment etched on Wang Ke's face, evoking a sense of sorrow among the Dragon Nation players present in the room. Yao Ming, unable to bear the sight any longer, promptly switched off the screen. But where was Battel? A glance around the room revealed his conspicuous absence. Wasn't it a half-day rest without practice this afternoon? He must have gone out to ride at the ranch. Truly, he is a man of the grasslands. Adept at savoring life, Zhang Yunsong remarked with a smile. Yao Ming's countenance darkened. Let us practice together again this afternoon. We are about to embark on our journey. His words momentarily stilled the atmosphere in the room. In the United States, at the Charlotte Sports Arena, Wang Ke glanced at the scoreboard, then at his own statistical performance. Shaking his head in resignation as he prepared to depart, a wave of despair enveloped him completely. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated surrendering. What exactly was he persevering for? He felt as though he had wandered into a dead end, with no hope remaining. Wang Ke felt a sense of breathlessness. There will be a turning point. Hold on. The voice of Wang Ke resonated. The familiar dialect of the Dragon Country left Wang Ke somewhat disoriented. This marked the first interaction between Wang Ke and Wang Ke this evening. Chapter 24, The Towel Toss Incident. Wow. Bernie, have you seen Wang Ke's statistics in the Summer League? In the Charlotte Sports Arena, the general manager of the Bobcats, Petty Tom, entered the head coach's office with an exaggerated expression. Indeed, it's quite extraordinary, chuckled Bernie Bigstaff. I now believe our owner understands the game better than we do. We nearly overlooked a genuine prodigy. Petty Tom shook his head with a smile. Selecting Wang Ke with the second overall pick felt somewhat forced for both him and Bernie Bigstaff. Throughout this Summer League, they were keenly attentive to Wang Ke's performance, ensuring that assistant coach Sto Claude showcased Wang Ke's abilities as much as possible. They were genuinely concerned that Wang Ke might underperform. After deliberation, Petty Tom and Bernie Bigstaff concluded that if Wang Ke achieved an average of 10 points and 7 rebounds in the Summer League, it would not be deemed a failure, and they could gradually develop him further. However, Wang Ke astonished them both with his performance. Over 6 Summer League games, he averaged an astounding 31. 6 points, 24. 5 rebounds, 2. 2 assists, 6. 7 blocks, and 0. 3 steals, with a shooting percentage of 64. 5. Upon first seeing these numbers, Petty Tom thought he was hallucinating. Over 30 points? Over 20 rebounds? Over 5 blocks? A shooting percentage above 60? Is this for real? Despite the relatively low level of competition in the Summer League, where player coordination was lacking and teammates changed frequently from game to game, producing such impressive statistics was a clear indication of Wang Ke's exceptional talent. Petty, if you see the data from the other 2 players, you'll be even more delighted. Bernie Bigstaff remarked with a smile. Oh, let me take a look. Petty Tom replied as he took the information from Bernie Bigstaff. Dwight Howard, in 7 Summer League games, averaged 15. 8 points, 10. 0 rebounds, 1. 7 assists, and 2. 0 blocks, with a shooting percentage of 46. 1. Emeka Okafor, in 6 Summer League games, averaged 14. 5 points, 9. 8 rebounds, and 1. 8 assists, with a shooting percentage of 33. 3. In this statistical face-off, Wang Ke once again overshadowed both the first and second overall picks. Due to the Bobcats' acquisition of Wang Ke, the Bulls were left with no choice but to select Emeka Okafor. The emotions swirling in the heart of Bulls general manager Gar Forman were undeniably complex. Experience is invaluable, and the seasoned scout Peter Brandon possesses an uncanny ability to evaluate talent. However, their prospects were unexpectedly thwarted. It is indeed frustrating. Although the statistics from the Summer League can be manipulated, their significance is often overstated. Nonetheless, Wang Ke's impressive start is undoubtedly a positive development. Bernie Bigstaff remarked with a smile, clearly in high spirits. No, such statistics are not easily fabricated. I find myself intrigued, disregarding the rebounds. One would expect his offensive capability to be rather mediocre. How is it that he averages over 30 points per game? Petty Tom expressed his bewilderment. Look here. He averages 11. 2 offensive rebounds. Relying on second-chance points from offensive boards, he could easily score over 20. Bernie Bigstaff pointed at Wang Ke's technical statistics. Unable to suppress another chuckle. His rebounding prowess is comparable to that of Rodman. With his height, weight, and wingspan, Wang Ke's ability to secure advantageous positions in the paint renders his finishing rate virtually unassailable. The physical advantages are glaringly apparent. This reminded Bernie Bigstaff of the legendary Shaquille O'Neal. Impressive. Petty Tom offered Wang Ke a nod of approval. Petty, there is something I wish to discuss with you. As we approach the new season, how shall we define our objectives? Bernie Bigstaff's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Prior to witnessing Wang Ke's performance in the Summer League, they had not deliberated on this matter, yet the answer was manifestly clear. Every newly inducted team in the league inevitably endures 3 to 4 seasons, or even more, of struggle. Ordinarily, the Bobcats' goal for the upcoming season would be to rebuild without any alternative. However, after observing Wang Ke's Summer League statistics, Bernie Bigstaff's mind brimmed with aspirations. Petty Tom likewise subdued his smile, commencing a thoughtful contemplation. Remarkable. In the capital of Dragon Country, Yao Ming has also received news of Wang Ke's Summer League statistics. The more astonishing Wang Ke's data became, the greater the sense of regret and dissatisfaction that filled Yao Ming's heart. He was acutely aware of the lofty expectations placed upon him by those in positions of authority. However, he understood that assistance was essential for his success. This morning, the Dragon Nation's delegation for the Athens Olympics was officially established, signaling the end of the national basketball team's training camp and the commencement of warm-up matches. During a media interview in the afternoon, Yao Ming boldly proclaimed his mantra, "No shaving until we reach the top 8." While it is effortless to chant slogans, the reality of execution is far more challenging. Behind the scenes, Yao Ming felt the weight of pressure intensifying upon his shoulders. In Charlotte, USA, the call echoed, "Run, run. Be mindful of your body mechanics. Precision is key. Your frame is substantial, with broad shoulders. Learn to leverage that." It is a commendable habit to minimize jumping on the defensive end, yet occasionally, a well-timed block or steal can significantly elevate team morale. The balance of these tactics is something you must discern through experience in the game. Remain undeterred. When you leap, no one can block you. The true challenge lies in overcoming mental distractions. Why are Michael and Kobe's mid-range jump shots so indefensible? It is rooted in their unwavering belief that no opponent can block them. Thus, they simply need to maintain their shooting form and release with confidence. Meanwhile, within Del Curry's private training facility, rigorous training sessions are taking place at an intense level. After concluding the summer league, Wang Ke chose not to rest, but to continue his training. A luxurious coaching team was formed, consisting of Oakley, Del Curry, Ewing, and Rod Strickland. The prowess of Oakley and Del Curry is well known, while Rod Strickland is present to fulfill his own aspirations, as ball handling skills cannot be imparted in just a few days. Ewing, on the other hand, was deeply impressed by Wang Ke's performance during the summer league. As a guardian of the 4 premier centers, Ewing has always been attentive to the emergence of the next exceptional center in the league. Consequently, last season, he joined the Houston Rockets coaching staff as Yao Ming's interior coach. In a previous life, Ewing had also received an invitation from the Magic to become Howard's personal coach. Since retiring, Ewing has sought opportunities to become a head coach, which remains another aspiration of his life. However, the path to head coaching is fraught with challenges and stringent requirements, and currently, Ewing has yet to realize this dream. Establishing a positive rapport with the novice Wang Ke may prove beneficial in the future. Truly, my good brother is dedicated to his training. Meanwhile, on the training court, there are 3 individuals who seem more like anchors, the Curry brothers and Kyrie Irving. What uses it to compete? Just observe his dribbling. It's rather clumsy. Kyrie Irving clearly still considers Wang Ke and the Curry brothers as rivals. Comparing dribbling? Why not challenge me to a 3-point shootout instead? Upon hearing Kyrie Irving's taunts, Steph Curry could hardly contain himself. You can challenge me, but do not disparage my brother. Let the competition begin. The 3 young men embarked on a spirited contest, which was merely a side note on the training court. Welcome back. Haven't you slept yet? You could have gone to bed first. I wanted to wait for you to return. Claudia naturally took the training backpack from Wang Ke's hands. I learned another Chinese recipe today, tomato and egg soup. Come and have a taste. Claudia lifted the lid of the pot, revealing that the soup was still hot and perfectly prepared. Delicious. So good. Wang Ke raised his eyebrow, not out of courtesy, but in genuine appreciation for the exquisite taste. This is a gift. Chinese cuisine is not an easy endeavor for foreigners. How delightful. Claudia smiled as she gently massaged Wang Ke's shoulders, paying special attention to the bullet wound on his right shoulder, aware that it must be quite painful. The night was deep, accompanied by rain. On August 14th, Wang Ke chose to take a day of rest. In Athens that day, the Dragon Nation's basketball team faced Spain in their first group match. Prepare the coach's strategy. We shall give our all. Before the game commenced, Yao Ming gathered his teammates and shouted passionately. However, the start of the story was far from promising. After struggling through the first quarter, the Dragon Nation team quickly collapsed. Spain decisively attacked the interior from the outside, swiftly entangling Yao Ming in foul trouble. The substitute, Batel, performed mediocrely, his sluggish defense proving ineffective compared to Yao Ming. The interior defense he provided fell short of Yao Ming's capabilities. Imoka's performance was lackluster, or perhaps this was his true level. The young Yi Jianlian displayed vigor, but soon lost his way on the court. Shortly after the fourth quarter began, Yao Ming fouled out with 5 fouls. At that moment, his statistics were 4 for 11 from the field and perfect from the free throw line with 4 points, totaling 12 points. Damn it. Frustrated, Yao Ming stormed back to the bench. Upon seeing the towel handed to him by Lu Wei, he violently threw it to the ground. The Dragon Nation's bench fell into a heavy silence. The atmosphere was stifling. Yao Ming glanced at the scoreboard, and the Dragon Nation team was trailing by 30 points. A complete rout, not only in score but also in spirit. The pre-game bravado had transformed into deep irony. Yao Ming clenched his fists. If only Wang Ke could be on the court, guarding the interior for the Dragon Nation team. Why? Why must there be so many frustrating occurrences? Why can't everyone unite their efforts? Yao Ming recalled how Batel had wandered around Athens with several players the previous day. We did not come here for sightseeing. Anger surged within him. The final score read 58-83. The Dragon Nation team suffered a devastating loss by 25 points. In a post-game interview, Yao Ming directly criticized his teammates. We merely changed our skin. Our heart remains the same. We have not differentiated ourselves from the dismal 30 seconds during the Asian Games finals 2 years ago. I feel no hope. I have lost faith in the national team. Without putting in our utmost effort, how can we hope to win against others? What grounds do we have to believe we can triumph? I truly envy those teams that refuse to be defeated. I truly wish we could have players of such caliber. Some individuals act as if they own the national team. I would rather they return to their local teams. They must not tarnish the reputation of the national squad. Yao Ming has voiced his frustrations, and it has escalated. Such public denunciation has plunged the Dragon Country team into a considerable crisis. It is undeniable that Yao Ming is currently the sole cornerstone of the Dragon Country team. However, this public outburst shows a blatant disregard for the feelings of his teammates. It is difficult for the other players not to feel a sting in their hearts. Yao Ming is not entirely devoid of self-interest. He is using this opportunity to vent his emotions towards the Basketball Association, a fact evident to any discerning observer. That evening, Li Wei, the director in charge of the association, urgently arrived at the hotel where the team was staying and sought out Yao Ming. Big Yao, this level of public exposure seems excessive, Li Wei remarked, tapping the table before him with a grave expression. Director, I will give my all to lead the team to advance and secure a spot in the top 8. But I must ask, is our goal always merely to rely on luck to win 1 or 2 matches in the group stage and then scrape through? Is this where we draw the line? 8 years ago, we achieved this. I refuse to remain stagnant. I need support. With the Olympics just 4 years away on home soil, I demand that He return to the team. Furthermore, I insist that he also be included in our lineup. If we accomplish this, I will lead the team to the top 4. Yao Ming presented Li Wei with a dossier, an even more detailed document than before. Li Wei furrowed his brow as he opened the first page, which bore the name, Naturalized Player Wang Ke. Chapter 25, The Battle for the C Position. Years later, naturalization became a commonplace phenomenon in the realm of sports in Dragon Country. Various sports have undertaken or are in the process of pursuing varying degrees of naturalization efforts, with football and basketball drawing the most attention. During that time, the nation truly rose, naturally embracing a diverse array of talent. The Olympics and various sports transformed into genuine interest for the people of Dragon Country, devoid of any ulterior meanings. Thus, if football falters, so be it. Fans jestingly referred to it as the balancer. Basketball, too, would soon join the ranks of the balancers. However, at this point, the term naturalization had never been uttered in the context of Dragon Country basketball. Discussing naturalization on the path to ascendance felt somewhat like a desperate plea. Li Wei gazed deeply at Yao Ming. For a fleeting moment, he too considered that Yao Ming had succumbed to corruption. He had rallied the troops, expressed his anger. And yet now he suggested relying on naturalization to secure victories? What purpose would Yao Ming serve in such a scenario? However, after the Dragon Country team's second match against the New Zealand team, Li Wei began to reconsider. He recognized the truth. Yao Ming had a point. Yao Ming needed assistance. The Dragon Country team narrowly triumphed over the New Zealand team with a score of 69-62. Yao Ming exerted himself to the utmost in this match, achieving a remarkable tally of 43 points, 15 rebounds, and 5 blocks. The ramifications of Wang Ke's influence, akin to a butterfly effect, imply that the statistics from similar matches will no longer align perfectly with reality. With his extraordinary effort, Yao Ming single-handedly secured a victory for the Dragon Nation team, as his scoring accounted for 2/3 of the entire team's output. The support from his teammates was regrettably minimal. Indeed, Yao Ming is a formidable player. However, basketball is a collective endeavor comprising 5 individuals. The notion of naturalizing Wang Ke resonated in Li Wei's mind repeatedly after the game. Xiaoqin, take this information and ensure a thorough investigation, Li Wei instructed his assistant. Having made a decision, it was time to take action, especially with only 4 years remaining until the upcoming Olympic Games on home soil. While Yao Ming may perceive the naturalization of Wang Ke as a straightforward matter, Li Wei understood the necessity of considering the myriad ramifications involved. Is Wang Ke truly of the Dragon Kingdom lineage? Is Wang Ke truly formidable? And is he worth pursuing? Does Wang Ke truly possess a sense of recognition regarding ancestral ties to the Dragon Nation? Only when these matters are satisfactorily resolved can naturalization proceed, allowing the citizens of the Dragon Nation to acknowledge and accept it. To be frank, if you were to propose naturalizing a black individual, even if he were as illustrious as Kobe Bryant, Li Wei would undoubtedly find it utterly unacceptable. After triumphing over the New Zealand team, the prospects for the Dragon Nation's advancement did not improve. Subsequently, they suffered a disheartening 2-game losing streak, a staggering defeat of 57-82 against Argentina and a 52-89 loss to Italy, with the point differentials never falling below 20. These 2 devastating losses doused the hopes of Dragon Nation basketball with cold water. Even though Yao Ming has matured into the core center for the Rockets, capable of contending with the likes of Shaquille O'Neal And despite the fact that the head coach of the Dragon Nation team is the former Lakers coach, Del Harris, the considerable gap in overall strength renders any further progress unattainable. Moreover, should the Dragon Nation fail to secure victory against the Black team in their final group match, they will be deprived of a place in the top 8. This would signify not progress, but regression. In the ultimate showdown for survival, the Dragon Nation team finally exhibited the resilience that Yao Ming had sought. Trailing by double digits in the first half, they fought fervently on the defensive end, forcing the Black team into multiple 24-second violations. Ultimately, in the fourth quarter, they seized the lead and, bolstered by consistent free throws, maintained their advantage. The final score stood at 67-66. The Dragon Nation narrowly triumphed over the Black team, once again securing a spot in the top 8. This marks the second time the Dragon Nation has reached the top 8, and it is Yao Ming's first time leading the team there. Roar. Following the conclusion of the match, Yao Ming let out a powerful roar. In the next moment, his gaze found Li Wei in the stands, and they exchanged a knowing glance. Li Wei understood Yao Ming's sentiment. Must every encounter be fraught with such peril? Must it always come down to the wire? Clearly, there remains ample room for improvement for the Dragon Nation. Why not take a bold leap? 3 days later, in the quarterfinals of the Olympic men's basketball tournament, the Dragon Nation faced an inevitable defeat, succumbing to Lithuania with a score of 75-95. Throughout the match, they were thoroughly dominated, struggling even to mount a semblance of resistance. At times, the score does not fully reflect the disparity in strength. After the game, Yao Ming let out a sigh. Such dissatisfaction. I await my aspirations. My spirit has long since broken free. The sound of hooves rises and falls. Oh, yeah. After the match, Vattel draped his arm around Zhang Yunsong's shoulder, humming a tune. The two will be teammates on the Beijing team next season, and their camaraderie within the Dragon Nation is strong. Deba, are you very happy? Yao Ming intercepted Vattel. Here it comes. The other players instinctively halted. Is the internal conflict within the team truly on the verge of eruption? Big Yao, I know what you wish to convey. Basketball is not the entirety of my existence. Success is not solely defined by the acquisition of a gold medal. Our capabilities do not afford us the opportunity to attain such heights. Vattel chuckled. We must strive. If we deem it impossible before even trying, then why do we bother participating in the Olympics? Why do you even represent the national team? Yao Ming's voice suddenly escalated. Am I not fighting on the court? Is anyone else not fighting on the court? Is it just you who is putting in the effort? You are remarkable. You've made your mark in the American League. You are impressive. Vattel gave Yao Ming a thumbs up. But we are not like that. This is our level. What can we do? We have exerted ourselves to the utmost, and we have once again reached the top 8. Why can't we celebrate? Big Yao, I have great respect for you. You can say whatever you wish, just do not place excessive pressure on the younger players in our team. It could crush them. The hardships I endured in the United States are no less than what you and He have faced. For me, life encompasses more than just basketball. It includes the distant sounds of galloping hooves. Let it be. Vattel patted Yao Ming on the shoulder, his expression having grown exceedingly tranquil. We simply follow different paths. There is no right or wrong. He is indeed a man of wisdom from the grasslands. In the future, he will also feature in films with commendable cameo appearances, such as City of Life and Death and Journey to the West. The Demons Strike Back. From the perspective of life experience, Vattel's journey has been richer and more colorful than that of Yao Ming and Wang Ke. Yao Ming was momentarily taken aback by Vattel's words. Zhang Fei embroidering? How did it suddenly become so artistic? The tense atmosphere was instantly shattered. Yao Ming felt as though he had struck a punch into cotton, shaking his head in resignation. Instinctively, Yao Ming's thoughts drifted to Wang Ke. The ferocity and bloodthirstiness exhibited by Wang Ke during that hour-long one-on-one on the court left a profound impression on Yao Ming. Perhaps it is such players that the Dragon Nation team truly needs. The Dragon Nation men's basketball team concluded their journey in the Olympics. From here on, the only thing left is to cheer for the other athletes representing the Dragon Nation. Watching athletes from other events ascend the highest podiums, with the national anthem playing, the flag rising and medals being donned, stirred emotions within many players. Originally, Yao Ming had one last task, to continue serving as the flag bearer for the Dragon Nation at the closing ceremony. However, for certain reasons, the honor was bestowed upon the emerging Lu Xiang. It was no different from the previous life. In Charlotte, after training, Wang Ke had been closely following the Dragon Nation team's performance in the Olympics. Aside from a slight enhancement in Yao Ming's statistics, The Dragon Nation's results mirrored those of the past life. Reaching the top 8 is already the ultimate achievement for the Dragon Country team. Wang Ke occasionally ponders whether his presence in the Dragon Kingdom team could have improved their performance. Ever since his profound conversation with Yao Ming, he has not been in contact with him, leaving him uncertain if Yao Ming has mentioned anything regarding his naturalization. It seems that such matters are not easily resolved. Wang, you have been paying considerable attention to the Dragon Kingdom lately. Will you return in the future? Claudia inquired, gently patting his head. A new chapter in their lives has unfolded for over a month now. The safety of their surroundings alleviates Claudia's concerns about harassment from petty delinquents. Their new home is spacious, allowing her to escape the feeling of confinement. Most of the time, she feels a sense of stability, accompanying Wang Ke in his daily training, preparing Chinese meals for him, and providing massages to help him relax. These are the ways she contributes. Embracing the role of a homemaker is not undesirable. Yet, at times, Claudia finds herself reminiscing about her brother and feeling anxious about their relationship. After all, they are merely cohabiting and not yet married. The Dragon Kingdom remains an enigmatic land. If she were to follow Wang Ke there, would she feel apprehensive? Such thoughts cross her mind, yet the decision to return is not solely hers to make. For now, her aspirations lie in establishing a firm foothold once the new season begins, leaving little room for further contemplation. Wang Ke grasped Claudia's hands firmly. Even if I return in the future, I shall spend the majority of the year competing in the American League. During the off-season, consider it a chance to accompany me on a vacation to the Dragon Kingdom. Wang Ke gently patted Claudia's hand, aware of her underlying concerns. With you by my side, I fear nothing. Claudia nestled closer to Wang Ke. Having lived within a confined circle throughout her life, the sudden leap into the broader world felt somewhat disconcerting. The hospitality and warmth of the Dragon Kingdom surpasses all imagination. You will undoubtedly fall in love with it. On September 20th, the Bobcats announced the date for the new season's media day. By September 27th, the entire Bobcats team had gathered, transforming the Charlotte Arena into a lively hub. Prominent figures such as Primoz Brezek, Kareem Rush, Gerald Wallace, and Eddie House made their appearances in the revamped Bobcats roster. These players, last season, were mere role players on other teams, some even serving as water boys. During the expansion draft, it was inevitable that other teams would not allow their key players to be selected. Among the newcomers, Wang Ke could only distinctly recall Gerald Wallace, who had flourished during his time with the Bobcats in his previous life, achieving peak statistics of 18 points and 10 rebounds, earning the title of King of the Cats. However, last season, Gerald Wallace had merely averaged 0 points, 0 rebounds, and 0.5 assists while playing for the Kings, clearly relegated to the role of a water boy. For these players, the new team heralded immense opportunities. Who among them would ascend to become the leader of the Bobcats in the upcoming season? Who would secure a greater share of the shots, amass superior statistics, and consequently vie for more lucrative contracts? This competition commenced the moment the Bobcats convened. In the locker room, Wang Ke observed quietly, absorbing the atmosphere of an experience he had never encountered before. Rookie, it seems rather inappropriate for you to occupy this position. A voice pierced through the air beside him. Laven Knight, who had been in the league for 7 seasons, gestured toward Wang Ke's locker. In the home team's locker room, the outermost positions are the most coveted, spacious, and convenient for players to conduct post-game interviews with the media. Typically, these prime spots are reserved for the team's star players. Seeing Wang Ke take one of the best positions, several players expressed their discontent. As a rookie, even if one is a second overall pick, should there not be a sense of propriety? Laven Knight, self-proclaimed veteran, took the initiative to confront Wang Ke. Chapter 26. The First Battle. Wang Ke is not a person prone to unreasonable outbursts. His past experiences have imparted a profound lesson. The more one dances with exuberance, the swifter the demise. Therefore, had Wang Ke been selected by any team other than the Bobcats, he would have resolutely embraced the role of a rookie, dutifully performing whatever tasks were required. Even if it meant carrying the leader's bag or polishing his shoes. As long as it was within reason, Wang Ke would accept it. However, this is the Bobcats, a team that has only just been formed, with players who have all recently joined. In fact, Wang Ke arrived at this team before any of them. As early as July, he was participating in the Summer League and occupying this very locker room. His past has also taught him another harsh truth. Kindness can be exploited, and a gentle horse may be ridden. Wang Ke rose to his feet. Oh, the sheer intensity. The heart of Laven Knight quivered uncontrollably. He was far too tall, far too imposing. A sense of overwhelming pressure enveloped him. At a mere height of 78 meters. Blevin Knight felt as if Wang Ke was poised to tear him apart at any moment. Let the confrontation commence. In the locker room, the seemingly humble and low-key Raphael Arui felt his heart pounding fervently. Perhaps if he could incite conflict among the players, he might find an opportunity for retribution. Instinctively, Blevin Knight took a step back. However, the presence of seasoned players standing behind him bolstered his confidence. Wang Ke's gaze swept across each player who had risen to their feet at that moment. The next instant, a thunderous sound erupted. The entire locker room seemed to explode in that very instant. Oh my God, please tell me this is not real. Does his hand not ache? Wang Ke shattered the wardrobe door with a single punch, splintering wood particles that danced through the air. One such fragment grazed the face of Blevin Knight, leaving a gash that allowed crimson blood to flow down his neck. How lamentable the quality is. Truly a shoddy construction. Wang Ke furrowed his brow and muttered a few words. At that moment, his fist felt somewhat mangled, covered in small splinters. Wang Ke cast a glance and meticulously extracted each wood splinter with determination. One of the splinters had penetrated rather deeply, causing his face to twitch involuntarily, and blood began to flow. Wang Ke merely wrapped a towel around it. Please assist me in arranging a repair. I shall come by tomorrow, hoping to see the wardrobe door restored to its original condition. Is there any issue with that? Wang Ke gently patted Blevin Knight on the shoulder twice. No problem. Blevin Knight's voice trembled slightly. The weather is quite pleasant today. Aha. Yes. Indeed. The other players quietly dispersed, each seeking their own positions. The locker room suddenly seemed to radiate a sense of harmony. One punch can break the silence, lest 100 punches follow, as the coach wisely remarked. Wang Ke smiled lightly. Had that punch landed upon Blevin Knight's head, he would have undoubtedly been knocked out. Indeed, this individual is utterly formidable. It is apparent that I must continue to exercise restraint. Raphael Arui displayed an expression of realization. At that moment, he was torn between laughter and tears. The sorrow stemmed from the protracted nature of his revenge, while the laughter arose from his foresight regarding the outcome of this confrontation. Gentlemen, ahem? The general manager, Petty Tom, pushed open the door to the locker room and clapped his hands. Wasn't the atmosphere in this locker room a bit too quiet? The wardrobe door behind Wang Ke had completely shattered, creating a rather jarring sight. Petty Tom cast a few glances at Wang Ke and smiled. Let us go. It's time for the promotional photos for the new season. Juan, Primas, Gerald, you three will also have to attend an interview shortly. Petty Tom continued to call out. Once the players had dashed outside, Petty Tom caught the last one, Gerald Wallace. What is the story with that wardrobe? During the promotional photo shoot, Wang Ke was directly positioned in the center. Whether it was the trio's core photo, the starting five, or the final team picture, Wang Ke has received official recognition from the team. The sole core of the new season's Bobcats is none other than Wang Ke. This decision came after careful deliberation between General Manager Petty Tom and head coach Bernie Bigstaff. The Bobcats will not embark on a path of futility from the outset of the new season. Bernie Bigstaff is eager to experiment. They aim to construct a cohesive offense and defense centered around Wang Ke, hoping to achieve commendable results. Should they succeed, they will ambitiously pursue a playoff berth. If the Bobcats accomplish this, they would become the first team to reach the playoffs immediately after joining the league, thus adding a prestigious accolade to both Petty Tom's and Bernie Bigstaff's resumes. Conversely, if they falter, the Bobcats may well embrace a strategy of losing to secure the top draft pick for the following season. Next season promises to feature two widely recognized elite point guards entering the draft, Chris Paul and Darren Williams, with both an interior and exterior core in place. The team may indeed be on the brink of resurgence. In light of this objective, the management has resolved to wholeheartedly support Wang Ke from the very beginning, establishing him as the team's cornerstone. This strategy aims to minimize internal strife within the team and aligns with the unconventional business practices of the eccentric owner, Robert Johnson. Did you hear he punched through a cabinet? Oh my God, how brutal. I hope his hand is all right. In the general manager's office, Petty Tom was recounting the incidents that transpired in the locker room to Bernie Bigstaff, who displayed an expression of shock. It's nothing. I actually think this is a positive development. I was concerned about how Wang would manage the locker room. After all, our support is just one aspect. If Wang cannot effectively engage his teammates, he cannot truly become the team's core. It appears there is no need for such worries. Petty Tom remarked with a smile. That is indeed the case. Bernie Bigstaff responded, also smiling. A strong team core is preferable. Thus, they are unperturbed by Wang Ke's display of aggression. Damn, I thought I could contend for the position of team leader. But it seems I have been preordained. How unfortunate. Hey, as if you could compete with him. What did you say? Nothing. That big guy is said to excel in rebounding and defense. Offensively, we can still unleash our potential. True. But it also depends on the coach's tactics. Such grievances can only be voiced outside the locker room. Inside, Wang Ke swiftly established an aura of intimidation in a rather unconventional manner. After the team's assembly, Wang Ke's training became increasingly systematic. The most significant difference from previous training is the substantial increase in tactical drills. Bigstaff intends to refrain from excessive embellishments in the new season, with more than half of the team's strategies revolving around Wang Ke. From the outset, Wang Ke has been positioned as the tactical core, naturally resulting in elevated expectations for his performance. Wang Ke not only needs to memorize these tactics, but at times, he must also exercise his own discernment in selecting the execution of certain strategies. Fortunately, the people of Long will possess an innate advantage in the realm of intellectual prowess. In his previous life, Wang Ke was also an academic prodigy, making the comprehension of these tactics rather effortless. As the days went by, the offensive and defensive strategies of the Lynx team began to take on the outline that Bigstaff desired. Wang Ke has once again proven himself worthy of the Bobcats' trust, demonstrating the ability to bolster both the team's offense and defense. The formidable trio of Wang Ke, Primoz, and Gerald Wallace is gradually taking shape as the core of both offense and defense, standing at an impressive height of 2.18 meters and weighing 114 kilograms. Primoz forms a towering presence alongside Wang Ke in the interior of the Bobcats lineup. His skills in the paint are commendable, showcasing a solid foundation in technique and a commendable ability to facilitate plays, as well as a respectable range in mid to long-range shooting. However, he also exhibits some shortcomings typical of European big men, such as insufficient physicality, sluggish footwork, and a tendency to adopt the passive defensive stance. Gerald Wallace, at 2.01 meters and weighing 98 kilograms, is poised to anchor the Bobcats' front line in the upcoming season, both offensively and defensively. Unfortunately, the team's backcourt appears to be rather underwhelming, presenting what may become the most significant weakness and vulnerability for the squad in the new season. Currently, the only player on the Bobcats with significant trade value is Wang Ke, making any attempts to bolster the backcourt through trade quite challenging. As Petty Tom aptly stated, a skilled cook cannot prepare a meal without ingredients. In the locker room, Wang Ke maintains a commanding presence. Yet, as his teammates get to know him better, many have come to realize that he is, in fact, quite amiable. He does not exhibit a domineering demeanor, nor does he leverage his stature to intimidate others, nor does he ever proactively provoke conflicts. On the contrary, Wang Ke is always willing to lend a helping hand for even the simplest of tasks. Wang Ke is undoubtedly more familiar with Charlotte than any player here. Beyond training, he also offers his teammates insights into which nightclubs possess unique charm. Wang Ke, at present, naturally refrains from visiting. However, in his previous role as a debt collector, he was inevitably required to engage with such establishments. Wang Ke diligently practices for an extended period each night at the private training facility of Del Curry, while Claudia patiently awaits his return home. On November 2nd, the reigning champion Pistons face the Rockets at their home court, marking the grand opening of the new season. The new season has officially commenced. Yao Ming welcomed his new partner, Tracy McGrady, while simultaneously bidding farewell to his guiding light, the veteran Francis. The debut of the Yao-McGrady tandem yielded rather mediocre results, with McGrady scoring 18 points on 6 of 18 shooting, and Yao Ming faring even worse, netting only 7 points on 2 of 9 attempts. It appears they shall require considerable time to establish their synergy. On November 3rd, the Miami Heat also commenced their season, with Dwayne Wade welcoming the formidable Shaquille O'Neal as his teammate. The Heat achieved a resounding victory against the Nets on their home turf. O'Neal's presence transformed the interior game for the Heat, allowing Wade to play with newfound ease. Wang Ke graced the court during garbage time for a brief 3 minutes, scoring 4 points and committing 2 fouls. He remains uncertain whether he can seize his final opportunity in the upcoming season. On November 4th, the Charlotte Arena witnessed the inaugural game of the Bobcats since their establishment. Wang Ke has arrived at the inaugural game of his professional career. At 8 p.m., the Bobcats face off against the Wizards at their home court. Chapter 27, The Choice. I am certain that many of you are eagerly anticipating this moment. The new season has officially commenced. To be honest, I share your excitement. We are a completely new team. Every point we score on the court contributes to the creation of our team's history. I am honored to serve as your head coach. Let us step onto the court together and give our all. Go, go, go. In the home team's locker room, head coach Bernie Bigstaff is delivering the final rallying call. The anticipation surrounding the first game of this new team fills everyone with exhilaration. In the previous 5 preseason games, the Bobcats secured only 1 victory against 4 losses, which is far from impressive. However, after Wang Ke's explosive performance led to their first win, Bigstaff opted to conceal some of their strategies to a certain extent. In the subsequent 4 preseason games, Wang Ke participated for merely half the match. Bigstaff intends to unleash Wang Ke's full potential once the regular season commences. Overperforming in the preseason could lead other teams to devise tactical plans specifically against Wang Ke. The players of the Bobcats streamed out of the player tunnel, greeted by the enthusiastic cheers of their home fans. The attendance at the Charlotte Arena is remarkable, reaching an impressive 90. Let us welcome our super potential rookie, Wang Ke, who has grown up in Charlotte, with the loudest cheers and shouts. The DJ on-site energetically shouted Wang Ke's name, adding to the excitement. This match is a grand occasion for the Bobcats, marking their inaugural game. Wang. Waves of cheers enveloped the entire arena. Wang Ke was the last to emerge from the players' tunnel, awkwardly waving to the audience. It was a scene he had never experienced before. At this moment, his heart surged with fervor and a sense of pride. As a player born and raised in Charlotte, Wang Ke was naturally embraced, supported, and adored by the local fans. They regarded him as one of their own, rather than a mere mercenary. If one were to describe Wang Ke's journey before entering the league as a hellish ordeal, then upon his arrival, it was akin to a heavenly beginning. He instantly became the leader of the team and the focal point of their strategy. Enjoying nearly unanimous support from the home crowd. Wang is my brother. Haha. Wang. I'm right here. In the front row of the audience, Steph Curry was visibly excited, continuously waving at Wang Ke. For this match, Del Curry had brought his sons to the venue to cheer for Wang Ke. Also present in the front row were Oakley and Wang Ke's agent, Arntellum. Naturally, Claudia was there as well. Don't be too nervous. The official game will feel different. You might find it a bit overwhelming. Don't worry. Yao Ming's debut had 0 points and 2 rebounds. Yet that did not prevent him from becoming one of the top 5 centers in the league. Just relax. Oakley called Wang Ke to the sidelines and offered a few words of advice, even using Yao Ming as an example. Yao Ming, be polite. Understood. Rest assured. Wang Ke gestured a 0K towards Oakley and Arn Taylor, followed by a fist bump with the Curry brothers. Go Wang. They cheered. Finally, Wang Ke shared a warm embrace with Claudia at the sidelines, eliciting screams of excitement from the surrounding fans. Their curiosity was palpable. Is she Wang Ke's girlfriend? Claudia's cheeks flushed crimson, as she clearly did not anticipate such a public display of affection from Wang Ke. However, once seated, a sweet warmth enveloped her heart. Was Wang Ke announcing to everyone that he is her boyfriend? Quite delightful. The atmosphere at the Bobcats' home court is indeed electrifying. On the opposite side, the Wizards' second-in-command, Antoine Jamison, finds it somewhat noisy, with his ears occasionally reverberating from the din. Quite normal for a brand-new team. Once they encounter a string of defeats, such exuberance is bound to dissipate. The team leader, Arenas, merely shrugged and remarked nonchalantly. Following Michael Jordan's retirement, the Wizards entered the post-Jordan era. However, rather than descending into chaos, the team swiftly identified their rising star, Arenas. Last season, despite failing to reach the playoffs, the team had firmly established a gameplay centered around Arenas. This season, after bolstering their roster and refining their strategies, the Wizards have boldly proclaimed their ambition to reach the playoffs. Should they succeed this season, it would render Jordan somewhat embarrassed, as he had exerted every effort in his final 2 seasons without leading the team to the playoffs. Meanwhile, under Arenas' guidance, hope abounds. Even the divine must concede to the passage of time. The game was soon underway as the starting players took to the court. The Wizards' starting lineup included Michael Ruffin, Antoine Jamison, Jarvis Hayes, Larry Hughes, and Arenas. This lineup appears somewhat avant-garde. The interior is rather diminutive, with Michael Ruffin standing at 2.06 meters, filling the center position from power forward. Antoine Jamison, at 2.03 meters, is a versatile swingman capable of playing both the small forward and power forward positions. Yet their average height exceeds 2 meters. It resembles a lineup composed entirely of forwards. Offensively, they can accelerate the pace of play. Defensively, they can switch seamlessly. It bears a resemblance to the future Golden State Warriors. The Bobcats starting lineup features Wang Ke, Primoz Brezek, Gerald Wallace, Jason Capono, and Brevin Knight. The Bobcats' starting arrangement also boasts distinct characteristics, an excessively tall center paired with a notably short point guard. Wang Ke stands at an impressive height of 2.26 meters, while Blaven Knight measures 1.78 meters, creating a noticeable disparity in stature. The event is about to commence in the capital of Longwa. Within the confines of the Basketball Association's office, Li Wei is intently focused on this unfolding match, watching the live broadcast. Presently, the programming schedule of Longwa Sports Channel conspicuously omits any mention of Wang Ke, opting instead to exclusively showcase the games of Yaoming. Li Wei has initiated certain tasks, while others hinge on Wang Ke's performance in the new season to determine subsequent actions. Meanwhile, in Longwa, fans have limited access to the broadcast, primarily through Longwa Sports Channel, as online video streaming remains unavailable for the time being. Various sports websites are only providing text coverage. Under the current directives, Wang Ke's name has been rendered as Ke Wang. At this moment, Wang Ke has yet to become a household name among Longwa's basketball enthusiasts. Only a select few knowledgeable fans, capable of bypassing barriers to access live streams, express curiosity about this distinctly East Asian visage. On the court, Wang Ke and Michael Ruffin approached the center circle, ready for the jump ball. Upon glancing up at Wang Ke, Michael Ruffin promptly relinquishes any notion of contesting the jump. Wang Ke sprang into action, securing the first jump ball victory of his professional career. Wang Ke waved his arm and swiftly sprinted towards the front court. Blaven Knight received Wang Ke's pass and expertly maneuvered the ball past the halfway line. Although the two initially experienced a minor clash, Blaven Knight ultimately provided Wang Ke with a remarkably sturdy wardrobe door. Their relationship may not be particularly close, yet there exists no lingering animosity. Wang Ke descended into the paint, effortlessly positioning himself against Michael Ruffin at the edge of the right three-point area. According to the tactical design of head coach Bernie Bickerstaff, regardless of the opponent, the opening offensive play must invariably pass through Wang Ke's hands. Wang Ke possesses the option to either attack or support his teammates. Adhering to appropriate regulations fosters the cohesion of the team. Upon observing Wang Ke establishing position in the paint, Blaven Knight opted for a bounce pass. However, he evidently failed to take into account the positioning of the other players on the Wizards. Larry Hughes was lurking in close proximity to the passing lane and swiftly intercepted the ball with an outstretched hand. The Bobcats committed an immediate turnover. A counterattack ensued. Larry Hughes propelled the ball forward with remarkable speed. The Wizards lineup boasts an advantage. Each of the 5 players is equipped with ball handling skills, enabling them to advance the ball proficiently. Wang Ke furrowed his brow, immediately initiating a counterattack. Equally swift in his defensive response was Gerald Wallace, as Larry Hughes penetrated into the free throw line. Sensing the tight pursuit from Gerald Wallace, he leaped and executed a deceptive shot pass, sending Gerald Wallace soaring. The basketball found its way into the hands of the trailing Antoine Jamison. What an opportunity! Antoine Jamison rose for a jump shot. With such an open look and no defender in sight, Antoine Jamison was virtually certain to score. However, just then, he felt a gust of wind rush past his head. Where did the basketball go? It soared into the stands. Oh my goodness! How did he manage that? How could he recover so swiftly? The audience erupted in astonishment. Wang Ke's imposing physique, coupled with his astonishingly swift defensive recovery, elicited a profound sense of dissonance among the spectators. Yet, in the very next moment, the home fans of the Bobcats, regaining their composure, erupted into cheers for Wang Ke. The chant of Wang, Wang, Wang became a vibrant spectacle within the Charlotte arena. Antoine Jamison glanced up at the central screen, where the slow-motion replay left him in a state of disbelief. The Wizards had executed an inbound play. After Arenas secured the ball, he signaled for Michael Ruffin to set a screen. Blaven Knight was momentarily hindered by Ruffin, losing his tight coverage on Arenas. A smile graced Arenas' lips as he sidestepped to receive the ball before launching a shot. Since the previous season, this maneuver had evolved into a staple in Arenas' offensive arsenal. At that moment, it seemed nearly all centers in the league struggled to swiftly execute a switch during such a screen. In fact, most teams had no intention of allowing their centers to switch out. Rather, they preferred to have them defend against drives near the free throw line. Furthermore, with Arenas' considerable shooting range, he could maintain a commendable shooting percentage from 1 or 2 steps beyond the three-point line, affording him opportunities for open shots. It is worth noting that Curry's future style of play bears a resemblance to Arenas' current approach. And then it happened. The instant the ball was released, Arenas felt the rhythm. However, the very next second, a colossal shadow loomed. A large hand suddenly appeared in the path of the basketball's flight. Bam! A moment of sheer dominance. Wang Ke opted for a somewhat audacious defensive strategy this time, decisively switching his defense and leaping high into the air. Should arenas refrain from shooting and instead choose to pass, it would result in Wang Ke losing his position in the interior defense. Nevertheless, Wang Ke embraced this choice. For he was up against the formidable Agent Zero, General Arenas. Surely, he would take the three-point shot. Wang Ke has triumphantly executed a stunning block. The basketball has once again been sent soaring into the stands. Roar. Wang Ke raised his arm and roared with fervor. The morale of the Bobcat team soared to unprecedented heights. The negative impact of Blaven Knight's initial passing error had been entirely eradicated. In this moment, Wang Ke began to grasp the essence of Oakley's words. The court demands not only rational and composed defense, but also a spirited and audacious approach. Chapter 28. Military Training. Keen. Maintain the momentum. Well done, Wang. On the sidelines, Bernie Bigstaff could no longer contain the joy radiating from his face. Wang Ke's two remarkable blocks have truly invigorated the spirits. They have also established a foundational ethos for this nascent Bobcats team, one that embodies tenacious defense. The Wizards have once again executed an inbound play, yet the remaining time on the shot clock is dwindling. Under the relentless pressure exerted by the Bobcats players, the Wizards have committed a 24-second violation. Bravo. Splendid. This is how defense should be played. In the stands, the home crowd rises in unison, applauding fervently. They relish this style of defense. This season, fueled by the reigning champions, the Pistons is poised to witness a heightened emphasis on defense across the league. Defense secures championships. This is no longer a hollow phrase. The Bobcats have commenced the game by showcasing an exceptional caliber of defense, undoubtedly delighting the home fans. The defensive prowess is indeed formidable, coupled with physical gifts. Yao Ming lacks such agility. He cannot leap as high. Li Wei is certainly no novice to the game of basketball. The naturalization of Wang Ke appears to be quite promising. Li Wei's gaze is once again fixated on the screen. The Bobcats are on the offensive. Blaven Knight has crossed half court, making a pass with a slightly elevated arc. A bounce pass is rather difficult for me to handle. As Wang Ke sprinted towards the front court, he shouted a couple of words at Blaven Knight. Given Blaven Knight's height, the angle at which the bounce pass was delivered was far too low. Wang Ke must bend down to catch the ball, which significantly delays the timing and hinders subsequent offensive options. Blaven Knight nodded, indicating his understanding. Wang Ke descended into the paint, continuing to establish his position against Michael Ruffin. The disparity in size and strength rendered Ruffin severely disadvantaged in their battle for position, unable to disrupt Wang's advantageous stance. Blaven Knight's pass was impeccable, successfully delivering the ball into Wang Ke's hands in the low post. As Michael Ruffin contemplated the defensive strategies and techniques he might employ to trouble Wang Ke, he was suddenly jolted by the resounding echo of an explosive dunk. Bang! Wang Ke afforded Michael Ruffin no opportunity for contemplation, seizing the ball with one hand before pivoting and effortlessly hurling it into the hoop. It was as straightforward as that. Michael Ruffin's weight of 112 kilograms proved utterly inadequate against Wang Ke's prowess. As long as Wang Ke positioned himself sufficiently deep, he became invincible beneath the basket. The score stands at 2 o'clock. Wang Ke has secured the first blood for the Bobcats, marking the inaugural points of his professional career. Within just 1 minute of the game, he achieved 2 points and 2 blocks. Such performance and statistics have already surpassed the debut of the legendary Yao Ming. Oh my God, I can almost sense the spirit of Shaquille O'Neal. On the sidelines, Wizards head coach Eddie Jordan appears somewhat unsettled. Is this your second overall pick truly this formidable? The previous year's second pick was decidedly underwhelming. The second pick of the illustrious 2003 draft was Darko Milei, who received virtually no playing time last season, averaging nearly 4.7 minutes per game. With such scant playing time, even LeBron would falter. However, he did earn a championship ring with the Pistons. Run. We must accelerate the pace of the game. Eddie Jordan shouted towards the court. The Bobcats are employing a very traditional twin tower strategy, with both big men towering over 2.18 meters. By quickening the game's tempo, these two heavyweights will struggle to keep up, even though Wang Ke's speed and agility are truly impressive. As the Wizards launch their offensive, Arenas noticeably increases his dribbling speed and frequency. As he approaches the three-point line, he suddenly rises up over Blaylock Knight to unleash a three-pointer. This is undoubtedly taking advantage of Knight's height disadvantage. Swish. The crisp sound of the basketball finding the net resonates. The three-pointer is in. Arenas spreads his arms wide, exuding sheer dominance. 3-2. The Wizards have taken the lead. In the stands, the home crowd's energy has diminished slightly. Many fans have calmed down. The game must still be played one basket at a time. The Bobcats are merely a newly established team in the league. They cannot afford to become complacent. Wang Ke executed a baseline shot. Arenas scored effortlessly against him, leaving Wang Ke with no recourse. Blevin Knight's stature inevitably renders him a defensive liability. Had Arenas opted for a drive, Wang Ke might have been able to assist defensively. However, with Arenas launching a shot from the perimeter, Wang Ke found himself at a disadvantage. The Bobcats continued to exploit Wang Ke's weaknesses, and once again, he delivered a one-handed dunk. The defensive pressure exerted by Michael Ruffin was considerably less than that posed by Howard and Okafor. After all, he was a player positioned as a power forward, and facing Wang Ke or any formidable center proved to be exceedingly challenging. The score stood at 4-3, with the points beginning to rise alternately. By the end of the first quarter, the teams were tied at 25-25. In the first quarter, Wang Ke showcased an impressive performance, playing for 8 minutes and accumulating 12 points, 4 rebounds, and 3 blocks. His remarkable display commenced with 4 consecutive dunks in the paint, compelling the Wizards to employ a low-post double team against him in their subsequent defensive strategy. At this moment, Wang Ke's ability to break through double teams is nearly non-existent. To a certain extent, his offensive prowess has been curtailed. However, the Bobcats are not solely reliant on Lawn A. They also possess Lawn B and Lawn C. Capitalizing on Wang Ke's defensive entanglement with the Wizards, the focus of the Bobcats' offense has shifted to another towering presence, Primoz Brezek, alongside forward Gerald Wallace. With a significant advantage in both height and weight, Brezek confidently asserts himself against Antoine Jamison in the paint. The Wizards' interior defense is woefully inadequate, leaving them vulnerable to exploitation. Conversely, the Wizards' rapid transition between offense and defense has caused the Bobcats' defense to become somewhat disjointed, as the players have yet to fully establish defensive chemistry amongst themselves. Wang Ke can swiftly return to defense, yet Primoz Brezek is truly unable to do so. Consequently, the Wizards consistently create opportunities for localized advantages in numbers. The offensive prowess of Gilbert Arenas and Antoine Jamison, one excelling from the perimeter and the other from within, is undeniably formidable. I believe you have performed excellently. What remains for us is to maintain our focus. On the sidelines, Bernie Bickerstaff of the Bobcats refrained from making significant tactical adjustments at this moment, instead emphasizing the discipline of executing offensive and defensive strategies. To be frank, players selected in the expansion draft are predominantly the cast-offs from other teams. Even if they possess some talent, it is often limited. Even a player like Gerald Wallace, who thrived in a previous era, finds it quite challenging to average over 20 points per game. Bickerstaff felt relatively satisfied with being tied with the Wizards at the end of the first quarter. What brought him the utmost satisfaction, of course, was Wang Ke. Wang Ke has once again showcased his remarkable talent, seamlessly adapting to the intensity and rhythm of the regular season. This is a true testament to his extraordinary gift. Just a few months ago, he had yet to participate in any significant amateur competitions. Ensuring the discipline and continuity of the tactics centered around Wang Ke is far more effective than making targeted tactical adjustments at this juncture. Bernie Bickerstaff is also in the process of acclimating to this team, searching for the most suitable coaching approach. By instilling a rigorous tactical discipline within the Bobcats, he secures a solid foundation for both offensive and defensive strategies. On the surface, Bickerstaff's coaching style may leave the media and fans with the impression of rigidity and an inability to adapt. However, this approach raises the baseline performance of this entirely new team. A flash of inspiration and exceptional on-the-fly adjustments might elevate the team's potential. Yet such improvisation could also disrupt the continuity and discipline of tactical execution. If this newly formed Bobcats team is granted excessive freedom, it may struggle to regain composure in critical moments. While a favorable situation may lead to soaring success, a challenging one could spell inevitable defeat. The only player in the team possessing a degree of tactical freedom is Wang Ke. As the second quarter commenced, both teams transitioned with their bench players. Bickerstaff opted to allow Wang Ke to continue resting, wishing to afford him ample time to learn and adapt during his inaugural professional game, including acclimating to the pace of the game, as well as managing and distributing his stamina. From the bench, Wang Ke attentively observed the match. A spectator's perspective can provide unique insights into the game. It is said that Kobe Bryant, during his rookie season, spent much of his time on the bench, which afforded him a distinct understanding of the game. This ultimately endowed him with exceptional abilities to read the game on the court. However, Wang Ke's respite was short-lived. Merely a minute later, Bickerstaff was compelled to substitute Wang Ke into the game. This decision was prompted by Arenas and the Wizards bench players, who, in that brief span, executed a series of fast breaks, resulting in a swift 11-0 run that widened the score gap to over 10 points, 25-36, as Wang Ke re-entered the arena. The score before him painted a vivid picture of the ongoing contest. This season, while the Wizards' defense has been somewhat lackluster, their offensive prowess, spearheaded by Arenas and Antawn Jamison, has been formidable. On the court for the Bobcats were Wang Ke, Gerald Wallace, Steve Smith, Jason Hart, and Eddie House. Coach Bernie Bickerstaff had deployed the Bobcats' strategic formation, known as Lawn C, characterized by one large player and four smaller ones, also referred to as one star and four shooters. However, from the perspective of Wizards head coach Eddie Jordan, this was merely a reactive adjustment by the Bobcats to keep pace with the Wizards' tempo, a small lineup that lacked full commitment. Wang Ke was tasked with leading this effort, a classic case of wanting to have it both ways, maintaining the fast pace while securing the rim and the boards. Often, such dual demands yield empty results, leaving both objectives unfulfilled. It is no surprise that Eddie Jordan misjudged the situation. The Bobcats, having just been established this season, lacked previous game samples for reference. Consequently, Eddie Jordan had to rely on his intuition, severely underestimating Wang Ke. Antawn, get ready to enter. Target that tall player, exploit him. Eddie Jordan chuckled lightly, signaling for Antawn Jamison to prepare for his entrance. This adjustment rendered the Wizards' small ball lineup even more extreme, with Antawn Jamison standing at merely 2.03 meters, assuming the role of center. The game progressed as the Bobcats initiated their offense, with Eddie House accelerating the pace and dribbling past half-court. Wang Ke swiftly descended into the paint. Antawn Jamison gestured to his teammates, signaling them to be prepared to double-team the moment Wang Ke receives the ball in the low post. This is the sole effective defensive strategy for a small ball lineup when confronted by a towering center. However, just as the Wizards' defensive focus remained fixated on Wang Ke, Eddie House, stationed beyond the three-point arc, unexpectedly launched a shot without any forewarning. Such an unorthodox approach. Chapter 29, Relatives. Clang. The resounding echo of the iron rim caused Wizards head coach Eddie Jordan, who had just been startled, to chuckle lightly once more. To emulate the Wizards' limitless range in three-point shooting, one must possess the requisite skill. We have Arenas, while you do not. Last season, Arenas averaged over 7 three-point attempts per game, a figure that closely mirrors that of future perimeter stars in the small ball era. At this moment, only Arenas and Ray Allen in the league boasted an average of more than 7 three-point attempts per game. In the next instant, the smile vanished from Eddie Jordan's face. Rebound. Wang Ke stood out from the crowd, leaping gracefully to seize the offensive rebound. The sounds of impact resonated simultaneously, a clap, a honk, and a thud. Upon landing, Wang Ke ascended once more with remarkable swiftness, clutching the ball in both hands before emphatically slamming it into the hoop. Antawn Jamison tugged and pulled, delivering a forceful slap to Wang Ke's arm, yet it did nothing to impede Wang Ke's thunderous dunk. 2-1. Wang Ke stepped up to the free throw line. Juan. MVP. Haha. A wave of laughter erupted from the stands. It is indeed rather absurd for a rookie to be hailed as MVP in his very first professional game. However, this also subtly highlights Wang Ke's presence and significance on the court. An MVP he shall become. Wang Ke tightened his fist and offered a faint smile. Wang Ke's free throws are remarkably consistent, though his touch is not as delicate as that of Yao Ming. However, his extensive practice has compensated for this. With a score of 28-36, thanks to Wang Ke's successful three-pointer, the Bobcats have narrowed the deficit to within 10 points. On the sidelines, Eddie Jordan furrowed his brow. Rebounding was proving to be a challenge. The Wizards launched their offense. Arenas swiftly dribbled past half-court, initially aiming for a rapid drive to the basket. Yet, upon penetrating the paint, he discovered that Wang Ke had already retreated to defend the inner area. Remarkably swift and impressively tall, Arenas muttered under his breath, opting to pull the ball back out rather than recklessly challenge Wang Ke in the paint, as getting blocked was a likely outcome. Over here, Antawn Jamison called for the ball from the perimeter. Arenas passed it to him. Since the fast break had failed, they would proceed with the planned strategy to confront Wang Ke. Wang Ke sprinted from the paint to the vicinity of the three-point line, positioning himself directly in front of Antawn Jamison. Here comes the challenge. Antawn Jamison, with the ball in hand, executed a triple threat stance. Noticing that Wang Ke remained unfazed, he swiftly turned his body to face away from him. After leaning against Wang Ke for a moment, he suddenly unleashed a remarkably fluid half-spin drive, gliding past Wang Ke like a whirlwind. So effortless. A sense of pride swelled within Antoine Jamison. This was precisely his forte. As long as he had the ball, he could effortlessly elevate his average score to over 20 points. After maneuvering past Wang Ke, Antoine Jamison leaped, aiming for a dunk. But alas, a resounding smack echoed. The ball was sent away by a powerful block. Antoine Jamison once again found himself without possession of the ball. Wang Ke, from behind, swatted the ball out of his hands. Antoine Jamison was left with a solitary dunk. Oh my God. On the sidelines, Eddie Jordan instinctively clasped his head with both hands. Can this truly be blocked? Gerald Wallace swiftly retrieved the basketball and initiated the counterattack. Wang Ke paid no heed to the somewhat dazed Antoine Jamison, swiftly charging towards the front court. As Gerald Wallace penetrated inside the three-point line, he executed a three-step layup. Clang! Under the interference of Arena's pursuit, the shot did not find its mark. However, that was of little consequence. Boom! Wang Ke soared into the air, catching the ball mid-flight to deliver a resounding putback dunk. Damn! Arenas felt as if Wang Ke had mounted his neck, and then a tremendous force struck, sending him careening out of bounds. Upon landing, Wang Ke cast a fleeting glance at Arenas sprawled on the ground, then swiftly turned and sprinted back to the halfway line. Arenas was assisted to his feet by his teammates, acutely aware that Wang Ke's gaze had been piercing. The score now stood at 30-36, with the gap narrowing further. The Wizards commenced their offensive play. After bringing the ball past the half-court line, Arenas once more passed it to Antoine Jamison. The team's strategy would not be altered simply due to a single failed attempt. Perhaps Wang Ke had merely been fortunate in that moment. Antoine Jamison once again held the ball beyond the three-point arc. Wang Ke maintained a distance of 1 to 2 steps, not closing in too tightly. There was no necessity for it. Basketball is a sport for giants. When you find yourself matched against an opponent of similar height or one who is even shorter, you must employ close defense to create sufficient disruption and attempt blocks. However, when you tower over your opponent by more than 20 centimeters, there is no need for such close guarding. If you also possess an extraordinary wingspan, then congratulations, you are a natural candidate for D0V. Furthermore, if you exhibit agile lateral movement in the realm of defense, others must labor to reach Rome, while you, by birthright, reside in Rome. Antoine Jamison initiated yet another triple threat stance. He seemed inclined to take a direct three-point shot, yet hesitated for a moment. The defensive interference brought by Wang Ke proved to be exceedingly formidable. The two stood in confrontation for 4 to 5 seconds, during which Antoine Jamison failed to make any decisive offensive choice. Oh dear. On the sidelines, Eddie Jordan shook his head slightly, expressing his discontent. I intended for you to train against Wang Ke, not merely to stand at attention beside him. Antoine Jamison understood that the moment to make a decision had arrived. His arsenal of offensive skills was indeed quite extensive at this juncture. He took a step to the right and executed a clean jump shot for a long 2 points. Wang Ke refrained from making a hasty leap this time. Instead, he swiftly advanced a step, raising his arms high to create ample disruption. Positioned outward, Antoine Jamison had numerous offensive options at his disposal. A reckless jump could lead to a complete misalignment if he were to be faked out. Bang! A thunderous strike against the iron. As Antoine Jamison took his shot, he felt Wang Ke's long arms momentarily obscure his vision. Upon Antoine Jamison's shot, Wang Ke swiftly contracted towards the paint, positioning himself adeptly before effortlessly leaping to secure the rebound. A flawless display of rim protection and rebounding prowess. While advanced maneuvers may demand a certain innate talent, foundational skills are cultivated through relentless practice. As the game transitioned from defense to offense, the Bobcats mounted their attack. Gerald Wallace's attempt from beyond the arc, alas, also met with misfortune, striking iron. Wang Ke once again executed a powerful slam dunk, bringing the score to 32-36. Wang Ke has scored 7 consecutive points, narrowing the deficit to within 5 for the Bobcats. Beep. Eddie Jordan has called a timeout. 2 minutes ago, he introduced Antoine Jamison to match up against Wang Ke, hoping that Jamison could mentor him. But now, who is truly mentoring whom? Roar. Gerald Wallace and Wang Ke engaged in an exuberant chest bump celebration. The morale of the Bobcats has soared once more. With Wang Ke on the court, they're a completely different team than without him. Impressive. Li Wei removed his glasses and rubbed his temples. The evidence of Wang Ke's prowess is indisputable. One might argue that Wang Ke's stellar performance stems from the lack of a targeted strategy from the opposition. Others might assert that his offensive repertoire is limited to dunks. When faced with a fortified interior defense or a formidable center, scoring becomes a challenge for him. However, these are merely shortcomings in comparison to the elite centers in the league. When compared to players from Longhua, aside from Yao Ming, Wang Ke can dominate all others. Such a player would undoubtedly elevate the strength of the Longhua team significantly. Once Wang Ke is reactivated to the team, the interior strength and depth of the Longhua squad could surpass that of the entire world. Competing for a top 4 finish in the Olympics, or even a medal, seems within reach. If a medal were to be secured right on home soil, Li Wei's accomplishments would be monumental, propelling him to greater heights. With this thought, Li Wei was completely captivated. As for Wang Ke's Longhua heritage, Wang Ke is undoubtedly a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. His appearance bears no trace of foreign lineage. Naturalizing Wang Ke could truly propel our efforts forward. Xiaochun, how has the matter I asked you to investigate progressed? Li Wei summoned his assistant. Wang Ke's parents presumably immigrated to the United States 2 decades ago. He still has relatives in the Dragon Kingdom. Xiaochun presented a compilation of his findings. Initially, he intended to refine the details further before presenting it to Li Wei in a few days. However, upon Li Wei's immediate request, he brought it forth ahead of schedule. Oh, are you that certain? Information from 20 years ago is not easily accessible, is it? Li Wei inquired, a hint of skepticism in his voice. Indeed, it is not easily obtained. However, I considered Wang Ke's impressive height. His parents must also be tall. Thus, I filtered the data based on height. To my surprise, I actually found them. The individuals listed in this document are a male standing at 2.02 meters and a female at 1.82 meters, likely Wang Ke's parents. Xiaochun scratched his head, grinning as he spoke. Well done. Your intellect shines brightly. Li Wei commended him. Now, what of Wang Ke's relatives in the Dragon Kingdom? They reside in Hangzhou, Wuyi Province. And it seems their family has a notable figure, a well-known actor. Is that so? Li Wei raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the connection. This truly exemplifies the intertwining of culture and sports. Generally, access to such information is restricted to the average person. Yet, when the matter pertains to national pride, its significance shifts entirely. Following the Athens Olympics, the entire sports community of the Dragon Kingdom has been fervently preparing for the 2008 Olympics in our homeland. Moreover, the national focus has tilted significantly toward the upcoming games. The 2008 Beijing Olympics is not merely a grand event for the sports world. It bears the weighty responsibility of showcasing the resplendence of the Dragon Kingdom in the new century to the entire globe. Under such circumstances, special arrangements can be facilitated with ease. Having acquired the desired information, Li Wei redirected his attention to the screen. The competition was nearing its conclusion. In this final moment, Wang Ke once again astonished Li Wei. Thud, thud, thud. Crash. Under Wang Ke's interference, Arenas struggled to launch the ball toward the hoop, falling heavily to the ground in a most undignified manner. The shot did not succeed. A miss +1. Wang Ke secured the rebound. Upon rising to his feet, Arenas raised his hands towards the referee, seeking a whistle, yet the official remained unresponsive. This was not merely a consequence of home court bias, rather. Wang Ke's defensive play was impeccably executed, maintaining a firm grip on the cylinder. Arenas faced significant difficulty penetrating the paint, primarily due to Wang Ke's impressive height and remarkable wingspan. Such physical prowess was Wang Ke's natural gift, making it improbable for the referee to call a foul. Doing so would imply bias. However, the current situation was decidedly unfavorable for the Bobcats. Wang Ke's expression was exceedingly grave, with beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. He had successfully thwarted Arenas' offensive attempt, yet the Bobcats still trailed the Wizards by 2 points, 86-88, with a mere 3.2 seconds remaining in the game. Head coach Bernie Bickerstaff had utilized the last timeout, preparing to orchestrate a final offensive play. Whether they would succeed or fail remained a pertinent question. For this entirely new Bobcats team, the inaugural regular season match had proven to be rather eventful. Chapter 30, Resilience. Regardless of the outcome, I firmly believe you all performed admirably in this game. However, I still hope you can execute the final play effectively and secure the victory. For you truly deserve to win this match. On the sidelines, Coach Bickerstaff, holding a tactical board, tapped it emphatically with his pen. The young men exhibited the resilience he desired. In the second quarter, Wang Ke led his team to a powerful equalization, and thereafter, both teams remained locked in a stalemate. with the score fluctuating back and forth. This deadlock persisted until the midpoint of the third quarter, when the Wizards suddenly intensified their defensive pressure, leading to 3 consecutive turnovers by the Bobcats. Arenas capitalized with a trio of three-pointers, swiftly extending the lead to over 10 points. The fans in attendance began to speculate that the Bobcats were destined for defeat, attributed to their inexperience, lack of cohesion, and deficiencies in raw talent. The media and fans could readily concoct numerous rationalizations for the Bobcats' plight. Did they truly expect a newly formed team to achieve victory with ease? Such notions seemed absurd. However, some were unwilling to concede defeat. At the commencement of the fourth quarter, Wang Ke eagerly sought to continue playing, immediately providing a series of high-quality defensive efforts that created numerous counterattack opportunities for the Bobcats. Gerald Wallace stepped up, scoring repeatedly alongside Wang Ke, and together they managed to erase the deficit. The momentum of the Bobcats had shifted dramatically. Every player bore the determination to fight, for indeed, fighting was effective. Subsequently, Coach Bickerstaff began sketching on the tactical board, devising the final play for Gerald Wallace. Wang Ke had no objections to this plan. At this moment, Wang Ke lacks the capability to initiate an offensive play with the ball. It is imperative that his teammates take the lead in scoring, if they act with sufficient swiftness. Wang Ke may still have the opportunity to contest for the final rebound. As the timeout concludes, the match resumes. In the front rows of the audience, Oakley and Del Curry instinctively straighten their posture. Curry once more offers a silent prayer for his dear friend, Amen. The outcome of this match bears immense significance for the Bobcats. A loss would mean a devastating setback. The hard-fought determination the players have managed to cultivate throughout the game would dissipate entirely. Should fortune continue to elude them in subsequent matches, the Bobcats may find themselves vying for the top pick in the next season's draft. Conversely, a victory would lay a solid foundation. Once the players become accustomed to fighting for wins, the Bobcats' resilience and competition will become formidable. Any team aspiring to triumph over the Bobcats will have to endure considerable hardship first. Gerald Wallace stands at the sidelines, ready to inbound the ball. The Wizards' defensive strategy is evidently tailored to counter the Bobcats effectively. The players are momentarily unable to find any openings, and Wallace struggles to release the ball. This is disastrous. Curry can't help but exclaim. The Bobcats have no timeouts remaining. A violation at this juncture would result in a catastrophic error. Cold sweat beads on Wallace's forehead. The more anxious he becomes, the less he dares to pass the ball recklessly. Throw it over. Wang Ke surged forth from the paint. The strategy devised by the coach did not entail Wang Ke receiving the ball. Instead, he was to set off-ball screens for his teammates. Yet, in this moment of urgency, Wang Ke cast aside such tactical considerations. Gerald Wallace could no longer afford to hesitate. Teetering on the edge of a violation, he hurled the ball towards Wang Ke. He caught it. Wang, release the shot. You can do it. Curry leaped from his seat, shouting fervently at Wang Ke on the court. A pass was no longer an option. Curry, who frequently trained alongside Wang Ke, was acutely aware of his three-point shooting prowess. Del Curry shook his head slightly, knowing that he would not share his son's navet. The ability to shoot three-pointers in practice and in a competitive game are entirely different realms. In truth, Wang Ke had not attempted a single three-pointer in this match. All his points had come from thunderous dunks. Indeed, every single point. Now, Wang Ke was compelled to shoot from beyond the arc, and even Del Curry believed that the Wizards had executed a remarkably effective defense. From here on, it was all left to fate. Wang Ke felt the weight and significance of the ball. With a powerful push from both feet, he soared into the air. Antoine Jamison lunged to defend. Utilizing the momentum, his hands gave a forceful push on Wang Ke's waist. Wang Ke sensed a slight loss of balance in his body. Steadying his grip, he relied on his formidable physical control to release the ball, executing the throw with the precision honed through countless hours of training. All eyes converged on the basketball soaring through the air. Let the ball fly for a moment. The timer had expired, and the red light illuminated. The referee's whistle remained silent. No foul would be called. Swish. The sound of the basketball sinking through the net resonated with an extraordinarily crisp and melodious tone. Boom. The entire arena erupted in jubilation. The lights flickered as the ball went in, a true moment of triumph. The scoreboard froze at 89, 88. Roar. Roar. Wang Ke raised his arm and pounded his chest, roaring with unrestrained fury. He has succeeded. He has triumphed once more. Aha. Wang Ke burst into joyful laughter, fully embracing the fervor of the competition and the elation of victory. His teammates gathered around him, encircling him in a jubilant embrace. Juan, 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 echoed in harmonious unison throughout the Charlotte arena. reverberating with his name. On the sidelines, Curry leaped and danced with exuberance, while Oakley vigorously waved his arms in celebration. Claudia, with her hands clasped to her chest, gazed at Wang Ke with a radiant smile. The inaugural match of Wang Ke's professional career was nothing short of spectacular. This is the resilience that Yao Ming yearned for, and Li Wei was profoundly moved. The Dragon national team requires such tenacity. Li Wei harbored no doubts any longer. With a remarkable debut performance of 27 points, 17 rebounds, 2 assists, 5 blocks, 3 turnovers, and 4 fouls, these statistics are indeed formidable. They would undoubtedly rank among the best in the annals of the league's history. For the first time, Li Wei contemplated that Wang Ke's potential might surpass even that of Yao Ming. This season, Yao Ming commenced a bit sluggishly, and the Rockets faced a 2-game losing streak. In those matches, Yao Ming was unable to score over 20 points. The arrival of Tracy McGrady has significantly reduced Yao Ming's shooting opportunities, and there seems to be some confusion in the distribution of ball possession between the two. Yao Ming requires the ball to make his impact felt, whereas Wang Ke appears less reliant on it. Through his relentless pursuit of offensive rebounds and second-chance opportunities, Wang Ke manages to secure ample shooting chances, which are, in fact, generated by his own tenacity. The more Li Wei reflects on it, the more he believes that Yao Ming and Wang Ke will form a perfect partnership in the paint. Are you still cutting out clippings? Wang Ke observed as Claudia meticulously cut a piece from the newspaper and affixed it into a large scrapbook. A glance caught his eye, and a headline struck him. Wang Ke named Best Rookie. Within the scrapbook, numerous similar articles had already been pasted, all reflecting the media's acclaim for Wang Ke. Curated by Claudia, who only selected those that resonated with her. Indeed, I wish to document every detail of your professional journey. It will hold great significance for us in the future. Suddenly, a blush crept onto Claudia's cheeks, as a child's shyness rendered her unable to articulate her thoughts. What will it mean for us? Wang Ke chuckled. No more talk. Claudia carefully tucked away her large notebook, avoiding eye contact with Wang Ke. Juan, could you spare a day lately? I miss my brother, Claudia remarked as she continued to organize her belongings. All right. After the game against the Lakers the night after tomorrow, there will be a 3-day interval. The team is likely to grant a day off. Let us return home then. Wang Ke pondered over the schedule and nodded in agreement. Very well. Claudia turned around, offering Wang Ke a delightful smile. The new season had seen the Bobcats complete 5 games, achieving an impressive record of 4 victories and 1 defeat. Such a performance undoubtedly astonished everyone. Many fans speculated that the Bobcats had inadvertently swapped scripts, as they were traditionally expected to be the underdogs and the team in disarray. However, throughout these 5 matches, regardless of the outcome, the Bobcats faced considerable challenges, often finding themselves in a deficit of over 10 points. In the final quarter, under Wang Ke's leadership, they feverishly closed the gap, slowly simmering before a vigorous finish. In each of these encounters, the final margins were within 5 points, indicating that the Bobcats had several inherent flaws. Had luck been slightly less favorable, their record might well have been 1 victory against 4 defeats. Nevertheless, a win is a win. The Bobcats managed remarkable comebacks from behind, fostering a strong sense of confidence among the players. Under the guidance of head coach Bernie Bickerstaff, the team has cultivated a mindset: trailing is not a source of fear. Regardless of the deficit, we possess the capability to mount a comeback. If you cannot secure a decisive victory in the first half, brace yourselves for a reversal in the second. Our collective strength may be limited, yet we can still prevail. Does that not provoke your ire? The entire team has embraced a bold and audacious spirit. Fueled by their victories, the Bobcats have demonstrated commendable tactical execution and discipline. Wang Ke has delivered an impressive average of 22. For points, 15. 0 rebounds, 2. 0 assists, 5. For blocks, and 0. For steals over his first 5 games. Achieving over 20 points and 15 rebounds is indicative of a quintessential all-star center. Thus, the performance of the Bobcats may warrant further scrutiny, as it seems to possess an element of fortune. Nevertheless, the potential and immediate impact of Wang Ke are no longer subjects of doubt. Within this draft class, his current performance and statistics stand unparalleled. Comparatively, Howard and Okafor are still in their adaptation phase after entering the league, already finding themselves at a disadvantage. On November 15th, the Los Angeles Lakers concluded their 4-game road trip in Charlotte, where they are set to face the Bobcats tomorrow night. This season has brought significant changes for the Lakers. With O'Neal's departure, the team has transformed into a Kobe-centric squad. Kobe is determined to demonstrate that he can still lead the Lakers to commendable success in O'Neal's absence. The Lakers have performed admirably in their first 6 games, boasting a record of 5 wins and 1 loss, placing them at the top of the Western Conference. This success has invigorated Kobe. Rather than resorting to a one-man show, he has adopted the role of a facilitator, akin to a magician from Pennsylvania, striving to elevate his teammates through his passing. Overall, the team's strategy has proven to be quite effective thus far. Upon arriving in Charlotte, the Lakers players felt an overwhelming fatigue from their consecutive away games. In response, the coaching staff decided to grant the players a half-day break. Kobe opted to find a training facility to practice on his own, while Walton and Vujasic chose to explore local bars. Karen Butler reminisced about an old friend from his past who now resides in Charlotte, prompting him to seek out his buddy for a reunion. Chapter 31, Curiosity. Hey, buddy. Long time no see. In the Angel Bar of the Burghead community in Charlotte, Karen Butler encountered his former close friend, Thomas Marvin. Media and fans often speculate about which players in the league might have gang affiliations, such as those from our community. However, Karen Butler's past is markedly different. At the age of 10, he was introduced to drugs. By 11, he had begun selling them. At 12, he purchased a handgun with his earnings from drug dealing and officially joined a gang. By 15, during a drug transaction that turned deadly for a companion, he was arrested for carrying drugs and firearms. That companion was none other than Thomas Marvin, who stands before him now. This incarceration was merely one of many for Karen Butler, who had been imprisoned 15 times before reaching adulthood. However, that particular stint behind bars proved to be a pivotal turning point in his life. In the juvenile correction facility, Karen Butler encountered basketball for the first time. Ultimately, he emerged as a contemporary rookie alongside Yao Ming, being the 10th overall pick in the 2002 draft. Thomas. Karen Butler patted Thomas firmly on the back, his eyes brimming with nostalgia. Here to play a game? Thomas gazed at Karen Butler with a somewhat complex expression. Upon their reunion, they found themselves on divergent paths. However, Thomas quickly cast aside such sentiments. Indeed, I heard from Jackson that you've been in Charlotte lately, so I thought I'd come and catch up with you. Karen Butler replied with a smile. While he had certainly turned over a new leaf, to claim he had become a paragon of virtue like Grant Hill or Ray Allen would be far from the truth. Every night was spent in nightclubs, reveling in music and dance. Yet, there were simply certain indulgences that Karen Butler had chosen to forego. Well, your timing is perfect. We have something significant planned for tonight. Everything is in place. We won't return until we're thoroughly intoxicated. Thomas whispered conspiratorially, a hint of mystery in his tone. Something significant? Karen Butler furrowed his brow. In the end, gangs were merely involved in the same old affairs. They tread the murky waters, and once they gain power, they begin to stake their claims. Typically, that's where it culminates, as any further escalation invites intervention from higher authorities. A gang without backing is merely a bubble. The larger it expands, the quicker it bursts. To the eyes of the powerful, the grassroots gangs in impoverished neighborhoods are but childish play. However, these childish games profoundly affect the lives and existence of those at the bottom. These realizations were insights Karen Butler had garnered during his time in the league. Do you know what is most notorious here? Usury. The local loan sharks are quite affluent. We devised a plan to target them. Afterward, we can carve out a territory for ourselves here. When that occurs, the situation will open up considerably. Thomas grinned with satisfaction. Come, let us greet more old friends. Without waiting for Karen Butler to respond, Thomas eagerly introduced him to their former comrades one by one. Karen, come to play a game. Hey, Karen, it's been ages. Hey, Karen, don't you still owe me a few $100? Haha, get lost. Karen Butler greeted everyone with a smile. The atmosphere felt both familiar and alien to him. He had not forgotten his current identity. He was a player for the Los Angeles Lakers, no longer a part of this world. He planned to enjoy a small drink before taking his leave. Raphael, is this bar worth it? This isn't the one Wang recommended. At the entrance of the Angel Bar, Raphael Arujo appeared with Gerald Wallace and Blevin Knight. He knows nothing. I mean, Wang's information is outdated. What he mentioned was popular 6 months ago. The hottest spot now is this place. Trust me, you won't regret it. Raphael Arujo waved to the two, and they entered together. During his time with the Bobcats, Raphael Arujo felt quite discontented. As a second-round draft pick, he received limited opportunities, forced to wave a towel from the sidelines every game. And for Wang Ke no less, it made Raphael Arujo feel utterly nauseated. Yet, he had no choice but to endure silently. Once an arrogant prodigy, he had now become the social butterfly of the team. Rafael Araujo humbled himself, carrying the bags, washing shoes, and even undergarments for the veteran players on the team. Consequently, he maintained good relations with most of the players on the Bobcats. Zainier, be a bit fiercer tonight. Bring a stick, and don't hesitate to swing it. Don't imitate Wang. You don't have his physique. Barton Locke assigned a new debt collection task to Zainier Avon. Due to Wang Ke, he treated Zainier with some leniency. The assignments were all manageable debt collections. This time, the debtor was a timid outsider. The outsider, even if a dragon, must lie low here. Zainier's debt collection this time was merely a formality. Barton Locke only hoped that the outsider had something of value to squeeze out. At midnight, Karen Butler and Thomas enjoyed a few drinks and, seeing that it was getting late, prepared to leave. There was a game tomorrow night. During the off-season, Karen Butler was traded to the Lakers from the Heat in a deal involving Shaquille O'Neal. This season with the Lakers, Karen Butler was performing well and quickly found his role. With Kobe transforming into the Pennsylvania Magician, Karen Butler, Kobe, and Odom formed the Lakers' formidable triangle. Karen Butler felt quite comfortable. He also knew that Kobe had high expectations. If his drinking tonight affected tomorrow's game, Kobe would undoubtedly chew him out. Bro, I'm about to head out. There's a game tomorrow night. Karen Butler patted Thomas on the shoulder. They no longer belonged to the same circle. All right. Good luck in tomorrow's game. I want to be watching. Just as Thomas was about to bid farewell to Karen Butler, he suddenly noticed his companion gesturing to him. Karen, do as you please. Thomas swiftly entered a private room. Shortly thereafter, Karen Butler witnessed a middle-aged man being dragged inside. Moments later, a slender, diminutive man also entered the chamber, accompanied by a throng of followers. Karen Butler immediately discerned that this individual was a local gang leader. It appeared that Thomas and his associates had opted for collaboration with the local gang rather than resorting to outright force. Soon, anguish cries echoed from within the room. To Karen Butler, such scenes were trifling. He had endured similar occurrences daily in the past. He resumed his seat, pondering that curiosity might lead one to peril. When Mike Roberts entered the private room, he furrowed his brow, detecting the metallic scent of blood. A middle-aged man lay on the ground, resembling a lifeless swine. Having been beaten to the point of unconsciousness, Mike Roberts shook his head in disbelief. How could such a person serve as a debt collector? Had he contacted his employer? Mike Roberts inquired. Yes, he did. And do you know what his employer said over the phone? He warned that we had provoked individuals we ought not to have and urged us to hastily return him. Oh dear. I am terrified. Hansen stepped forward and kicked the middle-aged man, eliciting another groan from him. Mike Roberts furrowed his brow once more. The audacity of these outsiders irked him. Were it not for the recent misfortunes of his own gang, he would be loath to associate with these interlopers. On the other hand, Mike Roberts was undeniably envious of the money wielded by these loan sharks. Wake him up, Mike Roberts exclaimed, splashing a cup of water onto the middle-aged man's face. In the lower echelons of Charlotte, loan sharks proliferated like weeds. Mike Roberts needed to ascertain which of these outsiders had instigated the violence this time. Damn you all. The middle-aged man, regaining consciousness, cursed vehemently, only to be met with a punch to the jaw. Break one of his hands. Hansen coldly commanded. Wait. Mike Roberts suddenly recognized the middle-aged man. Upon considering a certain possibility, his heart raced uncontrollably. Could it be? It couldn't be that fortuitous, could it? Are you Cyril Irvin? Mike Roberts approached the middle-aged man, demanding an answer. I am your father. The man retorted disdainfully. I am utterly serious in my inquiry. Are you Cyril Irvin? Do you have a sister named Claudia Irvin? Mike Roberts seized the man's collar, shouting with fervor. The faces of Hansen and Thomas, the outsiders, were etched with expressions of bewilderment. Do they know each other? Surely, it cannot be a case of misfortune striking the wrong temple. Yet, it hardly seems likely. If you dare harm my sister, I will end you. The middle-aged man suddenly erupted in fury, only to be firmly restrained, his visage contorting into a grimace. Oh my God, how could this happen? Mike Roberts released Sheeny Ree, his eyes glazed with a distant look. The figure of the giant once again loomed in Mike Roberts' mind. The throbbing pain in his shoulder resurfaced, pushing him to the brink of madness. You are all insane. Don't you bother to investigate before acting? Now look at this. Haha, why provoke him of all people? Cooperation is terminated. We are leaving. Without a moment's hesitation, Mike Roberts turned on his heel and departed. Such resoluteness left Hansen and his entourage of outsiders momentarily stunned. Have they truly crossed paths with someone they should not have? This cannot be right. They had conducted their inquiries. A small-time loan shark, a handful of debt collectors, Such individuals are hardly untouchable. If truth be told, the only significant entity above the loan shark is a credit subsidiary of the American Wachovia Bank. But would such a large corporation concern itself with a minor character? There are several layers separating them. Mike, what do you mean by this? Do you think this is your playground? Come and go as you please. Hanson's face was now hardened with malice. A river dragon must be fierce when facing a local serpent. If a mere local gang could behave so erratically, disregarding them, how could they ever establish a foothold here? What do you intend to do? Mike Roberts drew his handgun. Oh, SHT. Look who it is. This is bad. He wouldn't be here to confront us, would he? We're doomed. I'll be in trouble when I get back. Will the coach bench me? What is there to fear? What is wrong with visiting a nightclub? Who doesn't he go to nightclubs? Exactly. Perhaps he is here for the same reason. How could he possibly know we are here? TSK. A facade of camaraderie concealing ulterior motives. He must have been caught in the act by us. Raphael Arroyo, Gerald Wallace, and Blavin Knight were reveling in the night at this very moment. However, with a match scheduled for tomorrow, they retained a modicum of rationality, aware that they could not indulge too extravagantly. Just as they prepared to depart, they caught sight of Wang Ke. Amidst a brief flurry of panic, curiosity began to stir within them regarding Wang Ke's purpose for being there. Raphael Arroyo felt a surge of exhilaration and excitement, as if he had finally grasped the slightest weakness of Wang Ke. Witness how I shall defy the odds and turn the tide. Wang Ke did not locate his teammates. After casting a glance at the inner arena, he approached the entrance of a private box. Wang Ke's brows furrowed deeper as he caught a whiff of blood. Chapter 32. Fermentation. Bang. The door to the private room swung open. The two factions within were momentarily stunned, for the newcomer was exceedingly tall, a giant. Not me. It has nothing to do with me. Damn it. Mike Robert executed a tactical retreat, dashing toward the exit. Simultaneously, Wang Ke spotted the battered senile. In the next instant, clang, clang, FK, 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 bang. The gunfire erupted. Bang. Another shot followed. This time, those outside comprehended the situation and screamed as they fled the bar. Raphael Arroyo, Gerald Wallace, and Blavin Knight had no inclination to concern themselves with Wang Ke. They bolted into the crowd. It's over. Wang has entered the private room. What has become of him? Should we not assist him? Gerald Wallace instinctively voiced. Do you dare? Blavin Knight inhaled deeply. Gerald Wallace's resolve faltered. He hesitated. Raphael Arroyo remained silent, his legs trembling. He had faced the barrel of a gun. A few patrons in the bar lagged slightly behind. Carlin Butler was also making his way toward the entrance, but remained composed. He was a true survivor of gunfire. Meanwhile, Mike Roberts stood at the bar's entrance with his cronies, seemingly waiting for the outcome within the private room. Creak. The door to the room opened. Wang Ke emerged, carrying Chenier upon his back. His sleeves were drenched in blood, the origin of which remained a mystery. Don't move. Don't even think about escaping. Karong Bartla shouted as he witnessed Thomas limping out from the private box, gun drawn and aimed at Wang Ke. Wang Ke paused, gently placing Chenier upon a nearby chair. Juan, you should not have come. This is my affair. What about Claudia, now that you are involved? You shouldn't have come. Chenier's voice sounded frail. You need to rest. Do not speak so much. I will take you to the hospital shortly. Wang Ke gently patted Zinier's shoulder, then turned to face Thomas. When confronted with the muzzle of a gun, what is the most prudent course of action one should take? Wang Ke's previous experience imparted to him the urgency of advancing swiftly. Beyond 7 paces, firearms are rapid. Within 7 paces, they are both swift and precise. However, this pertains to encounters between masters. In reality, while firearms may be fast beyond 7 paces, an ordinary individual is unlikely to hit their target. Therefore, when gang conflicts resort to the use of guns for lethal purposes, it often necessitates close-range confrontation to be effective. In most gang confrontations, the use of firearms serves merely as a display of intimidation rather than genuine intent to kill. Furthermore, even those wielding guns within 7 paces may find themselves in a state of panic. Wang Ke seized a chair and hurled it forward. Thomas's hand trembled. Before he could even draw his weapon, it was knocked from his grasp with a resounding crash. Wang Ke's ferocious momentum nearly rendered Thomas unconscious upon impact. At this moment, Wang Ke loomed over Thomas like an imposing mountain, given Thomas's diminutive stature. Hey, Juan. I am Karen, a player for the Lakers. We are set to compete tomorrow night. Spare him, Karen Butler exclaimed, witnessing Wang Ke's fists still poised to descend. He and Thomas shared a bond forged through adversity. During that fateful trade, One life was lost, yet both he and Thomas survived. Have you shown him mercy? Wang Ke gestured towards Sheener, his voice imbued with an icy chill. Upon witnessing Sheener's demeanor, Wang Ke teetered on the brink of madness. The moment the adversary drew his weapon, Wang Ke succumbed completely to fury. No one relishes the sensation of a gun aimed at them, for it signifies a perilous threat to one's very existence. Wan, maintain your composure. This does not concern me. I merely came for a drink. Yet, I have traversed similar tribulations in the past. The situation is not yet dire. Such gang conflicts occur daily, garnering little attention. I recognize your intentions are noble, an act of self-defense. Depart now, and we may yet compete together tomorrow night. Should you persist, you shall invite trouble upon yourself. Karen Butler endeavored to dissuade Wang Ke from his course. Are you threatening me? Wang Ke's expression grew increasingly indifferent. I couldn't care less who you are. How bothersome. Wang Ke delivered a powerful punch that felled Karen Butler. Karen Butler felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. And as he braced himself with his right hand upon landing, he suspected he might have fractured it. What in the world? Karen Butler felt as though he had been struck by an unwarranted calamity, and without hesitation, he shut his eyes and feigned death. Wang Ke hoisted the chignon once more and stepped outside. How terrifying. How dreadful. Retreat. We must flee. Upon seeing Wang Ke emerge, Mike Robert decisively led his subordinates away, his heart resolutely dismissing any thoughts of opposing Wang Ke. It is Wang. Should we offer our assistance? Perhaps not. He appears unharmed. I propose we refrain from mentioning our presence here. Raphael Arroyo, Gerald Wallace, and Blevin Knight exchanged glances, each falling into a moment of silence before nodding in agreement. Let us make our exit. What is it like to be a comrade of such a martial deity? Trembling. The bar quieted in the early morning. Are there casualties? No. Then there is nothing worthy of our attention. A typical brawl. They seem to be drawing guns. How peculiar. Retreat. Let us return to the precinct to review the footage. The gang conflict at Angel Bar did not stir any ripples in the impoverished community of Buckhead. In fact, it didn't even make the news. Only the brawls in affluent areas warrant concern. The scuffles in the slums, are they truly brawls? No, they are merely a facet of their existence. Chenier, look. It will not affect me in the slightest. You need only focus on your recovery. During this time, I have arranged for a caregiver. And Claudia will also come to attend to you. Wang Ke glanced through the morning news, only to find that no media outlet had mentioned it. This realization aligned with Wang Ke's own understanding. Over the past few years, he had encountered similar situations. I am the one dragging you down. I am of no use. Shinyo's eyes appeared somewhat vacant. Brother, please do not speak like that. Claudia, who had already wept for a while, still had reddened eyes. Witnessing her brother, with whom she had shared a deep bond since childhood, being so grievously harmed, Claudia felt as though her heart were being torn apart. Wang Ke consoled Claudia before departing for the Charlotte Arena. This morning, the team had a training session scheduled. In the evening, they were set to compete against the Lakers. Juan, it's quite unusual for you to arrive late for training today. As Wang Ke entered the gymnasium, his teammates were already engrossed in their practice. Coach Bernie Bickstaff greeted Wang Ke with a smile, seemingly unfazed by his arrival. Historically, Wang Ke had never been tardy for training. In fact, he consistently arrived 2 hours early to the court. His slight delay this time rendered him a more relatable athlete, rather than an emotionless training automaton. A minor personal matter had momentarily held him up. Wang Ke offered an explanation. No problem. Go ahead. Bernie Bickstead chuckled. The Bobcats' morning practice proceeded as usual. Following the conclusion of the training, the players gathered in small groups, preparing to head out for a meal. Raphael, Gerard, Blavin. Wang Ke halted the trio in their tracks. Raphael Araujo, Gerald Wallace, and Blevin Knight felt a shiver run through them. Throughout the training, you had all been gazing in my direction. What were you staring at? Wang Ke spoke softly. After the events of last night, his nerves had yet to completely relax. Thus, he immediately noticed the piercing gaze directed at him. No. I didn't see anything. Really, I didn't. At that moment, Gerald Wallace's words prompted Raphael Arroyo and Blevin Knight to nearly leap up, ready to confront him. Are you really revealing everything? Were you all present last night? Wang Ke furrowed his brows, and his aura underwent a sudden transformation. The three individuals standing opposite him found themselves momentarily subdued by his imposing presence, struggling to lift their heads. I am fine. Do not visit that bar again. Wang Ke waved his hand, dismissing them to depart. Wang Ke pondered for a moment, sensing that he had overlooked certain matters. In the afternoon, prior to the game, the Los Angeles Lakers announced an injury update. One of the key players of the new season, Karen Butler, had sustained a concussion along with a fractured arm, resulting in an indefinite absence from the court. Such news bewildered numerous media outlets and fans alike. Caron Butler had appeared perfectly fine upon arriving in Charlotte. Was the intensity of the Lakers' pregame training truly so severe that it led to such injuries? However, the Lakers were reluctant to divulge any further details regarding Caron Butler's condition. At 8 p.m., the game between the Bobcats and the Lakers commenced as scheduled. When Kobe appeared on the court, his expression was ominously dark. The positive atmosphere and burgeoning chemistry that the Lakers had cultivated at the season's outset would surely be disrupted by Caron Butler's injury, a reality that Kobe found intolerable. The unfolding match seemed to affirm Kobe's apprehensions, as the Lakers fell behind right from the start. Lacking Caron Butler, their second scoring option, the Lakers had no choice but to lean more heavily on Kobe for their offense. Yet, even Kobe's initial drives to the basket were thwarted by Wang Ke, who was resolute in his defense. Facing the formidable challenge posed by Kobe Bryant, Wang Ke steadfastly adhered to a non-jumping defensive strategy, yielding commendable results. Coupled with Kobe's lackluster shooting performance from long range at the outset, the Lakers found themselves trailing the Bobcats by 10 points at halftime, with a score of 43-53. The absence of Caron Butler loomed large over the game. In the third quarter, the once-renowned Pennsylvania magician Kobe cast aside his moniker, adopting instead the title of the strongest blacksmith, as his consecutive missed shots nearly distorted the rim itself. Meanwhile, with Wang Ke's robust rebounding, the Bobcats surged ahead, extending their lead to over 20 points. Shortly after the beginning of the fourth quarter, the suspense of the match dissipated, culminating in a decisive victory for the Bobcats at 109-85, a 24-point triumph at home, marking their first substantial win of the new season. The adage "no comparison, no harm" rang true as scrutiny of Kobe and the Lakers began the moment the final whistle blew. Critics remarked, "Kobe, your previous season's victories hinged on Shaq. This season's success relies on Caron? With Caron absent, it appears you struggle to perform and secure victories." At the post-game press conference, Kobe was visibly provoked by reporters' inquiries and departed in indignation. The Lakers' reluctance to discuss Caron Butler only added to the peculiarity of the situation. That evening, Kobe confronted Butler, demanding to know the true cause of his injury. The following day, reports surfaced revealing that Butler had been assaulted at a Charlotte bar, unraveling the circumstances surrounding his injury, with rumors suggesting involvement from other Bobcats players. In the afternoon, under mounting pressure, the Charlotte police commenced an investigation into the gang-related altercation at Angel's Bar. A day later, while still hospitalized, Sheeny Air was questioned by the authorities. 2 days hence, media outlets revealed that Bobcats player Wang Ke had been summoned to the police station. An hour later, he was released on bail by Del Curry. Nonetheless, Wang Ke missed the Bobcats' first game of their Western road trip, during which the team suffered a disheartening defeat against the Jazz, marking their second loss of the new season. 3 days later, the league established an investigative committee to scrutinize Wang Ke and Caron Butler. At this juncture, rumors regarding Wang Ke's alleged unsavory background began to proliferate: gang affiliations, debt collectors, fines, suspensions, or even long-term bans. Such pressures began to bear down on both Wang Ke and the Bobcats. Chapter 33, Backing. FK. Did you know Wang Ke had such a background? So fierce. At the Charlotte Arena, Bobcats owner Robert Johnson arrived, engaging in a meeting with general manager Pete Thomas. Meanwhile, head coach Bernie Bickerstaff was leading the team on a challenging series of away games in the West. The Bobcats were indeed grappling with considerable pressure. The team's demeanor will, to a certain extent, influence the league's officials regarding the sanctions imposed on Wang Ke. We have inquired with Charles and Dale, who both assured us that Wang and such matters would no longer be intertwined. This incident truly caught us off guard, lamented Petty Tom. In truth, the management does not overly concern itself with the personal lives of the players. Among the African-American players in the league, it is not uncommon to find at least one with a questionable past. Decades ago, the league resembled a haven for ruffians. It was only under Stern's leadership that significant reforms were instituted to rectify this situation. To be frank, the incident involving Wang Ke assaulting Caron Butler would have been deemed trivial a mere 10 years ago. However, with the league's current strict enforcement of regulations, including oversight of players' private conduct, Wang Ke now finds himself in a predicament. Just yesterday, another egregious incident transpired within the league: the brawl at the Palace of Auburn Hills. Artist, accompanied by Steven Jackson, surged into the stands, assaulting fans. This occurrence incited Stern's fury, as such a public altercation during a live broadcast severely tarnished the league's image. Consequently, the league's penalties were swift and severe. Artist has been banned from participating in all remaining games of the season and will not receive any salary for this season. Several other implicated players also faced stringent repercussions. In light of these developments, it appears that Wang Ke's punishment will be anything but lenient. Although the incident involving Wang Ke transpired off the court, the subtle implications of gang affiliations have undoubtedly cast a detrimental shadow in its aftermath. On the court, Wang Ke plays with remarkable integrity. However, his actions off the court, where he rendered an opposing player incapacitated, raise serious concerns. If such behavior persists, who would dare to share the court with Wang Ke again? What, then, prompted such an outburst from him? Robert Johnson tapped the table, his typically neurotic demeanor belied by his judicious decision-making in critical matters. Among African-American entrepreneurs, Robert Johnson has distinguished himself remarkably. In a bid to rescue a loved one, his brother-in-law, who had suffered grievously, he resorted to retaliatory violence. From a familial perspective, I believe his actions, though extreme in methodology, were not entirely unjustifiable. Petty Tom offered a brief explanation, evidently seeking to defend Wang Ke. The rationale was straightforward. Wang Ke has showcased extraordinary talent and potential. The early games of the season saw the Bobcats performing exceptionally well. Should they maintain this momentum, the prospect of reaching the playoffs would no longer be a mere fantasy. On a professional level, Wang Ke stands to bring both honor and profit to Petty Tom. On a personal note, Petty Tom simply appreciates Wang Ke's caliber as a player. Understood. Were he African American, I would promptly lend my support. However, he is Asian, specifically of Chinese descent. As you are aware, Asians, particularly Chinese individuals, are often perceived as reserved and unassuming. Wang's recent display was rather ostentatious, a style that many within the Asian community may not favor. Thus, I shall refrain from voicing an opinion on this matter from my position. Nevertheless, from your vantage point, Wang remains the cornerstone of the Bobcats roster. Regardless of how the league chooses to impose penalties, we shall endure. Yet, Wang's pivotal role within the team shall remain unaltered. Understood? Robert Johnson reached a decision. Understood. Petty Tom nodded in agreement. This was a satisfactory outcome. As long as the team does not voluntarily relinquish Wang Ke, the Bobcats cannot afford to lose him. Without Wang Ke, the Bobcats would be nothing more than a team ripe for slaughter. Following their defeat to the Jazz, the Bobcats suffered consecutive losses to the Rockets, Spurs, and Mavericks, resulting in a disheartening 4-game losing streak. Originally, Wang Ke was set to face Yao Ming in their inaugural court showdown, but that too has been postponed. The Bobcats' record has now plummeted to 5 wins and 6 losses, dropping them to 9th place in the Eastern Conference, thus falling out of playoff contention. Head coach Bernie Bickerstaff is nearing his breaking point. The sole silver lining is that he has managed to maintain the players' morale, attributing their losses to the absence of their core player, Wang Ke. As long as Wang Ke returns, they shall once again embark on the path to consecutive victories. Now, it remains to be seen how the league officials will address this matter. The investigation has been ongoing for a week, and it is time for a resolution. Should Wang Ke face an extended suspension, the Bobcats will inevitably find themselves resigned to pursuing the top draft pick for the next season. Yet, Bernie Bickerstaff cannot help but feel a sense of discontent. Do you feel a bit better now? Wang Ke arrived at the hospital, bearing some delicacies. Claudia had been diligently caring for Sheeny Air during this time, which was only proper. Meanwhile, despite being unable to compete, Wang Ke maintained an intense training regimen. I feel much better. Just lacking in energy, Sheeny Air said feebly, his overall demeanor still appearing rather listless. Recovery doesn't happen overnight. Just take it easy. Wang Ke chuckled and said, Wang, are you still unable to compete? Sheeny Air turned her head, gazing at Wang Ke with eyes brimming with guilt and self-reproach. For the time being, I am unable to participate. Do not trouble yourself with such matters. Your concern is futile. There will always be a way forward. Wang Ke smiled faintly, stating that the league officials had not imposed any suspension on him. However, the Bobcats, in a bid to protect Wang Ke, decided against allowing him to travel for the away game. Currently, public sentiment towards Wang Ke is highly unfavorable, and the away fans might resort to extreme actions. It is imperative to prevent the situation from escalating further. Claudia stepped forward and grasped Wang Ke's hands. Wang Ke gently patted Claudia's hand, reassuring her, it's all right. Wang Ke recalled several phone calls he had received earlier. Both Oakley and Del Curry expressed their reluctance to engage further in the matter, as it had begun to be framed in terms of conflict between the Asian and Black communities. Consequently, neither Oakley nor Del Curry felt they could continue to publicly support Wang Ke without reservation. Wang Ke expressed his understanding. When one is in a position of weakness, others may wield their power indiscriminately to suppress you, even if the rationale appears utterly absurd. Conversely, when one possesses capital, even actions reminiscent of those taken by Shaq may have no bearing on certain individuals. Yiming also reached out to Wang Ke, assuring him that he would do everything in his power to assist. Wang Ke felt a stir within, yet he harbored little hope. The Dragon Kingdom held certain matters in high regard, and the actions Wang Ke had taken, along with the predicament he now faced, might compel them to steer clear of him. One could reflect on how Wang Zhizhi met his unfortunate fate. Wang Ke shook his head, harboring an inner turmoil. A fierce determination to grow stronger surged within him. He yearned to trample upon all who stood in his way. Little did he realize that despite believing he had escaped that place, he had not truly done so. Where there are people, there exists a complex web of relationships. How can one withdraw? As he ascended, he would soon discover that the challenges he faced were far more formidable and repugnant than those encountered in his previous humble existence. In the slums, conflicts were merely resolved through mutual violence. Yet now, others could manipulate public opinion and exert pressure through their influence. Wang Ke felt a moment of confusion. However, upon seeing Claudius sitting beside him and Zinnier lying on the bed, his resolve began to strengthen. Perhaps the situation was not as dire as it seemed. As long as he could step onto the court, Wang Ke was determined to carve out a path for himself with sheer willpower. There was still hope. Ah, yes. Martin had visited. He expressed his embarrassment at facing you and asked me to convey his apologies. He is a good person. Do not hold it against him. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Rob Palinka, Kobe's agent. There are certain matters I wish to discuss with you. You were present at that time. There is no denying it. If you come forward to testify, should Wang fall, you would become the new leader of the Bobcats. Should you have concerns regarding your safety in Charlotte, I could arrange for your trade to the Lakers, who are in need of a player like you. I am aware of the conflict between you and Wang. This is your opportunity. During the Bobcats' Western road trip, this agent named Palinka held private meetings with Raphael Aluyo, Gerald Wallace, and Brevin Knight. If any one of them comes forward to testify, Wang Ke's violent behavior that night in the bar will be substantiated. Theoretically, the league does not regulate players' private actions. That is a matter for the police. However, the Charlotte police clearly do not wish to expend resources in the impoverished areas. There are no taxes to be collected. It is merely a few dollars that could lead to peril. The affluent districts should be where law enforcement's attention lies. Under pressure from above, the Charlotte police conducted a symbolic investigation, which was already quite generous. Thus, after Wang Ke was bailed out by Del Curry, there was no further action taken. Wang Ke neither engages in drug trafficking nor wields firearms. Merely brawling in impoverished neighborhoods scarcely constitutes a crime. In a bar, consuming alcohol and engaging in a skirmish is rather commonplace. However, there exists a stipulation that could allow the league officials to expand their authority ad infinitum. The conduct of players can tarnish the league's image. In a previous instance, Gilbert Arenas was penalized for brandishing a firearm in the locker room, and Ja Morant faced severe sanctions for displaying firearms on social media platforms. Both instances were justified by the rationale that such actions severely undermine the league's positive and healthful image, potentially leading astray impressionable youth. In New York, at the league headquarters, Stern convened a brief meeting to ascertain the nature of the Wang Ke incident, possibly to discuss repercussions. Let us first outline the current situation, Stern indicated towards Adam Silver, who nodded and commenced his report. The Charlotte police have ceased their investigation, indicating that, legally speaking, Wang Ke is in the clear. Therefore, the forthcoming discussions will primarily focus on the implications for the league's image. The Los Angeles Lakers have been unable to swallow their indignation and are determined to substantiate claims of Wang Ke's violent behavior. However, they have not achieved any breakthroughs. Public sentiment is decidedly against Wang Ke, especially in light of the recent Palace of Auburn Hills incident occurring concurrently with his case, which has subjected the league to scrutiny both on and off the court. Fans and sponsors alike are averse to witnessing a disordered league, and this momentum must be curtailed promptly. Thus, my personal recommendation is to impose the maximum suspension and fines on Wang Ke, akin to the measures taken in the Palace of Auburn Hills incident. Silver conveyed the essential facts and articulated his perspective. Ahem, what are the thoughts of the others? Stern lightly coughed, casting his gaze upon the other members in the meeting room. One by one, they expressed their agreement with Silver's stance, advocating for the most severe penalties against Wang Ke. This would imply that Wang Ke would face a season-long suspension, forfeiting his salary. I have a slight dissenting opinion, Stern rapped his knuckles on the table before him. Silver glanced at Stern in astonishment. Previously, they had discussed this matter, and Stern had largely concurred with his viewpoint. What had prompted this sudden shift? There must be elements at play that Silver was unaware of. As the vice president, he did not possess complete access to all pertinent information. The incident involving Wang Ke ultimately revolves around the influence of one's backing. Karen Butler enjoyed the support of Kobe Bryant and the Los Angeles Lakers. Indeed, Butler had no intention of pursuing the matter further as he understood the unspoken rules of the realm. It was Kobe's inability to swallow his pride that triggered a series of consequential reactions. In contrast, Wang Ke lacked such backing. Oakley and Del Curry will not rally in support of Wang Ke, and their influence pales in comparison to that of Kobe and the Lakers, unless Michael Jordan intervenes, which is highly unlikely as he would not wade into such murky waters. At this moment, Silver found himself in a state of perplexity. The question of whether the league's image has been tarnished is complex and cannot be simply categorized. Stern's voice resonated, prompting everyone in the conference room to instinctively sit up straight. After 2 decades at the helm, Stern's prestige within the league had reached its zenith. With the league's promotion on a global scale, the time had come to reap the rewards, particularly in the vast Chinese market. As the new century dawned, the rapid economic growth in China significantly enhanced the purchasing power of Chinese fans. An influx of sponsors from China continuously poured into the league, with the Houston Rockets reaping the most benefits due to their association with Yao Ming in just his rookie season last year. The economic gains for Rockets owner Alexander surpassed those achieved during Olajuwon's back-to-back championships. Yao had become a veritable cash cow for the team. From Stern's perspective, the emergence of more Chinese players in the league would be most welcome, as a bold stride forward would yield fruitful victories in the Chinese market. The initial foray into the Chinese market was fraught with challenges. Over a decade ago, Stern ventured alone to Beijing, braving the biting cold for an hour before managing to pry open a sliver of opportunity. Nevertheless, Stern possessed a certain understanding of the operations surrounding Chinese basketball, with Wang Ke serving as a cautionary tale. Hence, Stern had previously focused solely on effectively managing Yao Ming. However, another opportunity had now arisen. While fighting is undoubtedly wrong, the motivations behind such actions are significant and warrant distinction. Karen was indeed struck by Wang Ke. Yet one must question the circumstances that led Karen to that location. Was he entirely blameless? Silver nearly thought he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. The reasoning presented was remarkably compelling. Sacrificing everything for one's family, though the means may be questionable, is commendable in spirit. He embodies the essence of a familial hero. This is not a negative portrayal, but rather a positive and uplifting one. Moreover, from what I understand, Karen was merely a victim of misfortune. Since there are no legal issues concerning Wang Ke, why do we continue to dwell on this matter? Let us put this issue to rest. Stern has made a decisive conclusion. What a profound insight from our esteemed president. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Our perspectives are indeed too limited. Compliments echoed throughout the conference room. Although Xiaohua felt perplexed, he had no choice but to lead the applause. The handling of the Wang Ke incident appears somewhat surreal at this moment. After the meeting concluded, the attendees departed, and Stern beckoned to Xiaohua, presenting him with a dossier. Peruse this, and your doubts shall dissipate, Stern remarked with a faint smile. Xiaochen, arrange my itinerary and secure a flight to New York, USA. At the headquarters of the Basketball Association in the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, Director Li Wei issued his directives. It was time to set forth. 5 days prior, Li Wei received a call from Yao Ming. After thoroughly comprehending the entirety of the Wang Ke incident, Li Wei made a decisive move. Enhancing the situation is commendable, yet it pales in comparison to providing timely assistance in dire straits. Although this decision carries some latent complications, one must not hesitate if one wishes to seize opportunities. Overall, the Wang Ke issue is not insurmountable. Striving for one's family is a value well acknowledged in the moral compass of the Dragon Kingdom. Li Wei is a pragmatic individual. Once Wang Ke had demonstrated sufficient prowess, the naturalization of Wang Ke became a mutual undertaking. Li Wei did not presume that his mere suggestion would compel Wang Ke to acquiesce immediately. The Dragon Kingdom was amenable to naturalization, yet Wang Ke might not be inclined to accept it. Furthermore, does one truly believe that the American team has no need for a formidable center? The American Dream Team suffered a setback at the Athens Olympics, merely securing a bronze medal. This prompted the American team to reassess their priorities. They cannot tolerate any threat to their supremacy on the global stage. The 2008 Olympics will see the American team striving to reclaim their glory. Should the American team call upon Wang Ke, the Dragon Kingdom would find itself in a wholly reactive position. Xiao Wang, replace this version with that one. Why? I have meticulously curated this exclusive interview with Lu Xiang. Do not ask so many questions. This is a directive from the chief editor himself. Damn it, Xiao Wang muttered under his breath, feeling quite disgruntled, realizing that last night's late-night toil had been in vain. He glanced at the document in his hand, where the name Wang Ke was inscribed. Tomorrow's Sports Daily would feature a headline report on Wang Ke. Secure broadcasting rights and significantly increase the number of broadcasts. As the next season commences, arrange for a pre-season tournament to be held in the Dragon Kingdom, alongside in-depth collaborations across various commercial sectors. A sponsor list accompanies this, quite a substantial undertaking. Xiao sighed softly, fully comprehending Stern's rationale. Were he in the same position, he would undoubtedly make a similar choice. This represents a substantial financial opportunity. In a commercial alliance, what purpose would there be without profit? Rules? They are merely constructs founded upon financial interests. On November 26th, the Bobcats concluded their 4-game road trip in the West and returned to Charlotte. This away journey was hardly a favorable experience. The team, bereft of Wang Ke, has lost its spirit, suffering 4 consecutive defeats. However, today they received monumental news. Following the return of the league's investigative team from Charlotte, no further announcements have been made by the league officials. The absence of news signifies a favorable outcome, suggesting that the matter may have been laid to rest. Given the league's swift and decisive actions regarding the Palace of Auburn Hills incident, if there were any intention to penalize Wang Ke, a delay of this nature would have been inconceivable. Soon after, more precise whispers emerged, indicating that the league would refrain from commenting on the Wang Ke incident and would endeavor to downplay the issue in public discourse. 1. Everything is fine now. Moving forward. Focus on the game. Agent Arn Talam reached out to Wang Ke, having tirelessly advocated on his behalf during this period. Fortunately, the outcome is positive. Wang Ke nodded thoughtfully, pondering who had come to his aid. With no answers at hand, he chose to set it aside for the moment. Now, it was time to focus on the game. For Wang Ke, each remarkable performance on the court represented an accumulation of capital. He believed that one day, he too would transcend from player to capital akin to Michael Jordan. Welcome back to the team. On November 27th, Wang Ke arrived at the gym early, only to find his teammates had arrived even earlier. They stood at the entrance, ready to greet Wang Ke and celebrate the return of their core player. The Bobcats were whole once more. Thank you all. Wang Ke gazed at his teammates, inhaling deeply before embracing each one in turn. When he hugged Rafael Araujo, Gerald Wallace, and Blaven Knight, he expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for choosing to stand by me." Gerald Wallace felt a surge of excitement, convinced he had made a profoundly right and brotherly decision. On the court, a remarkable chemistry had already blossomed between him and Wang Ke, establishing them as the 2 pivotal figures of the team. Consequently, he dismissed Palinka's tempting offer. Blaven Knight shared a similar sentiment. Although he had experienced conflicts with Wang Ke in the past, they had long reconciled. He wished to avoid any discord, as Wang Ke was, after all, his teammate. In stark contrast, Rafael Araujo was consumed by a different emotion altogether. He trembled with anxiety. Wang Ke has once again triumphed over adversity. That day, he found himself faltering yet again. It was not that he lacked the desire to implicate Wang Ke, but rather fear held him captive. He retreated, losing his chance for retribution against Wang Ke. How frustrating. Just wait, all of you. One day, Rafael Alou will lament in his heart. A Basque individual, alone in a foreign land, pursuing his basketball dreams, yet repeatedly encountering obstacles and facing various injustices. Now, he must force a smile while confronting the man who has taken everything from him. It is a struggle. In the theater of his mind, he strikes with full force, while in reality, he cowers. Yes, I speak of you, Rafael Alou. Run, run. Yes, pass the ball to Wang. Have you all forgotten how to execute the plays in just a few days? The Bobcats' practice sessions brimmed with vitality. With the return of their cornerstone, everything has changed. Bernie Bickstaff displayed a satisfied grin from the sidelines. Tonight, the Bobcats will face the Magic at home. The Magic may not be a formidable team this season, yet they possess the first overall pick, Howard. It is the perfect opportunity for Wang Ke to showcase a defining performance and announce his return. Additionally, it marks the rebirth of the Bobcats after a streak of defeats. Let us welcome our superstar center back with the loudest cheers and applause. Wang Ke. The DJ's voice cracked from excitement, but he was elated. The home crowd shared in the joy. Following the confirmation of Wang Ke's official return, tickets for this match swiftly sold out. The Bobcats arena welcomed a full house for the first time. The fans in Charlotte have already embraced Wang Ke as one of their own. Even if their child heirs, it is for the family to handle. What is with the media in Los Angeles stirring the pot? Such a big city, indeed. Not long ago, the Bobcats fans endured a period of great frustration. The team's core player was sidelined, and the team faced consecutive losses. Online keyboard warriors were merciless, with Bobcats fans being thoroughly overpowered by supporters of other teams. Now, all is well. The cornerstone has returned, and dawn has arrived. Many Bobcats fans are already poised to re-engage in the keyboard warriors battle, eagerly awaiting a signal. Wang, Wang, Wang. We support you. Keep going. Waves of enthusiasm surged forth. Wang Ke once again emerged as the last player from the tunnel, waving his hand towards the fans in the stands. This gesture elicited the loudest cheer. In the front row of the audience, Del Curry, accompanied by the Curry brothers, was present to show their support for Wang Ke. No matter what happens to you, you will always be my good brother, Curry said earnestly to Wang Ke from the sidelines. All right. Wang Ke nodded with a smile, and the two exchanged a fist bump. The youthful spirit, though somewhat naive, radiated sincerity. It seems that once Curry enters the league, a brotherly game is a must. On the opposite side of the court, Howard observed Wang Ke's return with a serious expression, his thoughts a mystery. Dwight, are you feeling a bit anxious? Grant Hill patted Howard on the back. After enduring a challenging recovery from injuries, Hill had finally managed to maintain his health this season. However, the prodigy once hailed as Jordan's successor has long since faded away. No, I was merely contemplating how to outshine him. Howard's face broke into a cheerful grin once more. You can do it. Hill chuckled lightly, choosing to say no more. After all, the youth cherished their pride. Nearby, Francis glanced at Wang Ke, then at Howard, shaking his head. After being traded to the Magic, Francis naturally compared Howard with Yao Ming. The conclusion? In Francis's eyes, Yao Ming's potential could rival that of the four great centers. As for Howard, he was merely a sophisticated blue-collar worker, with a ceiling akin to that of Big Ben, perhaps slightly superior in scoring. Regarding Wang Ke, however, Francis found him somewhat enigmatic. Chapter 35, Transformation. Dear viewers and fans, the match between the Bobcats and the Magic is about to commence. This game will feature a face-off between the first overall pick, Howard, and the second pick, Wang Ke. In the broadcasting studio of Longwa Sports Channel, Zhang Weiping delivered the opening remarks. This game, originally not part of the broadcast schedule, was added at the last minute. As an industry insider, Zhang had begun to grasp the underlying motives behind this decision. Concerning Wang Ke, he had certainly taken notice. If he were to encapsulate his impression in a single word, it would be extraordinary. Many fans may not be familiar with Wang Ke. He is not a player from our Longwa, but rather of Chinese descent. Nevertheless, he has once again demonstrated that individuals of Asian heritage can indeed establish themselves in the league and excel remarkably. At this moment, Su Kun took over the commentary. Today is Saturday, and many employees and students from Longwa have the opportunity to witness this broadcast on their screens. Meanwhile, the Longwa Sports Forum had already erupted into fervent discussions. Who is Wang Ke? Could someone knowledgeable provide a serious elucidation? A warrior capable of single-handedly challenging an entire faction? Incredible! My blood is boiling just hearing this. With such a formidable player, is there anyone who can predict whether Wang Ke will be able to serve the Dragon Nation team? The Charlotte Arena. The players from both sides have taken to the court. The comeback battle of Wang Ke is about to commence. The starting lineup for the Magic includes Howard, Kevin Cato, Grant Hill, Coutinho Mobley, and Francis. Judging solely by the roster, this season, the Magic appears to be quite formidable. The Rockets have expended considerable resources to acquire McGrady. While neither Francis nor the veteran Mobley may rival McGrady individually, can the combined impact of the two truly be deemed inferior to that of a single McGrady? This is certainly open to debate. Furthermore, with the formidable center Kevin Cato now traded to the Magic, Yao Ming finds himself bereft of a reliable backup. In hindsight, it seems the Rockets did not profit from this transaction. With the dynamic backcourt duo, a rejuvenated Grant Hill, and Howard, complemented by quality role players such as Nelson, Turkoglu, and Doug Christie on the bench, it stands to reason that the Magic should have a solid chance at making the playoffs. Yet, in the previous incarnation, the Magic failed to reach the postseason. The starting lineup for the Bobcats features Wang Ke, Primoz Brezek, Gerald Wallace, Jason Capono, and Brevin Knight. The Bobcats starting roster has returned to normalcy. Wang Ke and Howard approach the center circle, poised to jump for the ball. Howard's expression grew serious once more. Standing before Wang Ke, he undeniably felt an immense pressure. The psychological shadow left by Wang Ke has yet to dissipate. Perhaps only a resounding victory can enable Howard to transcend this hurdle posed by Wang Ke and truly rise to his feet. The referee signaled to both Wang Ke and Howard before tossing the ball into the air. At this moment, the two jumping titans of the league faced off once more. Howard understood that his leaping ability could not overshadow Wang Ke's natural height advantage. Thus, he had to rely on his jumping speed. When one's jumping speed is superior, one can reach the basketball before the opponent. However, this time, Howard had leaped a tad too early. As he began to descend, he realized the ball had yet to reach its apex. Meanwhile, Wang Ke soared into the air, effortlessly making contact with the ball. The early bird does not always catch the worm. The worm had yet to awaken. Oh, SHT, Howard muttered under his breath. Losing the opening jump was initially inconsequential. Yet Howard felt an unpleasant discontent brewing within him. A psychological suggestion had begun to take root. If he could not prevail in the jump against Wang Ke, would he also falter in the ensuing game? Relax a bit, Grant Hill called out to Howard. Blevin Knight received Wang Ke's tapped ball and brought it across half court. The familiar sensation, the familiar taste. As Wang Ke made his return, the opening offensive play unmistakably belonged to the Bobcats. Upon reaching the vicinity of the three-point line at the top of the arc, Blevin Knight took a moment to assess the movements of his teammates before delivering the ball to the wing, where Gerald Wallace awaited. However, Blevin Knight's height posed a significant drawback. Standing at a mere 1.78 meters, his court vision was severely limited. Consequently, head coach Bernie Bickerstaff made a slight adjustment in the selection of the player to pass the ball to Wang Ke, opting for the wing player Gerald Wallace to facilitate the transfer. At this moment, Wang Ke had firmly established his position in the paint against Howard. Gerald Wallace passed the ball inside. Here comes the younger brother. The spectators in the arena sat up straight, eagerly anticipating Wang Ke's first score since his return. Howard inexplicably began to feel anxious, exerting force from behind in an attempt to push Wang Ke away from the paint. As it stands, if they could keep Wang Ke away from the key, his offensive threat would be significantly diminished. Wang Ke seized the ball with one hand and lifted it. Gerald Wallace slipped along the baseline, drawing Grant Hill away. The left side of the court was entirely vacated, transforming into a one-on-one showdown between Wang Ke and Howard. Bang! Wang Ke collided with Howard once more. The force of the impact was significantly greater than during their initial confrontation. Of course, Howard has also developed since entering the league. At this moment, he braced himself and did not get pushed away too far. Gritting his teeth, Howard quickly closed the distance again. Determined not to allow an easy scoring opportunity, he showcased his exceptional low-post defensive prowess. However, in the next moment, seizing the momentum as Howard swiftly approached, Wang Ke executed a sudden pivot, spinning towards the baseline. This fluid movement allowed him to glide past Howard by a significant margin. Bang! Wang Ke has now adeptly switched to using his left hand to grasp the ball, extending his long arm and effortlessly sending the ball soaring into the hoop. How effortless it seems. I too am making progress. In contrast to his pre-league days, when Wang Ke relied solely on his physical prowess to execute various dunks, he has now evolved. He is capable of showcasing a repertoire of simple yet effective maneuvers and low-post offensive plays. The score stands at 2 o'clock. Wang Ke has secured his first score since returning to the court, marking the inaugural points for the Bobcats. Alas, Howard has once again expressed his displeasure vocally. Grant Hill furrowed his brow. The Giants' emotions seem amiss today, and that is certainly not a positive sign. The psychological maturity of the high schooler is evidently lacking. In Hill's view, entering the league at such a young age is not necessarily advantageous. Forcing growth can lead to the emergence of psychological giants who remain infants at heart. The Magic are on the offense. Francis has crossed half court with the ball. This season, the Magic's tactical approach appears disjointed, resembling a haphazard style of play. For his initial attempt, Francis intends to take matters into his own hands. Since joining the Magic, he has aspired to claim the role of the team's leader. Given Grant Hill's more laid-back demeanor, Francis's ambition seems quite attainable. The sole obstacle, ironically, lies within the management. The Magic's management is focused on rebuilding around Howard as the centerpiece. After executing a crossover, Francis deftly maneuvered past Blevin Knight. At this juncture, Francis is in peak physical condition, reminiscent of the explosive athleticism of Russell Westbrook. Just a step inside the free throw line, Francis launched himself with tremendous force. Daring to challenge Wang Ke right from the outset, Wang Ke stepped forward and leaped into the air. Faced with various offensive players, he adeptly selects different defensive strategies. Against an aggressive attacker like Francis, there is no need to concern himself with deceptive maneuvers. He simply launches into the jump. With precision, he blocks every attempt. Francis, eager to elevate his game, unleashed his own power. Crash. The summit is insurmountable. In midair, Wang could deftly press the basketball, preventing it from advancing even a fraction. The immense disparity in strength rendered Francis incapable of maintaining control over the ball. Bang! Francis tugged at the rim with his right hand, unleashing his frustration. Meanwhile, the basketball remained firmly in Wang Ke's left hand. A spectacular block in midair. Oh my God! The crowd erupted in astonishment. It was utterly brutal. So exhilarating. Concurrently, the morale of the Magic team plummeted dramatically. The return of Wang Ke has brought a transformative change to the Bobcats. Huzzah! 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 On the sidelines, Curry executed a series of rapid jabs. Del Curry, on the other hand, has observed a greater depth of play. Wang Ke's left hand has become increasingly agile and powerful. In the recent exchange of offense and defense, he relied solely on his left hand. The balance between both hands plays a significant role on the court, rendering opposing players at a loss and unable to target his non-dominant hand effectively. The Bobcats continue their aggressive pursuit of Wang Ke. As long as the Magic do not double-team him, he will remain the primary initiator of the offense. Bernie Bickerstaff intends to allow Wang Ke to unleash his full potential. Wang Ke received the ball in a low position, and Howard behind him grew increasingly tense. In their previous encounter, Howard merely needed to maintain his position firmly behind Wang Ke. Admittedly, he struggled to do so at that time. However, now Howard must engage his mind to contemplate whether Wang Ke would launch directly into a powerful dunk after a back-to-back turn or execute a half-turn to perform a slashing dunk towards the baseline. This dichotomy has already caused Howard's competitive spirit to simmer with intensity. Wang Ke has opted for the third choice. Bang! After Wang Ke collided with Howard, he seamlessly executed a magnificent leap towards the basket. This move, colloquially known as the rabbit jump, is a signature move of Ewing. During the off-season training, Ewing imparted this technique to Wang Ke. This marked Wang Ke's inaugural display of the maneuver on the court, and the results were quite impressive. Bam! This formidable leap allowed him to shake off Howard's tight defense, and Wang Ke soared for a thunderous dunk, wreaking havoc on the rim. 4-0. The Bobcats commenced the game with a vigorous momentum, propelled by Wang Ke's outstanding performance. As the Magic initiated their offense, Howard, determined, descended into the paint, attempting to establish dominance over Wang Ke, hoping to execute an answer ball. He felt compelled to respond. Francis, initially intent on continuing his own play, opted to pass the ball upon catching Grant Hill's discerning gaze. After receiving the pass, Grant Hill delivered a bounce pass straight into Howard's hands. Young man, believe in yourself to surpass the formidable Wang Ke. Unbeknownst to him, Grant Hill had unwittingly elevated Wang Ke's status above Howard's in his mind. However, both Wang Ke and Howard were mere rookies, with Howard still holding the title of the #1 overall pick. Taking a deep breath, Howard declared, "Here we go. Let us get to it." Chapter 36, Toys. The showdown between the Beast, Howard, and Wang Ke is upon us. Wait, doesn't Wang Ke have a powerful nickname? It seems he does not. Thus, we must bestow one upon him. Yes, let us gather our thoughts and brainstorm together. Wang Ke's powerful opening performance left the fans of the Dragon Nation utterly exhilarated. The influx of admirers was instantaneous. Yao Ming's style of play certainly does not possess such explosive energy. On the court, Howard's positioning was less than ideal, leaning somewhat towards the periphery. Wang Ke would undoubtedly not allow Howard to establish such a deep position. The reason Wang Ke can assert himself so profoundly in the offense is not due to Howard's sense of sportsmanship, but rather because Howard finds it somewhat challenging to withstand Wang Ke's presence. Howard receives the ball nearly at the free throw line. Bang! Bang! The power move from Howard begins. After a couple of forceful thrusts, Howard pivots and makes a determined drive towards the basket. Wang Ke's footsteps moved swiftly as he raised both arms high. In that moment, everyone witnessed an extraordinary scene. Howard nearly traced a semicircle along the edge of the 3-second zone. His spin move appeared fluid. However, when Howard collected the ball and came to a halt, he suddenly realized a rather disconcerting truth. His distance from the hoop had not diminished in the slightest. Wang Ke may glide along the arc drawn by Howard, yet when it comes to shortening the distance to the hoop, that proves to be an insurmountable challenge. What now? The ball is already dead. The dilemma of whether to attempt a forceful shot or to pass the ball has arisen for Howard. Francis is calling for the ball from the perimeter, yet Howard is reluctant to deliver it. The offense continues. Howard executes a series of feigned shooting motions. Eager to discern whether Wang Ke will fall for the deception, the answer is a resounding clap. Wang Ke deftly swatted the basketball from Howard's grasp, exclaiming, "Are you performing a lion dance here?" Beside him, Gerald Wallace was intensely focused, swiftly snatching up the ball. A counterattack ensued. This scene felt eerily familiar. Gerald Wallace's defensive positioning was quite intriguing, as if he had foreseen that Howard would falter, lingering nearby in anticipation of a fortunate opportunity. And fortune indeed smiled upon him. Gerald Wallace executed a seamless coast-to-coast layup. He too was making rapid strides. This time, there was no need for Wang Ke to follow up with a dunk. With an exponential increase in his playing time and ball possession, Wallace's statistics have been soaring. Should his performance continue at this level until the season's end, he is highly likely to secure the accolade of Most Improved Player. The score stands at 6-0. Howard has just committed a turnover. He truly cannot contend with Wang Ke. What was anticipated to be a highly publicized showdown between the rising star centers has swiftly devolved into a one-sided affair, rather than a peak confrontation. It has transformed into a tutorial on offense and defense. No one could have anticipated that, in merely the first quarter, the magic would crumble. The unraveling of the magic commenced with Howard's missteps. As Howard insisted on defending one-on-one, Wang Ke's scoring in the paint became nothing short of effortless. Wang Ke's interior offensive prowess relies on three succinct maneuvers: a powerful dunk following a back-to-the-basket approach, a half-turn towards the baseline culminating in a decisive slam, and a leap dunk stemming from a strong backing move. Yet, it is precisely these three techniques that left Howard's defensive capabilities utterly flummoxed. Each time, his defensive anticipation appeared to falter, exacerbating his struggles against Wang Ke. By the conclusion of the first quarter, the Bobcats had astonishingly secured a 33-9 lead, outpacing the Magic by a staggering 24 points in a single period. Wang Ke achieved an impressive tally of 20 points, 5 rebounds, 3 blocks, and 1 steal, dominating both offense and defense. In stark contrast, Howard recorded a mere 0 points and 2 rebounds, a tribute to Yao Ming. After returning to the bench, Wang Ke scratched his head, beginning to understand why Howard was often referred to as Yao Ming's plaything in his previous life. It is indeed quite effortless to exploit Howard. This is not to suggest that Howard is inept. Rather, it is his peculiar psychological disposition that renders him seemingly ineffective. For instance, Howard consistently declines to allow his teammates to assist defensively. During his time with the Magic, he was held in high regard by the management and positioned as a potential cornerstone of the team. Consequently, he adamantly insisted that his teammates refrain from providing support, leaving them to helplessly witness him being overwhelmed. Had Howard opted for more strategic maneuvers, utilizing screens and collaborating with his teammates for double-team defense, Wang Ke would have been compelled to alter his offensive approach, making it far more challenging than it was in the first quarter. Although Howard's low-post offense has been notably subpar, he stubbornly insists on matching himself against the league's elite centers, repeatedly challenging Wang Ke in the low post. The outcome, as one might expect, has been rather evident. Had Howard been more willing to set screens and roll to the basket, his extraordinary leaping ability and explosive power could have posed significant challenges to Wang Ke's defense. Once a screen is set, Wang Ke's defensive responsibilities would extend beyond just Howard to include the ball handler involved in the play. Yet, Howard chooses to pursue the wrong path, willingly placing himself in peril, leaving Wang Ke with little recourse but to capitalize on the opportunity. On the Magic's bench, Howard sat with a white towel draped over his head, his gaze cast downward, obscuring his expression. The state of the game has dealt a devastating blow to his confidence. Previously, Howard had showcased moments of brilliance against the Mavericks. He scored 15 points and secured 11 rebounds, achieving his first career double-double. 3 days later, in a match against the 76ers, he notched 9 points, 15 rebounds, and 4 blocks. For a high school athlete, these performances are commendable. However, they pale in comparison to Wang Ke's prowess. Despite being 2 years older than Howard, Wang Ke has never attended college or even participated in high school leagues. Thus, Howard cannot find solace in age as an excuse. "Coach, I believe we should refrain from allowing Dwight to continue playing in this match. If he persists, I fear he may fall and be unable to rise again," Grant Hill suggested to head coach Davis. "Grant, have you considered that not letting him play might inflict a greater blow to his confidence? I believe Dwight still possesses the courage to step onto the court." Davis furrowed his brow, dismissing Grant Hill's recommendation. Grant Hill nodded in silence. choosing not to argue further. Years of injuries had left him battered and bruised, his sharpness had long faded, and his edges had been smoothed away. However, it wasn't long before Davis regretted ignoring Grant Hill's counsel. As Howard continued to play, his mindset crumbled. With increased playing time, Howard's performance deteriorated further. By the end of the third quarter, the Magic trailed the Bobcats by 41 points, with a score of 56-97. Such a significant deficit plunged the Magic into chaos. On the court, Howard was in a self-destructive spiral, repeatedly missing shots, either blocked or clanking off the rim. Meanwhile, Francis had entered a reckless shooting mode. Grant Hill struggled to maintain order, but his efforts were in vain. On paper, the Magic were significantly stronger than the Bobcats. Yet, it was evident that true team strength is not solely determined by appearances. Following Wang Ke's return, the Bobcats quickly united as a cohesive unit. While the Magic resembled a disjointed group, Francis was vying for the role of team leader, while the management sought to establish Howard as the cornerstone of the franchise. Yet, Howard's on-court performance failed to overshadow Francis. Francis was captivated by Yao Ming, but held Howard in contempt. The fourth quarter devolved into a mere formality. With both teams deploying their bench players for a lackluster exchange, Howard's stats concluded at 0 for 13 from the field, 0 for 4 from the free throw line, 0 points. 5 rebounds, 0 assists, 0 blocks, 0 steals, 7 turnovers, and 4 fouls. His 5 rebounds became his sole source of pride. In stark contrast, Wang Ke erupted with 51 points, 17 rebounds, 2 assists, 7 blocks, 1 steal, 3 turnovers, and 3 fouls. Statistically, he left Howard in the dust. After 3 quarters, it was evident that Wang Ke's performance bordered on stat padding, as his shot attempts were excessive. Under normal circumstances, he would not play in such a manner. His style has always embraced a balanced approach to offense and defense. In his first match following his return, Wang Ke exerted himself to the fullest, venting the pent-up emotions within him. The impact was undeniably explosive, marking the inaugural 50-point game of the new season across the entire league. Remarkably, this achievement belongs to a rookie. This transforms the significance entirely. Previously, Wang Ke's performances and statistics merely led media and fans to believe that a promising future awaited him. However, after an astonishing 51-point game, perceptions have shifted. Media and fans now regard Wang Ke as destined for greatness. Few truly understand the game. The majority of media and fans merely revel in the spectacle, and scoring high points is the pinnacle of excitement on the basketball court. Should Wang Ke achieve a staggering 70, he would undoubtedly surpass the legendary 4 centers in the eyes of the media and fans. It must be said that sometimes, amassing statistics can yield substantial rewards. In the past, both Booker and Lillard saw their standings in the league rise after scoring 70. One always needs notable performances to cement their legacy. During a timeout in the fourth quarter, the arena's central screen showcased Wang Ke's extraordinary statistics once again, prompting all the Bobcats fans in the stands to rise and applaud him, creating a thunderous ovation. My goodness, is it truly that astonishing? Has Wang Ke surpassed Yao Ming's highest single-game score? Indeed, Yao Ming's peak performance stands at 41 points, and Wang Ke has surpassed that by a remarkable 10 points. How terrifying. This marks only Wang Ke's 7th professional game. The young man has boundless potential. If only he were a player from our Dragon Nation. I believe he surpasses Yao Ming in skill. Although he may still lag slightly behind Yao Ming, he is undeniably formidable. Wang Ke appears to have no discernible difference from our fellow countrymen. Can't the Basketball Association devise a strategy? Perhaps they can. Oh. Imagine if Wang Ke and Yao Ming teamed up in the paint. They would be invincible. Has anyone come up with a nickname for Wang Ke yet? On the Dragon Nation Sports Forum, discussions about Wang Ke have been fervently escalating. Meanwhile, in the broadcasting studio of Dragon Nation Sports, Zhang Weiping and Su Kun were profoundly astonished by Wang Ke's performance. I find Wang Ke's display to be perfectly timed. Thus far, we are crafting a flawless narrative. My anticipation for the upcoming Olympics in 2008 has grown immensely. At the end of the broadcast, Zhang Weiping uttered these poignant words: "The strongest rookie in history, Wang Ke." Dominating Howard, the Rookie of the Year award is assured. Flourishing both on and off the court, Wang Ke is unstoppable. FK, this is so unfair, exclaimed artist in Indiana, angrily tossing a stack of newspapers to the ground. In the realm of conflict, why must I endure an entire season suspension while Wang Ke remains unscathed? The suspension is one matter, but the inability to receive my salary is what truly vexes me. Otherwise, if I could earn without participating in games, that would be sheer bliss. I shall remember this. I have resolved that when next I encounter Wang Ke, whether on or off the court, I shall orchestrate some form of mischief. Amidst the rhythmic sounds of basketball swishing through the net at the training grounds of the American Airlines Arena in Miami, a jovial voice exclaimed, "Wang, your offensive skills are absolutely dazzling." However, he was not referring to Wang Ke, but rather to Wang Ke. This jovial figure was none other than Shaquille O'Neal. In the absence of competitive intensity, Wang Ke's offensive footwork appeared remarkably exquisite, with his three-point shots proving exceptionally accurate. "Shaq, please spare me the ridicule." Wang Ke managed a bitter smile. In the recent match between the Miami Heat and the Boston Celtics, he found himself once again sidelined. He has now gone 3 consecutive games without even a single second of playing time. In the upcoming game, the Heat will host the Bobcats. The sensational rookie Wang Ke will be making his way to Miami. Wang Ke has always remembered the words spoken to him by Wang Ke: "Persevere. A breakthrough will come. Do not give up." At Miami International Airport, Li Wei and his assistant Xiaochen disembarked from the plane. In New York, Li Wei had engaged in an in-depth discussion with Stern. Now, having arrived here, Li Wei is eager to witness a live match, the Bobcats versus the Heat. The match between Wang Ke and Wang Ke, Chapter 37, The Great Examination. It is said that the beaches of Miami are exceptionally splendid, featuring a rather liberating attire, or lack thereof. On the flight to Miami, Rafael Araujo lowered his voice and spoke to his teammates. He had undoubtedly become the life of the party, seeking to establish his presence within the team through such banner. "Rafael, how come you, a Brazilian, are so well versed in these matters?" Gerald Wallace inquired with palpable curiosity. "Well, that is precisely the purpose of my journey to America," Rafael Araujo chuckled. "It is said that Brazilian women are even more alluring." Eddie House chimed in. "Too wild can be detrimental. It may lead to unfortunate consequences." Rafael Araujo waved his hand dismissively. "Detrimental? Is it that exhilarating?" The surrounding individuals gasped in astonishment, their gazes involuntarily shifting downward. As Rafael Araujo continued to jest, he cast a sidelong glance at Wang Ke, eager to see if the topic would pique his interest. Alas, Wang Ke remained unfazed, resting his eyes in tranquility, preparing for the upcoming match against the Heat, which featured Shaquille O'Neal. Wang Ke is about to face a true test. In previous matches, the Bobcats encountered opponents who were not particularly formidable, especially in terms of their interior defense. Thus, Wang Ke was able to navigate the games with ease. And what of Howard? It is indeed a toy of Wang Ke. However, this time is different. After acquiring Shaquille O'Neal, the Miami Heat have ascended to become a premier powerhouse in the Eastern Conference. Though O'Neal is nearing the twilight of his prime, he remains the formidable Big Shark. The decline in his statistics signifies little, as it merely reflects a shift in his style of play. During his tenure with the Lakers, O'Neal was fiercely competitive, constantly vying with Kobe Bryant. Yet, upon joining the Heat, he adopted a more relaxed approach, choosing not to contend and willingly embracing the role of a supporting player alongside Dwayne Wade. Kobe remarked, "If you had been like this earlier, we could have continued to win championships. All I desired was the status of a team leader." O'Neal's mindset fostered a rapid and positive chemistry within the Heat. Under Pat Riley's leadership, the team exhibited remarkable strength and resilience. This match represents a significant test for Wang Ke. In their inaugural face-off, Yao Ming delivered an impressive performance with 10 points, 10 rebounds, 3 assists, and 6 blocks. O'Neal, on the other hand, dominated with 31 points, 13 rebounds, and 4 assists, significantly outshining Yao in both statistics and impact. What will transpire in this latest Wang vs. Shaq showdown? Wang Ke is endeavoring to recalibrate his mindset. Should he approach the upcoming matches with the same mentality he had when facing Howard, he would undoubtedly find himself mercilessly overwhelmed by O'Neal. Wang Ke requires additional time to develop. In terms of competitive experience, he is significantly lacking when compared to O'Neal. On November 30th, at 8 p.m. in Miami, at the American Airlines Arena, Wang Ke, as per his usual routine, entered the arena alongside his team. After attempting a few three-point shots, he practiced his footwork in the low post. Throughout this process, he couldn't shake the feeling that a pair of eyes was fixated upon him. But wait. The Bobcats had yet to take the court for their warm-up, aside from Wang Ke, who could possibly be observing him. Wang Ke, feeling somewhat perplexed, cast a glance across the audience. He beheld an individual gazing at him with a warm smile. Wang Ke was momentarily taken aback. The muscles in his face twitched involuntarily as a myriad of emotions surged within him, coalescing into a singular sensation: fear, anxiety, anticipation, and a hint of fantasy. He. It's been a long time. Let's converse in detail after the match. Li Wei smiled, stood up, waved at Wang Ke, and then resumed his seat. The Wang Ke incident did not occur during Li Wei's tenure. Li Wei's reform philosophy for Dragon Nation basketball is markedly progressive, striving for alignment with international standards. Consequently, he invited foreign coach Del Harris to assume the role of head coach for the Dragon Nation team. Following the Athens Olympics, the head coach position transitioned to the more fitting Jonas. Li Wei has consistently maintained an optimistic and open attitude towards Wang Ke's return. After in-depth discussions with Yao Ming, Li Wei is prepared to seize this opportunity presented by the Wang Ke incident to resolve the issue of Wang Ke's return simultaneously. Director, the atmosphere here is truly wonderful. Assistant Xiaochen couldn't help but express his admiration. The venue exudes professionalism at every turn. Their league has been developing for several decades. While our league has barely reached 10 years, there remains a long journey ahead. I have devised a Polaris plan, hoping to expedite the growth and improvement of our league. Li Wei remarked with a smile. Director, that tall individual must be Wang Ke. Xiao Chun pointed towards the other side of the court. The players from the Bobcats team were gradually taking to the court. Wang Ke's height stands out remarkably within the group. He appears to be nearly as tall as Yao Ming, and seems even more robust. Li Wei exclaimed in admiration. Should we greet him? There's no rush. We can discuss it after the match. For now, let us focus on the game, Li Wei said with a faint smile. Wang Ke did not notice Li Wei in the audience. Even if he had, it would not have mattered, for Wang Ke was unfamiliar with him. Encountering an Asian face in America is hardly a rare occurrence. Wang Ke merely greeted Wang Ke. At that moment, Wang Ke appeared to be somewhat peculiar in his demeanor, and Wang Ke could only speculate that he was feeling down due to his lack of playing time. After a brief interval of 10 minutes, the match was about to commence officially. Juan, tonight is your showdown with Shaquille. Do not feel pressured. Just play as you usually do. Remain calm. Head coach Bernie Bickerstaff summoned Wang Ke to his side and offered a few words of encouragement. Such a confrontation is an invaluable experience for Wang Ke's development. Bernie Bickerstaff, in fact, wished not to impose excessive restrictions on Wang Ke. Regardless of how Wang Ke performs against O'Neal, it is an opportunity for significant growth in experience. As for the notion of Wang Ke losing confidence after being overwhelmed by O'Neal, that is simply unfounded. Bernie Bickerstaff harbored no concerns whatsoever. Wang Ke is certainly not that high schooler Howard. Bernie Bickerstaff chuckled again at the thought of Howard. Rumor has it that after the last game, Howard returned to Orlando and sought the counsel of a psychologist. Fortunately, we chose Wang Ke. Reflecting on this, Bernie Bickerstaff could not help but admire the discerning vision of that neurotic owner once more. Though the owner's considerations may not pertain directly to basketball, the results are nothing short of impeccable. I understand. Wang Ke solemnly nodded. The competition was about to commence. The Miami Heat's starting lineup featured Shaquille O'Neal, Udonis Haslem, Eddie Jones, Damon Jones, and Dwayne Wade. Seated on the bench were capable role players such as Christian Leitner and Rasul Butler. It is anticipated that Alonzo Mourning will soon return to the Heat. One cannot deny that Pat Riley often exhibits a rather wicked sense of humor. Once Mourning rejoins the team, the Heat will have assembled the top 3 picks from the illustrious 1992 draft class. The first overall pick, Shaquille O'Neal; the second pick, Alonzo Mourning; and the third, Christian Leitner. The Charlotte Bobcats starting lineup included Wang Ke, Primoz Brezek, Gerald Wallace, Jason Capono, and Brevin Knight. Wang Ke and O'Neal arrived at the center circle. O'Neal glanced at Wang Ke, then cast a fleeting look at Wang Ke on the bench, and suddenly found himself struggling with face recognition, believing the two bore a striking resemblance. O'Neal experienced a similar sensation when observing Yao Ming and Wang Ke. This is akin to how individuals from the Dragon Nation perceive those of African descent, often finding it challenging to distinguish between them. Juan, are all Easterners of such stature? O'Neal gestured towards Wang Ke with a classic Dragon Nation martial arts salute. Wang Ke raised an eyebrow. Indeed, O'Neal possesses a flair for showmanship. This particular display must be attributed to the teachings of Wang Ke. It appears that although Wang Ke may not enjoy many opportunities to shine on the court, his rapport with teammates remains commendable. As for myself, I am merely average. Wang Ke smiled briefly and returned a fist salute to O'Neal. Well, O'Neal chuckled as well, finding Wang Ke quite intriguing and entertaining. After his impressive performance of scoring 51 points in the previous match, Wang Ke had garnered significant media attention, and O'Neal had certainly heard of him. However, it would be an exaggeration to claim that O'Neal regarded Wang Ke with particular seriousness. O'Neal had emerged from the pinnacle of legends such as Ewing, Olajuwon, and David Robinson. For several seasons, he had undeniably been the preeminent figure in the league. Although O'Neal exhibited slight signs of decline at the beginning of the last season, he remained a formidable presence, far beyond the reach of someone like Wang Ke. In the jump ball, Wang Ke won without contest. Following substantial weight gain, O'Neal's leaping ability had diminished significantly. At this point, his actual weight was likely approaching 160 kilograms. In the presence of O'Neal, Wang Ke's stature appeared somewhat diminished. After receiving a pass from Wang Ke, Levin Knight skillfully maneuvered the ball past the half-court line. The Bobcats maintained their initial offensive strategy. After circulating the ball along the perimeter, it found its way into the capable hands of Wang Ke in the paint. Wang Ke sensed the formidable resistance and strength emanating from O'Neal, a stark contrast to their previous encounters on the court. This time, Wang Ke attempted a deeper positioning, yet was unable to succeed, finding himself somewhat on the periphery. Nevertheless, the game must go on, even with O'Neal looming behind him. Bang, bang. At this moment, Wang Ke cannot afford to engage in any fancy maneuvers. He must rely solely on the most unadulterated form of confrontation. Oh, what a revelation! O'Neal realizes that he has somewhat misjudged Wang Ke's strength. This seemingly inexperienced rookie exhibits remarkable tenacity in his resistance, showing no fear whatsoever. Nonetheless, for O'Neal, the issue is trivial. His immense physique allows him to stand firm like an unyielding mountain, requiring minimal effort to maintain his dominance. Wang Ke's persistent back-to-back collisions did not entirely displace O'Neal. Such feedback sent a shiver down Wang Ke's spine. However, hesitation at this moment would be a grave mistake. Should he halt the ball, his offensive maneuver would be completely thwarted by O'Neal, potentially leading to a turnover. Bang! After another collision with O'Neal, Wang Ke executed a magnificent leap. Oh my! At this very moment, O'Neal experienced a strangely familiar sensation. Wang Ke's long legs facilitate his ability to create distance between himself and his defender with remarkable ease. Even a mere second is sufficient. Bang! Haslam's attempt to assist in defense failed to impede Wang Ke's powerful ascent. With his right hand gripping the ball, he executes a one-armed dunk with finesse. Wang Ke executed a stunning dunk over Haslam. With a fierce roar following his triumphant leap, Wang Ke felt an exhilarating rush of excitement in that moment. He had successfully taken on O'Neal and simultaneously eclipsed Haslam. O'Neal and Haslam exchanged a glance, after which O'Neal patted Haslam on the shoulder, acknowledging the young man's bravery. This season, O'Neal has proven to be formidable on the defensive end, excelling in one-on-one situations in the post and maintaining a level of rim protection above average. However, as age has settled in, O'Neal has developed a tendency to relax defensively, often relying on Haslam to cover for him. Following that defensive play, after Wang Ke's impressive leap, O'Neal's footwork in defense became noticeably less assertive. A few years ago, O'Neal made a bold statement. Ewing and Mourning's back-to-the-basket moves are foolish. They merely push and shove a couple of times before attempting a leap. It's far too easy to defend. Yet, this time, Wang Ke employed that very technique to score. The score stands at 2-0. Wang Ke's success rate in his initial attacks remains assured. Chapter 38, Retro. How exhilarating. In the audience, Little Chen fervently expressed his excitement. He had never witnessed such a spectacle live. It is quite rare for players from Dragon Country to execute such powerful dunks. Yao Ming, due to limitations in his wingspan and vertical leap, could not perform with such flair and dominance. It is said that Yao Ming, upon reaching a height exceeding 2 meters, could barely manage to dunk. Fortunately, when vertical leap falls short, height compensates. Presently, Yao Ming's impact is not significantly diminished even without leaping. My apologies, Director. I became overly enthusiastic. Upon regaining composure, Little Chen realized he had let slip an expletive in front of his superior. No worries. It's commendable for the youth to exhibit passion. One should not be overly somber. Wang Ke's dunk was indeed impressive. Seeing is believing. Li Wei chuckled. He faced O'Neal without a hint of trepidation, opting for a direct confrontation, which is undeniably bold. Now, let's observe Wang Ke's defensive play. On the court, Wade skillfully dribbled past the half-court line. Undoubtedly, the Heat's opening offensive strategy would revolve around O'Neal. After joining the Heat, O'Neal, during media interviews, willingly acknowledged that this is Wade's team, bestowing upon Wade the title of team leader. On the court, Wade reciprocated by accommodating O'Neal's style of play, consistently affirming O'Neal's status as the team's primary figure. Perhaps it is this mutual reinforcement that has forged a championship team in the Heat. At the beginning, While O'Neal's stamina was abundant, the offensive focus would undoubtedly be on him. However, as O'Neal's energy waned, Wade would take up the mantle of offensive leader. With O'Neal frequently setting high screens for Wade, O'Neal received Wade's pass in the paint. Wang Ke fervently battled for position against O'Neal, rendering O'Neal's claim to the spot notably shallow this time. Phew. Wang Ke also took a moment to catch his breath. The intense confrontation with O'Neal resulted in a tremendous expenditure of energy. However, there are no concerns regarding stamina at this moment. Wang Ke merely sensed that the rate of physical exertion had accelerated significantly compared to previous matches. Wang Ke endeavored to grasp this notion. It is said that the intensity of playoff games results in a rapid depletion of physical stamina at every moment. Bang! Bang! O'Neal ferociously struck Wang Ke with two powerful backdowns as the opening move. Wang Ke braced himself twice, yet his feet could not halt their retreat. Despite having mentally prepared himself thoroughly, the immense force that struck him still induced a wave of nausea. O'Neal had come forth with an overwhelming display of power, utilizing all his strength in the collision. A flicker of surprise crossed O'Neal's eyes. He had intended to execute a powerful dunk but discovered that, although Wang Ke had been pushed back a step, he still held his arms aloft, maintaining an impeccable defensive stance. In a swift adaptation, O'Neal altered his approach and executed a bank shot, which he successfully converted. Wang Ke refrained from leaping, firstly to catch his breath after being violently struck, and secondly to guard against O'Neal's feints that could easily send him airborne. While it is true that O'Neal lacks long-range shooting ability, his finesse in close-range maneuvers is undeniably impressive. His delicate hook shots near the basket are remarkably precise. Otherwise, if he were limited to merely dunking, O'Neal could never have achieved such a historically formidable presence in the paint. The score stands at 2-2. In this initial exchange of offense and defense, Wang Ke and O'Neal have reached an impasse. Round 2. Wang Ke sprinted toward the front court, feeling as if every cell in his body was leaping with excitement. After crossing the halfway line, Blaven Knight passed the ball to Gerald Wallace, who lofted it to Wang Ke. Shaquille O'Neal pressed closely behind him. Wang Ke glanced back at the position of the hoop. This time, it appeared to be within a reasonable distance, yet the angle was decidedly less favorable. Wang Ke's receiving position is perilously close to the baseline. In this stance, he finds himself at a disadvantage. Executing a half-turn slam dunk with his signature 3 moves becomes quite challenging. The limited space makes him susceptible to being forcefully pushed out of bounds by O'Neal. Were it Yao Ming in this scenario, a simple flick of his wrist while leaning against O'Neal would result in a flawlessly executed hook shot, effortlessly sinking the basket. However, Wang Ke lacks such prowess at this moment. Bang! Bang! Wang Ke chose to persist with his relentless approach. After colliding twice, he suddenly gathered the ball, feigning a jump step. I see you there. O'Neal smiled faintly, well acquainted with the jump step maneuver following a back bump. The initial surprise allowed Wang Ke to score, but now, did he truly believe he could replicate the trick? O'Neal shifted slightly towards the center, bracing himself for physical confrontation with Wang Ke. Once the defending player anticipates a jump step and intensifies the physicality, the offensive player often faces significant impediments. The subsequent execution of the jump step loses its fluidity. Thus, even the peak Ewing had to gamble on his feel when facing O'Neal's defense with that elusive bunny hop. Sensing the shift in O'Neal's defensive focus, a smile crept onto Wang Ke's lips. Deception is a warrior's ally. Wang Ke's feigned leap was merely a ruse. At this moment, with a thunderous shout, Wang Ke propelled himself forward with an explosive push. What the FK? O'Neal perceived that Wang Ke was rather cunning. He appeared to be an exceptionally earnest young man. Bang! Wang Ke soared exceptionally high this time, his head level with the rim. Utilizing his height and long reach, he slammed the ball into the basket. In the final moments, O'Neal cleverly dodged, evading a potential dunk by Wang Ke. Oh my God! A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from numerous Miami Heat fans in attendance. Such physical prowess is utterly astounding. Behind the bench, Riley's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a promising talent. Riley contemplated his thoughts. This season, the head coach of the Heat is the esteemed Van Gundy, a protege of Riley. Yet, it is evident that Riley holds the reins, particularly regarding tactical decisions. Van Gundy functions more as an executing coach. Attack! Shaq's coming back. Such exclamations resonated throughout the stands. O'Neal felt compelled to deliver. Drawing upon his experience, he positioned himself deep, with Wade's pass arriving impeccably timed. After catching the ball, O'Neal pivoted and executed a powerful dunk. Bam! Success. Answer ball. Wang Ke's eyes narrowed as he raised his arms high and shook his head in disbelief. Remarkable. In the second round, the two once again fought to a stalemate. Round 3. Round 6. O'Neal never anticipated that in the twilight of his career, he would meet another traditional center following Yao Ming. The two engaged in a nostalgic display of basketball, centers clashing in a fierce duel. Such scenes have become increasingly rare with the evolution of the league's dynamics. Even though teams now place utmost importance on defense, their offensive strategies predominantly rely on perimeter players. The Spurs, who previously leaned heavily on their twin towers, have also shifted towards a greater reliance on perimeter players like Tony Parker and Ginobili. After all, apart from O'Neal and Yao Ming, there is hardly a third traditional center capable of consistently shouldering the offensive burden. It seems we now have another contender in Wang Ke. After 6 rounds of fierce exchanges, the two remain evenly matched, with Wang Ke missing one dunk but promptly returning to deliver a resounding block against O'Neal on the defensive end. In the other 5 rounds, each player scored, with neither able to gain the upper hand. Beep. Coach Van Gundy was the first to call a timeout. O'Neal was visibly fatigued. It was time for a substitution. During the regular season, there was no need for O'Neal to overexert himself. The coaching staff had already devised a plan, ensuring that O'Neal's average playing time in the regular season would not exceed 35 minutes. The playoffs, however, would be the stage for O'Neal's true prowess. Hey, do you know that kid who looks like he hails from your hometown? Wow, he's incredibly explosive. That leap, that wingspan, that strength and physicality. I can barely keep up with him. Do you really possess some mysterious Eastern power? Once seated on the bench, O'Neal couldn't help but call Wang Ke over, beginning to ramble. In his first encounter with Yao Ming, Yao relied more on his height and skill to gain an advantage. Now, however, Wang Ke directly challenged O'Neal with physicality, presenting an aggressive front that O'Neal found daunting. After all, age does catch up with one. In his prime, O'Neal would have relished the opportunity to square off against Wang Ke for 300 rounds. Although retirement is still a distant prospect for O'Neal, the reality of his physical decline is undeniable. His massive frame continuously bears down on him. He is now an American. Wang Ke exclaimed. So he possesses the bloodline of Longwood as well. Next summer, I shall journey to Longwood to learn martial arts. How exciting. O'Neal's thoughts began to wander aimlessly. Shaq, take a break for a moment, came the voice of Stan Van Gundy. Oh, very well. O'Neal nodded in agreement. Van Gundy glanced at Wang Ke, revealing no intention of sending him onto the court. Christian Leitner replaced O'Neal, while the other players remained unchanged. Although Leitner was a fellow rookie alongside O'Neal, he was 3 years his senior and now aged 35. His role on the court was to leverage his experience to secure as much rest time for O'Neal as possible. Meanwhile, sitting on the Heat's bench was another sturdy center, Michael Doliak, also tasked with relieving O'Neal. Additionally, Alonzo Mourning was on the verge of returning. Riley had executed an exceptional job in constructing the team. This starkly contrasted with the inadequacies of the Rockets management, who had failed to resolve the issue of Yao Ming's backup. Even the Bobcats, at this moment, boasted a wealth of substitutes for Wang Ke. Although Raphael Alston could not be compared to Wang Ke, his height and heft made him a former lottery pick, well suited as a substitute. Furthermore, the Bobcats possessed 2 substantial centers, one of whom, Jahidi White, weighed in at an impressive 132 kilograms. When Wang Ke rested, he could step in to relieve O'Neal. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. O'Neal took a breather. Yet Wang Ke remained on the court. Such is the advantage of youth. In the ensuing gameplay, without the presence of O'Neal and Wang Ke facing off, the Heat suddenly realized that their interior defense had been utterly compromised by Wang Ke. Neither Christian Leitner nor Udonis Haslem could contain Wang Ke's relentless assault in the paint, leading to frequent lapses and rebounding. This interior combination was a mismatch, one too aged and the other too youthful, with Haslem being merely a sophomore rookie. Wang Ke once again exemplified what it means to be unstoppable. Stan Van Gundy realized that he had made a tactical miscalculation in his lineup. Meanwhile, behind him, Riley's face betrayed his dissatisfaction. Oh dear, what is wrong with this dreadful internet? It simply won't refresh. This is infuriating. With the class nearing its end, let us rush to the cafeteria to secure a spot to watch the sports broadcast. Forget it, this match isn't being aired on Dragon Country Sports Channel. Why not? Aren't they broadcasting the showdown between Wang Ke and O'Neal? How would I know? By the way, has Wang Ke's nickname been unified yet? Yes, it has. He's now called the Destroyer. How majestic is that? Howard was utterly annihilated by Wang Ke, and it is said he is yet to recover. Quite imposing indeed. In a certain high school in Dragon Country, a few boys seated at the back of the math classroom were secretly browsing their phones. If they were caught, it would be the end for them. At this moment, the internet was still on 2G, making text live updates painfully slow, due to Wang Ke's influence. Dragon Country Sports Channel refrained from broadcasting this match. Until the situation clarified, Dragon Country would not report any news related to Wang Ke. Chapter 39. Using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the Bobcats held a 5-point lead over the Heat, scoring 28-23. Wang Ke played the entirety of the first quarter, proving to be an indispensable asset once again. In the initial segment, he engaged in a fierce exchange with O'Neal, ensuring that the Bobcats did not find themselves at a disadvantage at the outset. As the latter part of the quarter unfolded and O'Neal took a breather, Wang Ke adeptly took command of the boards, generating a plethora of second-chance scoring opportunities for his team. The veteran and rookie combination of Christian Leitner and Haslam in the paint was evidently insufficient to thwart Wang Ke's rebounding prowess. Wang Ke is indeed the true culprit. Stan, your tactical preparations for Wang Ke prior to the match were evidently insufficient. During the intermission, Riley bluntly remarked, offering little courtesy to Van Gundy. It is my oversight, coach. Van Gundy promptly admitted his fault. Before Riley, Van Gundy found it difficult to assert himself. Wang Ke, being a rookie with limited game samples, did not warrant excessive attention, which was understandable. However, your on-the-spot adjustments were rather lacking. You should have deployed Michael Doliak to leverage his weight against Wang Ke, simultaneously encroaching upon the interior space, thereby making it more challenging for Wang Ke to secure rebounds. Following that, decisively double-team Wang Ke. Riley's tone softened. This game was a home match for the Heat, facing the relatively weaker Bobcats, and Riley wished to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. For interior players, double-teaming is an essential tactic. Even Shaquille O'Neal fears a double-team, let alone the rookie Wang Ke. Although it may seem excessive to double-team a rookie, akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, Riley was unbothered as long as it facilitated an effortless victory. It also provided an opportunity to convey to Wang Ke, "Welcome to the league." A twinge of wicked amusement flickered within Riley's mind. Let Wang Ke experience the league's harsh reality early on. Many stars excel individually, but once faced with intensified double-teaming, they quickly falter. For instance, Towns. As the second quarter commenced, Wang Ke sat on the bench, resting. Observing Wang Ke's absence from the game, Van Gundy did not hasten to bring O'Neal onto the court, allowing him to rest a bit longer. The young Wade, evidently more resilient, led the Heat's bench unit, consistently creating opportunities. 3 minutes later, the Heat had already erased the deficit. Wang Ke instinctively cast a glance at head coach Bernie Bickerstaff, eager to take the court immediately. However, Bickerstaff signaled for Wang to remain patient, emphasizing that the regular season did not require the intensity of the playoffs. After a brief 2 minutes, Bickerstaff finally reinserted Wang into the game. By that time, the Heat had managed to take a 5-point lead over the Bobcats. The Bobcats were heavily reliant on Wang Ke's performance, and it appeared that their prospects for the season were bleak, as Li Wei remarked with a smile. "Director, you have keen insight." Little Chun interjected at the opportune moment, playing his role as the comic relief. "You rascal," Li Wei chided playfully. Thus, the Dragon Nation team cannot rely solely on Yao Ming. During the previous Olympic Games, once Yao left the court, we seemed incapable of playing effectively. This is unacceptable. Therefore, we need Wang Ke. Li Wei gazed at Wang Ke on the court, envisioning a radiant future for the Dragon Nation team. On the court, both teams had returned to their starting lineups, and the Bobcats initiated their offense as Blaven Knight brought the ball past half-court. Wang Ke continues to grapple and jockey for position against O'Neal in the paint. Indeed, O'Neal has encountered a formidable opponent in this match, as it has become increasingly rare for star big men in the league to engage him in such a direct confrontation. Gerald Wallace, after receiving a pass from Blaven Knight, continues to seek out Wang Ke. Upon Wang Ke's return, the Lynx team acquired a tactical nucleus. The players are at least now aware of how to play the game. When Wang Ke is absent from the court, the Bobcats exhibit a certain degree of disarray. Ultimately, this team significantly lacks the essential hard power. The backcourt is woefully inadequate, with no player capable of effectively orchestrating ball control. Wang Ke harbored no fear of physical confrontation, thus he resolutely maintained his position in the paint. Gerald Wallace delivered the ball to him. However, just as Wang Ke prepared to launch an aggressive attack, the Miami Heat's defense underwent a transformation. Eddie Jones swiftly retreated, executing a double team against Wang Ke. Wang Ke's countenance shifted with a sudden seriousness. He dared not dribble further. Instead, he gathered the ball with one hand and lifted it high above his head. While this maneuver could indeed avert a direct steal and prevent a turnover, it ultimately left Wang Ke in a predicament, effectively immobilizing him. Wang Ke returned the ball to Gerald Wallace, but the speed and rhythm of the pass were somewhat lacking. This allowed Eddie Jones to swiftly recover and defend after Wallace received the ball. Confronted with a double team, finding a way to break through is no simple task. The scenario where one encounters a double team and quickly passes the ball to an open teammate, who then effortlessly sinks a jumper, is but a figment of the imagination. If such scenes and outcomes were feasible, the strategy of double teaming would not exist. The opposing team is not foolish enough to hand out easy points. After taking a moment to assess the situation, Gerald Wallace once again passed the ball to Wang Ke. Wang Ke executed a remarkable backslam upon receiving the ball. Bang! However, this time, O'Neal was equally determined, firmly bracing himself against Wang Ke's onslaught. Eddie Jones displayed exceptional defensive awareness, once again double-teaming and knocking the ball from Wang Ke's grasp. A steal. Wang Ke's blunder adds to the tally. How frustrating. Wang Ke muttered a curse under his breath and swiftly charged back towards his own half. The Miami Heat's counterattack was remarkably swift, propelled by the lightning-fast Dwayne Wade. Their reputation was undeniably formidable. At this moment, Wang Ke remained unaware that he had also been bestowed with a title by the Dragon Kingdom's basketball community, the Destroyer. With a resounding thud, Wade executed a powerful slam dunk, bringing this counterattack to a triumphant conclusion. No matter how swift Wang Ke may be, he cannot surpass Wade's pace. The score gap has widened to 7 points. Upon his appearance, Wang Ke failed to produce an immediate impact. On the sidelines, Riley wore a faint smile. Just a trivial matter. In Riley's eyes, any player who fears a double team cannot be deemed a superstar. Thus, he gazes enviously at Jordan. Clearly, Jordan can disregard the presence of a double team. Yet, it is unfortunate that Riley never had the opportunity to coach Jordan. Instead, he opted for a less potent version, Wade. However, due to his height, Wade also harbors a fear of double teams. Nevertheless, in this moment, Wade can exploit his speed to counter the situation. Plan B. Wang Ke gestured to his teammates. Currently, Bernie Bigstaff's tactical system established for the Bobcats is rather simplistic. The team lacks the conditions to execute overly complex strategies at this moment. Simplicity is preferable. The focus is on leveraging Wang Ke as a pivotal strength. The initiation of this tactic bears similarity to Plan A, as Gerald Wallace once again delivered the ball into Wang Ke's hands. However, after making the pass, Gerald Wallace swiftly dashed along the three-point line to the opposite side. Eddie Jones opted for a double team once more. Yet this time, Wang Ke was already anticipating the passing route, and without a moment's hesitation, he sent the ball to the other side. This was a maneuver practiced countless times during training, firmly etched in Wang Ke's mind. Eddie Jones was taken aback by the decisiveness of Wang Ke's pass. By the time he decided to pursue Gerald Wallace, it was already too late. The Miami Heat's defense momentarily descended into chaos. Wang Ke's height and wingspan endow him with the innate ability for impeccable organizational play. His expansive vision and the difficulty of his passes being intercepted are remarkable attributes. However, at present, Wang Ke has yet to fully harness this potential. Nonetheless, executing passes in accordance with tactical principles poses no challenge. This exemplifies the significance of the tactical framework and the role of the head coach. After receiving the ball, Gerald Wallace exhibited commendable decisiveness. Upon penetrating the paint and drawing Udoni's Haslam-esque help defense, Wallace adeptly dished the ball to the side. The Bobcats' towering presence, Primoz Brezek, received the ball and executed a graceful step-through off the glass, effortlessly scoring. What a splendid play! Wang Ke clenched his fist. The B plan has been executed. The point differential has narrowed to 5. Now, a decision lies before the Heat. If they continue to double-team Wang Ke, Gerald Wallace and Brezek will exploit the opportunity on the opposite side. Should they choose not to double-team, Wang Ke will persist in his fierce battle against O'Neal in the low post. On the sidelines, Riley raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Bernie Bickerstaff on the other side. This old fellow still possesses considerable skill. Indeed, the Heat's position at the pinnacle of the Eastern Conference is well-deserved. So, will the Heat opt for A or B? Riley, I choose C. You play your game, and I shall play mine. The Heat's offense unfolds. O'Neal sets a high screen for Wade, who, with a couple of swift strides, penetrates to the free throw line. He then executes a mesmerizing hesitation move, elegantly sending the ball into the hoop. Wang Ke did not leap lightly, yet he was unable to sufficiently disrupt Wade. Even if Wang Ke had attempted to block, it would have been nearly impossible to succeed. Wade's elusive footwork was too confounding. Wang Ke found it challenging to make the correct prediction in an instant and was left to rely on mere guesswork. Given this reality, it would be more prudent not to jump, instead leveraging his height and wingspan to create interference. The Bobcats launched their offense, while the Heat continued their double team on Wang Ke. However, this time, the duo of Gerald Wallace and Brezek faltered in their execution. Brezek stepped out of bounds while receiving a pass from Wallace. A turnover. A well-devised strategy must still be executed by capable players. What if the executing players lack the requisite skill? Riley chuckled softly. The only player of genuine threat on the Bobcats was Wang Ke. Thus, neutralizing him was paramount. As for the others, even if they scored in succession for a brief period, they posed no real threat. They could not conclude the game. Riley had a keen insight. By halftime, the Bobcats trailed the Heat by 12 points, with a score of 41-53. Once again, the Bobcats found themselves in a challenging situation. This time, could they mount a comeback? Chapter 40, Chaos. Stan, I believe Wang Ke is truly an exceptional player. His resilience aligns perfectly with our team's ethos. In due course, I would like to see him don the Heat's colors. On the sidelines, Riley remarked with a smile towards Van Gundy. Indeed, if not for the Bobcats' limited capabilities, they might have posed a significant challenge to us. Van Gundy concurred, feeling a sense of relief at last. The game had progressed to the final 5 minutes of the fourth quarter. The Heat maintained a lead of over 10 points. This indicated that the Heat were on the verge of securing victory. Originally, Van Gundy had thought the Heat would clinch the game with a decisive third-quarter run. To his surprise, the Bobcats held their ground. At critical moments, Wang Ke's performance on both offense and defense was nothing short of astonishing. However, the other players on the Bobcats, lacking in skill, failed to seize their opportunities. Under Riley's leadership, Van Gundy found coaching to be quite burdensome. Each game brought immense pressure. He could not truly control the team, which hindered his ability to construct it according to his tactical vision. Similarly, the Heat players did not hold Van Gundy in high regard. Riley was the true authority. Finally, another hurdle had been surmounted. Van Gundy muttered to himself. At times, he genuinely considered whether to flee this place. Coaching had lost its allure. Yet, I am reminded that I have only recently ascended to the role of head coach last season, and in the realm of coaching, I am indeed but a novice. Thus, I have resolved to first accumulate a wealth of experience, which will undoubtedly enhance my credentials. Director, it appears that Wang Ke is on the verge of defeat in this match. At this moment, Xiao Chun seems to be somewhat anxious. When one views the game from a standpoint of allegiance, such emotions are inevitable, particularly now, at the Heat's home court. The fervor of the home fans accentuates the struggles of the visiting team. The Bobcats are poised to lose. Nonetheless, Wang Ke has not succumbed. Li Wei chuckled. Xiao Chun, has He participated in this match? Li Wei furrowed his brow, recalling this detail. Their attention during this game had naturally been entirely captivated by Wang Ke. They nearly forgot that the Heat also had Wang Ke. He has not taken the court. However, should the Heat extend their lead further, perhaps He might have the opportunity to play in the final 2 minutes of garbage time. Xiao Chun responded with a hint of wistfulness. It is indeed impossible to compare one person to another. Yet, Wang Ke bears a different kind of burden. Li Wei nodded in agreement. Just then, Bernie Bickerstaff opted to call a timeout. With 3 minutes remaining, the Bobcats trailed the Heat by 13 points, 81-94. It seems that the chances of victory are rather slim. The fact that the Bobcats have persevered thus far without surrendering is commendable. Juan, are you considering the next game? Bernie Bickerstaff inquired of Wang Ke. Although he is the head coach, he often prefers to seek Wang Ke's opinion regarding matters of competitiveness. This reflects a unique collaborative dynamic between them. If Wang Ke were to truly struggle in a game, reluctant to play, Bernie Bickerstaff would decisively opt for a strategic withdrawal. Coach, I wish to continue fighting. My approach may be somewhat unconventional moving forward, and I hope for your understanding and support. Wang Ke exhibited no hesitation as he confidently articulated his answer. His gaze was remarkably resolute. Haha, excellent. I believe in you. Bernie Bickerstaff chuckled, having coached numerous players, including several elite stars such as Tom Chambers, Nate McMillan, Antonio McDyess, and Chris Webber. Yet, none of these luminaries could rival the fervent desire and obsession for victory that Wang Ke displayed at this moment. A player's obsession does not necessarily guarantee success in a game, nor does it always yield a positive influence on the court. However, a head coach would undoubtedly favor such a player. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. "Wait, this is unexpected," Van Gundy murmured. Following Riley's suggestion, he had substituted all the starters of the Heat, opting for a bench lineup. With 3 minutes remaining and a commanding 13-point lead, the advantage seemed substantial. If they merely managed the clock, even if the Heat failed to score again, victory was within reach. The current era of basketball differs significantly from the future small ball era. In this age, a few quick three-pointers could easily erase any deficit. Yet, the pace of the game today is rather sluggish. And there are not many players capable of accurate three-point shooting. At least within the Bobcats, there is not a single sharpshooter. Despite the Bobcats' 4-out, 1-in strategy, the outside shooting percentage of their perimeter players was painfully subpar, with none achieving even a 40% success rate. Wang Ke's rebounding prowess was exceptional. Otherwise, employing such a strategy would be tantamount to self-sabotage. The principle that scoring efficiency increases the closer one is to the basket holds true. Van Gundy did not anticipate that the Bobcats would still field their full starting lineup, seemingly intent on making a final push. No need to worry. Their courage is commendable. Riley smiled lightly, not believing the Bobcats could create any significant upheaval. At most, Wang Ke might score a few inside, but it was not a major concern. At this moment, the Heat's interior duo consisted of Michael Doliak and Christian Lettner, one a sturdy center and the other an experienced playmaker. Wang Ke was still unable to seize the opportunity to take the court. At this moment, the expression in his eyes on the bench had grown somewhat dim. This match held a distinct significance for him. The arrival of Li Wei stirred a sense of turmoil within Wang Ke's heart. Wang Ke ardently yearns for a few precious minutes on stage to demonstrate his worth. Should he find himself devoid of any value, it is likely that the Dragon Kingdom would be irrevocably lost to him. Perhaps I am merely indulging in my own sentiments. Director Li's visit this time is likely intended for Wang Ke, and does not pertain to me in any significant way. Wang Ke chuckled at himself, feeling a twinge of bittersweet emotion. On the court, the Bobcats were on the offensive, with Blevin Knight having already crossed the halfway line with the ball in his possession. As Wang Ke descended into the paint, he unexpectedly pivoted and emerged beyond the three-point line. Doriak, somewhat perplexed, instinctively followed him to the perimeter, assuming that Wang Ke intended to execute a pick-and-roll with Blevin Knight. However, what transpired next astonished everyone. Blevin Knight seamlessly passed the ball to Wang Ke, who then launched an audacious three-point shot. What? At that moment, many were taken aback, including Michael Doriak, who had merely advanced to the free-throw line, preparing to defend the anticipated pick-and-roll. Who could have possibly anticipated that Wang Ke would opt for a three-pointer? It is worth noting that throughout the match, Wang Ke's offensive range had been confined to the vicinity of the basket, predominantly relying on dunks. Although he had also attempted close-range layups and hook shots, his accuracy paled in comparison to his dunks, often appearing somewhat awkward. The sudden transition to a three-point attempt created a stark contrast akin to a pig climbing a tree or a blooming iron tree. This seemed rather chaotic. In the stands, Li Wei furrowed his brow, realizing that this might be an aspect the Longwood team needs to address in the future. They cannot allow Wang Ke to act recklessly. Wang Ke was not acting recklessly. Rather, he was taking a gamble. Trailing by 13 points, it was exceedingly difficult to mount a comeback through conventional means. Possessing memories from a previous life, Wang Ke understood that the only path to closing the gap lay in an audacious barrage of three-point shots. It was a matter of either crafting a miracle or bearing the brunt of failure. Wang Ke is indifferent to his shooting percentage, and he pays no heed to the pressures that accompany potential failure in gambling. His sole concern lies in the singular possibility of victory. As long as there remains a glimmer of hope, why not seize the opportunity to fight for it? Wang Ke recalled his previous tribulations, and in that moment, his resolve to act became remarkably steadfast. His execution was assured. The shot was taken so unexpectedly that he encountered little interference, almost as if he were in a pristine space of his own. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, tracing a flawless trajectory. Subsequently, swish, a three-pointer found its mark. The score stood at 84-94, narrowing the deficit to 10 points. Remarkably, the Bobcats' offensive possession consumed merely 11 seconds. There was still time. Yes, yes, yes. Wang Ke vigorously swung his arms a few times and sprinted back to the halfway line. Defend. Wang Ke let out a resounding shout towards his teammates. Oh my God. Can that even go in? This must be luck. A cacophony erupted from the stands. The home fans of the Heat appeared somewhat bewildered. In this era, It is not entirely unheard of for centers to shoot three-pointers. After all, Wang Ke on their team specializes in that. However, witnessing such a feat from Wang Ke seemed rather incongruous. Up until this point in the match, he had established himself as a robust and formidable figure in the eyes of the Heat supporters. In this day and age, a center who attempts three-pointers often faces derision, being labeled as effeminate. A true man would invariably choose to engage in battle within the paint. The Heat initiated their offense, with Kenyon dueling meticulously consuming the clock. As the shot clock dwindled to its final 5 seconds, he commenced the offensive maneuver. Utilizing Doliak's screen, dueling surged past the three-point line and unleashed a long two-point shot. Wang Ke swiftly stepped forward to create a disruption. Clang! It didn't go in. Blazek secured the rebound and passed it to Blevin Knight, who advanced the ball. A brief exchange of glances transpired between Blevin Knight and Wang Ke. Subsequently, after deftly handling the ball near the three-point line, Blevin Knight opted for a bold drive. The Miami Heat's defense instinctively contracted. Such a choice was not without merit. Blevin Knight leapt, spun, and launched the ball towards the three-point arc. Wang Ke found himself just beyond the arc, receiving a pass. The formidable center, Dorian, ambled a few steps outward, oblivious to the critical role he should play in this moment. In truth, the entire Heat team seemed unaware, as not a single player rushed to defend against Wang Ke. What threat could a center pose while receiving a pass beyond the three-point line? The inertia of thought is not easily altered. Even though Wang Ke had just successfully made a three-pointer in the previous possession, Wang Ke had ample time to take aim at the hoop, then leaped into the air and released another three-point shot. Could it be? Riley sat up straight. Swish. The crisp, melodious sound of the basketball swishing through the net resonated. Wang Ke effortlessly sank another three-pointer. The score now stands at 87-94, with the deficit exceeding 10 points and only 7 minutes remaining. Beep. The astute Van Gundy promptly called for a timeout. With just 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock, Wang Ke's 2 successful three-pointers allowed the Bobcats to recover 6 points. The suspense of this match has suddenly returned. Li Wei found himself at a loss for how to assess the situation, especially since he had just been contemplating the need for a gentle reprimand once Wang Ke successfully naturalized. While one might attribute these 2 three-pointers to mere luck, it is undeniable that such fortune would not have materialized had Wang Ke not taken that audacious shot. Had the Bobcats chosen to concede by substituting their bench players after the previous timeout, the thrill of competition would have been extinguished. Li Wei felt that his basketball philosophy was being challenged. Perhaps it was time to take bolder strides. Certain antiquated notions needed to be shattered. Roar. On the court, Wang Ke let out another fierce shout. Gerald Wallace rushed over to celebrate with an exuberant chest bump. In this moment, the cohesion of the Bobcats had once again been invigorated. Wang Ke epitomized the essence of a true team leader, propelling the team forward with unwavering determination. Chapter 41. Harmonizing the conventional with the unconventional to achieve victory. Oh my goodness. Another three-pointer. An astonishing display of talent. It's absolutely exhilarating. Wang Ke's remarkable block. A pass to Blevin Knight, who swiftly sinks another three-pointer. Incredible. Dwayne's elusive footwork. Oops. He lost control. The ball ricocheted off his foot and went out of bounds. That blunder proved to be quite critical. Oh dear. A quick baseline throw-in. Gerald attempted the shot, but it finally missed. Wow. Wang Ke charged into the paint. Swatting the ball away, the Bobcats seemed to transform into a ferocious beast. My heavens. Primoz Brezek also nailed a three-pointer from the perimeter. Insanity. Everyone has gone mad. The Miami sports commentator was nearly hoarse from excitement. Despite the Bobcats' relentless pursuit of points, which did not align with the commentator's bias, the electrifying atmosphere compelled him to unleash his passion. On the court, Shaquille O'Neal, back in action, displayed a fleeting look of confusion. In the final 2 minutes, the tempo of the Bobcats game soared to unprecedented heights. O'Neal had barely crossed half-court when he realized the offensive play had concluded. Turning to rush back into the paint, he found the defensive play had also ended. Not only did he fail to touch the ball, but O'Neal couldn't even position himself properly. He felt as if he were hopping back and forth along the mid-court line. Left, right, left. A leap. The Heat's rhythm was utterly disrupted by the Bobcats. As a sophomore, Wade still exhibited a hint of naivety. Following the Bobcats' explosive surge, Wade found himself uncontrollably swept along. Witnessing the Bobcats approach the score at lightning speed, Wade felt a sense of urgency. Yet, the more anxious he became, the more elusive the points. By the time Wade glanced at the scoreboard, he gradually regained his composure. 102, 101. After the chaotic exchange, the Bobcats had turned the tables, leading the Heat by a single point. A miraculous comeback. With only 9 seconds remaining in the game, the Heat possessed the ball. Could there be a last-minute victory? The Heat fans in attendance began to feel the tension rise. Van Gundy had just utilized his final timeout, his expression darkening. No one could have anticipated such a turn of events. Van Gundy dared not meet Riley's gaze, knowing he would have to endure another tirade post-game. What a predicament. Dwayne, you must be the one to conclude this final offensive play. Van Gundy picked up the tactical board and sketched out the strategy, issuing his directives. In these closing moments, it was time for the stars to shine. O'Neal, being a force in the paint, found himself less suited for the task of executing the game-winning shot. Merely receiving the ball proved to be a formidable challenge. Thus, a championship-contending team must undoubtedly possess a formidable perimeter player capable of executing tough plays. Wade nodded solemnly, now fully alert to the situation. On the Bobcats bench, Bernie Bickerstaff was finalizing his defensive strategy. The Heat would certainly allow Dwayne to take the final shot. Bickerstaff began to speak, but hesitated. Blatchnight's stature was far too diminutive. Wade could simply take a jump shot without needing to drive to the basket, and his chances of success were considerable. But who would guard him? Gerald Wallace? While he had the height advantage, he might not be able to keep pace. Or should they resort to double teaming? Bickerstaff found himself momentarily indecisive. Coach, allow me to defend him. Wang Ke's voice suddenly resonated. Bernie Bickerstaff raised an eyebrow, despite contemplating numerous strategies. He had never considered assigning Wang Ke to defend Wade in this final offensive play. Officially, Wade stands at 193 meters, yet in reality, he is likely even shorter. The height disparity between him and Wang Ke approaches 35 centimeters. Such mismatches, where a larger player defends a smaller one, are typically ones that the defending side strives to avoid, as a towering figure is often easily bypassed by perimeter players. Wang Ke's agility is indeed commendable, and his lateral movement is quite impressive. However, to claim he can keep pace with Wade would be somewhat fanciful. I wish to take another gamble, wagering that he cannot make a three-pointer. In fact, I believe he will not attempt one at all. Thus, all I need to do is position myself near the free throw line to thwart his drives. Wang Ke earnestly remarked, clearly not lost in thought, but rather having engaged in profound contemplation. His defensive coverage is exceptionally extensive, as long as Wade refrains from attempting three-pointers. Whether it be a sudden pull-up or a forceful drive to the basket, Wang Ke can provide substantial interference. In this regard, Wang Ke possesses a natural advantage. Wang, at times, you must place your faith in your teammates. Do not bear the entire burden alone. You may not always be able to defend effectively, and your teammates might not necessarily fail. Bernie Bickerstaff gently patted Wang Ke on the shoulder. I have always believed in my teammates. I merely contend that my probability of successful defense is the highest. As the core player, the most arduous tasks ought to be undertaken by me. Wang Ke insisted with unwavering determination. Very well. I hope the pressure on you is not too overwhelming. Ultimately, Bernie Bickerstaff acquiesced, though he felt a surge of emotion within. Throughout the regular game, Wang Ke's approach was notably methodical, displaying a commendable composure and rationality in both offense and defense, rarely indulging in reckless endeavors. However, at pivotal moments in the match, his strategy would abruptly shift to a bold and risk-laden style. If Bernie Bickerstaff were familiar with Dragon Kingdom culture, Wang Ke would undoubtedly impart to him a profound adage: engage with the orthodox, triumph through the unconventional. As the timeout concluded, the game entered its climactic finale. Wade successfully received the ball, and the Bobcats did not make a concerted effort to impede the Heat's inbound play. However, Wade soon found himself confronted by an imposing figure looming before him. Wang Ke. Wang Ke is now poised to guard Wade's final offensive attempt. At this moment, everyone is awestruck by the display. Is the Bobcats team simply handing this opportunity over? Initially, Wade intended to use a pick-and-roll to draw the Bobcats' interior defense towards him. But now Wang Ke is presenting himself willingly. Wade has no time to ponder, as the clock is ticking down. Thud, thud, thud. Wade executes a series of between-the-legs dribbles beyond the three-point line, aiming to shift Wang Ke's defensive focus. Wang Ke stood just 2 steps away from Wade, lowering his center of gravity, utterly unfazed by Wade's dribbling maneuvers. With a swift movement to the right, Wade lunged forward, his right foot stepping out with lightning speed. Trailing by only 1 point, Wade would not gamble on a three-pointer. He is not Curry. Instead, he opted for the most assured drive to the basket. One cannot deny the sheer speed of Wade's penetration. The 2-step distance that Wang Ke reserved served as a buffer. With swift lateral movements, Wang Ke retreated with remarkable agility. Wade was unable to slip past Wang Ke this time. You have no opportunity left. Witnessing Wade being compelled to decelerate and execute a behind-the-back dribble. Altering his rhythm and direction, Wang Ke felt a surge of excitement within. A sidestep to collect the ball. A fading jump shot. Wade's movements were executed with fluid grace. Yet, the opportunity had evaded him. Wang Ke propelled himself with a powerful leap, his feet pushing off the ground with fervor. The timer was nearly expiring, and Wang Ke no longer had the luxury to contemplate Wade's feints. Such ruses would only hinder Wade's ability to shoot. Wade took his shot. Yet, he swiftly perceived a shadow, accompanied by a colossal hand. A giant. The trajectory of the shot lacked sufficient elevation. A sudden dread gripped Wade's heart. It made contact. Wang Ke felt his fingertips brush against the basketball. It was not a block, merely a fleeting touch, yet it was sufficient. As the ball soared through the air, the timer had already expired. The lights illuminated, but the shot did not succeed. After Wang Ke's brief contact, the ball transformed into a complete miss. A desperate attempt. Met with failure, Wang Ke executed a remarkable block, thwarting Wade's desperate attempt at victory. Oh my goodness! The spectators erupted, rising to their feet with hands clasped atop their heads. Wade, head bowed in silence, trudged toward the players' tunnel. This defeat felt somewhat disheartening and inexplicably perplexing. Meanwhile, Wang Ke extended his arms wide. His teammates surged towards him. They had conjured a miracle, transforming the impossible into reality. They stormed the American Airlines Center, toppling the Eastern Conference leaders. Incredible. Li Wei was equally impressed. This is the allure of competitive sports, where anything is possible. He couldn't help but think of the Dragon Nation team. Beside him, Xiao Chun was overwhelmed with excitement. That play was utterly exhilarating. Wang Ke. Upon seeing Wang Ke standing at the sidelines, Li Wei called out his name. Wang Ke, somewhat perplexed, raised his head to seek the source of the sound. Had someone from the Dragon Country come to watch the game? Li Wei, observing Wang Ke's inquisitive demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. One thing was certain, Wang Ke was proficient in the language of the Dragon Country. Xiao Chen approached the front row and handed Wang Ke a business card that read, Director of the Basketball Association, Li Wei. Wang Ke raised an eyebrow. When he looked up again, he found Li Wei gazing at him with a smile. Wang Ke nodded slightly, acknowledging the presence of others. Why would the representatives from the Longwood Basketball Association approach him at this juncture? Were they not concerned about stirring up trouble? Surely not. A conjecture began to take shape in Wang Ke's mind. Please, have a seat. This marks our first official encounter, does it not? Li Wei exuded an aura befitting a person of high status. Yet at this moment, he appeared exceptionally affable. It was at this juncture that Li Wei fully comprehended why Yao Ming displayed such profound emotions during the Athens Olympics. Wang Ke not only speaks the language of the Dragon Kingdom fluently, but also appears indistinguishable from its citizens. In Li Wei's perspective, Wang Ke embodies the essence of a true Dragon Kingdom native, albeit with the temporary nationality of the United States. From this viewpoint, failing to recruit Wang Ke into the Dragon Kingdom team would be nothing short of a grave error. That evening, the group engaged in conversation that extended into the early hours of the following day. In addition to Li Wei and his assistant, Xiao Chen, Wang Zhizhi was also present. Aware that Wang Ke was set to accompany the team on their away journey the next day, Li Wei recognized the urgency of the situation and opted for a late-night discussion. The overt actions must be firmly grounded in private agreements. Wang Ke harbored no aversion towards returning to the Dragon Country team. Upon learning that Li Wei had intervened to help him navigate his previous challenges, he found himself with even less reason to decline the offer. Li Wei proposed that Wang Ke make a journey back to the Dragon Country next summer for a moment of ancestral recognition, a necessary step in the process, to which Wang Ke graciously acquiesced. Wang Ke is aware that he still has relatives in the Dragon Kingdom. However, he remains uncertain of their identities. Born in the United States, he has never returned and thus has never met them. Li Wei disclosed that they have indeed located Wang Ke's relatives. Yet prior to any recognition, they must ensure adequate preparations are made. It would be quite awkward if Wang Ke were to return only to find that his relatives did not acknowledge him. Xiao Ke, it has not been easy for you to be here alone. However, from this moment onward, you shall no longer be solitary. As you now have your homeland as your most steadfast support, I believe that you, alongside your fellow players, will elevate the Dragon Kingdom team to unprecedented heights. As they parted, Li Wei once again grasped Wang Ke's hand, speaking with profound emotion. Wang Ke nodded and departed first. Li Wei and Wang Zhi were to engage in further profound discussions. Upon returning to the hotel where the team was accommodated, Wang Ke found himself unable to sleep. Was it time to return to the embrace of his homeland? Wang Ke found it challenging to articulate his current feelings and emotions. However, one thing was certain: he was no longer a drifting leaf without roots. In this life, Wang Ke began to forge deeper connections. Chapter 42. The Past. After triumphing over the formidable Miami Heat in an away game, the momentum of the Bobcats became unmistakably evident. Shortly thereafter, they achieved another victory against the Raptors on their home turf. Upon Wang Ke's return, the team achieved an impressive 3 consecutive victories, stabilizing the Bobcat situation. With a record of 8 wins and 6 losses, the team's winning percentage has once again surpassed 50, propelling them back into the top 8 of the Eastern Conference. "What are you searching for?" Claudia inquired as she embraced Wang Ke from behind, her heart yearning for him after their prolonged separation. Since Shinier had been injured and hospitalized, Claudia had devoted her time to caring for him. Meanwhile, Wang Ke had been on an extensive series of away games, and it had been over half a month since they last saw each other. Thus, upon his return, Claudia displayed a certain clinginess. Her brother Shinier and Wang Ke constituted her entire world. Her emotions often mirrored Wang Ke's, and she was easily contented. Wang Ke had initially envisioned providing Claudia with more opportunities for social interaction and a life that was distinctly her own. However, Claudia had always possessed few friends. The only semblance of camaraderie she had was with the former manager of the pet store in the Berghead community. Yet, returning to Berghead alone posed a significant risk for Claudia. As for making new acquaintances, it proved to be a daunting task, one in which Claudia displayed little interest. She preferred to remain cocooned within the comforts of her home, safeguarding the sanctuary she shared with him. Wang Ke acquiesced to Claudia's wishes. There is no decree mandating the necessity of socializing. Wang Ke possesses a rather introverted disposition. I have discovered a chest left behind by my parents, which I had never opened before. I am eager to explore its contents. Wang Ke said with a smile, "I have found it." Wang Ke discovered a small chest in a room specifically designated for storing idle items. The amalgamation of memories from 2 lifetimes rendered his recollections of his parents somewhat hazy. Upon encountering this chest, fragments of memories began to resurface in Wang Ke's mind. Claudia, recognizing that Wang Ke was recalling past events, chose not to intrude and quietly sat beside him in companionship. The chest appeared quite antiquated, with its locks showing signs of rust. With a firm exertion, Wang Ke effortlessly snapped the lock asunder, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. As the box opened, it revealed an assortment of letters and photographs. The moment he beheld the group photo, memories of his parents crystallized in his mind. Claudia approached and gently grasped Wang Ke's hand. "It's all right." Wang Ke cast a smile towards Claudia. As he flipped through the photographs, he stumbled upon a group picture. It featured his mother alongside another young woman. They bore a striking resemblance to each other. In his recollection, he had no siblings, so this individual might very well be a cousin or perhaps a distant relative, such as an aunt. Why does she seem somewhat familiar? Of course, he recognized his mother's visage, but that wasn't the source of his familiarity. Rather, it resembled someone from the memories of his past life. Suddenly, he realized who it was. What a remarkable coincidence. Or perhaps it was merely a case of resembling someone. In Longhua, Hangcheng, a middle-aged man, entered the office. "Lao Yu, what are you watching?" he inquired. "Oh, a basketball game? I thought you were a football enthusiast and had no interest in basketball." He glanced at Yu Cheng's computer screen, as if he had uncovered something extraordinary. This was a design institute in Hangcheng, and it was currently the lunch break. "Just because I'm not interested doesn't mean I can't take a look," Yu Cheng retorted. "Hey, of course, you can. Which game is it? The Lakers against the Heat? This marks the first confrontation since Kobe and Shaquille parted ways." "Huh? The Heat versus the Bobcats? Is this a replay?" Lu Wenbin queried, puzzled. "Not at all. Do you basketball fans meddle this much? Do I need your approval to watch whatever game I desire?" Yu Cheng replied, somewhat disgruntled. "Oh, you're quite feisty. Going through a midlife crisis, are we? Get lost." Yu Cheng redirected his gaze to the computer screen once more. His attention was solely captured by one player, the highest scorer of the game, Wang Ke. Just yesterday morning, Yu Cheng had received a phone call. An American was seeking to trace his ancestry. What a ridiculous jest. He almost thought he was being scammed. However, after the caller verified their identity, Yu Cheng grasped the gravity of the situation. Some long-buried memories were stirred. This incident dated back over 20 years. Yu Rui was the daughter of my second uncle. My second uncle was tall, and Yu Rui inherited that gene, growing even taller. From a young age, she had a passion for basketball, ultimately becoming an athlete. However, Her pursuit of basketball led to a significant rift with my second uncle, who wished for her to secure a stable job. In this regard, perhaps we were all alike. Subsequently, Yu Rui met Wang Ke on the men's team, and they began to date. This only fueled my second uncle's discontent. For Wang Ke had come from an orphanage and possessed nothing. Even in basketball, he was rather mediocre. Uncle's temperament is indeed excessively irritable. After a confrontation with Wang Ke, he resorted to violence, severely injuring Wang to the extent that he required hospitalization and now walks with a limp. Consequently, Wang can no longer play basketball. Yu Rui, incensed, demanded to sever all ties with her uncle on the spot. He has only one daughter, and with aunt gone long ago, he raised Yu Rui by himself. Unable to tolerate such words from her, he formally established a written agreement to sever their father-daughter relationship and even sought witnesses in the community to affix his fingerprints. Subsequently, it is unclear how, but Yu Rui and Wang Ke chose to immigrate, reportedly to America. A resolute decision. For many years, they have not returned. Initially, there were some messages trickling back, but eventually, even that ceased. As you know, not long after, his health deteriorated, and he eventually passed away. Yu Qing's voice gradually emerged, recounting events from over 20 years ago. You never elaborated on these matters, and I never inquired further. So, is this the reason for your long-standing disinterest, even disdain, for basketball? Beside them, Qing Bei gently patted her husband's hand, offering a reassuring squeeze. Indeed, in our family, we have few children, and I regarded little Rui as a sister during her childhood. So many years have passed, and I cannot clearly discern the rights and wrongs of that time. I have spoken with individuals from the sports administration, and both little Rui and Wang Ke have been gone for 5 years. What kind of life are they leading in America? Yu Qing shook his head, a hint of sorrow evident in his eyes. Do not dwell on it. That little Ku, is he their child? Qing Bei tightened her grip on her husband's hand. Yes, little Ku is remarkable, having established himself in the American League. The sports administration wishes to naturalize him to compete for the Dragon Kingdom in the Olympics. Yu Qing took a deep breath, regaining his composure. Now that we are aware of little Ku, we must certainly bring him back. How difficult it must have been for him to navigate these past 5 years alone. Qing Bei felt a pang of compassion. Indeed, we are essentially his only family. Xiao Bei, if possible, I wish to treat little Ku as our own child. Yu Qing gazed earnestly at his wife. It should be so. What kind of person do you perceive me to be? It is fortunate that we have no sons. Qing Bei shot him a playful glance. Hiki. Yu Qing chuckled. After all these years of marriage, their bond remained strong, requiring no further words. However, I now recall another matter. Do you think Fei Hong visited little Rui during her 3 years in America? Yu Qing reined in his smile. Surely, it cannot be. The probability of such an encounter is exceedingly slim. Qing Bei believed that Yu Qing was overthinking. No. I recall that during that period. When she spoke to us on the phone, she seemed somewhat hesitant. She even inquired about Xiao Rui. At the time, I did not think much of it, and asked her why she suddenly brought up her aunt. She managed to divert the conversation. Perhaps, there is indeed a hidden destiny at play. Yu Qing felt that had he asked more questions back then, he might have had the chance to meet Yu Rui and the others. Perhaps some things could have been altered. However, it is too late to ponder such thoughts now. Let us bring Fei Hong back and ask her. It has been quite a while since we last saw her. We are all over 30 and still show no inclination towards settling down. Alas, Qing Bei sighed, every family has its own set of troubles. Having entered this industry, she often finds such thoughts meaningless. If I had my second uncle's temperament, I might have severed ties with her by now. Humph. Yu Qing snorted lightly. What nonsense are you spouting? Every generation has its own fortune. Qing Bei playfully nudged Yu Qing. Yet, she soon sighed again. Old you. A distinguished graduate in civil engineering from Beijing University, and I, a chemical engineering graduate from Jiangsu Zhejiang University. A household composed of 2 scientific minds could never have imagined that their daughter would venture into the entertainment industry. It seems that the daughter truly resembles her aunt. Stubborn, pursuing her desires with reckless abandon. Fortunately, she and old you ultimately chose to embrace it. To this day, it remains uncertain whether that was a blessing or a curse. There is no use in overthinking it. Yu Qing subsequently lost his temper. This was because Yu Fei Hong, using filming as an excuse, claimed she had no time to return. However, Yu Fei Hong did seem somewhat intrigued by the sudden appearance of her cousin. 10 years ago, in her early 20s, Yu Fei Hong indeed met her Aunt Yu Rui in America, but at that time, they merely shared a simple meal and did not converse much. Yu Feihong sensed that her aunt was not faring well. As for Wang Ke, she was unaware of his existence. In America, Wang Ke was about to celebrate his first Christmas after being with Claudia as a newly inducted team in the league. The Bobcats naturally had no opportunity for a Christmas showdown. Thus, Wang Ke found himself enjoying a rare 3-day break at the start of the new season. Before Christmas, the Bobcats had a record of 11 wins and 11 losses, achieving a win rate of exactly 50. In the Eastern Conference standings, they were stuck at the 8th position, with the Nets and the Cavaliers trailing closely behind, just half a game away. A single game's outcome could alter their ranking. The season has only just crossed a quarter of its length, leaving ample time ahead. It remains uncertain where the Bobcats will find themselves by the end of the season. After 22 games, the team has demonstrated minimal issues with cohesion, while both strengths and weaknesses have become exceedingly apparent. As Christmas approaches, the management of the Bobcats cannot indulge in the holiday spirit. They are convening for 3 consecutive days to formally establish the team's objectives for the season. Presently, the prospect of the Bobcats advancing to the playoffs appears hopeful, albeit just that, hopeful. Should the Bobcats conclude the regular season in either the 9th or 10th position in the Eastern Conference, it would represent the most unfavorable outcome, resulting in missing the playoffs and consequently forfeiting a favorable draft position for the next season. Thus, whether it involves vying for a playoff spot or contending for the top draft pick, it is still feasible to alter objectives at this juncture. Chapter 43, Pressure and Change. I believe the team's ambitions should be grounded in reality, embracing a more honest approach of accepting a rebuild. Wouldn't all our previous efforts be in vain? The current reality is that if we persevere, we could potentially etch our names into history by reaching the playoffs. What if we fail? Such assertions must be tested through earnest endeavor. Embracing a rebuild would obliterate everything. Within the confines of the Charlotte Arena's conference room, intense debates are unfolding, quickly escalating into heated arguments. The expressions of head coach Bernie Bickerstaff and general manager P.D. Tom are far from pleasant. A team cannot simply be governed by a shared vision between the general manager and head coach. The hierarchy includes an operations director, an executive president, and vice presidents. Furthermore, there is the direct influence of ownership to consider. Most team owners refrain from meddling in the roster and tactical decisions, though exceptions exist, such as Mark Cuban of the Mavericks. When faced with such an owner, the authority of the general manager and head coach can easily be undermined. The Mavericks previously experienced a debacle with 2 competing factions, where Cuban and general manager Donnie Nelson presented divergent strategies during the draft, leading to the inevitable conclusion that the owner will prevail. Consequently, Nelson faced considerable ridicule from his peers. Similarly, in family-run enterprises like the Lakers under the late Jerry Buss, internal strife is a frequent occurrence, with a plethora of creatively titled positions emerging, leaving subordinates often unsure of whom to follow. Currently, the Bobcats, as a newly established team, have yet to develop into such a complex web of conflicting interests. Nevertheless, the ambitious playoff target set by P.D. Tom and Bernie Bickerstaff at the season's outset is now met with significant skepticism, and the opposing viewpoints are not without merit. Thus, it has transformed into a matter of choice. Before the season commenced, I had suggested that we intentionally underperform to vie for the top draft pick. Given that the following season boasts 2 exceptional point guards, this strategy would allow us to establish a robust core, combining both an interior and exterior presence, supplemented by other role players, a quintessential approach to team building. The prospects for success were substantial. However, at the time, you held differing opinions, believing that with Wang Ke, we could soar right from the outset. I must concede that I underestimated Wang Ke, and your assessment of his capabilities was indeed accurate. He is remarkably strong. Yet, he requires assistance. This season, we are unable to acquire support for Wang Ke through trades due to a lack of assets. Nevertheless, next season, we can draft a capable secondary shooter to aid him. Can you not wait an entire season for this? Is this not a reasonable mindset and emotional stance for team building? Or do you wish to gamble the future of the Bobcats to embellish your own legacies? What if the gamble fails? Thud, thud, thud. Director of Operations Peggy rapped forcefully on the table before her, her tone now stern. As the Director of Operations, Peggy primarily focused on the financial aspects of the team's revenues and expenditures. It is evident that the operation and income of the team are closely tied to the achievements they can attain, more precisely, to the sustained success over multiple seasons. Such success would attract more fans and sponsorships. Thus, it is imperative to establish a solid foundation in the early stages. At the season's onset, due to the strong backing from the owner for Petty Tom and Bernie Bigstaff, Peggy found herself in a relatively inconspicuous position. Now, she believes it is necessary to take action to steer the team back on course. I oppose your viewpoint. What ultimately determines a team's journey to success in the league? I believe it is what can be termed the soul of the team, the winning gene. And how is this winning gene cultivated? It is not merely through frequent victories, but through an unwavering commitment to fight until the very end in each game. To win is to understand how to achieve victory. To lose is to comprehend how to accept defeat. If our team's ultimate goal is simply to reach the playoffs, then I concede your point. Underperforming this season and selecting an exterior core next season would likely facilitate an easier path to the playoffs. But what happens after we reach the playoffs? Is that where it ends? If our ultimate aspiration is the championship, then I believe forging the soul of the team in the preceding 2 seasons is crucial. As for selecting another core player, that becomes less significant, as we already have Wang Ke. Let us not forget that not every rookie can develop as swiftly as Wang Ke. Are you willing to wait several more years? Do not squander Wang Ke's prime. Players like Gerard and Primoz may very well be forged into greatness. Bernie Bigstaff stood up to articulate his perspective and mounted a counter-argument. The debate within the conference room continued unabated. With neither side able to convince the other, the final decision was reluctantly left to the owner. Given the owner's neurotic tendencies, both parties were disinclined to allow him to make the call, as the outcomes are often capricious and devoid of rationale. Yet, there seemed to be no alternative. Both sides silently prayed that the coin toss would favor their chosen side. On Christmas Eve, Wang Ke and Claudia spent a tender night together. The following morning, when Claudia awoke, she discovered that the man beside her had vanished. Oh dear. Startled, Claudia sat up, only to bump her forehead against a sock, the kind Santa uses to hold gifts. What could possibly be inside? She murmured, feeling something hard within the sock as she made contact. Reaching in, she pulled out an object and froze in astonishment. Tears began to flow uncontrollably. It was a ring. I told you that women could be troublesome. They only know how to cry. Is it really wise to speak of your sister in such a manner? She will soon be your family. Perhaps you should maintain a distance from me. Sheenie, there are times when I truly wish to give you a good thrashing. Wang Ke took a deep breath, aware that it was his moment to shine. Holding a bouquet of flowers, he approached Claudia. On this Christmas day, he formally proposed to her. This was his gift to Claudia, a token of their eternal bond. Both of them had no parents to witness this moment. But under the watchful gaze of Zinnier, they became engaged. Zinnier had nearly fully recovered. Aside from a hint of physical weakness, he faced no other issues. The wedding was tentatively scheduled for next summer during the off-season. In truth, their cohabitation had long since rendered familial ties moot. However, Wang Ke understood that Claudia sought a formal acknowledgement, a sense of secure belonging. Outside, snowflakes began to dance gently through the air. It was snowing. Inside the Charlotte Arena, in the general manager's office, Petty Tom also gazed out the window. On Christmas Day, he found himself working late. Indeed, Bernie Bigstaff glanced up momentarily before returning to the player profiles in his hands. After nearly 3 days of relentless meetings and disputes, a resolution had finally emerged. As expected, the neurotic owner, Robert Johnson, had arrived at a rather erratic decision-making process. Mediocrity? No. That would be too kitsch. We shall become the first team to reach the playoffs in its inaugural season. We will forge a team spirit. Brilliant. I like this. Thus, it was decided. We shall tread an unconventional path. This aligns perfectly with my temperament. These were the owner Robert Johnson's exact words over the phone. Petty Tom and Bernie Bigstaff had once again garnered the owner's support, yet a palpable tension loomed over them. The pressure had begun to mount. Following this extensive discussion, they had essentially set forth a solemn vow. If the team made it to the playoffs this season, all would be well. However, should they fail, it might very well mark the end of their tenure. The point guard position was fraught with challenges. Without a competent playmaker, it was often difficult for the ball to reach Wang Ke's hands smoothly. In every match thus far, they had pushed to their limits. With no contingency plan and no retreat, tactical adjustments were imperative. Ideally, they needed to sign an experienced veteran point guard. Wang Ke would also have to shoulder an even greater burden. As Bernie Bigstaff sifted through the documents, he remarked, "There is an ancient saying in Longwa. The sharpness of a sword comes from the grinding of its blade." Michael led the Bulls to the playoffs in his rookie season. I believe Wang Ke can do the same. He can withstand the pressure. Moreover, Peggy and the others have overlooked a crucial variable, Wang Ke's rate of growth. It is almost time for him to soar once more. Petty Tom remarked with a smile. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Ke has secured a place in their hearts. Now regarded as a figure of monumental stature in the annals of the league's history. This is not to suggest that he possesses such prowess at present, but rather that he embodies such potential. Since when did you develop an interest in the culture of the Dragon Kingdom? On December 26th, the players of the Bobcats concluded their 3-day holiday. However, upon their return, they were immediately faced with yet another away game. Tomorrow evening, they are set to challenge the Knicks in New York. The following morning, the Bobcats gathered at the Charlotte Arena, boarding the team bus in preparation for their journey to the airport. On the bus, Wang Ke was taken aback by the unexpected appearance of an individual. In that fleeting moment, Wang Ke thought he was imagining things. The coach? Wang Ke turned to gaze at Rod Strickland, who had just taken a seat beside him. "Now you're my teammate," Rod Strickland remarked with a smile. Throughout the off-season, Rod had been diligently training Wang Ke in ball handling skills, leading Wang to affectionately refer to him as coach. After participating in 15 games with the Rockets this season, Rod Strickland was unexpectedly released. The Bobcats, in dire need of an experienced veteran point guard to address their roster deficiencies, swiftly signed Rod Strickland to a contract. Indeed, it was quite unforeseen. Wang Ke also chuckled. "Encountering familiar faces is indeed a joyful occasion. Juan, the skills I imparted to you during the summer have yet to grace the court. It's high time to showcase them," Rod Strickland remarked, giving Wang Ke a meaningful pat on the shoulder. After being signed by the Bobcats, Rod Strickland, the sole veteran over the age of 35 on the team, engaged in thorough discussions with head coach Bernie Bickerstaff. He also offered insights regarding the organizational issues faced by the Bobcats. Why not consider allowing Wang Ke to occasionally assume the role of a primary playmaker? Chapter 44. The Joy of Assists. Every rookie player inevitably encounters the infamous rookie wall. Some rookies surmount it with tenacity, ultimately ascending to stardom, while others find themselves stymied, leaving behind only tales of fleeting brilliance at the outset. The timing of this rookie wall is not fixed, as it merely reflects varying levels of defensive attention from opposing teams towards rookie players. Wang Ke's emergence on the rookie scene occurred quite early, marked by his formidable performances as the sole cornerstone of the Bobcats, drawing the attention of rival teams. They would implement more targeted offensive and defensive strategies against him. In the few games preceding Christmas, Wang Ke began to face frequent double teaming and was at risk of fouls. In the absence of adequate support from his teammates, many teams perceived him as relatively easy to defend and the Bobcats as manageable opponents. As a center, how can one mount an offense when even receiving the ball poses a challenge? Moreover, how can a center protect the rim and vie for rebounds after incurring 2 quick fouls? While a powerful, heavy center can significantly elevate a team's potential, the requisite team configuration is correspondingly demanding. This is a sentiment both Shaquille O'Neal and Yao Ming can attest to. O'Neal struggled with double teams until he encountered Phil Jackson's triangle offense, often being swept aside in the playoffs. Yao Ming, on the other hand, was consistently troubled by double teams and was criticized for lacking a point guard capable of delivering the ball effectively. These are challenges that heavy centers universally confront, and Wang Ke is no exception. Solutions to these dilemmas exist, yet they necessitate players possessing superior abilities. O'Neal lacked mid-range shooting skills, thus confining his operations to the vicinity of the basket. Eventually, he developed exceptional high-post playmaking and pick-and-roll capabilities, securing another championship alongside Dwayne Wade. Yao Ming, having established a comparative trajectory to O'Neal, was hindered by his physicality and inability to break through double teams, perpetually falling short. Conversely, Wang Ke recognizes that another hefty player has successfully navigated this challenge, becoming an unprecedented playmaking center, Nikola Jokic, arguably the least fazed by double teams in the league. It is challenging to assert that Jokic possesses exceptional low-post scoring prowess, particularly in an era where small ball renders the interior weak. Yet, when faced with double teams, the present and future yield no distinction. Consequently, one observes that many teams, over time, relinquish their double-teaming strategy against Jokic, opting instead to allow him to engage in one-on-one scenarios. This is due to his extraordinary passing ability when confronted with double teams. Wang, I recognize that my expectations may seem elevated. However, we must diversify our tactics to enhance our margin for error and cultivate our roster's flexibility. Previously, we were overly rigid, with a prohibitively low tolerance for mistakes. Winning required us to execute with near perfection in every game. Any restriction on your performance guaranteed our defeat. Hence, I require more from you. Upon arriving at Madison Square Garden, Bernie Bickerstaff took Wang Ke aside for an in-depth discussion. emphasizing the importance of his increased role in orchestrating plays. "I expect you to undertake more responsibilities in our strategic execution," Bickerstaff concluded emphatically. Rod Strickland, after all, is advancing in age, nearing the age of 39. His signing was intended to enhance the team's stability in crucial moments. However, it is unrealistic to expect Strickland to orchestrate an entire game. Nevertheless, the league does have examples of playmaking centers, with Vlade Divac of the Kings serving as a prime illustration. The Kings thrived in their Princeton offense over the past few seasons, largely due to Divac's exceptional facilitation skills. As Divac approached retirement, the Kings successfully developed another playmaking center in Brad Miller. Yet, after Bernie Bickerstaff made his statement, he felt a twinge of guilt. The expectations placed upon a rookie are indeed quite substantial. "No worries." Wang Ke nodded in agreement. In this regard, he undoubtedly possessed a broader perspective than his contemporaries. Wang Ke was merely taken aback that Bernie Bickerstaff dared to allow him to undertake such attempts. It seems the coach is under considerable pressure. The Bobcats have reached a plateau with their previous playing style. To advance further, a transformation is imperative. Change, however, often entails a period of growing pains. The concept of orchestrating plays may sound grandiose, yet it is far from mysterious. Advanced playmaking involves an acute understanding of the rhythm on the court, along with a constant awareness of both opponents' and teammates' conditions and mental states, thereby enabling the most judicious passing decisions to deliver the ball to the most suitable teammate. This requires extensive cognitive calculations, with luminaries such as Stockton and Kidd leading the way. They embody and create systems, serving as true on-court coaches. Intermediate playmaking relies on tactical frameworks, positioning oneself as the pivotal axis, and, with a grasp of the strategy, distributing the ball to teammates who are making continuous cuts and drives. Notable figures in this category include Sabonis, Divac, as well as Pau Gasol and Green. Basic playmaking is quite straightforward. It necessitates merely a fundamental awareness of passing, not solely fixating on shooting the ball oneself, having sufficient vision to spot teammates breaking free into open positions and delivering the pass. One can also forcefully drive to the basket to alter defensive schemes and execute kickouts. Exemplars of this tier include breakthrough maestros like Kevin Johnson, Rose, and Westbrook, alongside earlier versions of LeBron James. When assessing playmaking capabilities, one can categorize them into high, medium, and low tiers, as it is challenging to attribute significant technical merit to Westbrook's triple-double averages. Yet, in terms of impact and efficacy on the game, it is not necessarily true that higher-tier playmaking is superior. More often, innate physical talent prevails, with unparalleled driving abilities. One can continuously engage in unrefined drives and dish-outs, simple yet highly effective. Similar to defensive prowess, only those players lacking physical gifts must compensate with defensive awareness and technique. As for Wang Ke, simply by positioning himself, he becomes the most formidable defensive bulwark in the paint. Wang Ke has already discerned the approach he ought to take. During the pregame warm-up, he deviated from his usual practice of low-post maneuvers and defensive slides, opting instead for an increased focus on ball control and three-point shooting. The shift did not attract the attention of the Knicks. At 8 p.m., the match commenced. Upon stepping onto the court, Wang Ke cast a glance at the audience. Despite the Knicks' transformation into a mere shadow of their former selves this season, the attendance at Madison Square Garden remains remarkably impressive. Such is the allure of the metropolis. The vast fan base is sufficient to sustain the attendance figures here. For many Knicks supporters, attending a home game often resembles an evening spent watching a movie, purely for the sake of relaxation, with the outcome of the game holding little significance. This phenomenon elucidates why the Knicks, irrespective of their dismal performance, consistently rank among the league's most profitable teams. However, this also leads to instances where the home crowd fervently cheers for the opposing players. Smaller market teams, conversely, face dire consequences. Without a devoted fan base, their attendance figures can plummet. This season, the Knicks' leading player is Marbury, who still retains a flicker of youthful vigor and tenacity. Yet soon, he is destined to become lost in the dazzling chaos of New York, ultimately finding redemption in the Dragon Kingdom, emerging as Commissioner Ma. Following the tip-off, the Bobcats played with remarkable fluidity, as Nazr Muhammad and Kurt Thomas, both of whom are lightweight in the paint, proved utterly incapable of thwarting Wang Ke's relentless incursions. By the end of the first quarter, the Bobcats held a 4-point lead over the Knicks, 28-24. Wang Ke did not recklessly attempt new strategies. as there was no immediate necessity for such a course of action. In the second quarter, after Wang Ke took a break, the long-standing issues of the Bobcats began to resurface. The bench unit struggled to score. Meanwhile, the Knicks capitalized on the mid-range shooting prowess of Allen Houston, whose consecutive pull-up jumpers swiftly erased the deficit and allowed them to take the lead. With a sigh, Wang Ke inhaled deeply while seated on the bench. Such a progression in the game had almost become a customary pattern for the Bobcats. Every time Wang Ke re-enters the game for the second quarter, he is confronted with the daunting task of remedying the situation. At this juncture, should the opposing team decisively employ a double team against Wang Ke, the offensive flow of the Bobcats would once again be impeded. This match was no exception. The head coach of the Knicks at this moment was the legendary Hall of Famer, Lenny Wilkens. The seasoned 67-year-old strategist did not hesitate in his defensive strategy against Wang Ke, promptly opting for a double team. Wang Ke is aware that the challenge has arisen once more. It is time to unveil new abilities and innovative strategies. Wang Ke's ultimate aspiration on the basketball court is to become a versatile warrior. In the second quarter of the match, with 5 minutes elapsed, the scoreboard reads 31-34, indicating that the Bobcats trail the Knicks by 2 points. During this 5-minute interval, the Bobcats have managed to score a mere 3 points. Rod Strickland and Wang Ke have been substituted onto the court as he skillfully dribbles the ball past half court. After a brief tussle in the paint between Wang Ke and Nazr Mohammed, Wang suddenly pivoted beyond the three-point line. "Stay with him. Don't leave him open," shouted Lenny Wilkens from the sidelines. Wang Ke's production of three-pointers has been quite limited. However, his remarkable consecutive three-point shots during the astonishing comeback against the Heat have certainly captured the attention of various teams. At this juncture, it is no longer a simple endeavor for Wang Ke to secure an easy opportunity to shoot from beyond the arc. Upon noticing Wang Ke maneuvering into position, Rod Strickland promptly passed him the ball. After receiving the pass, Wang Ke exhibited no hesitation with a swift step of his right foot. He glided past Nazr Mohammed as if carried by the wind. "Oh, what on earth is this? A 26-meter small forward?" On the sidelines, Lenny Wilkens sprang to his feet. During his prime, the 16-meter David Robinson often broke through with the ball like a small forward, which was already remarkable. Now, Wang Ke has done something similar? Will we next witness players over 3 meters executing such maneuvers? In that moment, Lenny Wilkens felt a pang of age, sensing he was becoming out of touch with the evolving game. On the court, Wang Ke's unexpected ball-handling breakthrough caught the Knicks players off guard. Another big man, Kurt Thomas, instinctively stepped forward. With a powerful push off his right foot, Wang Ke soared into the air. Before him loomed the hoop, and he felt he could effortlessly slam the ball through. Underneath, his unmarked teammate, Primoz Brezek, awaited. Wang Ke believed a mere flick of his wrist would send the ball soaring to him, with no obstructions in sight. He leapt so high, and with his towering height, he seemed to dwarf all around him. Wang Ke opted for a pass. With a flick of his wrist, the basketball found its way into Primoz Brezek's hands. Given such proximity, the precision of the pass was beyond question. Upon receiving the ball, Primoz Brezek executed a seamless dunk. Bang! 2 points secured. Wang Ke provides an assist, bringing the score to 33-34. Wang Ke and Primo Brezek exchanged a high five, and an unusual sensation blossomed within them. Securing assists was remarkably effortless. Wang Ke has begun to grasp the joy once experienced by Westbrook in a previous life. If he continues to perform like this, averaging a triple-double will no longer be a distant dream. Oh my God, such a towering figure breaking through beyond the three-point line? The massive screen above the court is replaying the moment when Wang Ke made that spectacular drive. The fans at the Knicks' home court erupt in astonishment. Wang, when dribbling, be mindful of the ball's position. Keeping it too low makes it susceptible to being swatted away by opponents. I suggest that after you dribble, you hold the ball high above your head with one hand. That would be the safest approach. Nevertheless, you have performed exceptionally well. Rod Strickland approached Wang Ke with a grin. Achieving this requires extraordinary physical talent. One must possess large hands to grasp the ball effortlessly. A long wingspan ensures that once lifted, the opponent cannot even reach it. Kobe's somewhat smaller hands hindered him from grasping the ball as easily as Jordan, leading to a reality where he remained a mere shadow of Jordan's greatness. Chapter 45, Talent. The Knicks are on the offensive. Marbury suddenly rises for a three-pointer beyond the arc, seemingly attempting to deliver an answer ball. Rod Strickland, defending the seasoned veteran, takes a subtle step forward and gives Marbury a discreet nudge at the waist. This maneuver is cleverly concealed, and the referee remains oblivious, yet Marbury is evidently perturbed. Crash. Marbury unleashes a furious strike. Wang Ke extended his arms within the paint, flawlessly securing his position. Nazar Muhammad attempted to advance and contest for the offensive rebound, only to realize that he was firmly obstructed by Wang Ke, unable to leap even slightly. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Primoz Brezek effortlessly seized the rebound. Aside from occasionally securing a rebound, Wang Ke generally plays with great prudence, eschewing a fixation on amassing rebounding statistics. His positioning for rebounds is executed with remarkable precision, allowing the Bobcats to excel in protecting their backcourt rebounds. Given the current overall strength of the Bobcats, such a rational approach is essential. Otherwise, they risk relinquishing rebounds. When one becomes overly preoccupied with accumulating rebounds, unforeseen circumstances are bound to arise, granting the opposing team opportunities to seize the ball. Rod Strickland regained control of the ball and crossed half court, subsequently passing it to Wang Ke, who was positioned near the three-point line. At that moment, Wang Ke stood at the right side, 45 degrees beyond the arcade, while Rod Strickland directed his teammates to spread out to the opposite side, effectively clearing space on the right and ensuring that no Knicks players occupied Wang Ke's right-hand side. Wang Ke elevated the ball high with one hand. Stick it. On the sidelines, Lenny Wilkins felt that Wang Ke could launch a three-pointer at any moment. Nazar Muhammad, initially at a loss on the defensive end, was unfamiliar with such a situation. However, upon hearing the coach's command, he finally understood what he needed to do. Well done. Wang Ke observed Nazar Muhammad advancing towards him. With a swift step of his right foot, he boldly initiated a physical confrontation. Bang! Nazar Muhammad was momentarily staggered by the tremendous force of the impact. Once he regained his footing, he realized that Wang Ke had already turned his back to him. Bang! After extricating himself from Nazar Muhammad, Wang Ke propelled himself with a powerful kick of his left foot, soaring into the air to execute a gliding slam dunk. The sheer force of his dunk reverberated through the entire hoop, causing it to tremble momentarily. Had the quality of the rim and backboard not been exceptional, Wang Ke might have replicated Shaquille O'Neal's legendary feat and brought the hoop crashing down. The score stands at 35-34. Wang Ke has led the Bobcats to reclaim the lead. This outcome is hardly surprising, as Wang Ke has orchestrated such comebacks countless times in previous matches. What is remarkable, however, is the extraordinary nature of this scoring surge. Wang Ke has unveiled something entirely new, which is somewhat beyond the expectations for the Knicks. Prior to the game, they had no opportunity to devise a targeted strategy. It is now time to test the seasoned coach Lenny Wilkins' ability to adapt in real time. In a previous life, Giannis Antetokounmpo frequently executed such assaults from the three-point line to the paint. Completely neutralizing him is nearly impossible, yet imposing some limitations is achievable. This can be accomplished by collapsing the interior defense. This tactic proves remarkably effective against slashers. However, typically, for players under 2.05 meters, significant interior collapse is unnecessary. Simply having a tall center can yield commendable results. For instance, every time LeBron James faced Yao Ming, he found it challenging, as early in his career, LeBron relied heavily on his powerful drives. Yao Ming's presence in the paint rendered James unable to penetrate effectively. But what if the slashing player stands over 2.10 meters tall? Like Wang Ke, who exceeds 2.20 meters? In such cases, a mere 2.10-meter center is insufficient to guard the paint. Imagine if Dwayne Wade drives into the lane and sees Allen Iverson lurking defensively. Wouldn't that be an inviting opportunity to attack the basket? Buzzer. Lenny Wilkins calls a timeout. The Bobcats' innovative offensive strategy necessitates a moment of pause for both him and the Knicks players. Moving forward, our defense must prioritize collapsing the interior. Lenny Wilkins drew a line near the free throw line on the tactical board. If they continue to clear one side, the other interior player must be ready to assist at any moment. Wang Ke's offensive approach upon entering the paint predominantly culminates in dunks. If we prevent him from executing easy dunks, his finishing rate will inevitably decline. Lenny Wilkins reiterated his choice to tighten the defense. This decision will undoubtedly provide the Bobcats' perimeter players with more opportunities for long-range shots, yet Wilkins remains unfazed. This is due to the Bobcats' generally mediocre shooting percentage from beyond the arc, which is unlikely to be lethal. As the Knicks collapse their interior defense, the paint becomes congested, thus limiting Wang Ke's ability to secure offensive rebounds. A multifaceted strategy indeed. The timeout concludes, and the game resumes. Wang Ke's innovative playing style has intrigued the home fans of the Knicks, igniting their anticipation for his forthcoming performances. The Knicks launched an offensive, with Marbury utilizing Kurt Thomas's screen to attempt a three-pointer. Alas, it was yet another miss. Wang Ke seized the rebound in the paint and, in a moment of spontaneity, chose not to pass the ball to Rod Strickland, but instead took it himself, advancing past half-court. Haha. Rod Strickland chuckled at the sight, surprised that such a scenario had indeed unfolded in an official match. Instinctively glancing at the head coach on the sidelines, Strickland noticed that Bernie Bickerstaff wore a neutral expression. Clearly, regardless of Wang Ke's actions on the court, he had the unwavering support of Bickerstaff. The coach granted Wang Ke considerable tactical freedom on the court. Of course, the overall tactical execution of the Bobcats was still held to strict standards, with only Wang Ke enjoying such latitude. You've encountered a fine coach. How fortunate. Rod Strickland smiled faintly. Yet, not every head coach allows players this kind of freedom during games. Some old-school, meticulous coaches would promptly substitute you, insisting you sit obediently on the bench. Wow, how audacious. Such a tall point guard? This game is becoming increasingly intriguing. Go up and pressure him. With such height, a relentless defense could surely lead to a steal. Perhaps having overheard the fans' discussions from the stands, Marbury indeed rushed in to apply pressure. Utilize your body to protect the ball, maintaining a steady rhythm in your control. Wang Ke remained unperturbed, as the teachings of Rod Strickland during his ball control training surfaced in his mind. Bang! Wang Ke pivoted to shield the ball, his imposing stature effectively blocking Marbury to one side. Marbury felt as though he had collided with a mountain. Reaching out to maneuver around Wang Ke's form in an attempt to seize the ball, he quickly realized that it was utterly beyond his grasp. Frustration surged within him as he shouted for center Nazr Muhammad, urging him to stop dawdling. Nazr Muhammad swiftly dashed towards Wang Ke, prepared to create a double team alongside Marbury. When confronted with a double team, if the encirclement is not yet complete, one can exploit their long legs to take a powerful stride and break free, as one's physical resilience ensures that ball handling remains largely unaffected. However, should the double team be executed swiftly and with precision, one might consider leaping to pass the ball, although this necessitates extensive training to develop dynamic visual reflexes, enabling rapid identification of a teammate's position for a successful throw. In essence, it is crucial to fully harness one's physical prowess. Wang Ke forcefully slammed the ball against the distant floor, simultaneously making a powerful stride with his right foot. Bang! The approaching Nazr Muhammad collided with Wang Ke in a fierce confrontation, a clash of raw passion. To his detriment, Nazr Muhammad was unceremoniously knocked aside by Wang Ke. Remarkably, Wang Ke's momentum remained largely unaffected. At this juncture, the league style still lingered at the tail end of a brutal and unyielding competition, where such intensity of engagement would not warrant a foul call. If a foul were to be called, it would likely be on Nazr Muhammad for blocking. However, in the era of more lenient officiating in the future, it is entirely possible that Wang Ke might find himself penalized for an offensive foul. Wang Ke once again seized control of the ball, advancing resolutely towards the basket. A flawless breakthrough against the double team. When confronted with a defensive trap at the high post, the options for response are evidently much broader. Unlike in the low post, where one is often pinned back to basket, a double team effectively transforms the player into a helpless sandwich. Oh, for heaven's sake! Cursed Kurt Thomas under his breath, compelled to provide assistance. What happened to the promised interior defensive contraction? Instead, they are ineffectively double-teaming beyond the three-point line. In this defensive sequence, it was clear that Marbury was not adhering to the tactical deployment outlined by coach Lenny Wilkins, but rather improvising freely. Wang Ke once again found the competition becoming effortless. At this moment, he could either execute a powerful dunk over Kurt Thomas or delicately toss the ball into the air. Bang! The swiftly cutting Gerald Wallace connected with Wang Ke for an exquisite alley-oop, catching the ball with both hands and delivering a resounding slam dunk. It was all remarkably effortless. Wang Ke, with his remarkable prowess, has dismantled the defensive structure of the Knicks, rendering the game for the Bobcats effortlessly manageable. Yes, yes, yes. I always knew he could achieve this. Wang has consistently been a harbinger of miracles. On the sidelines, Bernie Bickerstaff could scarcely contain his exhilaration, fervently waving his arms before breaking into applause. It is a transformation. In previous matches, Wang Ke had to rely heavily on his teammates' passes to pose an offensive threat. Numerous prerequisites were necessary. The preliminary movements were excessively prolonged. Moreover, the abilities of other players on the Bobcats roster were, for the time being, insufficient to support Wang Ke's initial maneuvers. However, the scenario has shifted. Wang Ke no longer requires these prerequisites, but has instead become the catalyst for his teammates' offense, generating a plethora of scoring opportunities for them. Wang Ke's abilities have reached their zenith. The Bobcats' offense has transformed into a dynamic force, flourishing with newfound vigor. Remarkable. Wang. I am truly impressed. Rod Strickland approached Wang Ke, exchanged a fist bump, and chuckled while shaking his head. Wang Ke's pace of progress in his studies is truly astonishing. He has just flawlessly executed the teachings of Rod Strickland, which has made Strickland realize that Wang Ke's earlier claims of possessing an extraordinary ability to strengthen through intense training may not have been mere bravado, but a genuine talent. Is this not a form of innate gift? It is indeed a top-tier talent. Rod Strickland finds himself somewhat envious as he nears retirement. He does not wish for such abilities for himself, but he hopes that his prodigy, Kyrie Irving, might also possess such a gift. Defense. Show some defensive discipline. Collapse the defense. Lenny Wilkins shouted furiously towards the court, expressing his dissatisfaction with Marbury's recent defensive choices. The score is now 37-34, with the Bobcats having surged ahead of the Knicks by 3 points. Chapter 46. Triple-double. The Knicks' offense continues to falter. Marbury's shooting from beyond the arc has been woefully inadequate this game. Moreover, after being reprimanded by Lenny Wilkins, his mindset has been somewhat unsettled. Once again, he attempts a desperate three-pointer, only to miss yet again. At this juncture, Marbury has gone 0 for 4 from beyond the three-point line. Despite his age, Rod Strickland's defensive prowess against Marbury far surpasses that of Brevin Knight. Knight's height of 5 feet 10 inches presents a significant disadvantage, compounded by his insufficient defensive experience and awareness. Shorter players often exaggerate their height, and Knight's stature is, at best, only 5 feet 9 inches. This is hardly distinguishable from the average person. While it may sound inspirational that he is a starting point guard for the Bobcats, he will inevitably be targeted on both ends of the court. If not for necessity, the Bobcats would not have him in the starting lineup. Indeed, as the league evolves, such diminutive players are becoming increasingly rare. Isaiah Thomas may well have been the last shorter point guard to make a notable impact. Following him, point guard heights have steadily increased, with anything less than 6 feet 7 inches seeming inadequate for the position. The future of basketball development indicates that while interior players may become shorter, perimeter players are growing taller. From a height perspective alone, it has become nearly impossible to differentiate player positions. Ultimately, it has evolved into a scenario where gifted players are relegated to the perimeter for ball handling and defense, while those lacking talent are confined to blue-collar roles in the paint. Short point guards are fading away, much like the classical playmaker in soccer, as possessing only organizational skills is no longer sufficient to maintain a foothold on the court. Once again, Wang Ke perfectly positions himself in the paint, allowing Primoz Brezek to secure the rebound. Currently, there are indeed very few interior players in the league. Like Wang Ke, who are so dedicated to boxing out, it is not uncommon for teams to have two interior players clashing for the same rebound. At times, such circumstances may lead to errors, allowing opponents to seize opportunities. Why is this so? It all pertains to data. For a blue-collar player in the paint, if their rebounding statistics do not appear impressive, they may find little value in their presence on the court. At this juncture, Wang Ke has transcended the need to showcase his prowess through explosive performances, having surpassed that previous phase. As the cornerstone of the team, he is expected to undertake the most challenging tasks while graciously delegating the easier responsibilities to his teammates, fostering a spirit of camaraderie as they share in celebrations and feasts together. Wang Ke no longer requires data to validate his prowess, yet his teammates still do. If one were to seize all the data, how could the teammates possibly perform? The Bobcats advance offensively, with Rod Strickland handling the ball as he crosses midcourt. Wang Ke gestured towards Rod Strickland, exclaiming, "Screen. Set the pick." Wang Ke's screen and roll was exceptionally solid, allowing Rod Strickland to completely evade Marbury's tight defense. Subsequently, Wang Ke swiftly cut to the basket, drawing the attention of the Knicks' defense. Adhering to the principle of collapsing the interior defense, center Nazr Muhammad did not quickly rotate to cover as he remained focused on Wang Ke. This left Rod Strickland with an open opportunity beyond the three-point line. He took the shot. Swish. It was a flawless execution. Rod Strickland was indeed capable of capitalizing on such a wide-open chance. The score stood at 40-34, with the Bobcats gradually widening the gap. Although Rod Strickland's three-point shooting ability was not remarkable at that moment, Wang Ke pondered how much greater the threat would be if he were alongside someone like Curry. Wang Ke finds himself increasingly eager for the opportunity to engage in a game of brotherly basketball with Curry upon his entry into the league. However, the true essence of their synergy can only be discerned through actual collaboration, as hypothetical scenarios often yield discrepancies. In a previous life, the combination of Giannis Antetokounmpo and Damian Lillard executing a pick-and-roll for the Bucks was theoretically poised to present an infinite threat. Yet, inexplicably, it failed to produce the anticipated results. Dissatisfied, Lenny Wilkens was compelled to call yet another timeout. The strategy from the previous pause evidently bore no fruit. The once lackluster offensive approach of the Bobcats suddenly transformed into a tapestry of options. If you contract the interior, I shall unleash three-point shots from beyond the arc. The defense must persist in constricting the paint, undeterred by the recent successful three-pointer from their opponents. They shall not be invincible. Wang Ke remains the paramount threat. But there exists a crucial condition: our offense must prove effective. Steven, no more reckless shots. Lenny Wilkens emphatically rapped his tactical board and directed a sharp reprimand at Marbury. Marbury, touching his nose, bowed his head. Despite a twinge of discontent, he dared not challenge the authority of the league titan, Lenny Wilkens, nor reveal his dissatisfaction. Conversely, the atmosphere on the Bobcats bench was one of harmony and joy. Juan, you are performing splendidly. From here on, play at your own pace. Bernie Bickerstaff chuckled as he patted Wang Ke on the shoulder, granting him complete freedom on the court. Let that damn ball be entrusted to Wang Ke. Bernie suddenly felt his coaching prowess had evolved. The air was filled with laughter and cheer, as Wang Ke led the Bobcats to reclaim the lead. He also ensured that his teammates contributed varied statistics. No longer did he solely dominate the ball, leaving his fellow players as mere spectators. Ultimately, basketball is a collective endeavor involving 5 players. Encouraging greater participation from his teammates not only enhances their enthusiasm for the game but also fosters positive feedback in return. Once the timeout concluded, the match resumed. What the Knicks failed to anticipate was that, under Wang Ke's guidance, the Bobcats returned to their foundational strategies of Plan A, B, and C. Even while in the lead, Wang Ke reverted to the traditional tactics of the Bobcats, a move that resonated well. However, without ample practice and synergy, his tendency to assume the role of the primary ball handler might not yield the best outcomes. Surprise tactics can indeed produce remarkable results, yet over-reliance may diminish their effectiveness. Wang Ke did not lose himself in the pursuit of assists while handling the ball. Rather, he maintained his composure. At this juncture, his ball control and playmaking abilities appeared somewhat unrefined, necessitating further game experience for maturation. Even the illustrious Death 5 of the formidable Warriors did not unleash their full prowess from the very beginning. They employed a traditional center to establish an initial framework, enhancing their defensive and rebounding capabilities at the onset. It was only during critical moments that they would summon the Death 5 to seal the deal. Gradually, the score began to widen as the Bobcats took the lead. The Knicks soon realized that their defense was utterly ineffective. Without double-teaming Wang Ke, they were overwhelmed in the paint. Conversely, when they did double-team him, Wang Ke adeptly exploited the perimeter. In a previous life, Lillard famously stated, "When my shooting range is sufficiently distant, your double teams become futile." Thus, Lillard's exceptionally long-range three-pointers only grew more audacious, his shooting fiercer than even Curry's. While Curry's deep shots seem to emerge when the ambience calls for it, Lillard is one who forcibly creates opportunities for those long-range attempts. Surely, one cannot commence a double team on Lillard just beyond half-court. Wang Ke no longer needs to develop his long-range shooting skills. His height alone suffices to break through near the three-point line. The fervent shouts of Wang, Juan, Juan, from the crowd momentarily disoriented him, almost leading him to believe he was in the home arena of the Bobcats. Yet, this is indeed the home of the Knicks. The Knicks fans have once again turned their allegiance. As the fourth quarter commenced, the game had lost all suspense. Wang Ke delivered a remarkable performance, achieving a triple-double with 25 points, 11 rebounds, 10 assists, 3 blocks, and 2 steals, his very first in his professional career at the iconic Madison Square Garden. Often hailed as the hallowed ground of basketball, in this moment, the Knicks fans felt a profound sense of honor, witnessing the birth of a superstar on their home turf. One cannot help but admire the unique mentality of Knicks fans. Thus, the cheers for Wang Ke were entirely unsurprising. On the sidelines, Bernie Bickerstaff astutely called a timeout to substitute Wang Ke, allowing him to bask in the adoration of the crowd. With the opposing fans so accommodating, it was only fitting for Bickerstaff to reciprocate. The applause erupted. Wang Ke also waved to the fans in the stands, feeling an exquisite sense of novelty. Just a few months prior, he had faced unjust treatment and derision within this very arena. Now, after a span of months, he had won over the notoriously critical Knicks fans through his remarkable performance. In this match, Wang Ke was not solely focused on accumulating assists. Rather, some aspects unfolded naturally. His teammates found his high-position playmaking style quite refreshing, which ignited a newfound enthusiasm in their off-ball movements. Increased cuts led to an abundance of opportunities. Wang Ke merely needed to pass the ball. It was not a daunting task. Impressive. I never anticipated you would achieve a triple-double so swiftly. I had presumed your triple-double would consist of points, rebounds, and blocks, yet it turned out to be assists. From this perspective, I believe you are not far from a quadruple-double, Rod Strickland remarked with a smile, feeling a wave of satisfaction within. Wang Ke can indeed be regarded as one of his disciples. As a mentor, it brings me immense pride. Rod Strickland himself does not harbor much sentiment regarding triple-doubles, having achieved them on numerous occasions. During his peak, he effortlessly recorded 20 points, 20 assists, and 12 rebounds. With his unparalleled dribbling and breakthrough skills, accumulating assists is quite a simple task. It is essential to mention the legendary assist leader in league history, John Stockton. Stockton's explosiveness and speed were rather unremarkable, and breaking through defenses was not his forte. He relied solely on the most traditional methods of playmaking, leading the assist charts by a considerable margin. Truly remarkable. Such a point guard has become a rarity in the modern game. In a decisive match, the Bobcats triumphed over the Knicks with a score of 91-78. The immediate impact of Wang Ke's new strategy has invigorated the entire Bobcats team. The arrival of Rod Strickland has also fostered a positive chemistry among the players. Although he participates for only around 20 minutes per game, he provides the Bobcats with crucial stability in ball control during pivotal moments. Upon returning to their home court, the Bobcats triumphantly defeated both the Pacers and the Supersonics. Following Christmas, they embarked on a remarkable 3-game winning streak, bringing their record to 14 wins and 11 losses. As the new year approached, the Bobcats ascended to the 5th position in the Eastern Conference standings. Boom, boom, boom. Shortly after the conclusion of the game against the Supersonics, the bells of the new year officially rang in, heralding the arrival of 2005. Wang Ke has returned to his cozy abode, sharing a late-night repast with Claudia and Sinire. Tomorrow, I shall depart. Martin has introduced me to a new position, assisting at the supermarket. Rest assured, the tasks are light and devoid of peril. May you both cherish your time together. Wang, you have blossomed remarkably, and I am genuinely delighted for you. However, do not forget your original intentions. Do not let Claudia down. Sinire stood up, patted Wang Ke's shoulder, and then retreated to his room. It should be fine. He cannot remain idle. Wang Ke embraced Claudia in his arms. She nodded gently, and the two nestled together, gazing at the fireworks illuminating the New Year's sky. In Houston, the Rockets triumphed over the Timberwolves, bringing their record to 15 wins and 15 losses, finally elevating their winning percentage to a respectable 50. After enduring a challenging start to the season, the Yao Ming duo began to reveal their formidable prowess. As Yao Ming exited the arena, a flicker of contemplation crossed his mind. Could this season's playoffs see them surpass the first round? In Miami, Wang Ke sat through yet another entire game on the bench. However, this time, his heart was no longer shrouded in despair. A turning point had emerged. After the season concluded, Wang Ke would return to his homeland alongside Wang Ke. Li Wei had made a promise. If Wang Ke could secure a contract in the American League for the next season, he would be able to continue playing professionally. Should he find himself without a place in the league, he would return to compete in the Dragon Country League. If Wang Ke remained in the American League, he could opt out of all competitions except for the Men's Basketball World Championship and the Olympics. With the 2008 Olympics being held in their own backyard, the Dragon Country team automatically qualified for participation, alleviating the pressure to secure a championship in tournaments like the Asian Championships for Olympic qualification. These were conditions Wang Ke had never dared to envision before. It is evident that witnessing Wang Ke's increasingly assertive performances has elevated the perspective and ambition of the Basketball Association under Li Wei's leadership. As the once unimaginable goals began to transform into tangible possibilities, more doors naturally began to open. After 3 long years, he could finally return home. As Wang Ke listened to the chimes of the new year, it felt as though he had been granted a new lease on life. In the Dragon Kingdom, upon the vast grasslands, Batel, who had specially taken 3 days off from the team, was galloping across the prairie. This rugged man, who cherishes life, had set himself a new goal for the year. He yearned to ride a camel in the desert. With the arrival of the new year, each individual found themselves filled with fresh aspirations. Chapter 47. LeBron's Initial Experience. Hey, have you all participated in the All-Star voting? I cast my vote for Shaq. To me, he remains the premier player in the league. I voted for Vince. His dunks are so spectacular. I genuinely worry that witnessing one may be a fleeting opportunity. I voted for Tim. His fundamental skills are solid and unpretentious. How is it that none of you voted for Wang? Gerald Wallace's voice suddenly rendered the locker room silent. Indeed, why did we not cast our votes for Wang Ke? He undoubtedly deserves an all-star ballot. Wang Ke, after all, remains a novice, which has caused many players to unconsciously overlook the act of casting their votes for him. No worries. I shall cast my vote for Wang tomorrow. Primoz Brezek's laughter shattered the awkwardness in the locker room. If at the beginning of the season, Wang Ke established his authority by smashing the locker door with a punch, now he has captivated everyone with his performance on the court. Particularly, Wang Ke's recent change in playing style has allowed more players to reap the rewards, leading to a slight uptick in individual statistics, which has further garnered the respect of his teammates. Who wouldn't want to play alongside someone who can elevate their game? Goodness. Wang has completely dominated the locker room. I feel as though I have no chance left. I am exhausted. Perhaps I should just give up. At that moment, Raphael Aluyu appeared particularly despondent, even experiencing a sense of hopelessness. After returning home from training that night, Raphael Aluyu opened his computer and navigated to the All-Star voting website. He then selected a player and clicked the voting button. Raphael Aluyu let out a deep sigh. The player he chose was Wang Ke. In the first game after the new year, the Bobcats remained at home, and their recent schedule had been quite favorable. On the evening of January 2nd, the Charlotte Arena welcomed the Cavaliers, and the Cavaliers featured last season's #1 draft pick, the young king, LeBron James. Ladies and gentlemen, fans, we meet again. What follows is the broadcast of the Bobcats' home game against the Cavaliers. Our Wang Ke is performing increasingly well. Last month's Rookie of the Month award was also bestowed upon him. In the Dragon Kingdom broadcast studio, Zhang Weiping and Su Kun are all set and ready. Wang Ke's naturalization efforts have entered a phase of substantial implementation. Although there are still 3 years until the next Olympic Games, time waits for no one. Upon Wang Ke's return to the Dragon Country team, a period of adjustment is also necessary. The return of Wang Zhizhi is no longer a secret. Soon, the Longhua team will possess a formidable lineup consisting of Yao Ming, Wang Ke, Wang Zhizhi, Batel, and Yi Jianlian, all formidable players in the interior. It will be a matter of great interest to observe how head coach Jonas will strategize, design innovative tactics, and make crucial decisions, a process that will undoubtedly require time. The ideal scenario would be to utilize the World Championship in June of next year as a training ground. However, the time remaining is limited. It is said that all matters will be conclusively settled this summer. The prospects of these developments leave Zhang Weiping and Su Kun feeling immensely invigorated. With the successful return of Wang Ke and Wang Zhi, the overall strength of the Dragon Nation team is undoubtedly enhanced, a transformation that is readily apparent to the naked eye. The future holds great promise. Recently, the Dragon Nation Sports Channel has arranged broadcasts for the Wildcats matches, which are now rivaling those of the Rockets in terms of viewership. Following Christmas, the All-Star voting for this season will commence. I trust that our fans have cast numerous votes for the great Yao Ming. Here, I urge support for Wang Ke as well. Fans can certainly cast a vote for him too, Zhang Weiping cheerfully remarked. While rallying votes is merely incidental, it is likely to bring Wang Ke a sense of warmth. Those in higher positions have mentioned it casually, and the commentators below have followed suit. Indeed, this suggestion may very well inspire many fans to cast their votes for Wang Ke. Despite both Wang Ke and Yao Ming being sinners, their positions in the Eastern and Western conferences negate any competition over votes, allowing fans of Longhua to cast their votes without hesitation. The topic of naturalizing Wang Ke has been fervently discussed across online sports forums. With such clear hints from the officials, it is evident that the public is not oblivious. Although some have raised concerns about the integrity of our team, arguing that relying on naturalized foreigners undermines our purity, anytime a photograph of Wang Ke is presented, it leaves critics speechless. His appearance resonates so profoundly with the essence of Longhua that he seems even more quintessentially Longhua than many natives. The entertainment industry has seen numerous stars immigrate, yet they continue to identify as Longhua celebrities, basking in the fervent admiration of their fans. Now, With a genuine Longo individual wishing to return from the United States due to historical circumstances, how can one deny him the right to come home? 1. I cast my vote for you in the All-Star balloting. Should you succeed, do remember to treat me to a meal. In the locker room, Rod Strickland sauntered over to Wang Ke. All-Star voting? Wang Ke scratched his head, completely failing to recall this matter. Yan Ming was selected for the All-Star team in his rookie season, which was largely due to the overwhelming support of the Dragon Kingdom fans. As for himself, he believed he had little hope of achieving such recognition. Wang Ke pondered for a moment and decided to let it go. Whether or not he made the All-Star team this season was of little consequence. Leading the Bobcats to the playoffs was what truly mattered. Thank you. If it happens, I shall treat you all to a meal. Wang Ke smiled and exclaimed, wow. Hooray. Boss Wang is treating us to a meal. The locker room erupted in cheers. The water cooler attendants had already begun to refer to Wang Ke as Boss Wang. One must cling to such a pillar of support, who knows? It might just lead to an opportunity to shine on the court. Once he stepped onto the field, Wang Ke scanned the area in search of James. This was the first time Wang Ke had laid eyes on the real James. At that moment, James appeared quite youthful and inexperienced. Wang Ke was aware that 2 decades later, James would still be in exceptional athletic form and would have ascended to become the all-time leading scorer in the league's history. Suddenly, Wang Ke realized that James was actually younger than himself by several months. James was born in December 1984, while Wang Ke was born in February 1984, making him nearly a year younger. LeBron. Wang Ke took the initiative to greet him. In his previous life, Wang Ke was not a fan of James. Yet James was a player he encountered on the court in both of his lives. All the other players from the same era as James had already retired. 1. You are remarkable. At this moment, James exhibited goodwill towards Wang Ke, embracing him warmly. Wow, you are incredibly tall, just like Yao. James remarked with a smile. Who knows? Perhaps there will be opportunities for collaboration between the two in the future. James did not mind establishing a friendly connection at this moment, for it could serve as a foundation for proclaiming their bond as brother basketball in the future. After all, it would be rather awkward to engage in anything less than cordiality. James had a very clear and purposeful vision for his career. The first phase of his objective was undoubtedly to lead the Cavaliers to continuous growth and advancement, seeking the opportunity to ultimately secure a championship title. Attaining the championship would be the most splendid outcome. However, if hope seemed elusive, he would decisively transition into the second phase and make necessary decisions. During the 4-year rookie contract, he was certain he would not depart. Once the rookie contract expired, he would become a restricted free agent, making it challenging to leave regardless of the Cavaliers' performance. Unless there was a fallout, the Cavaliers would certainly opt to match any contract offers. In his previous life, James chose to renew his contract for the shortest duration possible, signing only a 3-year extension. In contrast, contemporaries like Anthony and Bosch signed second contracts for 6 years. This aspect was something Wang Ke greatly admired. Only with absolute confidence in one's abilities and a well-defined career plan can such a renewal choice be made. James executed this remarkably well. Wang Ke believes that this will serve as a valuable reference for his future career planning. In his previous life, the most disheartening aspect for the fans of the Dragon Kingdom was that Yao Ming, upon the conclusion of his rookie contract, did not have the opportunity to join the Lakers and partner with Kobe Bryant. Had this occurred, they would undoubtedly have secured multiple championships effortlessly. However, such a scenario was unattainable. The Lakers indeed expressed genuine interest, and both the Zen Master and Kobe were eager to collaborate with Yao Ming. Yet, when Yao Ming's rookie contract expired, he was a restricted free agent, rendering any departure impossible. Yao Ming was the financial cornerstone of the Rockets. Even if the Lakers were to offer an exorbitant contract, the Rockets would choose to match it. Moreover, no such exorbitant contract was feasible, as maximum salaries were strictly regulated by the league. The moment Yao Ming could truly contemplate leaving the Rockets coincided precisely with his decision to retire. After the conclusion of the 2010 to 2011 season, Yao Ming became an unrestricted free agent, but by then, he had already chosen to retire. Wang Ke and James exchanged a few casual words before parting ways. The match is about to commence. The Cavaliers' strength this season appears rather ordinary, still centered around James as the nucleus of the team. Last season, James propelled the Cavaliers to a 9th-place finish in the Eastern Conference, falling short of the playoffs by a single win, which left him somewhat disheartened. One of his minor aspirations for the new season was to lead the team into the playoffs, yet that ambition remains unfulfilled. Ironically, his direct competitor, Anthony, succeeded in the Western Conference, leaving James momentarily at a loss. This season, the Cavaliers have a clear objective: to secure a playoff berth. James cannot endure the prospect of missing the playoffs for 2 consecutive seasons. It is worth mentioning that the Cavaliers and the Bobcats are direct rivals for the playoff spots, with both teams currently boasting similar records, although the Cavaliers possess a slight edge on paper. The Cavaliers' starting lineup includes Big Z, Drew Gooden, Ira Newble, Jeff McInnes, and James himself. Indeed, during this period, James frequently occupied the point guard position. Notably, in this year's All-Star voting, he was categorized as a guard rather than a forward. The Bobcats' starting lineup comprises Wang Ke, Primoz Brezek, Gerald Wallace, Jason Capono, and Blevin Knight. Blevin Knight continues to start, with Rod Strickland only appearing at crucial moments. The game is on the brink of unfolding. In Longhua, at the Hongdian set of the Ming Dynasty drama, Yufei Hong has no scenes to shoot this morning and is currently in her dressing room tinkering with her computer. Watching a live stream is such a hassle. Huang Xiaoming, who enjoys basketball, should understand these intricacies, right? Yufei Hong called Huang Xiaoming over, and after some fiddling with the computer, she finally managed to get it working. If only there were a television here, it would be much more convenient to watch directly on Longhua Sports Channel. Viewing through a web page is considerably more cumbersome. Sister Yu is also interested in basketball? Huang Xiaoming asked curiously. He is 6 years younger than Yufei Hong and does not yet match her stature in the industry. 5 years ago, she became a household name thanks to her role as the enchanting fairy in Little Flying Dagger. He is my younger brother. Yufei Hong pointed at Wang Ke on the screen, a smile gracing her lips. Oh, Huang Xiaoming exclaimed in surprise. Your biological brother? That can't be right. The height difference. He scratched his head in confusion. In truth, there exists another kind of brother within the industry, though Huang Xiaoming had not considered that possibility. After Yufei Hong clarified, he realized that Wang Ke and Yufei Hong do indeed bear a resemblance, indicating a familial connection. Furthermore, Yufei Hong has not been associated with any negative rumors in the industry. He is my uncle's son. Yufei Hong smiled gently, revealing no hint of pretense. Oh, I see. Hey, could you help me get an autograph? His basketball skills are simply electrifying. I have already become his fan. Huang Xiaoming instantly became excited, even dreaming of taking a photo with Wang Ke. In the realm of sports and entertainment, when athletic stars reach the pinnacle of success, they undeniably occupy a higher echelon than their entertainment counterparts. Bringing glory to the nation is a tangible achievement, whereas it is challenging to pinpoint moments of national pride among entertainers. In the eyes of the public, sports stars are evidently more worthy of admiration than their entertainment peers. The culture of fandom in the entertainment industry is a different matter altogether. As a basketball player in the American League, being a starter is akin to a celebrity from the Dragon Nation establishing a foothold in Hollywood. In terms of stature, Wang Ke has already surpassed Huang Xiaoming at this moment. Wonderful. He can send you a signed basketball, Yufei Hong remarked with a mild smile. Indeed. If I could also have a signed jersey and signed sneakers, that would be perfect. Huang Xiaoming expressed his enthusiasm. Haha, I shall help you request that. Yufei Hong chuckled and nodded. In a month, the film will wrap up, coinciding closely with the Dragon Nation's Spring Festival. Yufei Hong contemplated flying to America to meet her cousin. Her aunt, Yu Rui, holds a special significance for Yufei Hong, resembling a pioneering spirit. Yufei Hong is aware that her journey has not garnered true recognition from her parents. Even now, she has chosen to tread a path that diverges from the norm within the industry, a path that others find difficult to comprehend. 3 years ago, Yufei Hong stumbled upon a novel titled Ginkgo. She became deeply engrossed in the love story within, leading her to resolutely decide to adapt it into a film titled Love in the Next Life. Since then, her career trajectory has transformed. Like a child at play, her script choices no longer revolve around prolonging her own fame or solidifying her status. Instead, they hinge on whether they would aid her self-directed and self-acted love in the next life. During this period, prominent figures within the industry expressed interest in financing the film, albeit with some accompanying demands, all of which Yufei Hong declined. For her, stepping back at the peak of her popularity felt akin to relinquishing everything. As resources began to dwindle within the industry, Yufei Hong appeared somewhat obsessed with bringing love in the next life to fruition. In her previous life, the film was indeed completed under her direction, yet such an artistic endeavor yielded predictable box office results, an utter financial disaster. Yufei Hong poured all her savings into this venture. Following this, Yufei Hong frequently appeared in various underwhelming television dramas and films, often portraying unappealing characters. Describing Yu Feihong's situation as a squandered opportunity is indeed accurate. Had she strategically planned her acting career and avoided the pretentiousness of literary youth, she might have attained a status comparable to that of Zhou Sun or Fan Bingbing. At this moment, Yu Feihong feels a resemblance to her aunt, both of them engaged in a struggle against adversity. They remain misunderstood, yet they have never surrendered. The competition has commenced. Sister Yu, is it all right for me to watch from here? Wang Xiaoming inquired as the match began. Of course. On the court, Wang Ke won the opening jump ball as per the customary routine. Standing at 2.21 meters, Big Z is not short, however. He still falls slightly short when compared to Wang Ke. Coupled with his inferior jumping ability, it is hardly surprising that he lost the opening tip-off. Blaine Knight advanced the ball past half-court. Recently, Blaine Knight has undergone an emotional roller coaster. He is acutely aware that his skills do not suffice to secure a starting position, leaving him in a state of uncertainty. Particularly after Rod Strickland joined the team, Blaine Knight feared that his starting role might be at risk. Nevertheless, the positive atmosphere within the Bobcats ultimately allowed him to regain his composure. Accepting that some flaws are irreparable, he resolved to focus on what he could achieve. Recently, Wang Ke suggested that he attempt more three-point shots during games, and Blaine Knight embraced this advice, committing to additional practice each day. If he could excel in the role of a reliable spot-up shooter, that would indeed be commendable. Approaching the three-point line, Blaine Knight passed the ball to Gerald Wallace. Gerald Wallace assessed Wang Ke's positioning in the paint, preparing to deliver the ball. The Bobcats' initial strategy remained unchanged. In the paint, Wang Ke established position against Big Z, reaching out for the ball. Naturally, the Cavaliers did not opt to double-team Wang Ke right from the outset, choosing instead to evaluate Big Z's one-on-one defense against him. After all, the height difference between Big Z and Wang Ke is not substantial, and Wang Ke no longer enjoys an absolute height advantage. However, the advantage in the paint is determined not solely by height but also by weight. Big Z stands at 2.21 meters but weighs only 108 kilograms, rendering him almost like a slender reed in front of Wang Ke. Bang! Oof! As Wang Ke collided forcefully for the first time, Z emitted a sound of nausea, his steps uncontrollably retreating 2 paces. Bang! Wang Ke elevated and executed a thunderous dunk with remarkable ease. LeBron instinctively covered his face. Big Z was struck with such force. Could he not withstand even a single round? LeBron's gaze towards Wang Ke intensified with a newfound seriousness. This rookie is indeed formidable. The Cavaliers launched their offense. LeBron effortlessly brought the ball up from the backcourt. Upon encountering Blaine Knight, a subtle smile graced LeBron's lips. This slender figure before him was merely a gift. With a decisive step, the bull-like force surged forward. Bang! The 78-kilogram Blaine Knight was sent flying by LeBron's charge. Big Z, watch as I set you up for an answer ball. Here we go. Oh dear. Upon penetrating the paint, LeBron felt as if he had collided with a brick wall, immediately bouncing back. The basketball nearly slipped from his grasp. At this moment, the youthful LeBron had yet to develop a thick skin. He lacked the signature move of the 8-step cicada. Smack! Wang Ke delivered a resounding block against James without the slightest hesitation. The familiar cheers of Wang, echoed through the Charlotte arena. This matchup features the 2nd overall pick versus the previous year's 1st overall pick. In the initial round of their confrontation, Wang Ke emerged victorious with resounding success. Gerald Wallace transformed into a deft opportunist, skillfully seizing the basketball. Rather than opting for a fast break, he entrusted the ball to Blaine Knight. The overall pace of the Bobcats game is notably measured, particularly given their dual tower lineup. Wang Ke is able to sprint, yet the other towering figure, Primoz Brezek, cannot match his pace. At this moment, James wears an expression of utmost seriousness. He swiftly realizes that Wang Ke possesses the capability to perfectly counter his playing style. Last season, in his 2 encounters with Yuming, James faced an unusually severe defeat, shooting a dismal 5 out of 18 in one game and 7 out of 19 in the other. Yuming effectively thwarted James's drives to the basket. Were it not for the 3-second defensive rule enforced by the American League, James's shooting percentage would have been even more dismal. Now, the defensive pressure Wang Ke exerts on James surpasses even that of Yao Ming. As the Bobcats launch their offense, Wang Ke continues to wreak havoc in the paint, once again overpowering Big Z for a thunderous dunk. The Cavaliers find themselves in a rather precarious situation in the paint. On one hand, they require a more agile interior presence, preferably one with the capability for outside shooting to create space for James's drives. On the other hand, they also need their interior players to withstand the onslaughts of O'Neal, Yiming, and now Wang Ke. These two requirements are inherently contradictory. As the Cavaliers initiate their offense, James brings the ball past half-court. This time, he decides to play it safe and allows his teammates to take a shot. With a bounce pass, he delivers the ball to Drew Gooden. The reason for not passing to Big Z is that James perceives Wang Ke's defense to be exceedingly formidable. Having been blocked by Wang Ke himself, he believes Big Z would likely fare no better. However, Drew Gooden, when faced with the defense of Primoz Brezek, also fails to score. With a height and weight advantage, and having learned a thing or two from Wang Ke, Brezek seldom jumps in defense. Standing at 18 meters, he effectively covers most players. Bang! Drew Gooden attempts a hook shot, but it fails to find the net. Wang Ke leaped into action, effortlessly securing the ball. The Cavaliers' offense found itself ensnared in a significant predicament. This season, the Bobcats' defense, under Wang Ke's leadership, has consistently surpassed the league's average standards. The presence of two towering figures has rendered the Bobcats' interior defense exceedingly formidable. Defensive lapses, however, have primarily occurred on the perimeter. Nevertheless, as long as the opponent's mid-range shooting percentage does not soar to outrageous heights, the Bobcats' defense can maintain an impressive level of efficacy. The players' defensive enthusiasm is remarkably commendable. Instances like that of Blevin Knight's shortcomings stem from physical attributes rather than a lack of defensive commitment. Previously, the Bobcats faced challenges on the offensive front, as Wang Ke would falter under double teams. Now, with Wang Ke's evolution on the offensive side, the Bobcats' scoring issues have seen substantial alleviation. The Bobcats' offense is flourishing. Wang Ke executes another emphatic dunk. The score stands at 6-0. From the outset, Wang Ke's performance radiates an electrifying intensity. Big Z is utterly incapable of restraining Wang Ke in the paint. LeBron, with his hands on his hips, shakes his head in disbelief, glancing at his teammates. Then at Wang Ke's allies. Where lies the disparity? LeBron is ensnared in contemplation. Chapter 49, The Destroyer. Goodness, that thunderous dunk is nothing short of magnificent. Incredible! 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 Another block. The young emperor is about to be thoroughly dominated today. Sister Yu, my apologies. I am simply overwhelmed with excitement. In the locker room, Huang Xiaoming is filled with a fervent enthusiasm. Wang Ke's performance in this match is impressively formidable. In their relentless clashes, Wang Ke has triumphed decisively over LeBron. At this moment, the 1-0 version of LeBron proves to be exceedingly easy to defend against. LeBron has sustained his form for over 2 decades due to his continuous evolution. While his footwork may still be somewhat perplexing, one cannot deny his remarkable prowess. However, LeBron currently finds himself with limited countermeasures. Is it common for you boys to react this way while watching a game? Also, who is the young emperor? Is there really someone with that name abroad? Yu Feihong smiles lightly, intrigued by the conversation. Huang Xiaoming, who previously maintained a quiet demeanor on set, has shown great respect in social interactions. Indeed, when faced with a team one supports, the emotions run high. Oh, the young emperor is a nickname for LeBron on the opposing team. Wang Ke also has a moniker, known as the Destroyer. Today, the Destroyer aims to obliterate the young emperor. Huh. Huang Xiaoming scratches his head and chuckles. Uft. Yu Feihong stifles a smile. The nickname the Destroyer certainly carries an air of grandeur. Outside the locker room, murmurs of speculation begin to circulate. Could they be TSK? I thought she was an ethereal goddess. Is this a tale of an older woman and a young heartthrob? The old cow grazing on tender grass. Uft. Such gossip is commonplace across various film sets, to which Yu Feihong responds with a serene smile. Here, we are genuinely watching the game. Yet, in some areas, certain individuals are truly engrossed in reading scripts at night. Thus, it is no surprise that rumors flourish in most production crews. Who? On the sidelines. The Cavaliers bench sees LeBron gasping for air. He played the entire first quarter, and the exertion has taken its toll. With 5 attempts and 0 successes, he has managed only 4 points from free throws, accompanied by 4 turnovers. Such a performance renders LeBron's expression particularly grave at this moment. The competition has been rather unappealing, hasn't it? Upon realizing the inadequacies in his teammates' individual performances, James found himself compelled to continuously unleash his signature drive and dish maneuvers. This strategy, which had proven effective in past matches, became utterly futile against the formidable defense anchored by Wang Ke. To be fair, James possesses an exceptionally high finishing rate near the basket. In previous encounters, When he penetrated to the rim, opponents could scarcely contain him with merely a single center offering assistance. Consequently, they were obliged to collapse their defense in the paint, allowing James's drives to alter the defensive schemes, thus rendering his passing a legitimate threat. This bears a striking resemblance to Wang Ke's innovative approach of orchestrating plays from beyond the arc. However, that is no longer the case now. Wang Ke single-handedly thwarted James with impeccable defense, and even as James attempted to deliver the ball to the wide-open Big Z, Wang swiftly repositioned for a counter-defense. Such nimble footwork left no opportunity for James to exploit. The score stood at 30-19 as the first quarter concluded, with the Bobcats enjoying an 11-point lead over the Cavaliers. This match appeared to be unfolding with relative ease. Defense. We must elevate our defensive intensity. Furthermore, we must bravely penetrate and challenge Wang Ke. Even if we cannot score, we can still draw fouls. At this juncture, Cavaliers head coach Paul Silas cast a meaningful glance at James. Since the moment he entered the league, James has been lavishly celebrated by Nike. The staggering contract of $90 million over 7 years unequivocally signified that they had placed their bets on him, much like they did with Jordan in the past. In stark contrast, Wang Ke is yet to sign with any sneaker brand. With Wang's formidable performance, major brands like Nike and Adidas have indeed made offers. But their attempts to undervalue him led Wang to temporarily suspend negotiations in this regard. Under these circumstances, James naturally held a significant advantage with the referee's leniency. In the first quarter, Wang's precise block was unfortunately deemed a foul. However, due to the cleanliness of Wang's defense, the officials found little justification for further calls. Yet, if the Cavaliers were to focus on drawing fouls against Wang in the ensuing game, they could eventually create opportunities for the referees to act. Should Wang find himself burdened by fouls and forced to sit on the sidelines, the Cavaliers would seize their chance. As the second quarter commenced, both teams introduced their bench players. Wang Ke and James both sat on the sidelines, taking a moment to rest. The Cavaliers' bench appeared to possess a stronger inherent strength compared to the players of the Bobcats. After just 2 minutes of play, the Cavaliers had already reduced the deficit to within 5 points. The pattern had become a familiar routine for the Bobcats. The starters would expand the lead. The bench would then falter, and finally, the starters would return to rectify the situation. At the outset, Wang Ke was eager to take to the stage and alter the course of events. Now, he has reached a point where he can comfortably take his seat and observe. This is an integral aspect of the competition. It is indeed impossible for Wang Ke to play a full 48 minutes in every match. While such an endeavor may be feasible during the playoffs, it is certainly unnecessary in the regular season. At this moment, Wang Ke is not without his share of injury concerns. His average playing time has reached an impressive 39.1 minutes per game. Off the court, he has consistently engaged in rigorous training sessions, embodying the belief that intense practice leads to improvement. However, the 2 pressure points on his right shoulder occasionally send sharp pangs of pain during fierce competitions. Recently, as the Bobcats faced their opponents, it became apparent that as long as the bench could contribute, victory was virtually assured. Following a stoppage in play, the Cavaliers opted to bring LeBron James onto the court early, seizing the opportunity to close the gap and potentially take the lead. Bernie Bickerstaff glanced at the timer, not rushing to substitute Wang Ke, as merely 2 minutes had elapsed in the second quarter. The beginning of the second quarter and the end of the third quarter were Wang Ke's only 2 chances to rest. While he typically played the entirety of the first and fourth quarters, this rotation strategy had proven effective for Bickerstaff. LeBron's entrance undoubtedly intensified the Cavaliers' pursuit for points. In Wang Ke's absence, LeBron felt empowered, bulldozing through with relentless force, mercilessly overpowering Rafael Araujo, who had just come off the bench. With a similar approach, LeBron concluded his assault on the basket with a thunderous dunk, a feat that often eluded him against Wang Ke's defense. This stark contrast highlighted the evident disparity between Rafael Araujo and Wang Ke. With a resounding thud, LeBron charged into the paint, effectively dominating Rafael Araujo, who lost his balance and fell to the ground. After executing the dunk, LeBron deliberately stretched on the rim before landing and stepping over the fallen Araujo. This moment bore a resemblance to Allen Iverson's iconic maneuver over Tyronn Lue in the finals, carrying an undertone of humiliation. It was also a means for LeBron to vent the frustration that Wang Ke had previously caused him. However, unlike Tyronn Lue, Rafael Araujo did not possess such a forgiving disposition as a mere water boy. Overwhelmed by a myriad of emotions, Araujo's fragile psyche began to crumble. In a sudden burst of anger, he sprang up and forcefully shoved LeBron from behind, akin to stirring a hornet's nest. prompting the Cavaliers players to rush to LeBron's defense. After all, LeBron was a favored asset of the team's management, the last player to express dissent towards him. Ricky Davis had been unceremoniously traded away, despite being the team's clear leader before LeBron's arrival. Due to positioning issues, Rafael Araujo found himself encircled by players from the Cavaliers. Meanwhile, the Bobcats players, still youthful and inexperienced, were momentarily bewildered by such an abrupt court altercation. On the bench, Rod Strickland had already risen, ready to rush forward and assist. As the sole veteran on the team, he understood the necessity of safeguarding the younger players. However, at that very moment, a formidable figure had already surpassed him, sprinting onto the court with great urgency. "Hey, Wang, don't be impulsive," Rod Strickland shouted towards Wang Ke. He had never anticipated that Wang Ke would charge onto the court at the onset of the conflict. This was hardly a wise decision, as such an act could lead to a technical foul and a suspension for the next game. As a core member of the team, this recklessness was ill-advised. After all, Rafael Araujo was merely a second-round draft pick, akin to a water cooler attendant. While the atmosphere within the Bobcats was indeed vibrant, individual treatment would inevitably vary. On the court, Rafael Araujo felt a wave of panic as he stood surrounded. He had always been prone to impulsiveness, yet when it came to actual confrontation, he was utterly inept, aptly described as inexperienced yet eager. Where were his teammates? Had they abandoned him? Why were there only Cavaliers players surrounding him? At that moment, Rafael's heart sank, and his body began to tremble. The Cavaliers' rookie center, Anderson Varejao, seized the opportunity to showcase himself before LeBron, throwing a punch towards Rafael Araujo. Although such behavior could lead to repercussions, including fines and suspensions, he believed that impressing LeBron would make it all worthwhile. As a second-round pick, he felt compelled to take risks in pursuit of his aspirations to become the premier enforcer. Rafael felt the shadow of a fist enlarging in his vision. In that moment, memories of a past encounter resurfaced in his mind. A commercial game in Charlotte before entering the league, when he had swung a punch at high schooler Steph Curry. Back then, a massive hand had tightly gripped his arm, the giant having come to Curry's aid. Would someone come to his rescue this time? Rafael couldn't help but smirk bitterly. Suddenly, the sound of impact echoed. Anderson Varejo's fist could advance no further. The silhouette of that giant reappeared. "It's rather inappropriate to throw punches in my domain. Isn't it?" The voice of Wang Ke resonated. Chapter 50, Lifelong Rivals. Rafael Araujo stood in a daze, attempting to comprehend the unfolding events before him. He grasped some fundamental principles, such as the league's strict prohibition against players entering the court from the bench during a match, which warranted a one-game suspension. He understood that the team's core players should be safeguarded during on-court conflicts, and that the waterboy must fulfill his role. Rafael Araujo, as the waterboy, recognized Wang Ke as the team's cornerstone. Now, Wang Ke had dashed onto the court from the bench to stand up for him. It was difficult to articulate the tumult of emotions swirling within Rafael Araujo at that moment, especially since he had previously perceived his relationship with Wang Ke as adversarial. Yet, in an instant, a profound urge to sacrifice oneself for a true comrade arose within him. Anderson Varejao felt the throbbing pain in his arm, and at that moment, he had already succumbed to fear. Wang Ke stood resolutely before Rafael Araujo, effectively separating the players of the Cavaliers. Cowed by Wang Ke's imposing presence, no one dared to advance another step. In that moment, the aura of menace emanating from Wang Ke even instilled a sense of bloodlust among the Cavaliers' players. At last, the referee intervened, dispersing the players and issuing technical fouls to both Wang Ke and Rafael Araujo. Remarkably, LeBron James escaped any penalties. After being shoved by Rafael Araujo, James initially considered joining the fray, but, upon witnessing Wang Ke's formidable stance, wisely opted to remain back and observe. The Cavaliers players demonstrated commendable loyalty by protecting their key player. Following the altercation, the game resumed. Wang Ke returned to the bench, and Rafael Araujo was also substituted. His mindset was no longer suitable for continuing the match. Wang Ke may continue to participate, yet it is certain he will face suspension in the next match. "Juan, you have been rather impulsive," exclaimed head coach Bernie Bigstaff, casting a sidelong glance at Rafael Araujo, leaving unspoken thoughts lingering in the air. "For a mere water cooler attendant, it is simply not worth it. Coach, this is our home ground. I am the cornerstone of the team, regardless of the matter at hand. I shall shoulder the responsibilities of a true leader for the team." Wang Ke smiled faintly. He holds a deep affection and cherishes the Bobcat team thus far. Since many regard him as the leader of this team, Wang Ke feels compelled to embody the essence of a true captain. He recalls vividly the post-Kobe era of the Lakers, particularly the moment when Nick Young faced 5 players from the Suns alone, a memory that lingers painfully in his mind. Following that, Nick Young's spirit was crushed, and he lost all motivation. The other Lakers players were not faring much better. The team's morale was completely shattered. That period marked one of the darkest times for the Lakers, devoid of any glimmer of hope. Wang Ke naturally does not wish for such circumstances to arise within the Bobcats. This newly established team possesses a fragile foundation. Thus, even minor fluctuations could lead to its downfall, which would not come as a surprise to anyone. Wang Ke is relentlessly enhancing the team's cohesion in his own unique manner. As for his impending suspension in the next match, it truly pales in significance. This is merely the regular season. Wang, you are absolutely right. I firmly believe that every individual within the team will strive valiantly for a leader like you. Bernie Bigstaff, after a moment of contemplation, broke into a smile. Let us take an additional 2 minutes to prepare for the game. He patted Wang Ke on the shoulder, choosing to say no more. With Wang Ke sidelined from the next match, a strategic loss becomes a possibility. Therefore, it is imperative to secure victory in this game. Is it possible for brawls to occur on the basketball court? Yu Fei-hong, having witnessed the recent scene, appeared somewhat astonished. After all, a bit of physicality is quite normal in the game. Earlier this season, there was a match that erupted into a melee. Even the fans were caught in the fray. Thankfully, times have improved. A decade ago, a lack of altercations on the court would have been deemed unworthy of the title iron-blooded. Men invariably feel an inexplicable thrill from the conflicts and skirmishes on the court. Huang Xiaoming recalled the infamous brawl at the Palace of Auburn Hills, and then thought of some rumors surrounding Wang Ke. As a true fan of Wang Ke, Huang Xiaoming was quite well informed about the news concerning him. It appears that playing basketball indeed carries significant risks. I can't help but feel a bit concerned for my brother. Yu Fei-hong furrowed her brow. She had previously thought that basketball was simply about playing the game. Who would have thought fights were commonplace? Could it be that the second master disapproves of his aunt playing because of this? Cough. Wang Ke need not worry. It is his opponents who should be apprehensive. Huang Xiaoming scratched his head and instinctively glanced at Yu Fei-hong, wondering if she was unaware of her own brother's reputation. Rumors have it that Wang Ke wielded a watermelon knife, slicing his way from a bar booth to the entrance, leaving a trail of blood. Who would dare provoke this formidable figure on the court? Only misnamed titles exist. There are no erroneous nicknames. The moniker The Destroyer is no jest. If you dare to challenge me on the court, prepare for your annihilation off it. Karen Butler must have felt this acutely, as he has yet to recover fully from his injuries. The Lakers' performance has begun to plummet, with playoff aspirations growing increasingly bleak. Kobe is on the verge of losing his sanity. Shaquille O'Neal leads the Miami Heat atop the Eastern Conference, while Kobe's Lakers are plummeting, nearing the bottom of the Western standings. Every superstar requires support. Even Jordan and Kobe are no exceptions. 1 against 5 may secure a victory in a single game, but it can never clinch a season's triumph. Huang Xiaoming mused that the so-called players with gang affiliations pale in comparison to Wang Ke. After 5 minutes into the second quarter, Wang Ke returned to the court. Wang, bravo Wang. Take them down. The enthusiastic cheers from the stands resounded. Just moments ago, Wang Ke's performance during the altercation was incredibly gallant. He embodied the qualities expected of a true leader of the team. Wang Ke has fulfilled all the fantasies of fans regarding the team's leader. When Wang Ke returned to the court, his presence invigorated the other players of the Bobcats, as if they had been enveloped in a layer of motivational energy. This leader is reliable. When there is a need, he truly steps up. Now, let us advance. Wang Ke's emphatic dunk ignited the Bobcats' resurgence. A tidal wave swiftly engulfed every player of the Cavaliers, including the illustrious LeBron James. The spirit of the Bobcats soared once more in this match. If Wang Ke was previously regarded as the strongest asset of the Bobcats, he has now evolved into the team's spiritual leader. This is indeed a remarkably ideal state. Often, the dominant players in a team are not necessarily the leaders in the locker room, which can sometimes lead to rifts within the squad. In the Dragon Kingdom's broadcasting studio, Su Kun spoke eloquently. As a commentator, the ability to hype is crucial. Subsequently, capturing audience attention becomes paramount. Professionalism, in fact, may not hold as much significance. During the moments of conflict, I genuinely harbored concerns for Wang Ke, as on-court altercations can yield adverse effects. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that such confrontations are part of the game. Fighting is inappropriate, yet one must not shy away. Our Dragon Kingdom team may struggle in matches, but we have never faltered in fights. Linan's military boxing exudes vigor. The emerging young talent, Zhu Fengyu, also showcases impressive prowess in the ring. Zhang Weiping seemed to have become overly animated. Director Zhang, is this something we can broadcast? Su Kun, listening nearby, was drenched in cold sweat. He fervently hoped the director would say, "Cut this segment." At the final whistle, the score had ballooned to a nearly 20-point deficit at 99-80. Following the on-court skirmish, the referees found it increasingly difficult to target Wang Ke, given that this was the Bobcats' home ground. The conflict fostered a sense of camaraderie among the Bobcats players and fans. Any biased officiating from this point could lead to serious repercussions. Once Wang Ke effectively neutralized LeBron, the Cavaliers' defeat became almost inevitable. LeBron was substituted with 5 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, as hope had faded and the game had devolved into garbage time. In this encounter, LeBron shot 5 of 17 from the field, converting 7 of 9 free throws, amassing 17 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists. If one disregards the shooting percentage, such statistics aren't entirely unflattering. Seated on the bench, LeBron remains silent. His mental fortitude is formidable. He does not allow a single defeat to sway him significantly. Instead, he focused on analyzing the dynamics of the Eastern Conference. The disparity between the Western and Eastern teams is a fundamental reality of the league. This imbalance persists even 2 decades later. Furthermore, Eastern teams generally exhibit a weakness in their frontcourt, particularly since Shaquille O'Neal was in the Western Conference prior to this season. Only Western teams need to contemplate the necessity of amassing formidable centers to counter Shaquille O'Neal's prowess. After O'Neal, it is Yao Ming who emerges, and he too resides in the West. Thus, last season, even when LeBron James found himself pinned to the ground during a confrontation with Yao, he experienced no disquiet. The two were simply not destined to meet in the playoffs. LeBron harbored confidence in leading the Cavaliers to future finals. Yet he did not believe Yao could achieve the same. The competition in the West remains exceedingly fierce, rendering the likelihood of both advancing to the finals simultaneously exceedingly slim. Therefore, there was no need to ponder the prospect of facing Yao Ming. This season, with O'Neal's shift to the East, LeBron afforded him a modicum of regard. However, it is an undeniable truth that O'Neal is nearing the twilight of his prime. In the forthcoming 2 seasons, LeBron will still not engage in direct competition with O'Neal. The Cavaliers' objective over the next 2 seasons is to secure a stable playoff berth rather than contend for the championship. By the time LeBron reaches his peak, O'Neal will have aged into a diminished force. LeBron's aspirations for his career are both clear and pragmatic, devoid of any unrealistic fantasies. Yet, a dilemma has now arisen. Wang Ke and James are contemporaries, both residing in the Eastern Conference. Their styles exhibit a profound restraint towards one another. This is undoubtedly a quintessential rivalry. What shall be done? Should Wang Ke continue to dominate him in the East? Could James potentially echo the tragic fate of Ewing? Ewing perpetually found himself on the front line against Jordan in the East, only to be eliminated time and again, ultimately earning the moniker of the uncrowned king. This notion is intolerable for James, who aspires to tread the path of the GOAT. The team must take this matter seriously. After the match, James cast a lingering glance at Wang Ke before swiftly retreating to the players' tunnel. At that moment, he had lost any desire to greet Wang Ke. Oh dear. The Annihilator has vanquished the young emperor. In the locker room, Huang Xiaoming let out a cheer, displaying a somewhat juvenile enthusiasm. Regardless of age, do men not harbor a youthful spirit? Yu Feihong chuckled and shook her head, acknowledging her cousin's impressive prowess. He appeared to be in good company over there. Gazing at the screen where Wang Ke was being surrounded by his teammates, Yu Feihong hesitated, unsure whether to approach him or not. Yet, she decided to go. It could not be easy for him to be alone out there. Reminiscing about her aunt's struggles during that time when she had just graduated and could offer no assistance, Yu Feihong's thoughts drifted to her own film, Love Has a Next Life, which faced its own challenges in production. Chapter 51, All-Star Voting. Her brother visited in the morning. He is now settled in his job at the supermarket, assuring us not to worry. In the evening, after a rigorous practice, Wang Ke returned home, where Claudia was warming up dinner while engaging in light conversation with him. Wang Ke does not impose strict limitations on his dietary choices. He requires an ample intake of energy daily to sustain his vitality, yet there is no need for him to resort to bland and tasteless boiled chicken breasts. However, substances such as tobacco and alcohol, which are undeniably detrimental to health, are beyond his reach. This principle has been well adhered to since his days in the impoverished district. Each evening, upon returning home, the late-night snacks prepared by Claudia become a delightful conclusion to his arduous day. Claudia's culinary skills in Chinese cuisine have significantly improved, as she dedicates herself wholeheartedly to Wang Ke, attending to numerous matters with great thoughtfulness. This brings him a sense of profound satisfaction, prompting him to reflect on the fortune of having such a wife. What more could one desire? In a world filled with alluring distractions, it is exceedingly challenging to remain untouched by them. A basketball player, even when achieving the pinnacle of success akin to the likes of Jordan or Kobe, is still merely a participant in a commercial landscape post-retirement. Yet, what constitutes true wealth in this world is abundant. To commence a journey solely on the foundation of basketball and accumulate riches through foresight pales in comparison to the generational wealth amassed by others. Moreover, what allure do those female celebrities and socialites possess that leads one to envision a harem? For instance, even if a sneaker contract from Nike offers you an exorbitant sum, what significance does it hold? The wealth you receive is but a fraction of what Nike itself possesses. From the very outset, one is already at a disadvantage. Wang Ke harbors little desire or need for wealth. Ultimately, it is merely a means to live a better life. After all, he lacks a system that accompanies him through time. Were he to possess a system that generates profit with every victory or one that rewards him for every rebound, he might indeed attempt to shift the balance of wealth in this world. Such a system would bestow upon him supernatural abilities, transcending the confines of this realm. Perhaps it is a creation of a higher dimensional existence? It is fortunate that he is somewhat occupied. Otherwise, one cannot predict when he might spiral into madness once more. Wang Ke chuckled and said, "You must not speak of my brother in such a manner. However, he can indeed be quite eccentric at times." Claudia cast a sidelong glance at Wang Ke and served him his favorite dish, cola chicken wings. Although indulging in a midnight snack before bedtime can lead to weight gain, it was evident that Wang Ke was not among those affected, as his daily training regimen consumed an extraordinary amount of energy. For him, a late-night snack was more akin to a nourishing supplement for his body. In contrast, Claudia was somewhat concerned about her physique, only allowing herself to partake in a modest portion alongside Wang Ke. During their time in the impoverished district, she had been perpetually in a state of hunger, making it impossible for her to gain weight. Yet, now that their living conditions had improved, she still refrained from overindulging. "Oh, women. Claudia, I believe that a touch more meat would enhance the texture." Wang Ke chuckled and said, "Oh dear." Claudia paused for a moment before reacting, playfully nudging Wang Ke. Her cheeks now flushed with a rosy hue. Though their intimacy was well established, discussions of such matters still made Claudia feel bashful. "By the way, look, the results of the first round of the All-Star voting have been revealed, and you made the list." Claudia produced her notebook, upon which she had affixed today's newspaper, detailing the rankings of Eastern Conference centers. She even circled Wang Ke's name and vote count with a red pin. "I made the list?" Wang Ke was taken aback. He had not paid attention to the All-Star voting, as he believed he had no chance this season. However, for the next season, Wang Ke is confident that he can earn an All-Star selection through sheer talent alone. Even without relying on the support of Dragon Country fans, he is determined to succeed. Let's see. Wang Ke took the large notebook from Claudia's hands. Indeed, Wang Ke garnered an impressive total of 216,581 votes, securing the third position among Eastern Conference centers in the initial round of All-Star voting, trailing only behind Shaquille O'Neal and Ben Wallace. However, there exists a considerable disparity in the vote counts, as Ben Wallace amassed over 500,000 votes, while Shaquille O'Neal surpassed him by an astounding margin of 1.5 million votes, truly establishing himself as a formidable contender for the title of Vote King. Wang Ke believes that it is virtually impossible for him to catch up with the top two contenders, thus rendering his hopes of being selected for the All-Star game rather bleak. Currently, the selection ratio for All-Stars stands at 1 center to 2 forwards and 2 guards. Including substitutes, this means that 2 centers, 4 forwards, and 4 guards will be chosen, leaving 2 spots remaining on the 12-person roster. These final 2 slots are typically appointed by the commissioner of the league. Given the popularity of forwards and guards among fans, they are likely to receive the majority of these coveted positions. Indeed, this season's All-Star voting has already indicated a significant decline in the prominence of the center position. Shaquille O'Neal, Yao Ming, and Ben Wallace appear to be the last vestiges of a bygone era. Beyond them, centers have dwindled to the likes of Zydrunas Ilgauskas, Marcus Camby, and Nazr Mohammed, whose value has markedly diminished. In the 2012 to 2013 season, the league officially abolished the center position in the All-Star voting. Perhaps next season will offer a better opportunity. For this season, merely making an appearance on the list is already considered a commendable achievement. Wang Ke smiled gently. Juan, I have complete faith in you. I cast my vote for you every single day. Claudia embraced Wang Ke from behind. Then how shall I reward you? Wang Ke clasped Claudia's hands. This is not merely a matter of confidence. It ultimately depends on the will of the league president. Wang Ke smiled, choosing to no longer dwell on the matter of the All-Star voting. What is meant to be will inevitably come. That which rightfully belongs to him cannot escape his grasp. Wang Ke is presently dedicating all his energy to the basketball court. As January draws to a close, the Bobcats boast a record of 22 wins and 18 losses, placing them 7th in the Eastern Conference. In the course of a lengthy season, maintaining a winning percentage and ranking is a formidable challenge if one's fundamental strength is not sufficiently robust. The Bobcats have finally forged a perfect chemistry, yet injuries have struck mercilessly. Gerald Wallace is sidelined for 2 weeks due to a knee injury, while Primoz Brezek is out for a week with an ankle sprain. Rod Strickland is plagued by persistent minor injuries, leading to sporadic appearances. Given his 39 years of age, such occurrences are to be expected. The sole player maintaining full attendance is Wang Ke, whose steadfast presence has prevented the Bobcats from spiraling into disarray. With insufficient depth in the roster and lacking in hard power, the team can only rely on its primary players to uphold their performance, making the occurrence of injuries unsurprising. Were the Bobcats to navigate an entire season without injuries and maintain the health of their roster, that would indeed be a remarkable feat throughout January. Wang Ke's statistics have become nothing short of extraordinary, averaging 27. 8 points, 15. 1 rebounds, 9. 6 assists, 4. 5 blocks, and 1 steals per game. Just a hair's breadth away from achieving a triple-double average for the month. Wang Ke has now qualified to compete for the title of Player of the Month for January. Chapter 52. Competition. Are there any candidates for this month's honor? In New York, within the office of the league president, Stern inquired of Vice President Adam Silver. Several indeed. Recently, the players in the league have been performing remarkably well. From the perspective of team performance and consistent statistics, Tim Duncan of the Spurs stands out as the prime candidate. However, there are 2 other players whose statistics are simply extraordinary. Silver used the term extraordinary. Oh, Stern's interest peaked. He had only asked casually. Typically, he did not pay much attention to the awards during the season. That responsibility fell primarily to Silver. Kobe averaged 39.5 points in January, with 7 consecutive games scoring over 50 points. Silver mentioned Kobe's name. Kobe indeed came to mind. With the Lakers suffering numerous injuries, Kobe unleashed his full potential. Such performances are what the fans adore. Stern nodded. Kobe's name did not surprise him. If it weren't for that incident a few years ago, Kobe would undoubtedly be the face of the league. Stern might not have rushed to elevate LeBron. Over the years, Stern's star-making endeavors had not been without missteps. The plan to find Jordan's successor had completely faltered. Who could have anticipated that Anthony Hardaway and Grant Hill would both be so fragile? Meanwhile, Iverson, due to his street origins and overly hip-hop style, had long been restrained by Stern. Kobe was promoted early on, but alongside Shaquille O'Neal. It was challenging for him to take center stage. After all, how could a team's second option be elevated to the status of the league's foremost player? Subsequently, Kobe encountered his own troubles. Both Vince Carter and Tracy McGrady were also once favored by Stern. Yet, those 2 fell just short of expectations. Stern was compelled to regroup and select from the class of 03. And who else? Stern casually asked. Wang Ke, averaging 27. 8 points, 15. 1 rebounds, and 9. 6 assists. Silver's tone carried a hint of astonishment. Averaging a triple-double, such a remarkable feat had not been witnessed in the league for quite some time, even if only for a month. The crucial detail was that Wang Ke is a center. For a center to achieve such extraordinary triple-double statistics is somewhat incongruous. It must be that Chinese player, Wang Ke. Stern almost thought he had misheard. Have triple-doubles become so devalued? He recalled that many players throughout their careers had never achieved a single triple-double. How had this center managed to accomplish such a feat? Stern could not help but ask. Undoubtedly, it is through his unparalleled ability to penetrate defenses that Wang Ke has recently showcased an increased propensity for playmaking. In the last match, he astonishingly recorded 15 assists, setting a new career high for single-game assists. In the Dragon Nation broadcasting studio, Zhang Weiping remarked with a cheerful demeanor. The upcoming match is highly anticipated by numerous fans of the Dragon Nation, as it features a heavyweight showdown. Wang Ke versus Kobe. We have a considerable number of Kobe enthusiasts, and Wang Ke's fanbase has also seen significant growth recently. Moreover, the two standout players for January are unequivocally Wang Ke and Kobe. This final confrontation of January may very well determine who will be crowned the player of the month. The statistics for both players this month are nothing short of extraordinary. Su Kun then took the floor, smiling as she spoke. This match will take place at the Staples Center, the home arena of the Lakers. The two teams have already faced each other early in the season, during which the infamous Wang Ke incident occurred, resulting in Karen Butler being knocked out by Wang Ke in a bar. This incident sparked a series of reactions from various quarters. Ultimately, it can be said that the Bobcats achieved a resounding victory without any repercussions. Wang Ke has also seized the opportunity to return to the Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, the Lakers have suffered a devastating defeat. Despite expending considerable resources, their efforts ultimately proved fruitless. The Lakers' performance has plummeted dramatically. Even with Kobe's relentless dedication over the course of a month, he finds himself merely lingering on the fringes of the Western Conference's top 8. The fierce competition in the West is an undeniable reality. Thus, even before the match has commenced, the tension has already begun to simmer. Kobe approaches Wang Ke, delivering an intense minute-long death stare. Wang Ke found Kobe to be rather immature. However, he soon realized that he seemed to have offended both the leading figures of the mid-generation and the new generation within the league. As the match was about to commence, neither team was at full strength, grappling with various injuries. The Lakers' Karen Butler had yet to recover, and Lamar Odom was also sidelined for this game. The new Lakers triumvirate was reduced to a solitary Kobe, who had no choice but to shoulder the burden alone. On the other hand, the Bobcats were missing Primoz Brezek and Rod Strickland. Nonetheless, Gerald Wallace was available to play, which appeared to slightly improve the Bobcats' situation. Kobe's offensive prowess had been exceptionally fierce of late. To secure victory in this game, they must contain him. On the Bobcats' bench, Bernie Bickerstaff was executing the final tactical arrangements. However, he quickly realized that he had just uttered a futile remark, for the Bobcats possessed no players capable of restraining Kobe. "Leave the interior to me. Just do your utmost to defend the perimeter." Wang Ke spoke, stating that during this period, Kobe was undergoing a transformation in his playing style and expanding his arsenal. His low-post offensive plays near the basket began to increase significantly. Collaborating with Odom allowed Kobe to exploit an open interior, resulting in a remarkably high finishing rate. However, in this particular match, Odom was unable to participate, leaving the Lakers' interior unable to create space. Wang Ke stands resolutely in the paint, rendering Kobe's offensive maneuvers near the basket significantly less effective. Yet, in recent games, Kobe has consistently entered the zone, exhibiting remarkable accuracy from mid to long range. His long two-pointer, just beyond the three-point line, has approached a historically unparalleled shooting percentage. It is noteworthy that seasoned perimeter superstars often favor the seemingly low-value long two-pointer, primarily due to the positioning of defensive players. The three-point line and the interior are naturally heavily guarded zones, while the long two-pointer, taken after deftly maneuvering past a defender, encounters minimal defensive interference, as interior defenders seldom reach such elevated positions. Even if they do, it leaves the paint vulnerable, providing the ball handler with an easy scoring opportunity, whether by driving to the basket or passing to a cutting teammate. However, they have Kobe, and we have Wang Ke. Even if Wang Ke and Kobe were to trade blows, we still possess Gerald. Bernie Bickerstaff patted Gerald Wallace on the shoulder, smiling as he spoke. Gerald Wallace immediately felt the weight of responsibility increase considerably. "I will ensure the task is accomplished." Chapter 53, The Clash. Kobe commenced the game with exceptional ferocity. After Wang Ke won the jump ball, Gerald Wallace passed to him in the paint, only for Kobe to execute a risky interception, snatching the ball away. Subsequently, Kobe surged forward, defying Gerald Wallace's pursuit, and delivered a thunderous dunk. 2 o'clock. With explosive energy, Kobe opened the scoring for the Lakers. Kobe, 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 MVP, MVP, MVP. The crowd erupted as Lakers fans began to energize the atmosphere. This season, Kobe has become their sole source of solace, as the team's prospects appear bleak. Kobe's dazzling performances are the driving force that compels them to attend the games. It is no wonder that Jerry Buss consistently chose to retain Kobe during his moments of discontent. After all, Kobe brings attendance to the Staples Center. Even if the Lakers achieve a championship, it is ultimately for the purpose of financial gain. Steady now. Do not rush. Wang Ke shouted to his teammates. Just moments ago, Gerald Wallace's relentless pursuit had showcased the tenacity of the Bobcats. Understood. The other players of the Bobcats nodded in agreement. Blevin Knight leisurely dribbled past half court, then passed the ball back to Gerald Wallace. Kobe began to roam, evidently intent on employing the same tactic once more. As long as they could restrict Wang Ke's ability to receive the ball, the Bobcats' offense would struggle to flow seamlessly. Wang Ke subtly gestured towards Gerald Wallace. Without hesitation, Gerald Wallace swiftly returned the ball to Blevin Knight, who confidently lifted his hand and launched a three-pointer. Swish. The rigorous training off the court bore fruit, as Blevin Knight's shot was decisive and found its mark. Yes, the players of the Bobcats simultaneously raised their arms in celebration. Well done. 3, 2. The Bobcats commenced the game with unyielding momentum. Blevin Knight was particularly elated, for he finally felt he could contribute to the team. If he could consistently sink 2 three-pointers per game, his tactical significance on the court would be more than sufficient. The rest could be entrusted to Wang Ke. It was evident that Blevin Knight had already accomplished half of his goal right from the start. Seize the opportunity to shoot. Do not dwell on whether it will go in. I will secure the rebounds. Wang Ke and Blevin Knight exchanged a fist bump, sharing a light-hearted moment with a cheerful affirmation. Understood, boss. Blevin Knight exclaimed, his words flowing effortlessly, followed by a hearty laugh. He had discovered his place within the team. Reflecting on the initial conflicts he had with Wang Ke upon joining the team, Blevin Knight felt a sense of camaraderie that blossomed from their earlier misunderstandings. Wang Ke also smiled briefly, then took a deep breath. The trust of his teammates weighed heavily upon him. Kobe wore an expressionless face. After crossing half court, Lakers point guard Chucky Atkins swiftly passed the ball to Kobe, who received it as if it were scalding. Upon receiving the pass, Gerald Wallace quickly closed in to defend. In this match, it was Wallace's duty to take on the formidable task of guarding Kobe from the perimeter, a responsibility befitting his status as the team's second-in-command. It was a daunting challenge, yet it was essential. Kobe's series of probing steps instinctively forced Wallace to retreat slightly. A barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of Kobe's mouth as he rose to shoot. A step-back three-pointer. Swish. The sound of the basketball swishing through the net resonated. Such audacity. Answer. Ball. Damn. Gerald Wallace muttered under his breath in frustration. Kobe's shot left him momentarily speechless. Although he had stepped back a fraction, he still leaped forward quickly to contest the shot. Yet, Kobe effortlessly disregarded the interference. 5, 3. The Lakers continued to assert their dominance on the scoreboard. The Bobcats were now on the offensive. Wang Ke found himself continuously restricted in receiving the ball within the paint, while Gerald Wallace, confronted by Kobe, took matters into his own hands. A resounding clang echoed as his shot missed. Yet, with a fierce shout, the rebound is mine. Wang Ke soared from beneath the basket, powerfully claiming the board. Without waiting to descend, he emphatically slammed the ball through the hoop. Boom. A stunning putback dunk, a flawless sequence. The score stood at 5-5. The teams evenly matched. Kobe glanced at the Lakers' interior players, furrowing his brow slightly, yet he uttered no words. He realized he could rely on no one but himself. With a fierce determination, Kobe clamped his jersey between his teeth. Barely into the game, he revealed his relentless, bloodthirsty vigor. Wang Ke gazed in bewilderment as Kobe, with a fierce determination, clutched his jersey and inhaled the sweat-soaked fabric. It was difficult for him to comprehend. This perspiration was not solely from Kobe himself. Such audacity was remarkable. As the Lakers launched their offense, Kobe took it upon himself to drive forward, having lost faith in any of his teammates. With a series of probing steps, he opted for a powerful advance. Gerald Wallace, yet again, faltered in his defensive stance, allowing Kobe to glide past him effortlessly. Curse be it. Rather than sulking with hands on hips, Gerald Wallace swiftly pursued. This time, Kobe intended to confront the imposing Wang Ke in the painted area head-on. Just a step inside the free-throw line, Kobe leapt with 3 decisive strides. Wang Ke swiftly maneuvered, maintaining the optimal position between himself and Kobe. His long arms were already raised high, ready to create the maximum interference against Kobe. When facing Kobe, one must never leap carelessly, for his arsenal of feints is vast. It can even be asserted that Kobe is the most proficient user of the dreamlike footwork in the paint since Hakeem Olajuwon, despite being a shooting guard rather than a center. Here he goes. Kobe has taken off. At the moment of his leap, Kobe was not facing the basket. Yet he executed a 180-degree turn in midair. With a mighty shout, he showcased his unparalleled agility. Come on, bring it down. The two exclamations resonated simultaneously. Ultimately, Kobe underestimated Wang Ke's wingspan and leaping ability. He had once dunked in front of Yao Ming in a similar fashion, but that does not guarantee he could do the same against Wang Ke. Wang Ke shares the same height as Yao Ming. However, his overall physical prowess surpasses that of Yao Ming by an entire echelon. Wang Ke exerted a precise pressure on the basketball. Kobe felt an immense force surge toward him. He had underestimated Wang Ke's strength. "Ah!" Kobe shouted, yet he could not maintain control of the basketball. Bang! Kobe missed the dunk. The ball was pinned against the backboard by Wang Ke, bouncing back down and ultimately striking Kobe's knee, rolling out of bounds. The possession now belonged to the Bobcats. Kobe glanced up at Wang Ke. In that moment, he perceived him as an insurmountable mountain standing before him. Remember this. No flying here. This shall not be repeated. Chapter 54. The comparison. Faced with a double team, Kobe launched the ball. What a great shot. This was executed with remarkable reasoning. Wang Ke. He took off almost from the three-point line, leaping. Was he going for the dunk? No, he passed. Gerald Wallace glided along the baseline and executed a powerful dunk. Once again, Kobe made a strong three-pointer from beyond the arc. It was still good. Kobe had entered the zone again. Wang Ke's emphatic rejection had arrived. Back on the offensive end, Blaylock Knight's three-point attempt missed. Wang Ke secured the rebound. A quick pass out. Blaylock Knight shot again. This time, it was successful. Beautiful. In the Dragon Country broadcast studio, the commentary of Zhang Weiping and Su Kun transformed into a symphony. Zhang Weiping instinctively morphed into Weiping Bryant, while Su Kun could only fervently shout praises for Wang Ke, lest they fall behind. Fortunately, Wang Ke, like Kobe, still held American nationality, mitigating accusations of bias in Zhang's commentary. Bang! On the court, it was rare for Kobe to penetrate the paint, but he managed to score under Wang Ke's defensive assistance. However, the expression on Kobe's face bore little joy. The score on the scoreboard was painfully stinging Kobe's nerves. The third quarter was nearing its conclusion, and the Lakers found themselves trailing the Bobcats by 10 points, 79-89, on their home court. The cheers from the Staples Center crowd had noticeably diminished. At this point, Kobe had already amassed 55 points. Yet, it seemed insufficient. He could not lead the Lakers to a comeback. To be fair, Kobe's shooting performance in this game had been nothing short of phenomenal. With the inside offense severely hindered, Kobe had resorted to increasing his attempts from beyond the arc. Shooting 6 out of 10 from three-point range was already an extraordinary display for him. Yet, the more he excelled, the harder it became for Kobe to accept the score displayed on the board. A harsh reality lay before him. He could not save the Lakers single-handedly. Kobe's gaze swept across the faces of his teammates. Each bore a hint of numbness. In the midst of Kobe's relentless efforts on both ends, they seemed only capable of running back and forth, unable to contribute further. Often, certain players from the Lakers took the initiative to set screens for Kobe, only to be reprimanded by him, which left them feeling even more bewildered. In contrast, the players of the Bobcats, under the leadership of Wang Ke, displayed a remarkable sense of involvement. This was evident in the expressions of both teams. Have we truly reached such a level? To lead by 10 points while allowing Kobe to score 55? On the Bobcats bench, head coach Bernie Bickerstaff made a lighthearted remark. Indeed, Kobe's scoring prowess is somewhat intimidating, but what does it matter? We have Wang Ke. Bernie Bickerstaff glanced at Wang Ke with a smile, feeling the vitality and vigor he brought to the team. Wang Ke has consistently fulfilled the responsibilities of a team leader with remarkable prowess. This season, the Lakers cannot be deemed a formidable team, and the Bobcats' victory does not come as a surprise. What truly matters to Bernie Bickerstaff are the positive aspects revealed during the game. In the fourth quarter, after 3 minutes of relentless effort, Kobe finally exhibited a hint of exhaustion. He struggled to maintain his momentum. Following 2 missed attempts beyond the arc, the Bobcats managed to extend their lead to 15 points. Is a 50 shooting rate from three-point range disappointing? Not at all. In fact, a 50 success rate is extraordinarily impressive. Yet for Kobe, it seems insufficient. He appears to believe that only an accuracy exceeding 80 could potentially salvage the Lakers. But is such a feat attainable? The final score of 117-100 reflects the Bobcats' resounding victory in their last game of January. Wang Ke has once again achieved a triple-double: 32 points, 12 rebounds, 11 assists, and 4 blocks. On the opposing side, Kobe scored an impressive 62 points. In terms of scoring, it is evident that Kobe excels. However, he failed to secure victory for his team. Just wait. I shall retaliate. You have ruined my season. After the game, Kobe approached Wang Ke once more, delivering a sharp remark. This is unlike your usual demeanor. It is rather uninteresting to shift the blame onto me. Wang Ke offered a faint smile, fully aware that Kobe was referring to the injury of Karen Butler. However, when scrutinized, the Lakers' other players possessed a formidable strength that surpassed that of the Bobcats. Lamar Odom certainly had the caliber of a second-in-command. The Lakers' predicament stemmed from various factors, with Kobe's obstinate playing style being one of them. Contemplating this, Wang Ke felt a surge of accomplishment. He had indeed guided the Bobcats commendably. Nevertheless, true success would only be achieved by securing a spot in the playoffs. It was crucial to maintain focus and not become complacent. Kobe, feeling frustrated, walked away, lost in thought. It dawned on him that mere tenacity and stubbornness would not resolve the issues at hand. After the game, discussions surrounding Wang Ke and Kobe proliferated, igniting fervent debates among the media and fans regarding who constituted the superior cornerstone for building a team. The Lakers' dismal performance led to considerable scrutiny of Kobe, with many fans leaning towards Wang Ke, as his leadership yielded better results under comparable circumstances. Yet, Kobe's explosive scoring displays and his seemingly insurmountable offensive prowess earned him substantial favor, leading many to attribute the Lakers' poor record to his teammates rather than to Kobe himself. Subsequently, a knowledgeable commentator articulated a sentiment widely acknowledged by fans. Wang Ke can ensure a team's minimum performance, while Kobe has the ability to elevate a team's maximum potential. For a struggling team aspiring to reach the playoffs, selecting Wang Ke without hesitation would be a prudent choice. The contributions of Wang Ke to both offense and defense are indeed substantial. However, for a formidable team to secure the championship, the selection of Kobe Bryant remains paramount. For Wang Ke, the outcome is of little consequence. What truly matters is that, as a rookie, he finds himself compared alongside the stars of the game. With 3 championships in hand, consecutive All-Star selections, and a string of accolades, Kobe, while perhaps not a transcendent superstar at this juncture, undoubtedly remains a prominent figure in the realm of basketball. Remarkably, in the comparison with Kobe, Wang Ke actually holds an advantage in several aspects. This leaves one pondering who truly finds themselves in an awkward position. Just 2 days later, the league's official recognition further ignited the fervor surrounding this discussion, as Wang Ke was awarded the Eastern Conference Player of the Month for January. Wang Ke has triumphed over James, securing this prestigious award. This marks the first time in Wang Ke's career that he has been honored as the Player of the Month, representing yet another significant milestone. Surprisingly, the Western Conference's Player of the Month award was not bestowed upon Kobe or Duncan, but rather awarded to Weber. It is difficult to ascertain whether the confrontation 2 days prior influenced the allocation of this accolade, yet the reality remains. The victor claims the glory. President, I harbor a slight concern. If Wang Ke fully matures and is naturalized back to Longwa, the strength of the Longwa team would be formidable. What if the American team falters once again at the Olympics? In New York, at the league headquarters, while conversing with Stern, Xiaohua expressed his apprehensions. Stern's strategic vision for the internationalization of the league is fundamentally sound, yet it has not been devoid of drawbacks. An increasing number of international basketball stars have emerged, while American homegrown talents no longer hold an absolute advantage. This is particularly evident in the center position. After O'Neal, only Yao Ming and Wang Ke are capable of upholding the mantle of the center. Should Wang Ke complete his naturalization and become a Longwa player, American centers would find themselves unable to compete with their Longwa counterparts. In the past, a decade later, it became apparent that no American players were featured in the regular season MVP awards. Embiid, strictly speaking, belongs to the international player category. Dwight seems promising, and he could certainly be nurtured. With 3 years remaining, he should be able to develop significantly. For the 2008 Olympics, we will field our strongest roster, ensuring we do not falter. That said, we are not the American Basketball Association. Why concern ourselves with such matters? Let us focus on generating revenue. Stern remarked with a faint smile. Once Wang Ke officially becomes a Longwa player, Stern is prepared to implement a dual strategy for a substantial harvest in the Longwa market. Unlike Xiaohua's concerns, Stern believes that the steps toward internationalization have not progressed sufficiently. To date, no international player has been awarded the regular season MVP title. Stern feels it is time to offer greater incentives. One must invest to reap rewards. Chapter 55, Redemption, Player of the Month. And now, Player of the Week as well. Wang, I sincerely hope you are selected for this year's All-Star Game. It would be the finest New Year's gift as Longwa celebrates its new year. At home, Claudia diligently cuts out news articles from the newspaper, affixing them to her scrapbook. Following his accolade as the Eastern Conference Player of the Month in January, Wang Ke continues to deliver impressive performances on the court. The Player of the Week award soon follows. The Bobcats have also achieved a remarkable 5-game winning streak. Their ranking in the Eastern Conference has ascended to 6th place. It appears that qualifying for the playoffs has become exceedingly promising. However, I secretly hope we do not make the cut. In that case, I would have a week to rest and spend more time with you. With a smile, Wang Ke remarked that he truly did not concern himself with his selection for the All-Star game. After all, even if he were chosen, it would be due to various external factors, rather than a testament to his sheer skill and prowess. Indeed, in terms of votes, he could not possibly compete with the likes of the illustrious Big Ben and Shaquille O'Neal. Nevertheless, I still hope for your inclusion, as it carries a different significance. It is a recognition of your performance on the court. Claudia pondered for a moment and concluded that Wang Ke's selection would indeed be a positive outcome. You have become increasingly eloquent in your speech. Wang Ke observed that Claudia had become increasingly vivacious. He recalled the initial days when she would consistently lower her head, gazing at her own toes whenever he was near. Claudia smiled shyly, casting her eyes downward, and chose not to respond further. After affixing it onto the large notebook, Claudia resumed her paper cutting, crafting a character that signifies good fortune. As February approached, the Lunar New Year in Longwa was drawing near as well. Wang Ke spent his early years here with his parents. However, as the family's circumstances deteriorated, his parents lost the will to continue living there. Conversely, Claudia has taken the initiative to prepare well in advance this time, demonstrating her thoughtful nature. All-Star Weekend. Wang Ke approached the window, gazing into the distance. It was snowing once more. The league officials had previously sought out Wang Ke, wishing to extend an invitation for him to participate in the three-point contest and the slam dunk competition. However, Wang Ke had turned down their offers. Wang Ke is not in a particularly cheerful mood. Amidst the continuous stream of accolades, he bears an immense weight of responsibility and pressure. It is undeniably arduous for one individual to carry the entire team forward. Wang Ke dared not pause, nor could he afford to relax. For once he let down his guard, the Lynx team would undoubtedly falter, leading to a potential collapse with alarming ease. Wang Ke felt that he was still fighting for his own survival. If he could lead the weakened Bobcats into the playoffs this season, it would significantly elevate his status and influence within the league. Enduring an entire season would pave the way for smoother paths ahead. At the airport in the capital of Longwa, Yu Feihong was waiting for her flight. Hello? Dad, could you please tone down your voice? Must you yell every time we talk on the phone? There's a reason I'm not coming home. I know it's the new year, but I'm heading to the United States. What for? You ask. My cousin is all alone in America. It's been many years since he has celebrated the Spring Festival. So I'm going to pay him a visit. Is that suddenly acceptable? Why do I feel like you all have already taken him in as your son? Yu Feihong hung up the phone, muttering under her breath. After wrapping up filming for the Ming Dynasty Emperor series, Yu Feihong still did not wish to return home. The rift with her parents had existed since the moment she was accepted into Beijing Film Academy, and it had only grown over time. The ostensible reason for her trip was to see Wang Ke in the United States, but deep down, Yu Feihong questioned whether she was merely seeking an excuse to avoid returning home for the new year. Regardless of wealth, one should return home for the new year. A somewhat cliché yet heartfelt song echoed through the airport. Ah, Yu Feihong sighed, as soon as she mentioned going to the United States to see Wang Ke. Her parents readily consented, showering her with a multitude of reminders. Yu Feihong felt as if her parents, having exhausted one phone number, had seamlessly transitioned to another, preparing for a fresh start. On February 8th, the Longwa New Year arrived. Little Ke, congratulations! In just a week, we'll be able to gather. Happy New Year! In the morning, Wang Ke received a phone call from Yao Ming. Just an hour prior, the league had officially announced the roster for this year's All-Star Game. Wang Ke stands prominently among the nominees. In terms of votes, Wang Ke remains significantly behind the likes of Dabin and O'Neal. This is likely due to the endorsement from Stern. Yao Ming, with nearly 3 million votes, has emerged as the leading vote-getter for this All-Star Game. One can discern from his voice on the phone that Yao Ming is exceedingly excited. In the previous 2 seasons, Yao Ming's selection for the All-Star Game was met with considerable skepticism. However, this time, no one dares to question his selection any longer. Yao Ming has garnered a substantial following in the United States as well. In truth, if we solely consider the votes from fans in Longwa, Yao Ming's total would undoubtedly exceed 3 million. Those who underestimate the number of Longhua fans are mistaken. This discrepancy arises from the league's control over the vote count. Perhaps the rankings reflect a rough approximation of reality, but the actual vote totals are certainly not authentic. Otherwise, Yao Ming's votes would consistently surpass those of American stars. The number of Longhua people is indeed vast. Casting a vote in the millions is not a daunting task. Each individual is not limited to a single vote. During the voting period, one can vote daily. Additionally, certain days are designated as double vote days, where each vote cast counts as 2. This all-star game will mark the inaugural Longhua Derby. Fortuitously, Wang Ke and Yao Ming are situated in opposing conferences, due to Wang Ke's absence in the previous encounter. The Longhua Derby has yet to take place during the regular season. This undoubtedly adds another layer of intrigue to the all-star game. Following the announcement of the all-star voting results, the league officials have begun to capitalize on the Longhua Derby, generating excitement in this regard. Wang Ke has not yet changed his nationality to that of Longhua. However, the momentum for such a transition has already commenced. Concurrently, in Longhua, news of Wang Ke's impending naturalization has officially surfaced before the public eye. The all-star game enjoys immense popularity in Longhua. Thus, the promotional efforts from this nation are equally focused on the forthcoming event. Everything is unfolding in a systematic manner. Happy New Year. Wang Ke chuckled. He truly made it to the all-star game. Regardless of the circumstances, this is indeed a moment worth celebrating. However, he has decided not to participate in the rookie showcase. Wang Ke requires a certain amount of rest. This is not mere rhetoric. Subsequently, Wang Ke pondered for a moment and then made a call to Wang Ji. Little Ku. Happy New Year. Yao just called me, and I was also preparing to call you. You have already reached out. Wang Jiji's voice resonates with joy. His future path has finally become clear, dispelling the fog of uncertainty. Perhaps next spring festival, he will be able to reunite with his family and partake in a festive reunion dinner. Wang Jiji has already prepared himself for redemption. Chapter 56. Cousin. The Spring Festival in the Dragon Kingdom holds little significance in the United States. For the Americans, it is merely an ordinary day. However, for the fans of Charlotte, tonight the team will engage in a fierce battle at home. The formidable Spurs from the West are visiting. This season, the Spurs have continued to exhibit remarkable consistency. GD's prowess has become evident to all. Nevertheless, the Spurs have yet to seize the top position in the Western Conference, standing instead as the second seed. With the Suns reigning supreme, this season, Nash has joined the Suns, becoming a child of the wind. D'Antoni's fast-paced offense has officially emerged. In an instant, the Suns have swept through the league, showcasing their offensive might. Whether facing the seasoned Spurs, the tenacious defense of the Pistons, or the duo of Wade and O'Neal's Heat, the Suns' rapid-fire play has triumphed over them all. This has led many media outlets and fans to ponder whether the league is on the brink of transformation. Are we about to enter an era dominated by offense? The Suns' high-tempo play has attracted countless admirers. After several seasons of defensive struggles, fans have grown weary. No one wishes to witness two teams hammering away at the basket like blacksmiths. Ultimately, what fans yearn for is an exhilarating spectacle. The intricacies of defensive strategies and tactics are often lost on the majority of spectators, who are not inclined to delve into such complexities. From their perspective, all they see are players struggling to find their rhythm, unable to make their shots. The Bobcats have yet to face the Suns this season. Wang Ke felt that he might not withstand the onslaught of the Suns' fast-paced game. Outside the Charlotte arena, fans arrived in small groups, making their way into the venue. This season, the attendance at the Charlotte arena has been impressively high, consistently hovering around 80, a remarkable figure within the league. The Bobcats' tenacious style of play, coupled with their persistent ranking within the Eastern Conference's top 8, essentially the playoff zone, has kept the fans' enthusiasm for supporting the team at an all-time high. Excuse me, may I inquire if tickets are still available? A woman of East Asian descent hurriedly approached, only to realize that she had not purchased her ticket in advance. This woman was Yu Feihong. Earlier that morning, she had flown to New York, and in the afternoon, she took a flight to Charlotte. Having studied in the United States for 3 years a decade ago, she was not unfamiliar with this place. She had visited Charlotte before, and it was here that she had met her aunt, Yu Rui. However, upon arriving in Charlotte, she encountered a dilemma. How was she to contact Wang Ke? She did not possess his contact information, which was rather awkward. At times, Yu Feihong had a tendency to make decisions impulsively, only to ponder solutions when faced with difficulties. Fortunately, her sharp mind led her to the conclusion that searching for Wang Ke at the Charlotte arena was a sound choice. As it was the home ground of the Bobcats, tickets should still be available, although there might not be any prime seats left. Tickets here were indeed in high demand, and it was advisable to purchase them in advance next time. A kind fan pointed her towards the ticket window. Yu Feihong had no issues communicating in English, ensuring a smooth exchange. "Oh, thank you," she exclaimed, hastily dragging her suitcase towards the ticket counter. "Ah, I'm so sorry." In her rush, Yu Feihong accidentally bumped into someone. "Damn, watch where you're going," a disgruntled voice exclaimed as Sheeny Air quickly helped Claudia regain her balance. Today marked the Lunar New Year for the Dragon Kingdom, a notably special day for Wang Ke, prompting the siblings to attend the game. "Brother, I'm fine." But Claudia paused, momentarily taken aback by Yu Feihong's appearance. "You, who are you to Wang Ke?" Sheeny Air also recognized Yu Feihong now. Her East Asian features stood out distinctly. Claudia and Sheeny Air were quite familiar with Wang Ke's parents, as the two families had been neighbors for a decade. Claudia had seen a photograph featuring Yu Feihong alongside Wang Ke's mother before. "Do you know Wang Ke?" Yu Feihong inquired, astonished. "I am Wang Ke's cousin." Yu Feihong seemed to have realized something. The ability to discern her own features suggested a close relationship with Wang Ke, indicating that she must be someone very dear to him, perhaps even possessing a profound connection with her aunt. "You Rue?" "Ah." Claudia appeared to recall something, her cheeks flushing slightly. "Cousin, that's family by marriage. My apologies for speaking so loudly just now." Sheeny Air sheepishly scratched his head. Having spent considerable time in the lower-tier community, Sheeny Air emanated an air of bravado, often speaking rather coarsely. Interestingly, he was Claudia's brother, and now encountering Wang Ke's cousin. They found themselves in a relationship of equal standing. "Who are you?" Yu Feihong inquired with a smile, curiosity evident on her face. "Ahem. This is Claudia, my sister. And Wang Ke's wife. Well, fiancée, as the wedding has yet to be formally held." Sheeny Air coughed lightly, laying the facts bare. "Brother." Claudia tugged at Sheeny Air's sleeve, her face aflame as she lowered her gaze. "What?" Yu Feihong was taken aback by an answer she had never anticipated. She followed Claudia and Sheeny Air into the arena, taking their seats in the front row. The first row seats at every team's home ground are often reserved for the relatives and friends of the players, especially for the core members of the team. Naturally, Claudia and Sheeny Air had secured front row tickets in advance. After a brief exchange with the venue staff, Yu Feihong quickly obtained a front row ticket as well. The resemblance she bore to Wang Ke played a significant role at that moment. The staff did not question her connection to him. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that Yu Feihong and Wang Ke bore some likeness to one another. Of course, it could also be attributed to the fact that Americans often struggle to distinguish the features of individuals from Dragon Country. What a vibrant atmosphere. For Yu Feihong, who was witnessing a game in the arena for the first time, it was an exhilarating experience. "Our home ground ambience is quite splendid." Sheeny Air chuckled. As a member of the lower-tier community, to sit in the front row at the Charlotte Arena brought him a sense of fulfillment and vanity. "They're coming out." Sheeny Air pointed towards the players' tunnel. Both teams' players emerged onto the court, warming up. "Juan, tonight, you shall face a trial." Although Tim was registered as a power forward, he predominantly played as a center. For the majority of the time, you would be directly matched against him. His style of play differs from that of Shaq. Wang Ke found himself at the end of the line, engaging in conversation with head coach Bernie Bigstaff. After a brief exchange, he received a pass from a teammate and began attempting a few three-point shots. Subsequently, Wang Ke glanced towards the front row of the audience, intending to greet Claudia. However, he caught sight of a familiar figure. Who could it be? To his astonishment, it was none other than Yu Feihong. Chapter 57. The Power of Defense. She is exceptionally tall. This revelation took Yu Feihong by surprise. She hadn't anticipated that her first reaction upon seeing Wang Ke would be such. Both seemed to find themselves in an awkward moment, unsure whether to greet each other or say anything at all. Wang Ke was well aware that Yu Feihong was a relative, yet he had not expected her to be the one standing before him. In his previous life, he had greatly admired her as a celebrity, an embodiment of elegance and intellect. In this lifetime, fate had intriguingly intertwined their lives, transforming them into relatives. Indeed, the nature of the world is remarkably wondrous. Wang Ke waved towards the front row of the audience, leaving one to wonder whether he was greeting Claudia or Yu Feihong. Both Claudia and Yu Feihong responded with a wave. In truth, we had never met. I had only encountered my aunt, Yu Feihong, a decade ago. As Yu Feihong conversed with Claudia beside her, Wang Ke focused his mind and continued to warm up on the court. These matters were trivial. The events unfolding on the court were of paramount importance to Wang Ke. The opposing team in this match was none other than the Spurs. A formidable squad led by GD. Wang Ke has just been selected for the All-Star game, and with the home advantage, he naturally hopes to deliver a victory for the fans. Moreover, today marks the eve of the Lunar New Year in Longhua. After the match, a sumptuous reunion dinner awaits. With this thought, Wang Ke instinctively glanced at Yu Feihong. Did she come here for this occasion? If so, it brings a touch of warmth to Wang Ke's heart. Whether one is affluent or not, returning home for the new year is a cherished desire. Who wouldn't long to share a festive meal with their loved ones? Wang Ke has not indulged in this for a long time. This year, he finally can. He has Claudia by his side. Now, a cousin has also arrived. The competition is about to commence. The starting players from both teams have taken to the court. The Spurs starting lineup includes Reza Nestorovic, Duncan, Bowen, Ginobili, and Tony Parker. Throughout this season, Ginobili has consistently occupied the starting position as the shooting guard for the Spurs. This is a rarity in his entire professional career. In most seasons, Ginobili has appeared primarily as the sixth man off the bench, regardless of whether he starts or comes off the bench. Ginobili's style of play and average statistics have not seen significant variation. Thus, to assert that Ginobili can be compared to the four great shooting guards is indeed debatable. While his efficiency rate is commendable, his overall production throughout a game is not particularly high. As a shooting guard, his primary role is to score. However, his average points per game have never surpassed 20. Even the late career, increasingly relaxed Vince Carter managed to achieve an average of over 20 points with ease. This cannot simply be attributed to Popovich's restrictions on Ginobili's scoring. In reality, Popovich has largely permitted Ginobili to express himself freely on the court. A more accurate assertion would be that Ginobili's stamina and physical resilience do not support him in maintaining a high-quality performance for an entire game. This is a sentiment that resonates with Yao Ming as well. Wang Ke gazed at GD, his thoughts drifting. The arrival of Yu Feihong stirred memories of his past life, evoking a multitude of recollections. The starting lineup for the Bobcats included Wang Ke, Primoz Brezek, Gerald Wallace, Jason Capono, and B.J. Mullins. After enduring a wave of injuries, the team's roster finally appeared cohesive for this match, a welcome development. During the All-Star weekend, aside from Wang Ke, the other players of the Bobcats would also enjoy approximately a week's respite. This bodes well for replenishing their energy for the latter half of the regular season. Wang Ke and Reza Nestorovic approached the center circle, poised for the jump ball. Duncan continued to assume the role of a faux power forward during the opening jump. He would never concede to being a center. Let the centers handle that task. In league games, the opening jump ball does not restrict player positions, allowing point guards to participate as well. However, it is generally accepted that the tallest player on the team, typically the center, takes on this responsibility. Unless there is a particular desire to gain an advantage, players with superior jumping ability from other positions may be called upon to perform the jump. Wang Ke effortlessly triumphed in the opening jump ball, leaving no room for doubt. At that very moment, he stood as an unrivaled champion. No one possesses superior leaping ability compared to Wang Ke, nor does anyone of similar height surpass his remarkable vertical leap. The comparison is simply futile. After Blevin Knight advanced the ball past half-court, he entrusted it to Gerald Wallace, positioning himself beyond the arc, ready to receive and execute a precise three-point shot. Meanwhile, Wang Ke swiftly received a pass in the paint. The Bobcats' offensive strategies have become remarkably refined. In the front row of the audience, Yu Feihong instinctively straightened his posture. The experience of watching a live game is entirely distinct from that of viewing it on a screen. The perspectives differ greatly. At this moment, Yu Feihong found himself feeling a tinge of nervousness. Wang Ke is certainly capable of making the shot. Without a doubt. Bang! Wang Ke effortlessly broke through Reza Nestorovic, swiftly turning to execute a powerful dunk with ease. As the season progresses, Wang Ke's prowess in low-post offensive maneuvers has reached unparalleled heights. Unless faced with double teaming, no center, aside from Shaquille O'Neal and Yao Ming, can effectively defend Wang Ke in a one-on-one scenario. The lack of physicality and strength from other players renders them ineffective, regardless of their defensive awareness and skills. It is a simple truth. Sheer strength can overshadow technical finesse. O'Neal and Yao Ming do not require exceptional defensive techniques. Their mere presence is sufficient to disrupt Wang Ke's interior offensive flow. Ultimately, talent reigns supreme on the court, with physical attributes holding particular significance. 2 o'clock. Wang Ke has secured the first blood. Wow! Yu Feihong couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, yet found herself at a loss for words to adequately describe the moment. Beside her, Claudia stifled a smile. Experiencing a live game for the first time was entirely different. The sensory impact was profoundly distinct. The Spurs initiated their attack. Duncan glanced at Wang Ke, scratching his head in contemplation. He was deliberating whether to double-team Wang Ke in the next play. Just moments ago, Duncan had already concluded in his mind that a single defense would not suffice against Wang Ke. All he could do was attempt to position himself to keep Wang Ke away from the basket. Tony Parker brought the ball past half-court. Reza Nestorovic moved out to the three-point line to set a screen. Meanwhile, Duncan maneuvered to the mid-range, drawing Primoz Brezek away from the paint. To some extent, the Bobcats' interior defense had been stretched thin. Utilizing Reza Nestorovic's screen, Tony Parker swiftly evaded the tight defense of Blaven Knight. Wang Ke made a defensive choice, allowing Lasan Estrovich to slip by in order to guard Tony Parker. Tony Parker began to spin like a top just inside the free-throw line. Yet, Wang Ke remained unyielding, raising his arms high. With a resounding clang, Parker's shot met with the unforgiving rim, resulting in a missed basket amidst the considerable disturbance. Wang Ke swiftly turned to secure the rebound. This approach is inadequate. Tim, you shall set the screen in the next possession, Tony Parker exclaimed. The defensive prowess of Wang Ke is indeed formidable. In Chapter 58, titled Heartbeat, Coach Popovich observed Wang Ke's impressive performance on both ends of the court, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Following the retirement of David Robinson, Popovich has begun to innovate his strategies, yet he still harbors a fondness for the traditional Twin Towers. One might wonder if there exists a possibility of bringing Wang Ke to the Spurs in the future. The prospect of a formidable duo formed by Wang Ke and Duncan would indeed be invincible. Popovich felt a surge of enthusiasm. The game continues as the Bobcats launch their offense. Wang Ke once again received the ball in the paint, yet this time, the defensive pressure intensified dramatically. Duncan, exercising his own judgment on the court, opted to immediately double-team Wang Ke. Popovich maintains high expectations for the operational intricacies of the Spurs' overall tactical system. Transitioning from the previous Twin Towers dominating the interior to a more team-oriented style of basketball, he emphasizes the importance of passing and movement. However, in terms of tactical details, Popovich does not micromanage to an excessive degree, allowing his players ample freedom on the court. This stands in stark contrast to the rigidity of certain coaches, such as Larry Brown. This flexibility is a key reason why Popovich has consistently kept the Spurs among the elite of the Western Conference. He may disdain the three-point shot, yet he can embrace it when necessary. At this moment, Duncan's decision to double-team was met with no dissent from Popovich on the sidelines. Wang Ke swiftly secured the ball, lifting it high above his head with one hand. Facing increased double-teaming, Wang Ke has naturally cultivated a calm demeanor, no longer appearing as lost as he did in the beginning. For the Bobcats, the challenge in countering Wang Ke's double coverage now lies not in him, but rather in the movement and reception of the other players. Wang Ke's height and wingspan afford him the advantage of delivering the ball effectively. However, if his teammates position themselves poorly after the pass, even the absence of errors in ball handling can delay the offensive momentum. To the opponents, this translates into a successful defensive maneuver. In that moment, with a flick of his wrist, Wang Ke sent the ball into the hands of the assertive Gerald Wallace, who soared for a layup, only to be met by Duncan's quick reflexes as he swatted the ball away with precision. What a remarkable steal. At that instant, Duncan's defensive awareness and prowess were undeniably on display. Jin Billy seized the basketball and surged towards the front court. With a sudden stop beyond the three-point line, he launched a shot. Swish. The crisp sound of the ball finding the net echoed through the arena. Jin Billy had just nailed a trailing three-pointer. Oh my God. Not only the home crowd of the Bobcats, but even Popovich on the sidelines felt a jolt of excitement. In that moment, Jin Billy faced no defenders from the Bobcats and could have easily driven to the basket for a layup, yet he opted for the three-pointer. Had it missed, Popovich might have unleashed a torrent of frustration. Yet, it found its mark. This is Jin Billy. A splendid execution. Duncan approached, ruffling Jin Billy's hair affectionately. Jin Billy, feeling his locks, noticed a few strands had fallen out. The bald spot is not too far off. Coach Bernie Bickerstaff gestured towards Wang Ke from the sidelines. The Spurs were certainly making a statement from the outset. The Bobcats could no longer conceal their strategies and were bound to respond with their own formidable tactics. Wang Ke noticed the gestures of Bernie Bickerstaff and nodded in acknowledgement. It was evident that Bernie Bickerstaff was also somewhat impatient. Wang Ke believes that it would be prudent to adopt a more measured approach, allowing the game to unfold naturally. When faced with an opponent's tight defense, the immediate alteration of tactics could be seen as a timely adaptation. However, It may also imply a dismissal of the previous performance by the Bobcats players. Gerald Wallace had just been thwarted by Duncan, yet Wang Ke is confident that such defenses cannot be relied upon consistently. Such abrupt changes in strategy may instill a sense of hesitation in Wallace, making him reluctant to drive towards the basket next time. Nevertheless, the final decision rests with the head coach. As Wang Ke crossed the half-court line, he elegantly maneuvered to receive the ball beyond the three-point arc. Observing this spectacle, Coach Popovich raised an eyebrow, recognizing the familiar sight. During the peak of David Robinson's career, such tactical designs were commonplace. However, with the decline of Robinson's dominance, this strategy had become virtually extinct in the league, as no other center possessed the ability to handle the ball and penetrate from the perimeter like Robinson. Until this season, when Wang Ke emerged, Rasul Nestorovic attempted to defend, yet he appeared somewhat anxious, as this situation exceeded his capabilities. It is rare for a center to step out to guard against perimeter offensive plays. At this moment, Nestorovic fervently wished for Duncan to step up as the team's leader and shoulder this defensive burden. Bang! Wang Ke did not afford Lasan Estrovic much opportunity for contemplation. Launching a vigorous assault from the right flank, Lasan Estrovic's lateral movement appeared noticeably sluggish, and with a decisive stride, Wang Ke seized the positional advantage. His robust physique and tenacity rendered Lasan Estrovic's subsequent attempt to defend somewhat futile. Near the free throw line, Wang Ke executed a swift three-step maneuver. Duncan, attempting to provide support, stationed himself in the key, aiming to induce an offensive foul against Wang Ke. However, Wang Ke elegantly showcased a Eurostep, gracefully gliding past Duncan. Bam! Wang Ke seized the ball with his right hand and slammed it fiercely into the hoop. At that moment, he was comparable to the illustrious Giannis Antetokounmpo. The Charlotte arena fell silent for a mere 2 seconds before erupting into thunderous cheers. Soon, the fans began to chant Wang Ke's name in perfect unison. In the front row of the audience, Claudia, Sheeny, and Yu Fei-hong were all enthusiastically joining in the cheers. The fervent atmosphere was infectious, enveloping everyone present. Yu Fei-hong, who typically exuded a calm and intellectual demeanor, found herself experiencing a completely different sensation at that moment. She began to understand why so many people were enamored with basketball. It also seemed to clarify why her aunt had insisted on pursuing a path in basketball all those years ago. The struggle on the court indeed ignites a fiery passion within. Wang Ke's dunk was nothing short of spectacular. I believe he is pioneering a new style for centers. While David Robinson had previously played in a similar manner, I find Wang Ke to be more agile in his footwork. At that moment, he resembled a true small forward. In the Dragon Kingdom's broadcasting studio, Zhang Weiping excitedly commented, "We can see that the audience has risen to their feet in jubilation. Oh, it appears there is an individual with an Eastern visage in the front row. Could it be a Dragon Kingdom fan attending the game? I feel as if I've seen that face before. It resembles a celebrity," Su Kun remarked with a smile. However, her mention of a celebrity piqued the interest of the Dragon Kingdom fans. "My goodness, it truly is a celebrity. Is that not the enchanting fairy? I know, my goddess. What brings her to the game? Could it be to watch Wang Ke? Surely not. There is a significant age gap between them. You wouldn't understand. It's not only men who are drawn to the young." The gossip flames ignited within the hearts of Dragon Kingdom fans. Chapter 59, Speculations. Bang, bang, bang. Xiaoming, are you there? It's the new year, and I've made some dumplings to share with you. In the Dragon Kingdom, Hongdian, the Great Ming Emperor production team. Although the Great Ming Emperor production team has ostensibly wrapped up filming, there are still some scenes that require reshoots. Thus, even during the new year, Huang Xiaoming remained dedicated to the crew, showcasing his unwavering professionalism. In contrast, Yu Fei-hong exhibited a bit of recklessness, having run off to America. Her additional footage would have to wait until her return. However, this was not a significant issue, as director Huang Zuchuan understood Yu Fei-hong's temperament and paid it no mind. Yet, among the other actors in the crew, there were some murmurs of discontent. This morning, Huang Xiaoming completed his scenes for the day, and at present, he is enjoying a boxed meal while watching the match. If there is time, Wang Ke would never miss a match. The realm of acting is, in truth, rather insular. One is either on set or en route to various events, rarely experiencing the world like ordinary individuals. Of course, the chaos within the production and the multitude of unspoken rules in the industry are matters of their own. Huang Xiaoming, having few pastimes, finds solace in watching basketball games, which serves as a significant form of mental entertainment. Thus, his admiration for Wang Ke is genuine, akin to the fervor of devoted fans. "Xiaojing, come in." Huang Xiaoming opened the door for Jiang Linjing to enter. Jiang Linjing, a vital supporting character in this drama, portrays Empress Ma and shares numerous scenes with Huang Xiaoming, who plays Emperor Jiang Wen. At just 25, she is 3 years his junior. After allowing Jiang Linjing to enter, Huang Xiaoming left the door ajar, wide open. A fleeting glance from Jiang Linjing revealed a hint of disappointment. Are you watching the game, Xiaoming? I really enjoy basketball. My father loves watching games too, and I often join him. May I watch with you now? Jiang Linjing sought to strike up a conversation. Of course, the more, the merrier. Huang Xiaoming replied with a smile, relishing the company. It's hard to resist the allure of dumplings, especially after growing weary of boxed lunches. Together, they watched as Yu Feihong's figure flickered across the screen. Ah, isn't that Sister Feihong? Is the rumor true? Jiang Linjing exclaimed with a laugh. Mind your words. That tall player on the court is my idol, Sister Yu's younger brother. Huang Xiaoming's smile remained warm, yet his tone carried a hint of sternness. Recently, the crew had been speculating about Yu Feihong's trip to America. Due to her choices, her resources in the industry had diminished significantly, and many had lost the respect they once held for her. As a third or fourth-tier actress, Jiang Linjing felt emboldened to offer her opinions on Yu Feihong. However, having experienced the harsh realities of the industry, Huang Xiaoming understood that even a withered camel is larger than a horse. In the context of the drama The Great Ming Emperor, Yu Feihong undoubtedly holds the position of the leading lady, while seasoned supporting actors such as Bao Guoan, Shen Junyi, and Song Chuanli command significant weight in the industry, resources not typically afforded to lower-tier actors. It seems she has yet to undergo the true trials of the industry. Huang Xiaoming regarded Jiang Linjing with a faint smile. Recalling the rumors from years past when he and Tong Dawei vied for prominence in a dramatic contest reminiscent of a snow-laden battlefield. Now, he was fortunate enough to have emerged successfully from those trials. Upon the conclusion of this performance, he shall seamlessly transition into the cast of The Return of the Condor Heroes. In this era, securing a role in a production by the esteemed Mr. Jean essentially signifies imminent stardom. Huang Xiaoming realizes that he has finally attained the ability to take charge of his own destiny. Fei Hongjia's brother, Jiang Linjing, gazes at Wang Ke on the screen, his eyes shimmering with unspoken thoughts. On the sports field, the competition intensifies with ever-increasing fervor. Wang Ke soon found himself engaged in a direct confrontation with Duncan. It was evident that Duncan was eager to personally assess Wang Ke's prowess. As the Spurs initiated their offense, Tony Parker crossed half-court but opted not to pursue a personal breakthrough. Instead, he patiently awaited Duncan to establish his position in the paint. The Spurs appeared to be revisiting a strategy reminiscent of their tactics from 2 or 3 seasons prior. Relentless interior assault. Duncan received Parker's pass and, with his back to the basket, firmly leaned into Wang Ke. Wang Ke took a deep breath, his spirit taut with anticipation. Engaging in a one-on-one confrontation with Duncan felt akin to facing off against Shaquille O'Neal, igniting a thrill within him. Thud, thud. Duncan attempted to charge at Wang Ke twice, yet made little impact. In terms of weight and strength, Duncan found himself at a disadvantage. However, that mattered not, for Duncan possessed his own unique skills. Suddenly, he pivoted and retreated a step, creating some distance between himself and Wang Ke, then executed a 45-degree bank shot. This was Duncan's signature move. By opting for the bank shot, the angle of his release deviated from a standard shot, perfectly evading the interference of Wang Ke's outstretched arms. Thud, swish. The sound of the basketball swishing through the net resonated. With an expressionless countenance, Duncan sprinted back towards the backcourt, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, devoid of any need for exhilaration. Impressive. Wang Ke is indeed commendable. This time, Wang Ke refrained from jumping to attempt a block. Had he done so, he might have successfully executed the block, but he also risked being deceived by Duncan's feint. Each defensive choice invariably carries its own advantages and disadvantages. Wang Ke merely opted for the defensive strategy with the highest probability of success. The Bobcats launched an offensive. At this moment, as Wang Ke received the ball near the three-point line, Duncan personally stepped up to defend. Bang! With a swift motion of his right foot, Wang Ke relied on his physical prowess to forcefully drive towards the three-point line. Their bodies collided repeatedly, causing Duncan to furrow his brow. Wang Ke's strength and resilience were formidable, and his dribbling rhythm was impeccable. In the face of such defense, Duncan struggled to disrupt Wang Ke's flow or compel him to halt. However, at that moment, Duncan showcased his legendary defensive prowess. Through a series of quick, agile steps, He sought to seize a favorable defensive position, steering Wang Ke's advance towards the baseline. This maneuver was laced with a deceptive allure. Advancing directly to the basket proved nearly impossible, while a drive towards the baseline appeared unobstructed. Most players would undoubtedly fall into a defensive trap of Duncan's design. Yet, Wang Ke was not inclined to adhere to Duncan's scripted play. With renewed force, he powered past Duncan, barreling towards the basket. After a couple of decisive steps, Wang Ke gathered the ball and took 3 swift strides. With his right hand elevated above his head, he bore the weight of Duncan and unleashed a thunderous slam dunk towards the hoop. The resounding impact echoed through the arena. Oh my God, he was hanging on Tim. An astonishing dunk. In that moment, every fan in attendance was rendered speechless with awe. Wang Ke's dunk was utterly ferocious, completely disregarding the defender before him. The fact that this defender was Duncan only added an enchanting layer to the dunk, elevating its significance to unprecedented heights. From the spectator's perspective, it might have appeared as though Wang Ke forcefully crushed Duncan to execute the dunk. Yet, only Wang Ke himself understood the immense difficulty behind this successful slam. Duncan's defensive prowess is undeniably among the best in the history of the league. Engaging in a relentless contest with Duncan throughout the game would undoubtedly have taken a considerable toll on Wang Ke's stamina. Of course, Duncan was not without his struggles either. He exerted every ounce of his strength, employing his most formidable defense, yet he was still unable to thwart Wang Ke's decisive finish. At this moment, Wang Ke exchanged a glance with Duncan on the court, their eyes reflecting a mutual admiration for each other's prowess. Both are masters of their craft. Goodness, how impressive. In the room, Huan Xiaoming sprang to his feet, nearly toppling the dumplings before him. Jiang Linjing cast a surprised glance at Huang Xiaoming, noting how this reaction diverged from his usual demeanor. Subsequently, her attention shifted back to the screen, where Wang Ke appeared remarkably strong and charismatic. However, he seemed excessively tall. Instinctively, Jiang Linjing lowered her gaze. Is Wang fit enough to endure this? As the first half of the game concluded, the score stood at 43-44. With the Bobcats trailing by a single point, the Spurs exhibited superior defense and scoring consistency, while the Bobcats relied heavily on Wang Ke's performance to drive their efforts. Both offensively and defensively, Duncan posed significant challenges for Wang Ke on the offensive end. Although not typically regarded as a premier scorer, Duncan's versatility allows him to contribute in numerous ways, showcasing his all-around capabilities. After Wang Ke intensified his defense against Duncan's bank shot from the 45-degree angle, Duncan promptly altered his offensive approach. At times, he delivered a timely assist to his teammates. At other moments, he executed a solid pick-and-roll collaboration. Occasionally, he feigned a shot only to drive towards the basket, and at other times, he opted for a high-arc jumper. Duncan excelled in all these facets. While perhaps not at the pinnacle of excellence, he consistently performed at an admirable level. His foundational skills are not to be underestimated. Duncan's fundamentals are exceptionally robust. This proficiency drained Wang Ke of considerable energy and stamina during the defense. In comparison, Wang Ke found himself preferring to defend against O'Neal. Although O'Neal's interior offense is formidable, Wang Ke could focus solely on battling him in the low post without the need for excessive contemplation. However, Duncan was a different challenge, possessing an astute mind and an impassive demeanor that left one feeling exasperated. No problem. Wang Ke assessed his body and found that, aside from a slight pain in his right shoulder, he was otherwise in good condition. The bullet hole in his right shoulder was merely a lingering ailment from the past. Wang Ke did not dwell on the matter. After entering the league, he had indeed undergone a thorough examination of his right shoulder, yet no issues were discovered. However, it was evident that the 2 bones had sustained damage, having been penetrated by a bullet. That's reassuring. Coach Bernie Bigstaff patted Wang Ke on the back as they made their way towards the players' tunnel. There would be a 15-minute intermission at halftime, and Bigstaff intended to refrain from making significant tactical adjustments, allowing the players a moment to recuperate. Finally, is it halftime? I feel as though I can hardly catch my breath. Yu Fei-hong, seated in the front row of the audience, remarked as she patted her chest. The first half had progressed rather smoothly, with the referee not excessively intruding into the game. On the field, Wang Ke exhibited a valiant spirit reminiscent of the legendary 3 heroes battling El Bu, single-handedly challenging GD. His presence was formidable on both offensive and defensive fronts. Even Yu Fei-hong could perceive that Wang Ke was genuinely fatigued. So am I. Sister, would you like something to drink? I can go get it. Claudia glanced up at Yu Fei-hong, appearing somewhat shy in her presence, yet she felt an urge to cultivate a rapport with her. Claudia understood how much Wang Ke valued his connections in Longhua, and naturally, he would hold his relatives there in high regard as well. I'll go buy it. You all take a break. Watching this game is quite exhausting. Xinier stood up, mumbling to himself. Yu Feihong smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Xinier scratched his head, returning the nod. Time passed swiftly. Wang Ke felt as though he had just managed to regulate his breathing when the second half was about to commence. This match was one he was determined to win. Today marked the new year in Longhua, and Wang Ke aspired to celebrate such a significant occasion with a victory. Moreover, overcoming the formidable Spurs would undoubtedly bolster the confidence of the Bobcats, including the players, the fans, and even the management. On the Spurs side, Duncan harbored similar sentiments. Coach, I want to win this game. That big guy opposite me has piqued my interest, Duncan said to Popovich as he prepared to take the court. That big guy, indeed, has caught my attention as well. Let us secure this victory. Popovich replied with a subtle smile, exuding unwavering confidence. The first half had merely been a warm-up. Once the Spurs intensified their efforts in the second half, there was no reason they should not triumph over an Eastern Conference underdog. Oh, the Bobcats may be slightly stronger than a mere underdog team. Yet in the eyes of Popovich, there exists no distinction. This epitomizes the sheer strength possessed by the Spurs this season. As the second half commenced, the Bobcats were immediately confronted with an unprecedented challenge. The trio of GD was in full motion. Tony Parker's penetrating drives, Ginobili's three-pointers, Duncan's seamless amalgamation of offense and defense. At this moment, the trio of GD shone resplendently. A swift 17-2 surge by the Spurs elevated the score to 61-43. The gap was swiftly approaching 20 points. The Charlotte arena fell into an eerie silence. After the Spurs exhibited playoff-level intensity and pacing, the Bobcats appeared momentarily stunned. Had they been utterly dismantled? Was this the disparity between a team and a powerhouse? Many players and fans of the Bobcats found their confidence momentarily shaken. Even head coach Bernie Bickerstaff turned to Wang and inquired, Wang, should we strategically concede this game? Following a timeout, Bickerstaff posed the question. Losing to the formidable Spurs of the West is no disgrace. After all, the Bobcats' strength is significantly lacking. No. I wish to try once more. In this match, I desire victory. Wang Ke's demeanor remained tranquil, yet the determination and stubbornness in his words were unmistakably evident. Chapter 61. The Ultimate Block. Very well. Let us put it to the test. Head coach Bernie Bickerstaff patted Wang Ke on the shoulder. Understanding that there was little more to be said, faced with the Spurs and trailing by nearly 20 points. One could hardly claim that Bernie Bickerstaff possessed any ingenious strategies to enable the Bobcats to swiftly close the gap and stage a remarkable comeback. The reality was quite the opposite. To put it frankly, the Bobcats simply lacked the necessary conditions. The solitary glimmer of hope rested entirely upon Wang Ke's shoulders. Bernie Bickerstaff recalled the season's early match against the Heat, where Wang Ke had insisted on giving it his all, ultimately succeeding. However, at that time, the Bobcats were not trailing by a significant margin. Moreover, Wang Ke had relied on three-point shots. Would he resort to the same strategy this time to narrow the score? Everyone knew that three-pointers could expedite scoring, but the precision of the shots was an entirely different matter. Should his attempts falter, the point deficit could potentially widen even further, possibly culminating in a disastrous outcome. The ensuing blow to the Bobcats' confidence would be far more severe. Bernie Bickerstaff pondered these thoughts, yet refrained from voicing them. He could not afford to hinder Wang Ke's resolve at such a critical juncture. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Wang Ke skillfully maneuvered the ball from the backcourt, crossing the half-court line with finesse. Such a spectacle undoubtedly brings a refreshing excitement to the fans. Had the Bobcats not been trailing by such a significant margin, the home crowd would have erupted in fervent applause at this moment. Duncan raised an eyebrow, already contemplating his next move. However, in his defensive strategy against Wang Ke, Duncan remained primarily focused on thwarting his drives to the basket, allowing for a more lenient approach to three-point shots. He harbored doubts about a center's ability to maintain such a high shooting percentage, a conclusion drawn from extensive data analysis that sought to establish the most rational defensive approach. Wang Ke skillfully controlled the ball beyond the three-point line, keenly assessing Duncan's defensive positioning before decisively launching his shot. Oh, damn, Duncan muttered under his breath. Not due to Wang Ke's sudden three-point attempt, but rather because he realized Wang Ke had soared to an astonishing height. Even with his arms fully extended, Duncan could hardly make any significant interference. Reaching the apex of his leap, Wang Ke steadied his hand and propelled the ball forward. Could it be? The basketball traced a flawless arc through the air, and then, swish. The sound of the ball netting was particularly crisp and melodious at that moment. 3 points in the bag. Yes. Wang Ke vigorously swung his arm. This marks a promising beginning. 46-61. The deficit has been reduced to 15 points. At this moment, the game has progressed into the latter half of the third quarter, with nearly 1.5 quarters remaining, leaving ample opportunity to turn the tide. Defense. 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 Wang Ke's three-pointer ignited the fervor of the home crowd for the Bobcats. The previously subdued atmosphere transformed into one of exuberance. The entire arena resonated with a unified chant of defense, rallying support for the players on the court. In the front row of the audience, Yu Feihong, Claudia, and Chenier were completely immersed in the ambience of the game, joining the throngs around them in spirited shouts toward the court. On the sidelines, Popovich smiled. Wang Ke is indeed a remarkable player. However, at this moment, Popovich harbors no apprehensions, for he is confident that GD on the court will resolve any issues. As the Spurs launched their offense, Tony Parker advanced past half-court and noticed Ginobili reaching out for the ball. Without hesitation, he swiftly passed it to him. Faced with the defense of Gerald Wallace, Ginobili, without a moment's doubt, took aim and shot. Sensing the rhythm, Ginobili aimed for a three-point answer ball. Should it succeed, it would significantly dampen the morale of the Bobcats, restoring the deficit to an 18-point gap. With a few more of such answer balls, it would be nearly impossible for the Bobcats to maintain their composure. Ginobili's intentions were commendable, yet not every noble thought comes to fruition. Clang. The sound of iron reverberated. To the ears of the Bobcats fans, such a sound was almost melodious. Wang Ke deftly secured the rebound and swiftly dribbled the ball forward, initiating a counterattack. Wang Ke's pace with the ball is remarkably swift. In this fleeting moment, Duncan was unable to keep up. Apply pressure. Get close. Instinctively, Duncan called out to his teammate. Ginobili, eager to atone for his previous mistake, swiftly charged towards Wang Ke. This time, Wang Ke had no intention of attempting another three-pointer. With a swift gesture of homage, he sent Ginobili soaring into the air. Wang Ke then took a step inside the three-point line and instantly launched himself into a three-step leap. Bam! With such long strides. He required merely 2 steps to transition from the three-point arc to a thunderous dunk inside the paint. Wang Ke's decisive play revitalized the spirits of the Bobcats once more. The score stands at 48-61, with the gap narrowing to 13 points. On the sidelines, Popovich instinctively stroked his chin, pondering the situation. Surely, it wouldn't come to this. He called out to stabilize the offense, a reminder for Ginobili, the only one in the team who relished taking risks. Yet, this was not the opportune moment for such gambles. It would be far more prudent for Duncan to assertively carve out space in the paint. If the Spurs could execute this possession successfully, it would undoubtedly halt the Bobcats' momentum. At that moment, Duncan was undoubtedly the most lucid presence on the court for the Spurs. After signaling to Tony Parker, Duncan positioned himself near the three-point line to set a screen. With the assistance of this screen, Parker effortlessly evaded Blevin Knight and surged towards the paint. Wang Ke did not swiftly transition to defend. Instead, he opted to maintain his position near the free throw line. This was due to Tony Parker's urgent three-point shooting percentage, making it a challenge to score even a single basket. When faced with the impossibility of covering every angle, one must inevitably make a choice. Wang Ke made the right choice. Tony Parker refrained from attempting an open three-pointer and instead opted for a drive. As he approached the vicinity of the free throw line, he was met head-on by Wang Ke's defense. You fell for it. Tony Parker continued his advance, stepping closer to the free throw line, and then tossed the ball behind him. In the mid-range area, Duncan received Parker's return pass. Although Duncan's shooting accuracy from mid-range may not rival that of Garnett or Nowitzki, it is certainly commendable. In crucial moments, he too can deliver a decisive blow. Wang Ke, upon witnessing Duncan receiving the ball, propelled himself forcefully with his right foot, swiftly advancing with his left foot in a bold stride, and then executed a daring defensive maneuver. He soared into the air. Wang Ke hurled his body into the air. At that moment, if Duncan had executed a feigned shot followed by a drive, it would have been exceedingly difficult for Wang Ke to react defensively with any swiftness. However, Duncan eschewed such embellishments. His playing style is characterized by simplicity. After assessing Wang Ke's jumping reach, Duncan surmised that Wang Ke would have little impact on his mid-range shot. He leapt. He released the ball. Duncan is not one to hesitate. The basketball departed his palm with fluidity, its arc impressively graceful. This shot was destined to succeed. Duncan felt a sense of certainty within himself. Yet, a hand emerged in the trajectory of the ascending basketball. It made contact. Wang Ke's fingertips grazed the basketball. An extraordinary block. A profound change swept across Duncan's typically stoic visage. Chapter 62, The Turnaround. Oh my God. Is this truly possible? An astonishing display. Won. 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 The colossal screen above the court replayed in slow motion the moment Wang Ke executed his block against Duncan. The slow-motion footage accentuated Wang Ke's otherworldly vertical leap. The visual impact was nothing short of electrifying. Meanwhile, the game continued unabated. In the paint, Primoz Brezek secured the rebound and passed the ball once more to Wang Ke. As Wang Ke dribbled the ball, he signaled to his teammates to temper their pace. There was still ample time remaining. Although the Bobcats were indeed the ones striving to close the gap, there was no need for excessive urgency. Duncan had positioned himself near the three-point line, eagerly awaiting Wang Ke's move. In his heart, he had come to regard Wang Ke with utmost seriousness. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded, much to Duncan's astonishment. As Wang Ke approached the three-point line, he gestured for Gerald Wallace to come forward for a screen. Although an outside screen for an inside player seemed somewhat peculiar, Duncan remained poised to counter the pick. He swiftly glanced back to gauge Wallace's position, contemplating how to navigate the impending screen. However, in that fleeting moment, Wang Ke launched his shot. Oh, Duncan was utterly unprepared for such a move. The call for the pick was merely a ruse, designed to distract Duncan's defensive focus. The pull-up three-pointer was the true objective. Duncan's defense was once again caught off guard. Swish. The crisp, melodious sound of the basketball finding the net resonated through the arena. Boom. In that instant, the entire venue erupted with excitement. 51-61. The deficit was officially reduced to 10 points, with an entire quarter still remaining. Such a margin was no longer insurmountable. Beep. A resigned Popovich called for a timeout. Wang Ke's ferocity has surpassed his expectations. Popovich has found himself underestimating Wang Ke's vigor. This tenacity and unwavering spirit have even instilled a sense of pressure within Popovich. He perceives that if the Spurs were to engage in a best-of-7 series against the Bobcats, even if the Spurs were to emerge victorious, it would come at a considerable cost. Meanwhile, in the sets of the production team for the great Ming Emperor in Hundian, Huang Xiaoming has already begun to leap and cheer with exuberance. The display by Wang Ke in these past few minutes has been nothing short of spectacular. Jiang Linjing, gazing at the formidable presence of Wang Ke on the screen, found herself inspired by a novel idea. In Houston, the Rockets had no game tonight. And while Yao Ming enjoyed a reunion with his family, he too was captivated by this match. A player like Wang Ke undoubtedly belongs to the Dragon Nation team. Anything less would be a travesty. Fortunately, he is now on the right path. Witnessing Wang Ke's commanding performance filled Yao Ming with increasing joy. Especially as he observed the indomitable spirit exhibited by Wang Ke, this was precisely the kind of teammate he yearned for. The Olympics in 2008, right at his doorstep, had ignited a fervor within him to strive for a medal, aiming for the top 4. In the Charlotte arena, the game had reached a fever pitch. With just 2 minutes remaining, Wang Ke led the Bobcats in erasing the deficit and leveling the score. The home crowd of Bobcats fans was on the brink of euphoria. In terms of momentum, the Bobcats had undeniably seized the advantage. It appeared we were on the verge of defeat. On the Spurs bench, Coach Popovich shook his head as he listened to the deafening roar. Wang is truly a worthy opponent. It is merely unfortunate. A hint of a smile graced Duncan's lips as he exchanged glances with Popovich, who understood Duncan's sentiment. The Bobcats had no chance of facing the Spurs in the playoffs this season. The only stage for their encounter would be the finals. Popovich and Duncan were confident in their ability to lead the team to the finals, yet it seemed implausible for the Bobcats to reach that pinnacle this season. Merely qualifying for the playoffs would be a remarkable achievement. There would always be opportunities, though at that time, Wang might not still be with the Bobcats. I would prefer to see him join our team, Popovich remarked with a smile, openly expressing his admiration for Wang Ke. Duncan, now 29 and approaching his 30s, envisioned a future where Wang Ke could inherit his role on the Spurs, ensuring a legacy of strength for the franchise, much like when David Robinson passed the mantle to Duncan years ago. As the timeout concluded, the game entered the final 2 minutes of decisive action. At this moment, Wang Ke was genuinely panting heavily. Yet he was acutely aware that victory was merely a step away. He had to persevere. The Spurs initiated their offense. Duncan, in a one-on-one confrontation, confidently scored against Wang Ke inside. However, turning back, Wang Ke struck again from beyond the arc with a three-pointer. 92-91. For the first time in this match, the Bobcats seized the lead. The cheers in the Charlotte arena swelled even louder. The fans of the Bobcats truly glimpsed the hope of victory. Incredible. Wang has reached 50 points once more. Utterly formidable. In the front row, Sheeny Air exclaimed with excitement. Brother, you're still keeping track of Wang's score. Claudia expressed surprise, followed by joy. Her brother had always enjoyed teasing Wang Ke, yet it seemed he truly cared about him deep down. Humph. I was merely worried he might embarrass himself with poor performance. Just a little reminder to keep track of the score. Sheeny Air huffed softly, unwilling to admit his true feelings. On the court, the Spurs advanced again, with Duncan attempting another strong play against Wang Ke. This time, however, Wang Ke executed a perfect defense, prompting Duncan to angrily slam the ball down in frustration. Wang Ke pivoted to secure the rebound. Tim, today marks the Lunar New Year in Longwa. This match is firmly in my grasp. Wang Ke gazed at Duncan and declared, the game is not over yet. Duncan cast a brief glance at the scoreboard and the timer, opting for silence. His countenance remained utterly unchanged, epitomizing the stoic nature for which he is renowned. Exuding an aura of unwavering solidity, it seemed as though nothing on the court could evoke a flicker of emotion from him. Nevertheless, the ultimate triumph of this match belonged to Wang Ke. In the final minute, he exhibited a relentless determination. Meanwhile, the Spurs found themselves subdued by the momentum of the Bobcats. With just 30 seconds remaining, the Bobcats held a 5-point lead at 99-94. Following another missed three-pointer by Jin Billy, the Spurs conceded defeat, choosing to forego further efforts. Although there remained an opportunity to engage in a sequence of fouls, free throws, and timeouts in pursuit of a last-minute three-pointer, Coach Popovich deemed it unnecessary. The Spurs had already exerted considerable effort throughout the game, as it was merely a regular season match. Victory or defeat held little significance for him. The final score settled at 101-94 as the timer expired. Victory belonged to the Bobcats. They achieved a remarkable comeback. Roaring with exhilaration, Wang Ke raised his arms in triumph, unleashing a powerful shout. Indeed, the Bobcats had given their all, while the Spurs had not unleashed their full potential. But what of it? A win is a win. I shall grow even stronger. Wang Ke's gaze became resolutely steadfast. Chapter 63, a mix of laughter and tears. Winning this match holds immense significance for the Bobcats. The enhancement of their confidence is indeed challenging to quantify. One thing is certain, no one within the management will ever doubt the goal of making it to the playoffs again. The Bobcats have finally achieved a unified vision. Consequently, the pressure on General Manager Petty Tom and Bernie Bickerstaff has significantly diminished. Despite having the unwavering support of their owner, they often face inquiries from the operations team, which can be quite disconcerting and burdensome. Tonight, the media frenzy began, fervently crafting narratives to celebrate Wang Ke. Scoring over 50 points is no trivial feat within the league. Many recognized scoring prodigies have scarcely experienced such accomplishments. Kobe, despite the Lakers' underwhelming performance this season, continues to astonish everyone, having made scoring over 50 points a regular occurrence. It has led to a peculiar perception. If Kobe performs poorly, he merely scores 46 points. Not to mention, Wang Ke simultaneously achieved 17 rebounds, 7 assists, 3 blocks, and 1 steal. Such near triple-double statistics appear remarkably elite in the current league. In honor of K, it is always appropriate to cheer for Wang Ke with exuberance. At this moment, Wang Ke is enveloped in the warmth of home. Upon returning to his abode, Claudia and Zinnier prepared an exquisite feast. These delectable dishes were all meticulously arranged before they headed to the arena. Yu Feihong also accompanied them to Wang Ke's humble residence. Observing the scene before him, he felt a sense of novelty, accompanied by nostalgia. This is a photograph I took with my aunt a decade ago. At the dining table, Yu Feihong spotted the old photo presented by Wang Ke, and memories flooded back at this very moment. It is now confirmed that you are indeed my cousin. Wang Ke chuckled and made a jest. The moment he laid eyes on Yu Feihong, he was certain she was a relative. This was due to the striking resemblance she bore to his mother. However, at that moment, Wang Ke could not ascertain the exact familial relationship between them and was even apprehensive that he might be mistaken for a fraud. Yu Feihong gently brushed her hair and smiled, saying, "Let us dine." Wang Ke gestured towards the spread of delicacies on the table. This was no ordinary late-night snack. It was, in fact, Wang Ke's first New Year's Eve dinner in many years. Alas, Wang Ke let out a sigh within, finally able to partake in this meal. Unconsciously, a hint of mist gathered in his eyes. A year ago, he had been struggling to survive in the impoverished district, completely devoid of hope for the future. Now, a year later, everything has taken a turn for the better, and Wang Ke fervently wishes that this is not merely a dream. Xiao Ke, are you planning to marry this summer? Yu Feihong inquired with a smile, glancing at Wang Ke and Claudia. She herself had never harbored thoughts of entering into marriage, nor even the desire to engage in a romantic relationship. Observing Wang Ke, who was on the cusp of turning 21 and about to establish his own family, always filled Yu Feihong with a sense of curiosity and bewilderment. Indeed, we shall hold the wedding during the off-season. Wang Ke chuckled as he grasped Claudia's hand. Claudia shyly lowered her gaze, feeling the presence of her cousin and brother nearby. Humph. Sheeny Air let out a soft huff, unable to bear the display of affection before her. Meanwhile, Yu Feihong stifled a smile, unexpectedly feeling a pang of envy. Let us toast to the new year. Before the All-Star weekend, the Bobcats had 4 remaining games, ultimately achieving a record of 2 wins and 2 losses. Their determination to secure a victory against the Spurs had a significant impact on the players' stamina and energy, particularly for Wang Ke. On the evening of the New Year's feast, Wang Ke exceptionally indulged in a bit of wine. Subsequently, the Bobcats suffered consecutive defeats against the Nuggets and the Jazz in the following 2 games. Wang Ke's adjustments were swift. Upon returning to his home court, he quickly regained his form, leading the team to consecutive victories over the Celtics and the Wizards. Before the All-Star weekend, he stabilized the Bobcats' record within the top 8 of the Eastern Conference. The All-Star weekend was approaching, and for Wang Ke, a first-time selection, there was an air of novelty. Much like Yao Ming during his inaugural All-Star appearance, Wang Ke appeared somewhat unfamiliar and uncertain while warming up on the court. However, everything changed with the arrival of Yao Ming. Yao took Wang Ke under his wing, greeting fellow stars one by one. After being selected for the All-Star game for 3 consecutive years, Yao had shed his initial awkwardness and transformed into a seasoned veteran. Particularly noteworthy was Yao's selection as the All-Star leading vote-getter, which further bolstered his confidence. Moreover, witnessing Wang Ke's smooth path to naturalization brought Yao immense joy. This year, the All-Star weekend was hosted in Denver, home of the Nuggets. However, it was a disappointment for Denver fans that no players from the Nuggets were selected for the All-Star game. Although Carmelo Anthony had shown promise in his second season, he too was overlooked. In contrast, the fans felt a complex mix of emotions seeing Wang Ke, a rookie, already selected for the All-Star game. They sought opportunities to question Wang Ke but found his statistics undeniably impressive, especially in recent weeks as he approached an average triple-double. Such figures undoubtedly warranted All-Star recognition. Coupled with the Bobcats' consistent position in the Eastern Conference's top 8, Wang Ke's selection was far more convincing than Yao Ming's during his early years. Father, Mother, I'm back, Yu Feihong exclaimed upon returning to Longwa from America, and after reshooting several scenes with her film crew, finally stepping into her home in Hangzhou. A light scoff escaped her lips. Yu Chung did not turn to acknowledge her, but continued fiddling with the remote, switching to the Longwa Sports Channel, which was broadcasting the All-Star Weekend live. Dad, don't you usually avoid watching basketball? Yu Feihong casually inquired. What is it to you? You know how to come home, don't you? Yu Ching retorted sharply. Old Yu, your daughter has finally returned home. Why are you so irritable? Chang Bei interjected, pulling Yu Feihong away, who was on the verge of losing her temper. I saw Wang Ke. He is getting married this summer, Yu Feihong declared before heading straight to her room. Bang! She slammed the door shut. Wang Ke? Getting married? My nephew is getting married? Hey, Feihong, clarify this. This is indeed a significant matter. Alas, you mentioned this. Yet we have not prepared at all. We must return to the Dragon Country to handle it. We shall orchestrate this splendidly. Feihong. Feihong? Ahem. Father's tone was somewhat severe just now. Come out and let us discuss this properly. How is Wang Ke faring? Who is his girlfriend? Are there any photographs? Outside. The startled voices of my parents resonated, while within the room, Yu Feihong's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Yet, shortly thereafter, she let out a sigh. It seems that her parents genuinely wish for their children to settle down and present them with grandchildren. Perhaps this is the simplest of emotions. And yet, she is unable to provide this for them. Her parents truly intend to treat Wang Ke as another son to nurture. What a commotion this has caused. Yu Feihong found herself in a mix of amusement and exasperation. Chapter 64, 1v1. Thanks to Wang Ke, the Yu family had become remarkably harmonious. At this moment, they were all watching the live broadcast of the All-Star weekend. Yu Ching and Ching Bei were excitedly discussing the arrangements for Wang Ke's wedding, pondering which hotel to choose and whom to send invitations to. Their enthusiasm left Yu Feihong speechless. They truly regard Wang Ke as a beloved son. Could they not focus on the game? Yu Feihong could not help but interject. Feihong felt a twinge of jealousy. I do not. Feihong. It is not that I am scolding you, but you ought to be as eager to settle down as Xiao Ku. My eldest grandchild is already 10 years old. How could you? The usually composed Yu Fei-hong found herself on the verge of expletives. It is too hurtful. This family is unbearable. Enough of this. Let us watch the game. On the field, they had already reached the segment for the All-Star starting lineup. Wang Ke, serving as a substitute, found himself spared from the awkward dance-off this time. Nevertheless, Shaquille O'Neal's whimsical performance brought boundless joy to the fans. This All-Star game was replete with intriguing highlights. Among them, the showdown following the separation of the iconic duo, the Oakley combination, emerged as the centerpiece of attention. The anticipated clash between Yao Ming and Wang Ke was heavily promoted prior to the event. However, since Wang Ke was a substitute, the likelihood of him facing Yao Ming remained uncertain, resulting in a lack of significant focus on him during the live event. In stark contrast, the broadcasting room of Longhua Sports Channel presented a different scene altogether. Two enormous posters featuring Yao Ming and Wang Ke captured the attention of the broadcast cameras, leading one to mistakenly believe it was a match between the Rockets and the Bobcats. The other stars undeniably felt like mere supporting characters. Longhua Sports Channel invested significantly in this broadcast, opting for more than just the duo of Zhang Weiping and Su Kun as commentators. They enlisted the youthful Yang Yi and current player Bettel as special guests to enhance the commentary. Bettel's occasional witty remarks during the broadcast revealed a different facet of the charismatic player to many fans. However, the atmosphere in the Longhua broadcast room was tinged with awkwardness. The commentators endeavored to steer the conversation toward Yao Ming and Wang Ke, yet both players had limited playing time in the All-Star game. Yao Ming fared slightly better, being a starter for the Western team, but after just 5 minutes of play, he too was benched, and as the game approached the end of the second quarter, he had yet to return. Wang Ke's situation was even more disheartening, as he remained on the bench without any opportunity to play. What is going on? Why hasn't Wang Ke entered the game yet? Are they showing bias? Cheng Bei lamented, feeling increasingly drowsy as she watched the match. Her lack of interest in basketball made it a rather painful experience for a non-fan to watch a game devoid of her favorite players. This was Wang Ke's first All-Star selection, which in itself was commendable. It would be quite unusual for him not to step onto the court. If this were to happen, it would indeed suggest discrimination against our young Wang Ke. Yu Cheng also felt a tinge of impatience. Men typically find it easier to comprehend the nuances of a basketball game. However, due to previous circumstances, Yu Cheng had not watched basketball for many years, preferring football instead. Consequently, he found watching basketball less enjoyable than football, grappling with many of the rules. Among the group, it was Yu Fei-hong who had developed a better understanding of basketball. Having been immersed in the live game atmosphere, she felt that she could now be regarded as the seasoned basketball enthusiast of the household. Finally, midway through the third quarter, Wang Ke was granted his long-awaited opportunity to take the court. At this moment, the three members of Yu Fei-hong's family were all invigorated. Many fans of the Dragon Nation shared this sentiment. The commentators in the Dragon Nation's broadcasting studio finally felt they had something worthy to discuss. Currently, the Western team held a 6-point lead over the Eastern team, with a score of 79-73. Meanwhile, Yao Ming remained on the court. The long-anticipated face-off between Wang Ke and Yao Ming has finally arrived. After much anticipation, it is here at last. Relax, little Ke. Don't be nervous. Just play normally, Yao Ming remarked as he approached and gently squeezed Wang Ke's shoulders from behind. Big Yao, my mindset is excellent. You will soon find out. I shall give it my all. Wang Ke chuckled softly, exclaiming, haha, it ought to be this way. Yao Ming smiled, eagerly anticipating a remarkable performance from Wang Ke. This scene brought a knowing smile to Kobe, who reminisced about the past. During Yao Ming's inaugural All-Star journey, Kobe had employed a similar approach to help Yao relax. At that time, Yao, a rookie, faced considerable skepticism and even jeers upon his All-Star selection. Shaquille O'Neal, who had yet to form a bond with Yao, regarded him with a gaze filled with hostility. The American stars, for the most part, had banded together to distance themselves from Yao. Only Kobe stepped forward to extend a gesture of camaraderie. During this All-Star weekend, Kobe seized the opportunity to engage Yao in lengthy conversation, his intent to recruit being well known. However, Yao was still in the honeymoon phase of his partnership with Tracy McGrady and did not perceive Kobe as significantly superior. In fact, Yao viewed Kobe's explosive scoring displays as mere stat padding. Kobe remarked, I bought a watch last year. Naturally, Kobe still harbored animosity towards Wang Ke, a grudge that was unlikely to be resolved this season. Following the substitution, the game resumed, with the Eastern team initiating the offense. Allen Iverson dribbled past half-court and passed the ball to Grant Hill, observing Wang Ke firmly positioned in the paint. Grant Hill reached out for the ball and delivered it to him. One must acknowledge that Grant Hill is genuinely a good person, renowned for his amiable nature within the league. Even as an opponent, it is difficult to pinpoint any flaws in his character. He is the type of individual one cannot find fault with, a true gentleman. Wang Ke received the ball with remarkable ease, lifting it high with one hand while gauging the resistance of Yao Ming behind him. At this moment, the other players synchronously spread out, creating a spacious opportunity for a relaxed one-on-one duel between the two giants. After all, this is the All-Star game, primarily for entertainment. Here it comes. He leapt. The inaugural official confrontation between Yao Ming and Wang Ke commenced. In the Dragon Kingdom broadcasting studio, Yang Yi suddenly raised his commentary volume, momentarily capturing everyone's attention. All Dragon Kingdom fans fixated on the screen, eagerly anticipating the outcome of this clash. Support for Yao Ming was indeed more prevalent. Yet there were also numerous fans within the Dragon Kingdom community rallying behind Wang Ke. Bang! Wang Ke turned his back and collided with Yao Ming. Let the battle commence. Chapter 65, Fury. Bang! No one anticipated that the initial confrontation between Wang Ke and Yao Ming would escalate to such an intensity. The force with which Wang Ke collided was tremendous. It was evident that he exerted all his strength, leaving no room for pretense. On the other hand, Yao Ming appeared to embrace a more leisurely, all-star mentality. Wang Ke had previously cautioned Yao Ming to take the matchup seriously, as this confrontation held a distinct significance for him. Regardless of whether Wang Ke ultimately achieved naturalization, he possessed an intense competitive spirit when facing the strongest center since Shaquille O'Neal. There are no stipulations that an all-star game cannot be played earnestly. In fact, during this era, the all-star games often turned into fierce contests in the fourth quarter. Yao Ming, however, seemed to have disregarded Wang Ke's warning. Suddenly, an overwhelming force surged towards him, leaving Yao Ming momentarily stunned. Had it not been for his considerable weight, he would have been propelled out of bounds. Yao Ming took a small step back, and for Wang Ke, that was more than sufficient. Bang! Wang Ke seized the ball with one hand and effortlessly leaped over Yao Ming's head, forcefully slamming the ball into the basket. A spectacular dunk over Yao Ming. Oh my God, this is absolutely explosive. On the Eastern Conference bench, O'Neal and a multitude of stars were engaging in playful antics, yet they were genuinely astonished. Wang Ke's thunderous dunk appeared exceptionally ferocious, utterly eclipsing Yao Ming. The immense force of the impact left Yao Ming somewhat disheveled. For a fleeting moment, a surge of indignation welled up within Yao Ming. This was an instinctive reaction. After all, he was a vigorous young man at that moment, and being dunked over like that was quite humiliating. However, reason swiftly prevailed, and he suppressed the fury that bubbled within. Subsequently, Yao Ming shook his head in resignation. "Xiao Ke, you've taken it a bit too far," he remarked, playfully tapping Wang Ke on the shoulder. Wang Ke scratched his head, as if he had become slightly overwhelmed. However, having chosen to fully commit to the competition, he decided not to dwell on such thoughts. At that moment, Wang Ke faced off against Yao Ming, and he saw no issue with executing a powerful slam dunk. If playing a game required adherence to social niceties, it would indeed lose its charm. Wang Ke did not overthink the situation, nor did Yao Ming truly concern himself with it. The coexistence of sentiment and rationality is perfectly natural. A mature individual invariably allows reason to prevail. However, this does not imply that no one is affected by the circumstances. In the broadcast studio of Longwa Sports Channel, several commentators found themselves rendered silent by Wang Ke's actions, desperately brainstorming ways to navigate the situation. At that moment, Barthel felt an indescribable sensation within him, an inkling that Yao Ming finally had an equally formidable teammate on the national team. Would the great Yao still possess the same overwhelming dominance as before? Barthel paid little heed to Yao Ming's prior criticisms of him while in the national team. Yet he genuinely anticipated that the forthcoming national team dynamics would be exceedingly intriguing. Wang Ke is certainly not one to be underestimated. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Wang Ke possesses the prowess to stand shoulder to shoulder with Yao Ming. At this moment, the fans of Longwa, engrossed in the match, are on the verge of igniting a keyboard warrior battle. Some supporters believe that Wang Ke has crossed the line, showing a complete lack of respect for Yao Ming. Conversely, others argue that giving one's all on the field is the truest form of respect and reverence. The two factions are on the brink of a heated argument. Meanwhile, in the audience, the team leader of Yao's squad, Zhang Jiming, wears a deeply furrowed brow, contemplating the situation with great concern. Wang Ke's naturalization initially seemed unproblematic. For Yao Ming, it primarily presents advantages, as he requires assistance to elevate the Dragon Nation team to greater heights. Should the Dragon Nation team indeed secure a medal at the Olympics, Yao Ming's stature within the realm of Dragon Nation basketball, and even in the broader sporting community, would experience a significant enhancement, paving the way for greater opportunities. However, a slight concern has emerged. What if, amidst this journey, Wang Ke becomes the standout performer? Zhang Jiming stroked his chin, a glimmer of contemplation in his eyes. Yet, the issue may not be as grave as it appears. As a naturalized player, Wang Ke cannot be compared to Yao Ming in terms of their foundational impact in Longhua. Furthermore, it can be said that Wang Ke's naturalization was largely propelled by Yao Ming himself. However, certain actions and measures should have been implemented beforehand, serving as a kind of patch. On the court, the game continues. During an offensive play by the Western team, Kobe takes on the role of point guard, and after advancing past the half-court line, he passes the ball to Yao Ming. The confrontation between Wang Ke and Yao Ming persists. Wang Ke braced himself against Yao Ming from behind, exerting all his strength. However, Yao Ming responded with a deft maneuver, employing a seemingly effortless jump shot that defied the laws of physics. Instead of engaging Wang Ke in a fierce confrontation at a low position, he executed an elegant, leaning back, reverse jump shot that swished through the net with unwavering precision. Such an offensive approach rendered it exceedingly difficult for Wang Ke to provide any substantial disruption. Impressive. Wang Ke could not help but admire the situation. Both players scored, resulting in a draw. However, from the perspective of the fans, the sentiments diverged. Yao Ming's offensive style exuded a certain gentleness, while Wang Ke's aggressive dunking displayed an overwhelming assertiveness. It was evident, this is what true competition looks like. Who is Wang Ke trying to impress with his ferocity? What does it matter? Their offensive techniques differ, plain and simple. If you were to ask Yao Ming to perform a powerful dunk, he simply could not. If he cannot, then he cannot. It is Wang Ke's arrogance that stands out. Distinct offensive styles evoke varied sensations. Were Wang Ke to embody the same demeanor as Yao Ming, a player from the Dragon Kingdom, there would be no such controversy. This contrasts the encounters between Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian in a previous life. Yet, as a naturalized player, Wang Ke inevitably attracts scrutiny. Prior to his direct confrontation with Yao Ming, fans from the Dragon Kingdom could wholeheartedly support Wang Ke. However, when it comes to facing Yao Ming, the feelings shift considerably. If exploited by those with ulterior motives, it could lead to a significant uproar. It is important to note that the naturalization of Wang Ke was strongly advocated by Yao Ming and fervently promoted by Li Wei. Nevertheless, within the Dragon Kingdom Basketball Association, Li Wei does not hold solitary influence. For instance, there was the deputy director of the association, Song Kai, who dismissed Yao Ming's proposals. The All-Star game continues. Yet beneath the surface of the Dragon Kingdom, currents are surging. Issues that had previously remained unaddressed now confront Yao's team directly, presenting certain individuals with an opportunity to exploit. The game on the court persists unabated. Wang Ke completed the remaining 6 minutes of the third quarter, achieving an impressive tally of 8 points, 4 rebounds, and 2 blocks. Given his limited playing time, such statistics are commendable. His dynamic exchanges with Yao Ming also contributed to the allure of this all-star game. However, such allure remains peripheral to the mainstream narrative. In the fourth quarter, neither Yao nor Wang returned to the court. Thus, they could not influence the outcome of the match any further. The final moments of this all-star game belonged to the fierce scoring duel between Kobe Bryant and Allen Iverson, culminating in a narrow victory for the Eastern Conference. With a score of 125-121, Iverson, with his 25 points and 4 assists, was awarded the MVP title, marking a poignant highlight in his illustrious career. Chapter 66, the final showdown. Thus, the all-star game concluded, and Wang Ke's experience was somewhat underwhelming. This event was, at its core, a showcase, and it was evident that Wang's current status did not afford him a leading role. Were it not for his matchup with Yao Ming, which provided a spectacle, Wang might not have seen even 6 minutes of playtime. Such scenarios are not uncommon. The all-star game is typically dominated by the most elite superstars and those with a natural flair for entertainment. At this juncture, Wang Ke does not belong to either category. After the game, Yao Ming took a moment to converse with Wang Ke. Little Ke, next year, there will be the World Championship, and we can fight side by side then. For us, the Olympics in 2008, right in our backyard, is of utmost importance. The World Championship next year will serve as our opportunity for cohesion. Yao patted Wang Ke on the shoulder and spoke of matters concerning the national team. Currently, we have a player named Allen, whose physical gifts are astounding and rival your own. You should be poised to enter the league in the future. With He's return, our front court is well stocked, though our backcourt does require bolstering. However, I've noticed your ability to control the ball and cross half-court frequently. A 226-point guard? Quite impressive. Yao chuckled at this point. The abilities that Wang Ke now exhibits perfectly complement his team, serving as an exquisite remedy to the weaknesses of the Dragon Country team. Yao Ming is now somewhat eager to return to the Dragon Country team to participate in the matches. Wang Ke said little, merely nodding with a smile. Initially, he contemplated inquiring whether Yao Ming was bothered by his somewhat aggressive play during their recent encounter on the court. However, upon reflection, he feared that such a question might genuinely concern Yao Ming, making himself appear rather insensitive, akin to asking someone if they were hurt after delivering a blow. Subsequently, Yao Ming treated Wang Ke to a late-night meal before they parted ways. After Wang Ke's departure, Zhang Jiming appeared. "Old Zhang, where did you spring from? Have you been waiting nearby?" Yu Ming expressed his surprise upon seeing Zhang Jiming. "Big Yu, we need to convene the Yao team. I realize it's quite late, but there are matters we must discuss," Zhang Jiming stated with a smile. "What matters?" Yao Ming furrowed his brow. At that moment, both the national team and the Rockets were on the right track, and Yao Ming could not fathom what pressing issues might arise. "It concerns Wang Ke." Zhang Jiming elaborated on his perspective regarding the situation. Yao Ming's frown deepened. "Wang Ke should not pose a threat to you under normal circumstances. However, we must also consider the potential emergence of certain situations," Zhang Jiming concluded. Unbeknownst to him, Yao Ming's expression had soured considerably. "Old Zhang, Wang Ke has not yet successfully naturalized, and you are already contemplating these matters? It's commendable that you consider my professional career, even my post-retirement prospects. But do not forget where my foundation lies. I am a basketball player. I aspire to bring an Olympic medal to the Dragon Nation. I cannot achieve this alone. Therefore, refrain from engaging in any underhanded tactics concerning Wang Ke. I am earnestly telling you this." Yu Ming's tone carried an unmistakable anger. Unlike the instinctive anger he exhibited during the game, this time Yao Ming was genuinely furious. On one hand, he was indignant at Zhang Jiming's thoughts. How could they entertain such notions before Wang Ke had even rejoined? Wouldn't that be tantamount to slapping himself in the face? The Dragon Nation had already endured enough turmoil. Yet, Yao Ming currently wielded considerable influence within the team, suppressing many issues and gaining substantial authority. On the other hand, Zhang Jiming's thoughts stemmed from the belief that Yao Ming could not measure up to Wang Ke, that Wang Ke's ultimate potential would surpass his own. Otherwise, why would Zhang Jiming not show the same level of concern for the soon-to-return Wang Zhizhi or the emerging Yi Jinlian? As a player, Yao Ming's competitive spirit was undeniably fierce. The lack of self-confidence within one's own team, what a perplexing predicament. Yao Ming felt that his good spirits had vanished entirely this evening. Zhang Jiming observed Yao Ming's furious departure in silence. Certain responsibilities are inherent in the role of the leader of Yao's team, and these tasks must be addressed. Zhang Jiming managed a faint smile. Following the conclusion of the All-Star Weekend, the regular season of the 2004 to 2005 campaign entered its final stretch. The fate of the Bobcats' playoff aspirations hinged on the outcome of the remaining 30 matches. The team had been fluctuating between 7th and 9th place in the Eastern Conference, unable to secure a stable position. Meanwhile, the Nets and the Cavaliers surged after the All-Star game, each achieving a 5-game winning streak, which temporarily relegated the Bobcats to 10th place in the East. However, as April commenced, the Bobcats, under Wang Ke's leadership, stabilized their position at 8th in the Eastern Conference. On April 16th, the Bobcats would face their final regular season match against the Cavaliers, who were positioned 9th in the East. Prior to this encounter, the Nets had fallen behind. Both teams boasted identical records of 41 wins and 40 losses. In their previous 3 confrontations, the Bobcats had emerged victorious twice, thus placing them ahead of the Cavaliers in the standings. This final match had become crucial. The victor would claim the 8th seed in the Eastern Conference. At last, they had arrived at this pivotal juncture. The advantage lay with them. In the Charlotte Arena, Petty Tom and Bernie Bigstaff exchanged knowing smiles. Throughout the season, the Bobcats had experienced numerous ups and downs and faced countless challenges. Yet, as the regular season approached its conclusion, they had not faltered. Although their playoff position remained uncertain, they were poised on the brink of entry. Competing on home turf against the Cavaliers, the Bobcats' chances of victory were notably high. With Wang Ke in their ranks, they felt undaunted by LeBron James's prowess. In their previous encounters with the Cavaliers, a controversial officiating decision had marred their performance, leading to an unwarranted defeat. The final match demanded utmost diligence. Bernie Bickerstaff exhibited a more cautious demeanor. With Wang Ke's presence, they were assured of stability. I have blind faith in him, Petty Tom remarked with a smile. Wang Ke's performance this season has been nothing short of exceptional. It is impossible to identify any flaws in his play. The award for Rookie of the Year is already a foregone conclusion, firmly secured by Wang Ke. Wang Ke's two rivals, Howard and Okafor, pose no significant threat. The Magic have already been eliminated from playoff contention, and statistically, Howard pales in comparison to Wang Ke, being the first to exit. Okafor's team, the Bulls, boasts an impressive record, currently ranking 4th in the Eastern Conference, thus securing a spot in the playoffs. However, with an average of merely 12.3 points and 7.8 rebounds per game, Okafor's statistics lack the prowess to be compared with Wang Ke's. Moreover, Okafor is not even a core player for the Bulls. Haha, I share the same sentiment. Let us triumph in this final game and secure our place in the playoffs, Bernie Bickerstaff boldly declared, as Wang Ke strides onto the court. The atmosphere in the Charlotte arena is electric, brimming with excitement as the Bobcats prepare for their final regular season game, a match that will determine their playoff fate. The venue is packed to the brim, and the Curry brothers, along with Kyrie Irving, are present, eager to witness this pivotal event. With the recent addition of Rod Strickland to the Bobcats, Kyrie has been frequently seen in Charlotte. Despite a minor past disagreement, the trio has formed a formidable bond, dominating the local basketball scene with their synergy. Their skills, Kyrie's deft ball handling, and the Curry brothers' sharpshooting often leave even adult opponents at a disadvantage, as the primary gap between children and adults lies not in technique but in physicality. However, the trio excels in navigating through challenges with finesse, rendering the adult competition ineffective. As they gather, the three boys chatter excitedly about their prospects for victory, a sentiment shared by their fathers, Del Curry and Oakley, who watch with pride and joy, recognizing that these children are the future of their legacy on the court. Teacher, Wang Ke calls out as he approaches Oakley and Del, his heart swelling with joy upon seeing them, given their infrequent meetings during the season. Go for it, Wang. I have no doubts about your prowess. You are the strongest in my eyes. Oakley encourages him, a broad smile illuminating his face. You are destined to shine against LeBron. Your marketing skills are exceptional. And you have the backing of the league and Nike. The only thing to be mindful of is the referee's decisions. However, this is our home court, and the call should be fair. Even without home court advantage, it's unlikely the referees will favor the Cavaliers, Del adds, offering a thoughtful analysis. Rest assured, I will not let a season's worth of effort go to waste. There will be no unforeseen circumstances, Wang Ke promises confidently. Wang Ke nodded earnestly, possessing unwavering confidence in securing victory in this match. The Wildcats had undergone a season of rigorous refinement, emerging transformed. It was not solely Wang Ke's advancement. His teammates had also experienced significant improvement. Majestic. Both Oakley and Del Curry simultaneously raised their thumbs in admiration towards Wang Ke. Wang Ke subsequently exchanged fist bumps with the Curry brothers and Irving, and the children displayed immense excitement. At this moment, Irving had also become a fan of Wang Ke. Yet his aspiration to challenge Wang Ke upon entering the league remained unwavering. The match commenced swiftly, with both teams' starting players stepping onto the court, their expressions gravely serious. After all, this was a game that would determine the success of their season. LeBron gathered his teammates around him, rallying their spirits. In his second season, if LeBron failed to reach the playoffs again, it would be a significant blow to his reputation. Wade's Heat stood proudly at the top of the Eastern Conference, while Anthony's Nuggets had once more entered the playoffs, securing the 7th position in the West. Although Darko Milicic had faced considerable struggles, he had already earned a championship ring. Among the illustrious members of the 2003 Golden Generation, only he and Bosh had never reached the playoffs. Each time LeBron reflected on this, a shadow of gloom would cross his mind. This game was a must-win. The Cavaliers' starting lineup featured Big Z, Drew Gooden, Ira Newble, Jeff McInnes, and LeBron, while the Bobcats' starting five included Wang Ke, Primoz Brezek, Gerald Wallace, Jason Kapono, and Brevin Knight. The starting lineups for both teams remained unchanged from their previous encounters. Wang Ke and DZ approached the center circle, preparing for the jump ball. At that moment, DZ, feeling a sense of resignation, shook his head, fully aware that he was destined to lose the jump. This realization left DZ devoid of any excitement for the jump. As the referee tossed the ball into the air, the match officially commenced. Wang Ke undoubtedly won the tip-off without any suspense. Blevin Knight skillfully advanced past the half-court line. After a season of acclimatization, Blevin Knight has truly discovered his role within the team, much like Fisher in the Lakers in later years. He quietly embraces the position of a ball-handling point guard. Upon crossing the half-court, he passed the ball to Gerald Wallace or to Wang Ke, who had circled out. This time, it was Gerald Wallace who received the ball. Wang Ke descended into the paint, signaling for the ball with intent. Meanwhile, Gerald Wallace executed a deceptive fake shot before driving decisively towards the basket, catching the defending player, Nubel, completely off guard. Simultaneously, Wang Ke swiftly retreated beyond the three-point arc. Big Z hesitated for a moment but ultimately pursued him closely, with no other choice. Although Wang Ke's three-point shooting may not be exceptionally precise, it is certainly capable of inflicting pain upon opponents. One cannot help but follow suit. As the Cavaliers' interior defense was drawn out, Gerald Wallace effortlessly executed a layup, bringing the score to 2-0. This opening offensive play showcased a novel strategy from the Bobcats, marking a fundamental shift from the team seen at the start of the season. Initially, the Bobcats were shrouded in uncertainty, prompting head coach Bernie Bickerstaff to impose stringent tactical demands to enhance the team's discipline. However, the situation has markedly changed. The camaraderie within the Bobcats has been fully established. Surrounding Wang Ke, the players have begun to autonomously develop various tactical schemes on the court. This adaptive style of play poses significant challenges for their opponents. Moreover, Bickerstaff's tactical framework has increasingly evolved into a strategy centered around entrusting the ball to Wang Ke. Trust in Wang Ke ensures everlasting success. As the game progressed, the Cavaliers initiated their offensive. After LeBron James crossed half-court, he passed the ball to Drew Gooden in the paint. At this moment, a rather frustrating situation unfolded. From the perspective of their matchups, James had an undeniable advantage over Blevin Knight. Yet, James's ability to operate from the perimeter was significantly lacking, especially in critical moments, causing him to hesitate in taking shots. When he attempted to penetrate the interior, he realized he would inevitably have to confront Wang Ke. While James was not entirely incapable of overcoming Wang Ke, achieving a high-scoring efficiency was out of the question. Consequently, he opted for what seemed to be a more favorable matchup, allowing Drew Gooden to attack Primoz Brezek in the paint. However, James quickly discovered that this was hardly a wise choice. In their confrontation, Drew Gooden stood at 2.08 meters tall and weighed 113 kilograms, while Primoz Brezek towered at 2.18 meters and weighed 114 kilograms. In terms of physicality, they were evenly matched. However, Brezek held a distinct advantage in height. On the defensive end, Brezek had found his optimal positioning. The defensive system built around Wang Ke enabled the other Bobcats players to have clear objectives and defensive directives on the court. For Brezek at this moment, his primary focus was to defend against Gooden's mid-range shots within the two-point area. Should Gooden choose to penetrate the paint, he would inevitably face Wang Ke's lethal help defense. When one only needs to choose between defending against a shot or a drive from an opponent, the task becomes considerably easier. Furthermore, with Brezek's height advantage, as long as he maintained close proximity, Gooden would find it nearly impossible to create space for a direct shot. Drew Gooden had no choice but to drive towards the basket. Alas, he fell directly into the defensive trap set by the Bobcats. With a swift maneuver, Drew glided past Primoz Brezek, seemingly effortless in his execution. Yet, at that moment, there was no trace of anxiety or frustration on Brezek's face. Instead, a subtle smile graced his lips. Go ahead and drive. Unleash your passion, young man. With fervor, Drew propelled himself forward, taking 3 rapid steps in an attempt to execute a thunderous dunk. However, a colossal figure descended from above. A massive hand precisely clasped the basketball, seizing it with unyielding strength. Drew found himself utterly powerless to resist. Confusion enveloped him. Standing beyond the three-point line, James remained silent. The atmosphere in the arena surged with excitement. The home crowd of Bobcats fans erupted in chants for Wang. He was indeed the steadfast anchor of the Bobcats. The team pressed forward with their offense. Wang Ke passed the ball to Blevin Knight and sprinted towards the front court, subsequently diving into the paint. However, since the Bobcats did not initiate their first attack through Wang Ke, the Cavaliers found themselves in a defensive quandary. Could it be that Wang Ke was merely a decoy in the paint? Not at all. Blevin Knight swiftly lobbed the ball to Wang Ke. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Ke received the pass, pivoted, and executed a powerful dunk. Bam! Big Z was sent crashing out of bounds. A ferocious display of dominance. 4-0. Turning back. The Cavaliers' offense faltered once more. After LeBron's aggressive drive was thwarted by Wang Ke, he leapt into the air, momentarily indecisive about whether to shoot or pass, ultimately landing with the ball. A rookie mistake one. In contrast, the Bobcats' offense flowed with remarkable ease. Gerald Wallace, after a triple threat position, effortlessly pulled up for a three-pointer. Swish. It's good. 7-0. So easy. Why does it seem like the Bobcats are playing so effortlessly? Indeed, in their previous encounters, both teams had fiercely contested each other. But this time, it felt as if the Bobcats were merely toying with their opponents. One could only conclude that the Bobcats had made significant strides, while the Cavaliers remained stagnant. I must say, LeBron is thoroughly restrained by Wang. The spectators were engulfed by a peculiar sensation, perceiving the Bobcats as playing with unparalleled ease, as if they had transcended the game. In truth, the fan sentiments were not unfounded. In the first quarter, Wang Ke showcased his prowess on both ends of the court, enabling the Bobcats to swiftly establish a lead exceeding 10 points. As the second quarter commenced, the Cavaliers resolutely began to double-team Wang Ke. At this juncture, Primoz Brezek suddenly transformed into a playmaking maestro. His orchestrations from the high post evoked memories of the great Divac. The connection between him and Wang Ke in the high-low game dazzled all onlookers. This represented a novel approach. The Cavaliers' defense began to falter, further widening the gap. By the third quarter, seemingly to avert a catastrophe, the referees subtly intervened, leading to 2 quick fouls against Wang Ke. However, it mattered little. Gerald Wallace, embodying the spirit of Kobe, relentlessly attacked with the ball, unfazed even when LeBron personally defended him on several occasions. As the fourth quarter commenced, the deficit had ballooned to 25 points. The final quarter devolved into garbage time. The spectators were left in a daze. The Bobcats' victory over the Cavaliers at home was not particularly newsworthy, given their prior advantage in the 3 meetings between the two teams. Yet, at this moment, the Bobcats exuded an extraordinary aura of dominance, particularly evident in their performance. Notably, while Wang Ke showcased his prowess in the opening quarter, his subsequent presence in the match diminished considerably. Each player on the Bobcats contributed uniquely, displaying their individual strengths and roles. In this moment, it felt as if the Bobcats were boldly declaring to the world, "I shall no longer pretend. The playoffs, here I come." Oh dear. Am I feeling a tinge of emotion? Perhaps age has made me more sentimental. In the front row of the audience, Oakley discreetly wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. Wang Ke has matured. He has found a perfect balance between showcasing his individual prowess and uplifting his teammates. The Bobcats displayed a sense of collective strength in this match. However, all of this is fundamentally rooted in the formidable performance of Wang Ke, the cornerstone of the team. Wang Ke has constructed a stage on both offensive and defensive fronts, providing his teammates with a venue for their performances. His growth has been remarkable. In terms of scoring, defense, and organization, Wang has eliminated any significant shortcomings. Del Curry expressed his admiration, acknowledging that while Wang may still lack in scoring methods and techniques, his range of scoring options is already impressively broad. His ability to score both inside and outside makes him a challenging opponent to guard against. This aspect starkly contrasts with the 1-0 version of LeBron James, who was limited to driving to the basket and found himself thoroughly contained by Wang. Furthermore, the Cavaliers currently lack a secondary scoring option, which hampers LeBron's ability to orchestrate plays. The game quickly lost its suspense. The Charlotte arena transformed into a joyful sea, with Bobcats fans reveling in euphoria. In their inaugural season, they have made it to the playoffs, creating history as the first team in the league to achieve this milestone. Won. MVP. 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 The chants echoed throughout the venue. At the season's outset, some fans hesitantly called out MVP toward Wang Ke, who was then merely a rookie, unworthy of such a title. However, after leading the Bobcats powerfully into the playoffs, in the hearts of the home crowd, Wang has truly earned the MVP distinction. This moment belongs to Wang Ke. Chapter 69. I yield, you are free. In the center of the court, Wang Ke was surrounded by his teammates, celebrating exuberantly. This season has finally been a success. Regardless of how the playoffs unfold, it has been a triumphant season for the Bobcats. In the first round of the playoffs, the Bobcats will face the formidable Eastern Conference leading Heat. To achieve an upset would truly require a miracle. Wang Ke instinctively cast a glance and was taken aback by a scene on the opposite side of the court that was both unexpected and oddly familiar. James knelt on the ground, his entire being bowed to the floor, lingering in a state of reluctance to rise. With the loss of this match, James found himself once again deprived of playoff contention. This setback represented a catastrophic blow to his professional aspirations. Half of his 4-year rookie contract had already elapsed, yet James remained unable to reach the coveted playoff floor. Such a situation signaled an alarming warning. Should the Cavaliers fail to secure a playoff berth in the upcoming season, James's future career plans would be irrevocably disrupted. His pursuit of a revered status in league history would inevitably be diminished several tiers from the outset. After all, Jordan had led his team to the playoffs in his rookie season. James had always measured himself against Jordan. His teammates approached to offer consolation, while a referee also came forward to pat James on the back. Throughout this match, James had not been entirely devoid of options. However, the team had faltered too swiftly. Many of his strategies became moot. When trailing by over 20 points, any attempts at further maneuvers held no practical significance, aside from inciting greater controversy. Wang Ke cast another glance, shaking his head slightly. Quite intriguing. I am awestruck. You may proceed as you wish. The Cavaliers for the upcoming season are likely to be formidable indeed. Wang Ke remains unfazed, for he will grow stronger in the upcoming season. The Bobcats will also elevate their prowess. Next season, the Bobcats shall not merely vie for a playoff berth. Rather, they shall endeavor to ascend into the upper echelon and contend for home court advantage in the playoffs. Thus, Wang Ke need not overly concern himself with the Cavaliers' performance next season. Alas, I am in dire need of assistance. I require a partner akin to Shaquille O'Neal. Dwayne is fortunate indeed, having the league's premier center as his second-in-command. Curse it. Richie, inform the team management that reinforcements are imperative for the next season. We need acquisitions of Shaquille's caliber. Despite witnessing a tragic performance from LeBron on the court, upon returning to the hotel, he erupted in fury. His agent, Rich Paul, quietly listened, aware that LeBron needed an outlet for his frustration. I will communicate with the team management. They will heed your counsel. They have no alternative. Rich Paul spoke calmly once LeBron had regained his composure. It is preferable that it unfolds thus. Following their playoff qualification, the fans of Charlotte have been enveloped in jubilation over the past few days. They harbor no excessive expectations regarding the team's performance in the playoffs. Their satisfaction lies in simply making it to the postseason. This mentality has fostered a joyful basketball atmosphere in Charlotte. Under such circumstances, the Bobcats players feel little pressure. In the Charlotte arena, head coach Bernie Bickerstaff called Wang Ke aside to inquire about his goals and expectations for this playoff season. Let us aim for a victory. Wang Ke chuckled softly as he reminisced about Yao Ming's aspirations during the playoffs last season. Securing even a single victory against the formidable Miami Heat represented a triumph in itself. Experiencing the intensity and atmosphere of the playoffs is Wang Ke's primary objective for this season. It is indeed an admirable ambition. Bernie Bickerstaff nodded with a smile, noting that during the offseason, Petty would endeavor to pursue some recruitment initiatives, allowing for your participation in the discussions. Your insights will be welcomed. We shall improve significantly next season, Bickerstaff added. The salary cap for the Bobcats next season is undoubtedly quite prosperous, as the contracts of the newly acquired players are modest. The team will also benefit from Wang Ke's 3-year rookie contract. If they can successfully attract a few marquee players during the offseason, the Bobcats might very well emerge as a formidable force in the upcoming season. The future holds great promise. Following the conclusion of the regular season, the first accolades to be announced are the statistical leaders. In his rookie season, Wang Ke achieved remarkable statistics, averaging 23, 9 points, 15, for rebounds, 7, 1 assists, 3, for blocks, and 1 steals per game. Such figures evoke the essence of a near triple-double. Furthermore, these accomplishments earned him the titles of both rebounding king and blocking king, positioning him as a contender for this season's coveted D.O.V. However, whether he ultimately secures it will depend on the league's official decision. The scoring title was claimed by Kobe. The butterfly effect brought by Wang Ke has caused certain discrepancies in various places. Kobe has entered a frenzied scoring mode, averaging an impressive 34.9 points this season, embodying ferocity. However, the Lakers remain absent from the playoffs. The title of assist leader has been claimed by Nash, who averages 11.5 assists, while the steals leader is Larry Hughes of the Wizards, boasting an average of 2.9 steals. In Charlotte, Wang Ke's quaint abode, Claudia is delicately trimming newspapers with utmost care. The accolades Wang Ke has garnered are treasures she intends to preserve diligently. As summer approaches, Claudia's emotions are often in a state of flux, predominantly sweet, yet occasionally tinged with anxiety. After all, a wedding is imminent. According to her cousin from the Dragon Country, the ceremony will also take place there. Claudia feels a mix of joy and trepidation towards the unfamiliar circumstances. She has heard that there are complicated mother-in-law and daughter-in-law dynamics to navigate in the Dragon Country. In Miami, at the American Airlines Arena, we were taken aback to discover that our first-round opponents would be the Bobcats. Shaquille, you are set to face off against that rookie center once more, Wade remarked, grinning as he glanced at the playoff bracket. This season, the Heat are undeniably a formidable force, with aspirations firmly aimed at the championship. Riley's management of the team has proven to be both splendid and successful. That rookie center presents an intriguing challenge, just the opportunity one need to warm up. Shaquille chuckled, dismissing Wang Ke as a concern. The Heat and the Bobcats had crossed paths several times during the regular season, and Shaquille felt confident about handling Wang Ke. Shaquille, may I inquire if the playoff roster of 12 has been finalized? At that moment, Wang Ke approached Shaquille, who shares the best rapport with him on the Heat. While his relationship with Wade is neutral. Oh, Wang, it's somewhat regrettable that you are not included in the 12-man roster, Shaquille said, giving Wang Ke a pat on the shoulder, his tone laced with disappointment. Wang Ke's three-point shooting still holds some tactical significance, such as creating space in the paint for O'Neal. However, it is evident that the coaching staff has their own considerations, and Wang Ke has not managed to secure a spot in the playoffs as he did last season. I understand now. Wang Ke nodded, his gaze dimming significantly. Was it time for his Alliance career to come to an end? Fortunately, he would be able to return to his homeland this summer. Alas, Wang Ke let out a deep sigh, casting one last glance around the court before turning to depart. Chapter 70. Game 1 commences. The objective for this playoff season is, of course, to advance beyond the first round. The Dallas Mavericks and the Houston Rockets have arrived at their hotel for the stay. Yao Ming appeared exceedingly confident during the interview. Although the Rockets secured the 5th position in the Western Conference this season, lacking home court advantage, Yao remains steadfast in his belief in the team. Tracy McGrady, in the closing stages of the regular season, displayed the prowess reminiscent of a former scoring champion, scoring, assisting, and defending with unparalleled skill. Yao Ming's ability to dominate in the paint increasingly mirrors that of Shaquille O'Neal. What delighted you further was the tailored pick-and-roll strategy devised by head coach Jeff Van Gundy, which exhibited formidable strength. This secret weapon was seldom utilized during the regular season, but is poised to shine in the playoffs. Yao Ming's commanding presence during media interviews has undoubtedly instilled considerable pressure on the Mavericks. The Mavericks roster and tactics this season seem to lack a certain something. Since the appointment of young General Avery Johnson, the previous offensive-only strategy of old coach Don Nelson has been overturned, with greater emphasis placed on defense. However, the team's cornerstone, Dirk Nowitzki, exhibits significant deficiencies on the defensive end, making it difficult to ascertain the true enhancement of the Mavericks' defense. Conversely, in terms of offense, the Mavericks have weakened compared to the era of Nelson, increasingly relying on Nowitzki's jump shots to maintain their standing. Such a Mavericks team may perform well when in rhythm, but when faced with adversity, the outcome becomes uncertain. On April 18th, the Rockets and Mavericks will face off in Game 1. Wang Ke, while residing at the team's hotel in Miami, witnessed the live broadcast of the match. The Houston Rockets, playing away, demonstrated neither hesitation nor restraint. Right from the outset, they unveiled the formidable pick-and-roll strategy of Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady. McGrady, utilizing Yao's solid screens, launched an impressive streak of 5 consecutive successful shots, swiftly widening the score gap. The Mavericks were compelled to double-team McGrady. In this moment, McGrady's vision for passing shone brilliantly as he continuously assisted the Rockets' role players in sinking three-pointers. The Rockets were on the rise. How remarkable! Wang Ke concluded the match with the knowledge that the Rockets triumphed over the Mavericks with a score of 98-86, securing victory in Game 1 and consequently stripping the Mavericks of their home court advantage. The Rockets could have achieved an even more effortless victory. However, the officiating began to sway in favor of the home team during the second quarter as Yao Ming was called for 3 consecutive fouls, forcing him to retreat to the bench. Ultimately, he was disqualified with 6 fouls just as the fourth quarter commenced, highlighting the apparent bias from the referees against him. Nonetheless, after the G1 victory, Yao appeared to be in good spirits. I merely recorded 11 points and 8 rebounds. I am unconcerned with my individual statistics. My sole focus is on whether the team can secure victory, he remarked with a smile during a post-match interview with the media. On the other hand, Tracy McGrady also expressed high praise for Yao. Yao performed exceptionally well. His screens provided me with numerous opportunities for easy scores. His defensive prowess in the paint made it exceedingly difficult for the Mavericks to score. Such contributions are not easily reflected in mere statistics. Moreover, Yao faced unjust treatment during this game. Of course, I shall not elaborate further on that. Following the match, McGrady also stood up for Yao. In that moment, the Yao-McGrady duo truly coalesced into a singular entity. One can only hope that this era will be marked by a semblance of difference. Wang Ke naturally harbored hopes that Yao Ming could advance past the first round swiftly. This postseason presented a splendid opportunity, arguably the finest one yet. In a previous life, the Houston Rockets had also secured 2 consecutive victories on the Mavericks' home court, seemingly paving the way for a commanding 4-0 sweep. However, following Mark Cuban's correspondence with the league's commissioner, David Stern, everything shifted dramatically. The Mavericks, in turn, triumphed with 2 victories on the Rockets' home turf, equalizing the series at 2-2. Ultimately, the Rockets succumbed in the decisive Game 7, resulting in an early exit from the playoffs. Wang Ke's profound interest in the Rockets game stems not only from his unwavering support for Yao Ming, but also from a desire to discern the league's official stance this time around. To echo the words of Nash from a previous life, the league's authorities have historically been reluctant to witness an international player seize the championship from a position of absolute prominence. This notion was eventually shattered over a decade later, albeit due to the decline of homegrown talent in the United States. The landscape of the league has undergone a significant transformation. However, we currently find ourselves in an era teeming with emerging American players, rendering Nash's observations undeniably accurate. Let us focus on excelling in each game that lies ahead. Wang Ke took a deep breath, determined to think no further. Ultimately, everything would be revealed through the sheer prowess displayed on the court, much like the Bobcats' final regular season game. If they could swiftly dominate the match, any external factors attempting to intervene would be rendered futile. On April 19th, the first game between the Bobcats and the Heat officially commenced at the American Airlines Arena in Miami, boasting a commendable attendance, albeit not a full house. After all, in the eyes of Heat fans, the Bobcats had yet to earn the status of a formidable team. Most esteemed media outlets predicted an effortless 4-0 sweep for the Heat, with a maximum of 4-1 being the gentlemanly limit. Let us extend the warmest applause and cheers to welcome our formidable giant, Shaquille O'Neal. O'Neal was the first to dash onto the court from the players' tunnel, entertaining the crowd with a whimsical robotic dance, as he always managed to bring joy to his fans. Shaq, 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 chanted the Heat's supporters in unison. Who could resist such a charismatic O'Neal? Now, let us erupt with the wildest cheers for our Flash, Dwayne Wade. The DJ strained his voice to amplify the excitement further. Wade was the last to emerge from the tunnel, a symbol of his leadership within the team. O'Neal represented the present, while Wade embodied the infinite possibilities of both the present and the future. The cheers intensified, creating waves of sound that made Wang Ke, standing on the opposite side of the court, feel a bit overwhelmed. This was the essence of home court advantage. The visiting team would bear the brunt of such an atmosphere. At that moment, Wang Ke faintly discerned the voices of his compatriots. Scanning the stands, he spotted Wang Zhizhi. Despite not being included in the Heat's playoff roster, it was permissible for him to watch the game from the front row. Technically, Wang Zhizhi was no longer a member of the Heat, as his contract had expired at the season's end. While the Heat continued their playoff journey, Wang Zhizhi was left without a game to play. Keep it up. Wang Zhizhi waved to Wang Ke. I can do it. Chapter 71, Shark Attack. Esteemed viewers and basketball enthusiasts, the highly anticipated Game 1 between the Bobcats and the Heat is about to commence. We extend our gratitude to the league's official schedule, which has allowed for a separation of the match dates for Yao Ming and Wang Ke. Thus, we can relish each game without missing a single one. In the Dragon Kingdom's broadcasting room, Zhang Weiping remarked cheerfully, "It is now common knowledge in the Dragon Kingdom that Wang Ke is on the brink of naturalization." News regarding Wang Ke has proliferated, accompanied by an array of speculations. However, under the prevailing oversight, the overall coverage of Wang Ke remains predominantly positive. Regardless, Dragon Kingdom fans have become quite familiar with Wang Ke. Last night, Yao Ming successfully led the Rockets to victory. We hope that tonight, Wang Ke can similarly guide the Bobcats to triumph. Of course, this presents a formidable challenge. Yet, I believe that if the Bobcats execute their strategies flawlessly, there remains a glimmer of hope. The Bobcats are arguably the only team in the Eastern Conference capable of contending with the Heat in the paint. Apart from Wang Ke and Yao Ming, no other player in the league can match Shaquille O'Neal in a head-to-head showdown. At this moment, Sukun interjected. This sentiment resonated with several fans who found it quite compelling. On the court, both teams' starting players have taken to the floor. The Heat starting lineup includes O'Neal, Haslam, Eddie Jones, Damon Jones, and Wade. The Bobcats starting lineup features Wang Ke, Primoz Brezek, Gerald Wallace, Jason Capono, and Brevin Knight. A rather encouraging piece of news is that both teams are fielding their full rosters, unencumbered by injuries. Wang Ke and O'Neal approach the center circle for the jump ball. "Hey, Wang, it's that time for us to showcase our skills again," O'Neal exclaimed. "To be honest, if it weren't for you and Yao, I would find this league rather dull. Just a word of caution, the playoffs will see a different version of me compared to the regular season." O'Neal winked at Wang Ke. "Let us wait and see." Wang Ke smiled faintly. Wang Ke cast a glance at the front row of the audience, where Claudia waved at him. "It's wonderful to have you here. Let us show them what we've got. Cheers." As the referee tossed the ball into the air, the match commenced in earnest. Wang Ke soared into the air with astonishing speed. "Oh, SHT," O'Neal muttered under his breath. Despite knowing that he was likely to lose the jump ball, O'Neal still wanted to give it a serious try. However, before he could even leap, Wang Ke had already flicked the ball away. What the heck is going on? O'Neal felt a twinge of frustration. Meanwhile, Brevin Knight brought the ball past the halfway line. Wang Ke descended into the paint, firmly establishing his position against O'Neal, reaching out for the ball. "Here we go." Brevin Knight and Gerald Wallace executed a passing maneuver on the perimeter, subsequently delivering the ball into Wang Ke's hands. "It's time." Boom. Wang Ke forcefully collided with O'Neal and swiftly pivoted towards the baseline. With his left hand grasping the ball, he flicked his wrist. The sound echoed, crisp and melodious. 2 o'clock. What on earth? In that moment, O'Neal found himself momentarily bewildered. For Wang Ke had unveiled a new weapon. Previously, when Wang Ke turned towards the baseline, he would merely grasp the ball with his left hand and execute a powerful dunk. This approach necessitated relying on his physique to create space against the defending player. Thus, O'Neal stood ready for it. Yet, this time, Wang Ke seemed to channel the spirit of Yao Ming, opting instead for a crafty maneuver. A delicate hook shot from close range. With such a hook shot, Wang Ke was not required to forcibly push O'Neal aside. The crux of the matter was that O'Neal, blocked by Wang Ke's formidable frame, had no opportunity to contest the shot. Goodness, do players from the Dragon Country possess such cunning? I refuse to believe that this technique was only developed by Wang in the playoffs. He must have mastered it long ago but chose to withhold its use. Devious. O'Neal muttered a few words under his breath. At that moment, he remained oblivious to the tumultuous events that awaited him in this match. Brevin. Soon, he would step forward to foul Shaq. As Wang Ke sprinted back, he shouted a brief message to Brevin Knight. Received. Brevin Knight responded with an affirmative OK gesture. The game commenced with a decisive strike against the opponent. In this match, Wang Ke aimed to capitalize on O'Neal's presence. Indeed, O'Neal and Wade, intertwined by various factors this season, have staged a remarkable performance together. However, this does not imply that the rivalry for leadership within the Miami Heat is entirely absent. It has merely been managed quite adeptly. If O'Neal truly were indifferent, he would not have departed from the Lakers. As the Heat initiated their offense, Wade dribbled past half court. He glanced at O'Neal, silently inquiring whether he should venture into the paint for an answer ball. O'Neal shook his head, indicating that he had no intention of acting impulsively on the postseason stage. Wade nodded, and they exchanged a knowing smile. Subsequently, O'Neal positioned himself high and set a solid screen for Wade. Truth be told, such scenes were not uncommon during their time with the Lakers. Yet the frequency of these occurrences is undoubtedly greater now. The core of the triangle offense revolves around O'Neal, with all strategies centered on him. Bam! Brevin Knight was caught squarely by O'Neal's screen, allowing Wade to surge into the paint. Just as he prepared to execute his elusive footwork, Wade was abruptly halted by the sound of the referee's whistle. Confusion washed over him, as Wang Ke, providing help defense, raised his arms, exhibiting no foul play. Was it a home court call? Wade pondered internally. Despite feeling a twinge of embarrassment, he recognized it as part of the game. Adjusting his mindset, he prepared to embrace the home court advantage. However, as Wade began to make his way to the free throw line, he realized the situation was quite different. It was a foul on O'Neal by Brevin Knight. Ah, really? Wade scratched his head. Was it a hack a Shaq? This wasn't even a significant foul count. Yet, Wade soon understood. Following the Heat's sideline inbounds, Jason Capono approached and gave O'Neal a light tap. If the foul count was insufficient, then let us make it sufficient. The Bobcats continuously switched players to harass O'Neal, ultimately leading him to the free throw line. By this point, O'Neal's expression had darkened ominously. The hack-a-shack strategy's impact was not solely due to O'Neal's struggles at the line. In critical moments, his free throw shooting was surprisingly reliable, which is a hallmark of a true superstar. However, the disruption to the game's rhythm caused by the strategy, along with the psychological humiliation inflicted on O'Neal, proved to be far more challenging to navigate. Every player on the court possesses emotions and desires. This is not merely a game, it is not a collection of numerical data. Moreover, even in 2K games, emotional attributes are incorporated. Hot-tempered players are prone to exhibiting erratic behavior on the court. On the sidelines, Riley's expression had turned serious. If the Heat aspired to contend for the championship, they could not afford any evident weaknesses. Currently, O'Neal appears to have become a significant vulnerability. Although the Heat managed to surpass the Bobcats, demonstrating their formidable strength without being influenced by the Shaq attack, what are the subsequent challenges as they face increasingly formidable opponents? Will the impact of O'Neal's shortcomings prove surmountable for the Heat? Chapter 72, Disrupting the Rhythm. Bang, bang. As O'Neal stepped to the free throw line, he shockingly missed both attempts. Wang Ke secured the rebound, and the foul by the Bobcats proved to be worthwhile. He. On the sidelines, Bernie Bigstaff couldn't help but chuckle. Wang Ke's suggestion is truly commendable. O'Neal undoubtedly serves as a pivotal point. Excellent. The game continues as Blevin Knight dribbles past half court, delivering the ball to Wang Ke in the paint. Thud, thud. Wang Ke collided with O'Neal twice, creating a half-step of space, sufficient indeed. The rabbit leaps away. Wang Ke leaped forward with a powerful stride towards the center, subsequently tossing the ball towards the hoop. Swish. Another exquisite shot. Alas, alas, alas. Once again, O'Neal was outmaneuvered by Wang Ke. Wang Ke, steadfast in his resolve, chose a delicate jump shot instead of a straightforward dunk. At this moment, it seemed as though the spirit of Ewing had manifested within him. Since the onset of the playoffs, Wang Ke had undergone a remarkable transformation. His rigorous nightly training throughout the season had not been in vain. If such intense and prolonged practice were to yield no results, it would render Wang Ke a fool indeed. These skills were already at his command, much like O'Neal had anticipated. Wang Ke had refrained from showcasing them during the regular season, reserving them for the playoffs to catch the Heat off guard. The Heat might not be incapable of countering, but in Game 1, they would undoubtedly be somewhat bewildered. This presented an opportunity for the Bobcats to seize victory and allowed Wang Ke to realize his modest goal of winning a game. 4-0. Shaq. Steady now. Wade called out to O'Neal. However, despite his words, Wade's body betrayed his intentions. Observing Blevin Knight's seemingly inattentive defense, Wade could not resist accelerating suddenly, gliding past Knight like a gust of wind. Upon breaching the three-point line, Wade took off in a three-step leap. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated the audacious act of dunking over Wang Ke. O'Neal exclaimed, "What the hell? Is this your idea of being steady?" The referee's whistle pierced the air once more. This time, Wade was somewhat mentally prepared, glancing back quickly. "Oh, SHT. Wade could not help but curse aloud. The whistle, indeed, was not for him, but was once again directed at O'Neal. Blevin Knight did not falter in such a crucial match. The impression of his lackadaisical defense stemmed from a more significant responsibility he bore, continuing to challenge Shaq. O'Neal was on the brink of frustration, glaring fiercely at Knight, attempting to emulate the infamous death stare of his former teammate, Kobe. Yet, Knight met his gaze without flinching. "What are you looking at? What are you going to do about it? Let's go." With a deep breath, O'Neal approached the free throw line once again. "Steady. No impulsiveness. Do not fall into their trap. This is merely a minor challenge. I am the architect of a dynasty." O'Neal mentally reinforced himself repeatedly. However, it seemed ineffective. Just then, the rhythm of the free throw was interrupted as the Bobcats made a substitution, bringing Rod Strickland in for Blevin Knight, who had accumulated 2 fouls. But it mattered little. A single-core team may have its shortcomings, yet it also possesses its own advantages. For the Bobcats, as long as Wang Ke remains on the court, it hardly matters who else is substituted in. Only Gerald Wallace's role may be somewhat unique. Upon Blevin Knight returning to the bench, his teammates approached him for a high five, celebrating the impressive execution of the hack-a-shack strategy. The momentum was palpable. At last, Shaquille O'Neal made his second free throw. 4-1. Surely, this should conclude this grotesque style of play. Do not presume that only you can employ such tactics. I have no desire to degrade the game. Seated on the bench, impeccably dressed, Riley's expression grew increasingly grim. In contrast to the Bobcats' unabashed use of the hack-a-shack, the Heat would carry some psychological burden if they were to resort to similar tactics. After all, this is the Heat's home court, and they are the top team in the league this season. If they too began to engage in such tedious fouling strategies, they would undoubtedly face disapproval from the home crowd. Fans purchased tickets to witness a thrilling game, not a mere free-throw contest between both teams. The Bobcats are on the attack. Rod Strickland showcased an elegant display of ball handling. Wade, affected by the relentless fouling, attempted a risky steal. However, Rod Strickland would not grant Wade any opportunity for success, elegantly maneuvering past him. Approaching the free-throw line, he noticed Wang Ke swiftly moving from the paint to the three-point line, and Strickland tossed the ball over his shoulder. O'Neal, evidently, could not react quickly enough defensively. After receiving the ball, Wang Ke found himself in an unguarded position. He elevated, released, and swoosh. The three-pointer found its mark. 7-1. The Bobcats completely dominated the Heat from the outset. Although the method was somewhat unconventional, the results were indisputable. A center shooting three-pointers indeed holds significance. In the front row of the audience, Wang Zhizhi murmured upon witnessing Wang Ke's remarkable shot. In this era, a center who drifts beyond the arc to shoot threes is often labeled as soft. Yet, this should not be the case. The ability of a center to shoot threes carries substantial tactical importance. However, despite occasionally venturing outside to launch three-pointers, Wang Ke would never be branded as soft. For his ferocity in the paint is formidable. His physicality and strength are widely acknowledged as elite within the league. Now, it was the Heat's turn to mount an offense. At this moment, everyone instinctively craned their necks in anticipation. Would the Bobcats continue their assault on Shaquille O'Neal? Surely not. O'Neal, observing the approaching Bobcats player, felt an overwhelming urge to evade and retreat. This raised a pressing question. Should he position himself in the low post? If O'Neal chose to establish himself down low for a one-on-one, he would undoubtedly draw a foul, and it would be rather convenient. Yet, if he refrained from going low, would his offensive threat diminish? Ultimately, O'Neal opted to linger near the three-point line. Meanwhile, Wade was preparing for an isolation play on the opposite side. Noticing O'Neal's reluctance to sink into the low post, the Bobcats indeed refrained from continuing their pursuit of Shaq. While this brought a sigh of relief to O'Neal, it also left him feeling immensely frustrated and constrained. Bang! Wade's aggressive drive into the paint was thwarted by Wang Ke, resulting in a missed shot. Wang Ke secured the rebound and swiftly advanced the ball towards the front court. The Bobcats launched a counterattack. Wade, fall back. Quickly, the center, after grabbing the rebound, directly propelled the ball forward in a counteroffensive, undoubtedly faster than passing it to the point guard for a controlled advance. Bang! With a precise ground pass, Wang Ke delivered the ball into the hands of the fast-breaking Gerald Wallace. Wallace executed a thunderous axe dunk. The score now stands at 9-1. As the Bobcats continue to extend their lead, the entire Heat team appears to have succumbed to a state of despondency. Their defensive response has noticeably lagged behind their usual pace. Chapter 73, Troubling Times. It seems the Bobcats have come prepared for this match. While the Heat appear to have underestimated their opponents, this oversight may stem from their failure to anticipate the Bobcats' adoption of the hack-a-shack strategy right from the onset. In the Dragon Country broadcasting studio, Zhang Weiping remarked with a smile, "Such a spectacle is undoubtedly what fans in Dragon Country yearn to witness." Previously, there had been minor conflicts among fans regarding the choice between Yao Ming and Wang Ke. However, in this moment of unified purpose, the Dragon Country fans naturally banded together. The next time we might witness a showdown between Yao Ming and Wang Ke would be in the finals, and only then could we revisit the choice. The Bobcats are indeed bold, taking an unconventional approach. However, when faced with a significant disparity in strength against their opponents, such unorthodox tactics can yield favorable results. Su Kun took over the narrative. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the Bobcats had seized the initiative at the American Airlines Center, leading by 9 points with a score of 32-23. The subsequent execution of the hack-a-shack strategy by the Bobcats was not as exaggerated. Nonetheless, whenever Shaquille O'Neal entered the low post for an offensive play, the Bobcats resolutely employed the strategy. Wang Ke, as the core player, needed to be cautious about his foul count, so the other players swiftly stepped in to commit fouls. Given Wang Ke's solid defense, O'Neal found it impossible to complete a drive to the basket before the double team arrived. 2 seasons ago, he could manage that, but the current O'Neal cannot. The once physically dominant O'Neal could forcefully dunk with 2 defenders hanging on him. Now, he finds himself lacking the strength. Shaq, Maintain your composure. Do not let the hack-a-shack strategy disrupt your mindset. As long as you can ensure a high free throw percentage, the Bobcats' little tricks will be rendered ineffective and may even backfire. During the break, on the Heat's bench, Riley had taken full control of the head coach's responsibilities. Stan Van Gundy found himself pushed out of the core circle. Listening to Riley's furious admonitions, "Dwayne, you cannot just rely on driving to the basket. What about your mid-range shots? Your three-pointers? Shoot when the opportunity arises. Do not fear missing. If you refrain from shooting, you will only exacerbate the opponent's defensive pressure." Riley then turned to Wade, unleashing another tirade. In contrast to his treatment of O'Neal, Riley shows a degree of leniency towards him, yet his criticisms of Wade are unrelenting and fierce. Wade, feeling deeply aggrieved by the barrage of criticism, remains too intimidated by Riley's formidable presence to retaliate. After unleashing his tirade, Riley himself is left feeling quite vexed. Presently, Wade stands as the dynamic vanguard of the Heat, but the central burden ultimately rests upon O'Neal's shoulders. O'Neal's prowess in both offensive and defensive play in the paint, alongside his wealth of playoff experience, constitutes the Heat's most invaluable asset. However, at this juncture, O'Neal's mindset has been unsettled by the hack-a-shack strategy. Consequently, Wade has begun to hesitate in passing the ball to O'Neal, knowing that as soon as O'Neal receives it, the Heat's offensive flow is disrupted. It is understandable that, in his youthful impetuosity, Wade wishes to resolve matters independently, yet it is difficult to assert that O'Neal harbors no resentment. The psychological battle is in full swing. The Bobcats have made a shrewd move. Is Bernie Bickerstaff truly that astute? Riley expresses skepticism, not doubting Bickerstaff's coaching abilities, but rather questioning the sharpness of his intellect. Bickerstaff's overall coaching style leans towards the traditional. Nonetheless, he possesses a commendable quality, granting his players considerable freedom. Could it be Wang Ke? Riley instinctively raises his gaze towards Wang Ke on the opposing bench. This Chinese player, who has risen from the impoverished neighborhoods, may indeed possess such ingenuity, defying convention. In the second quarter, the Heat's situation improves slightly, though not significantly. The score stands at 22-19. Both teams engage in a fiercely contested defensive battle, with shooting percentages appearing rather dismal. Yet, the Bobcats maintain their lead. O'Neal continues to face the hack-a-shack strategy and has altered his approach, increasingly setting screens for Wade from a high position. However, ultimately, the Heat still require someone to step up and score. Although Wade is not solely reliant on driving to the basket as a sophomore, his shooting efficiency from beyond the arc remains questionable. The sound of clanking iron resonates as Wade struggles to find success from the perimeter. When he does penetrate the lane, he is met with Wang Ke's formidable presence. By the third quarter, the score is 33-31, with the Bobcats still in the lead. The Heat's home fans are beginning to feel anxious. As the fourth quarter commences, the Bobcats hold a 14-point advantage over the Heat at 87-73, except for the first quarter, where the Bobcats dealt the Heat a swift blow, leading by 9 points. The ensuing two quarters have seen both teams evenly matched. Yet, the team in the lead has consistently been the Bobcats, creating a sensation akin to boiling a frog in warm water. On the Miami Heat's bench, Riley's expression had turned exceedingly grave. He was absolutely unwilling to see his team lose on their home court. Meanwhile, Van Gundy had become a mere puppet, completely losing control over the team. With everything now dictated by Riley, we were in peril. However, the Bobcats had already exhausted several foul opportunities in their strategy to hack Shaquille O'Neal, and they were now facing a significant foul crisis. "Stan, how many fouls does Wang have now?" Riley casually inquired of Van Gundy. Van Gundy responded, "Am I now just an assistant coach? Only 2. Regardless of his inner thoughts, he needed to respond swiftly. Van Gundy felt a twinge of frustration. "How many?" "Only 2. Damn." Riley was left speechless. As long as Wang Ke did not face a foul crisis, the number of fouls among the other Bobcats players was inconsequential. We must fight on. There was no other path. I refused to witness a defeat on home soil. In that moment, Riley found himself at a loss for words. As for adjustments in offensive and defensive tactics, they held little relevance for this game. The reason was simple. The Bobcats were resolute in their strategy of hacking Shaquille, rendering O'Neal ineffective on the offensive end. Accelerating the pace of play to unleash O'Neal was a daunting task, as Wang Ke had done an exceptional job of limiting him. No other team's interior players could withstand O'Neal's presence, even when employing the same hacking strategy. This was the distinction, the most significant and critical difference. This era is not akin to the small ball era that would emerge years later. trailing by 14 points at the start of the final quarter, made a comeback exceedingly difficult. As long as the Bobcats played steadily, the Heat would likely find no opportunity to recover. Damn it. If there are no surprises, then surely there will be surprises. Riley muttered under his breath. Chapter 74. We must prevail. As the fourth quarter commenced, both sides fielded their starting lineups. For the Heat, there was no turning back. The key players could no longer afford to rest. Since Wang Ke had won the tip-off, the Bobcats would begin the fourth quarter with the ball from the baseline. The Heat immediately employed full-court pressure. However, through Wang Ke's ball handling and distribution, the Bobcats effortlessly advanced past half-court. This was not the Dragon Country team. They were unafraid of full-court pressure. Well, Wang Ke's ability to control the ball and transition across half-court was impressive. I sensed that Wang Ke could be utilized as a point guard in critical moments. Perhaps we would resolve the issues with our point guard position in Dragon Country after all. In the broadcasting room of the Dragon Nation, Su-kun was struck by a sudden inspiration and proposed an intriguing idea. At a critical moment, it is indeed worth attempting such a strategy. I believe it could work. Previously, I thought our Dragon Nation team had an abundance of talent with players like Yo-Ming, Wang Ke, Alien, De-Ji, and De-Ba, which seemed to create an overcrowded frontcourt. However, if Wang Ke could venture beyond the arc, it would certainly revitalize our approach. Yet, one must consider the imposing height of the Dragon Nation team. Could we be witnessing the emergence of Death-5? Hee. Zhang Weiping chuckled, as the commentary took on a somewhat humorous tone. On the court, Wang Ke held the ball beyond the three-point line. This scene, which would become quite commonplace in the years to come, still appeared rather novel to the fans at this moment. Both David Robinson and Kevin Garnett had indeed played in such a manner, albeit with a very low frequency. A center like Wang Ke, handling the ball on the perimeter as a standard tactic, was unprecedented. Thud, thud, thud. Wang Ke observed Haslam, who appeared somewhat anxious before him, and refrained from hastily launching an attack. For the Bobcats, the objective was simply to consume as much time as possible. At this moment, time stood as the greatest adversary for the Heat. O'Neal remained stationed in the paint, unable to venture out, given his current agility. It was implausible for him to keep pace with Wang Ke on the perimeter. As the shot clock dwindled to a mere 6 seconds, Wang Ke finally initiated his movement. Bang! The initial clash between Wang Ke and Haslam was particularly intense. Haslam was completely knocked off balance by Wang Ke's forceful encounter. In the next moment, Wang Ke executed a swift three-step move. O'Neal advanced to provide support, yet Wang Ke deftly evaded him with a masterful Eurostep. Swish! Wang Ke executed a deft left-handed layup, effortlessly guiding the ball into the hoop. As the playoffs commenced, Wang Ke began to fully showcase his left-hand prowess. His primary focus lies in achieving a harmonious balance between both hands. Unlike many players whose non-dominant hand holds little significance, this skill allows his opponents to make more definitive choices and adjustments during defense. The score stands at 89-73. Wang Ke's impressive layup further widened the gap, extending it to a daunting 16 points. Urging his team to quicken their pace, Riley could not restrain himself from standing at the sidelines, calling out emphatically to the court. However, it soon became apparent that his actions had an unintended counterproductive effect. The Heat swiftly executed an inbound play, and Wade, living up to his moniker of Flash, propelled the ball forward with remarkable speed. Yet, in a surprising turn of events, Wade's final layup was thwarted by Wang Ke, who delivered a resounding block. Riley shook his head in disbelief. The home crowd of Heat fans watched in dismay, hands clasped atop their heads, struggling to come to terms with the current predicament. The failure to convert this shot meant that the gap would likely widen even further, potentially approaching a staggering 20 points. The Bobcats commenced their offensive play. Wang Ke is once again controlling the ball beyond the three-point line, consuming precious time. This time, the Heat opted for a swift double team. Wade lunged towards Wang Ke. Wang Ke remained remarkably composed, raising the ball high above his head with one hand. Wade, growing increasingly impatient, leapt repeatedly in an attempt to swat the ball away, only to strike Wang Ke's arm time and again. Initially, the referee hesitated to blow the whistle, mindful that this was the Miami Heat's home court and a degree of bias was to be expected. However, as Wade continued to make contact with Wang Ke's hand, the referee could no longer turn a blind eye. With a sharp whistle, the referee, shaking his head, called a defensive foul on Wade. The expression on Wade's face darkened with fury. His recent actions resembled those of a jester, utterly absurd in their folly. Wang Ke's height, coupled with his wingspan, is exceedingly impressive, rendering it utterly impossible to reach him. This instilled a profound sense of defeat within Wade's heart. Fortunately, this foul did not necessitate a trip to the free-throw line, as the number of fouls was insufficient. The Bobcats continued to execute their sideline inbound play. Wang Ke received the ball with remarkable ease, skillfully consuming precious seconds. Haslam closed in closely, leaving Wade unable to be outmaneuvered once more. With merely 3 seconds remaining on the shot clock, a wave of joy surged through the hearts of the Heat players. Had Wang Ke momentarily lost track of time? Clearly not. Wang Ke, almost synchronizing with Haslam, forcefully launched a three-point shot. His height and vertical leap rendered Haslam incapable of exerting any influence from above. At this moment, Haslam's only recourse was to challenge Wang Ke's lower body, a maneuver that teetered on the brink of fouling, infringing upon Wang Ke's shooting cylinder. Yet, even this borderline foul could not perturb Wang Ke. Reaching the apex of his jump, he steadied his shooting form, executing the shot as if he had done so countless times before, propelling the ball with precision. The basketball soared through the air. In that instant, all eyes were riveted on the airborne sphere. Whether it found its mark could very well determine the outcome of the match. Should it succeed, the Bobcats would extend their lead to 19 points, leaving the Heat with no chance of recovery. The three-point shot was not the forte of the Heat. Conversely, a miss would afford the Heat another opportunity to strive for victory. The ball traced a perfect arc through the air before gracefully settling into the net. Swish. The crisp, melodious sound of the basketball finding its home resonated throughout the arena. Wang Ke spread his arms wide. The sound of the basketball swooshing through the net, however, echoed like a death knell to the players and fans of the Heat. It is over. The Heat are truly on the verge of losing their home court. This match is poised to reveal a monumental upset. 92-73. Victory beckons to the Bobcats. It appears they are indeed on the brink of triumph. In the front row of the audience, Wang Ke is overwhelmed with excitement. In this moment, he no longer identifies himself as a player of the Heat, but rather wholeheartedly supports Wang Ke. Wang Ke is no longer a part of this place. Yet, Wang Ke will eternally belong to the Dragon Kingdom. Keep going. Wang Ke silently pondered. If Wang Ke could indeed lead the Lynx team to achieve the extraordinary, might he also guide the Dragon Kingdom team to similar miraculous feats? Wang Ke understood that his return to the Dragon Country team in the summer would mark a journey of redemption. If he could truly join forces with Yuming and Ke and lead the Dragon Country team to greater heights in the Olympics, Wang Ke would feel that his career had no regrets. Let's go. Chapter 75. We are free from pressure. At this moment, I particularly want to express a sentiment often shared by my fellow football commentators. In the Dragon Country broadcasting room, Zhang Weiping said with a cheerful smile, "Huh? I know this. The time left for the Heat is running out." Su Kun quickly reacted, bursting into laughter. On the court, the timer indicated that only 5 minutes remained. The scoreboard displayed a score of 105-86, maintaining a 19-point deficit. Halfway through the fourth quarter, the Heat had failed to close the gap by even a single point. At this moment, it seemed that only a downpour of three-pointers from the future peak Splash brothers could possibly bridge the score. However, for the Heat, it felt as if a death sentence had already been pronounced. Beep. Riley called a timeout and subsequently replaced all the starters, effectively conceding the match. Of course, even if they hadn't conceded, it would have been futile, as the Heat had no hope of catching up. Bernie Bickerstaff also took the opportunity to substitute all the starters from the Bobcats, primarily to give Wang Ke a chance to rest. With Wang Ke present, it signifies the main force is in action. Wang Ke's exit from the field signifies the introduction of the substitute lineup. This is how the distinction between the main and substitute rosters of the Bobcats is made. After Wang Ke took a seat on the bench, a joyful expression finally graced his face. They had secured victory in this match. The modest aspiration of winning a game in this playoff series was fulfilled immediately following the conclusion of Game 1. Hooray! Wang Ke also vigorously swung his arm. At this moment, the bench of the Bobcats was brimming with joy. 119-100. When the game concluded, the point difference remained unchanged at 19. The Bobcats achieved a resounding victory by nearly 20 points on the Heat's home court. This left everyone in awe. A significant upset had occurred. The Heat boasted the best regular season record in the league this season. The duo of Shaquille O'Neal and Dwayne Wade was favored by all authoritative media, regarded as the foremost contenders for the championship. Yet, they suffered a loss right from the start. Although most media and fans still held confidence in the Heat's advancement, it was a fact that they had lost their home court advantage. At the post-game press conference, Bernie Bickerstaff appeared elated. He patiently addressed the queries posed by the media. Coach Bickerstaff, after winning on the road, do you harbor hopes of an upset? A reporter stood and inquired. Hope remains until the moment of formal elimination. However, I won't dwell on such thoughts now, nor will I allow the players to do so. Frankly, having won Game 1, the Bobcats have already accomplished their mission for this season. Regardless of how the upcoming games unfold, we bear no pressure. Each victory in this postseason is a step into history for our team. Bernie Bickerstaff remarked with a smile, genuinely pleased and devoid of stress. Will you face more pressure moving forward? Will you engage in a fierce battle in Game 2, or conserve your strength for Games 3 and 4 at home? Another reporter queried. Our pressure is zero. The pressure now lies with the Heat. Whether we engage fiercely will depend on our mood. Bernie Bickerstaff chuckled. His response sounded somewhat casual and humorous. The reporters exchanged glances, realizing that Bernie Bickerstaff truly felt no pressure. Consequently, the forthcoming matches might become even more intriguing. If the Heat were to lose again, the scenario would be too delightful to contemplate. It was evident to all that the Heat had been thrown off balance by the Bobcats' unconventional hack-a-shack strategy. But who is to say that the Bobcats cannot continue this tactic in Game 2? How will the Heat respond? There are certainly many strategies available, yet ultimately, it would disrupt the Heat's standard offensive and defensive tactics and plans. In a certain sense, being drawn into an unconventional battle by the Bobcats signifies a defeat for the Heat. With Game 2 scheduled to take place in just 2 days at the Heat's South home court, the Bobcats have settled into a hotel in Miami, thereby eliminating the need for back-and-forth travel. Early the next morning, Wang Ke requested a brief leave from Bernie Bickerstaff, taking Claudia along to enjoy a day at the beach. Miami's coastline is indeed a stunning sight to behold. Bickerstaff, with a smile, readily consented. Had he not been concerned about the other players potentially wandering into disreputable establishments, he might have granted the entire team a day off. After all, causing trouble in an opponent's city is never advisable. However, with Wang Ke, he felt no such apprehension, as he was accompanied by his girlfriend. Wang, do you think it's inappropriate to take leave like this? Claudia asked, hand in hand with Wang Ke as they leisurely strolled along the beach. The sea breeze, imbued with a refreshing essence, was utterly delightful. Not at all. After winning a match, the team feels no pressure whatsoever. Even if we were to lose every subsequent game, it wouldn't matter. Strategically speaking, Game 2 could even be seen as a match to forfeit. Wang Ke chuckled and inquired, do you have any new aspirations? Claudia lifted her gaze, meeting Wang Ke's eyes as she responded. She was aware that Wang Ke's initial ambitions had already been fulfilled. Thus, would there be new goals? Naturally, there were. To triumph in the G2 match, to achieve the miraculous feat of an 8th seed victory, perhaps even to claim the championship through a stunning underdog run. To etch an unparalleled miracle into the annals of league history. Wang Ke chuckled softly. However, I do not wish to dwell on such thoughts at the moment.